isolation taking a toll on so many.
An encounter escalating tensions between Washington and Beijing. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy meeting with the Taiwanese president despite warnings from China.
And arranged marriage. Meet the couples who decided to tie the knot at the courthouse right next to Donald Trump. It's Thursday, April 6th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning to you on this Thursday. I'm Corey Coffin.
And I'm Philip Mena. Security concerns are growing after Tuesday's arrest and indictment of former President Trump amid his critical rhetoric against the judge and prosecutor in the case. This as the former vice president has made a major decision in another investigation surrounding Trump in January 6th. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So Trump has that January 6th investigation and, of course, his fraud case in New York making news this morning. Where shall we begin?
Good morning, Philip. So there is a lot going on there. We'll begin with the political landscape that is still reeling after Tuesday's arrest and arraignment of former President Donald Trump on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Mr. Trump ramping up his rhetoric on two key figures in this case: Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and New York Judge Juan Merchan. In his speech at Mar-a-Lago, Trump accused Bragg of criminal conduct and referred to Judge Merchan as a, quote, Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family. Both have already received numerous threats. The city has increased security to all affected staff members at the DA's office and removed potentially sensitive information of employees online. Now, here's what Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, said about his client's comments.
It's not an attack on the judge or certainly his family. No one is suggesting that anything should happen to the judge or his family. And President Trump's comments did not in any way, shape, or form incite violence against the judge or anyone else.
And this comes as former Vice President Mike Pence revealed that he will not be appealing the subpoena from special counsel Jack Smith, ordering him to testify in front of the grand jury associated with Smith's probe into the events of January 6. Pence was subpoenaed by the special counsel back in February, and his efforts to fight the order have been largely unsuccessful. Now, this does not rule out the possibility that Trump's legal team could still appeal that ruling. Back to you guys.
All right. Bree Jackson starting us off from Washington, D.C. this morning. Bree, thank you.
One person weighing in on Trump's outcome is exonerated Central Park 5 member Yusuf Salaam. Over 30 years ago, when the Central Park jogger case happened, Donald Trump took out full-page ads in New York newspapers calling for the death penalty to be brought back. Well, now Salaam is calling Trump's indictment karma, taking out full-page ads of his own that read, quote, bring back justice and fairness. Salaam, along with 4 others, were wrongfully convicted in that Central Park jogger case. He is now running for New York City Council in Harlem.
As extreme storms continue to batter the country today, more than 40 million people remain under weather alerts. At least 5 people were killed in Missouri after a tornado touched down yesterday morning, with several more tornadoes reported in other states, including Iowa, Illinois, and Kentucky. Listen to this woman in Missouri talking about the moment the tornado hit her home.
I heard it sound like a freight train. That's exactly what it sounded like. Stuff was just hitting the house, and I didn't know if we was going to lose the house or not. It was a horrible experience. We were all scared.
That was obviously hearing from a different victim there, but recovery and cleanup efforts are underway to clear damage throughout the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and Mississippi Valley regions. This year's twister count has seen at least 478 tornadoes rip through half the country.
Let's turn now to Israel, where violence has erupted during the beginning of Passover. The video shows Israeli riot police storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Jerusalem. Police appear to beat the worshippers inside with batons, and Palestinians responded by shooting fireworks. Police say they went in after extremists barricaded themselves inside and stockpiled weapons. But Palestinians say they were sleeping in the mosque as part of a Ramadan tradition. Palestinians report that around 400 people were arrested and dozens were injured. The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting today to discuss the violence.
China is accusing the U.S. of undermining its sovereignty after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen in California. Now, Beijing views the self-governing island as part of China, but President Biden has said the U.S. military will defend Taiwan if China tries to annex it. Let's go live now to London and Ali Arouzi. Ali, good morning. Do we know if or how China will respond to this visit?
Good morning, Corey. Well, when it comes to Taiwan, you can always expect a strong reaction from China, and this incident is no different. Look, the Chinese see any interaction between a Taiwanese official and a U.S. official as a challenge to their claim on the island, so they're not pleased that Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, met with President Tsai Ing-wen, making him the most senior U.S. official to meet a Taiwanese official on U.S. soil since 1979. And the Chinese have reacted. They've called this move by the U.S. egregiously wrong. They said they will take strong and resolute action to defend their territorial integrity and their sovereignty. And it's not just tough rhetoric coming out of Beijing. There's hardware coming out as well. The Japanese say that for the first time, the Chinese aircraft carrier, the Shandong, was spotted in the South Pacific. And as you'll recall, when Nancy Pelosi was House Speaker back in August, and she visited Taiwan, the Chinese reacted with one of the biggest ever live fire exercises. So these are all reactions to these moves being made. The situation isn't going to be helped either by the House Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCall also visiting Taiwan. So tensions expected to ratchet up even further in the coming days and weeks. Corey?
It does seem like there's no end in sight with that just yet. All right, Ali, thank you.
Now to a bombshell report out of Baltimore. Maryland's Attorney General is accusing Baltimore Catholic Church officials of abusing at least 600 children, saying some were preyed upon by multiple abusers over decades. David Collins with our Baltimore affiliate has the details.
Today, certainly in Maryland, is a day of reckoning and a day of accounting.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown was referring to this 463-page report that documents, quote, the depraved and systemic failure of the Archdiocese to protect the children it was charged to keep safe.
This is a full accounting. There are details of repeated, tortuous, terrorizing, depraved abuse.
The investigation uncovered the extent of the power and authority the clergy used to exploit the trust of the children. They told their victims the abuse was God's will. Some threatened that the victim or the victim's family would go to hell if they told anyone. They attempted to normalize sexual behavior as roughhousing. According to the report, certain parishes had multiple abusers. St. Mark's and Catonsville had 11 child abusers living and working there from 1964 to 2004. 4 parishes had 6 abusers, including St. Michael Overley. The report cites a case where a sexually abused child came to a priest for counseling. His parents so trusting, they let him spend the night. The report says the priest raped him for 5 years. A distraught father of a young girl demanded a priest be removed. The priest confessed to an uncontrollable attraction to young girls and a yielding to temptation from time to time. The Archdiocese quietly got him into psychiatric treatment and reassigned him to desk work where he would not be exposed to temptation.
It's not only churches, it is schools associated with the Archdiocese. So the institutions associated with the respective archdioceses are the target of our investigations.
The report details the abuse by Father Maskell. At least 39 people reported being sexually abused by him. 9 girls described being given tea, soda, or wine, or even being hypnotized. 7 girls complained they were forced to have sex with Maskell and other men. The AG's report indicates that Maskell and Father Magnus worked as a team, abusing the girls at Archbishop Keough High School. Many of the victims who were sexually abused by Maskell described Magnus as participating in and being present for the abuse.
But for an insurmountable legal obstacle, we will do everything we can to bring those abusers and those who enabled them to justice.
And our thanks to David for bringing that story to light.
It is looking like a washout for parts of the country today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the downpour. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're tracking heavy downpours and also the chance for some really windy conditions, soaking rains in the south parts of Texas into the Gulf Coast states. It's all due to that cold front that we've been watching the past day and a half or so. The good news is the tornadic activity is expected to be low today. We could see a tornado or two in parts of the mid-Atlantic, but the main threats here would be winds and also really heavy downpours. As we go throughout tomorrow, that's Friday, we're looking at a stalled front, so that front's not going to move very far on the tail end of it. So we're going to see the increased risk for flooding in eastern Texas, also Louisiana. That's going to be the same story on Saturday as well. So we do have a flood alert for 7 million people. That's from portions of Texas all the way to Tennessee. 7 million people impacted. And you can see some heavy rain even early this morning, some lightning too along that front. Where you see those brighter colors of yellows and oranges, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling, and that's what we're going to continue to see throughout the day. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures in the south are a little cooler than we have been, and also the main story here is the heavy rain falling in portions of Texas into Louisiana, also Tennessee. And then look how warm it is in the mid-Atlantic. 80 degrees in New York City today, 86 in D.C. All right, feeling a little summer-like in the east today. We'll talk more about that and take a peek at our weekend forecast in a bit.
Looking forward to that. All right, Michelle, thank you.
Yeah.
Jill Biden accepted the honor of having a tulip named after her this week. The First Lady accepted her flower from Andrew Haspels, ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the United States, during a ceremony at his official residence on Wednesday. The Dutch have named tulips after 7 U.S. First Ladies, the last being President George W. Bush's wife, Laura, who accepted her tulip back in 2004.
After the break, a viral video gone wrong. A YouTube prank turns into gun violence in a report that you've got to see. That coming up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a prank gone horribly wrong in Virginia. Police say a YouTuber tried pranking a man for a video that he was making, only to be shot in response. Emily Akeda has the story.
This is 21-year-old Tanner Cook,
You know this guy?
a budding comedian who posts videos regularly to his channel Classified Goons.
Welcome back to another video, and in this video I want to be going up to people and accusing people of flirting and see what type of reactions we get.
He's known for ruffling feathers.
Get the hell out of here.
Why?
Because you're an
Sometimes to the point security or police are called.
You're going to get arrested for trespassing. I need your legal first and last name, and you will go to jail.
But his latest stunt was met with gunfire. When a shopper Cook was trying to prank got offended and shot him, according to Cook's family.
They were trying to, get a rise out of him or whatever it was, and they got one.
Cook's father, Jeremy, telling our affiliate WRC the shooting nearly took his life.
Went through his stomach and into his liver, and they took his gallbladder. And so it was a major surgery and lots of, drugs to recover.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Department arresting the shooter, identified as Alan Coley. Charges include aggravated malicious wounding. NBC News has not been able to reach him or his attorney for comment, but at a bond hearing, local reports show the defense argued it was Cook who harassed the suspect. It's just the latest example of an attempt to go viral, taking a tragic turn. In 2021, Timothy Wilkes was shot and killed after pranking a group of people by approaching them with butcher knives. The man who shot him said he fired in self-defense and was not charged. And just in the past week, 3 UK nationals detained by the Taliban. One of them, YouTuber Miles Routledge, known as Lord Miles.
They include so-called danger tourist Miles Routledge, who returned to the country after being evacuated by British armed forces less than 2 years ago. He's on the right there.
Routledge travels to what he calls the most dangerous places on earth for fun.
I'm in Afghanistan on forged documents going to meet a black market gun runner.
Now, the UK Foreign Office telling Sky News they're trying to secure contact. Back in Virginia, Jeremy Cook admits he's not always proud of his son's pranks, but he says they're all in good fun and they never warrant violent reactions.
Okay, you get offended, don't watch the show, move on, go away, whatever, but you don't have to, because you're offended, you want to go beat somebody up or go run them over with your car or shoot him with your gun.
Miraculously, he says his son is on the mend since that video with a nearly fatal ending. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
The dealer charged in the overdose of Michael Kenneth Williams pled guilty to drug conspiracy charges on Tuesday. Prosecutors say 39-year-old Irvin Cartagena dealt fentanyl-laced heroin to Williams a day before his death in 2021. In a statement, the U.S. Attorney's Office said Williams died as a result of using that heroin. Cartagena faces at least 5 years in prison.
Tuesday may have been arraignment day for Donald Trump, but it was also the wedding day for some couples at City Hall at the city clerk's office. A bride and groom spoke with our New York station about what they jokingly call their arranged marriage.
We thought that to some extent it was a funny situation, and we didn't hate the story that would come out of it. To us, like, it was a way that made the day a little bit more memorable.
And if anything, people were just like, I think, delighted at the fact that despite the chaos, love continues on.
Yeah, you'd either love or hate that particular day, right? Chandler and Carolina are planning a larger ceremony with their families in Texas.
Yeah, memorable is right.
Yeah.
It's still to come. You can't stop rock and roll, but the judges stopped this masked singer from advancing this season.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family! Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Legendary rock star and frontman of Twisted Sister T-Snyder!
Look at the judges' reactions. Well, for Dee Snider, it turns out the Masked Singer can stop rock and roll. The frontman of the band Twisted Sister was unmasked as the doll after being eliminated in last night's episode. Now, he had won the past 2 weeks. He was on a pretty good roll, but the judges told the rocker, we're not going to take it anymore following his performance of Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock.
As soon as he took the mask off, I thought for a second, is that Doc Brown from Back to the Future?
Yeah, just for a second.
Just for a split second.
The hair.
He's not a singer, though. All right, stay with us. Michelle has an eye on our weekend forecast coming up.
And just ahead, one of Europe's most visited cities wants to stop saying hello to certain tourists.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back on this Thursday. We continue to watch that cold front that's moving through the mid-Atlantic and then in portions of the south as well. We're going to see some showers and storms along that front, a flood risk, especially in the south as that front kind of gets stalled over the next few days. Behind the front, an April chill, temperatures in the 30s and 40s in the northern plains, the upper Midwest in the 40s. Ahead of that front, we're looking at record highs in the mid-Atlantic in the 80s in the southeast as well, near 90s in portions of Florida. Then as we go throughout the weekend here on Friday, that flood risk continues in parts of of Texas into Louisiana, also into the Tennessee Valley. April sunshine through the middle of the country, at least the Central Plains and Northern Plains. Rain and snow showers in the Pacific Northwest. And then on Saturday, heavy rain continues in parts of the Southeast into the Carolinas. Really nice day in the Central and Southern Plains, a spring stunner. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you. April is Financial Literacy Month, and after the break, we will show you how some companies are helping their workers see more green.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels
storm
The
zone.
bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, at the end of tax season looming, financial health is on the top of everyone's mind, but there may be some opportunities that could help improve yours. CNBC's Sharon Epperson takes a look at how financial guidance in the workplace can actually boost savings.
Edwina Irvin was living paycheck to paycheck until she took advantage of an employee assistance program that taught her how to deal with debt.
It helped me work out a way to manage it better so that I had a balance between what I needed to pay and what I needed to live.
About 20% of employers offer non-retirement financial advice as a workplace benefit. Verizon, where Irvin works, is one of them. The focus that you have on financial benefits, how has that changed over the last couple of years?
The traditional focus on financial wellness, which was almost exclusively around the 401k, is just not sufficient anymore. Our employees are asking for help with all aspects of their financial life.
Research shows in the last year, employees who had access to financial education and tools like videos, classes, and coaching were more likely to increase savings, feel less overwhelmed by debt, and make progress toward their financial goals. Financial literacy advocate Laura Levine says providing those resources through the workplace may not reach the most vulnerable employees.
If it's an opt-in, you sometimes miss the people who need this because they're worried that if they take the course or take advantage of what's being offered, that people will judge them for what they don't know.
Irvin wishes she had learned more about budgeting and financial planning much earlier for herself and her family.
We struggled a very long time unnecessarily because we didn't have the knowledge or tools or skills to do what we would need to do to make things better.
Once she went through the employee assistance program, Irvin raised her credit score, bought a house, and now helps her parents with their finances. Sharon Epperson, CNBC Business News.
All right, City of Amsterdam is fed up with young British men drinking and drugging their way through the city. So much so that local authorities are asking them, all of them, not to come. It's literally dubbed the Stay Away campaign. Brits Googling terms like pub crawl Amsterdam or cheap hotel Amsterdam will see ads warning them about the consequences of excessive alcohol and drug use. It also highlights the cost of fines for drunk and disorderly behavior. It's just one part of a much larger effort to make tourism more sustainable in Amsterdam. Nearly 2 million foreigners visited the Dutch capital in 2021. I mean, good luck with that. I mean, I'd say their reputation is pretty entrenched at this point.
It's really difficult. Miami tried it. They're still working on it.
Yep. Vegas embraces it, though, you know?
Yeah, they do.
It's part of it. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Corey Coffin. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Ramping up his rhetoric, former President Trump amplifies his attacks against the Manhattan DA and the presiding judge in his fraud case.
Diplomacy in disarray. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy meets with the Taiwanese president, further escalating tensions with China.
Arranged marriage. Meet the couples who decided to tie the knot at the courthouse right next to Donald Trump.
And rallying for Oliver, the 5-year-old boy battling cancer who's got an entire community showering him with love and support. It's Thursday, April 6th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. Security concerns are growing after Tuesday's arrest and indictment of former President Trump amid his critical rhetoric against the judge and prosecutor in the case. This as the former vice president has made a major decision in another investigation surrounding Trump. All right, for more on all of this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington this morning. Starting us off, Bree, good morning. There is a lot to follow here. Where do things stand for Trump as the day begins?
Good morning, Corey. Well, the political landscape is still reeling after Tuesday's arrest and arraignment of former President Donald Trump on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Mr. Trump ramping up his rhetoric on two key figures in this case, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and New York Judge Juan Merchan. In his speech at Mar-a-Lago, Trump accused Bragg of criminal conduct and referred to Judge Merchan as a, quote, Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family. Both have already received numerous threats. The city has increased security to all affected staff members at the DA's office and removed potentially sensitive information of employees online. Now, here's what Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, said about his client's comment.
It's not an attack on the judge or certainly his family. No one is suggesting that anything should happen to the judge or his family. And President Trump's comments did not in any way, shape, or form incite violence against the judge or anyone else.
And this comes as former Vice President Mike Pence revealed that he will not be appealing the subpoena from Special Counsel Jack Smith, ordering him to testify in front of the grand jury associated with Smith probe into the events of January 6. Pence was subpoenaed by the special counsel back in February, and his efforts to fight the order have been largely unsuccessful. Now, this does not rule out the possibility that Trump's legal team could still appeal that ruling. Corey?
I would say it's a very low chance that they don't have something up their sleeves. All right, Bree, thank you.
As extreme storms continue to batter the country today, more than 40 million people remain under weather alerts. At least 5 people were killed in Missouri after a tornado touched down yesterday morning, with several more tornadoes reported in other states, including Iowa, Illinois, and Kentucky. Listen to this man in Missouri talking about the moment a tornado hit his home.
I heard it sound like a freight train. That's exactly what it sounded like. Stuff was just hitting the house, and I didn't know if we was going to lose the house or not. It was a horrible experience. We were all scared.
Recovery and cleanup efforts are underway to clear damage throughout the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, and Mississippi Valley regions. This year's twister count has seen at least 478 tornadoes rip through half the country.
China is accusing the U.S. of undermining its sovereignty after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy met with Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen in California. Beijing views the self-governing island as part of China, but President Biden has said the U.S. military will defend Taiwan if China tries to annex it. Let's go live to London and Ali Arouzi now. Ali, good morning. Do we know how or if China will respond to this visit?
Good morning, Corey. Well, this is a very high-level visit that's ruffled a lot of feathers in Beijing, and that's because the Chinese see any interaction between a Taiwanese official and a U.S. official as a challenge to their claim on the island. So they're not pleased at all that Kevin McCarthy met with President Tsai Ing-wen, making him the most senior U.S. official to meet a Taiwanese official on U.S. soil since 1979, and the Chinese have called it an egregiously wrong move by the United States. They said that they will take a strong and resolute action to protect their sovereignty and integrity. And it's not just tough words coming out of Beijing. There's also hardware coming out of Beijing. The Japanese say that for the first time ever, they've spotted the aircraft carrier, the Shandong, in the South Pacific. As you will recall, when Nancy Pelosi was House Speaker and she visited Taiwan, the Chinese embarked on one of their largest ever live fire drills. The situation is probably not going to be helped either by House Foreign Affairs Chair Michael McCaul also visiting Taiwan, so we can expect the tension to ratchet up a little further between China, Taiwan, and the United States in the coming days and weeks as Taiwan gets some support from Washington.
There certainly seems to be no end in sight in these continued tensions between the U.S. and China. Ali, thank you.
Laws banning gender-affirming care for minors have been signed this week in the Republican-led states of Indiana and Idaho, joining at least 11 other states that have restricted transgender rights. On Wednesday, Indiana's governor signed a bill that will prohibit transgender youth from obtaining medication or surgeries to aid in transition. That goes into effect July 1st, and trans youth who are taking medication to transition will be ordered to stop by the end of the year. And on Tuesday, the governor of Idaho signed legislation making it a felony to provide hormones, puberty blockers, or other gender-affirming care to people under the age of 18. It would criminalize doctors who prescribe the treatments, and that's set to go into effect next January.
Now to a bombshell report out of Baltimore. Maryland's Attorney General is accusing Baltimore Catholic Church officials of abusing at least 600 children, saying that some were preyed upon by multiple abusers over decades. David Collins with our Baltimore affiliate has those details.
Today, certainly in Maryland, is a day of reckoning and a day of accounting.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown was referring to this 463-page report that documents, quote, the depraved and systemic failure of the Archdiocese to protect the children it was charged to keep safe.
This is a full accounting. There are details of repeated, tortuous, terrorizing, depraved abuse.
The investigation uncovered the extent of the power and authority the clergy used to exploit the trust of the children. They told their victims the abuse was God's will. Some threatened that the victim or the victim's family would go to hell if they told anyone. They attempted to normalize sexual behavior as roughhousing. According to the report, certain parishes had multiple abusers. St. Mark's in Catonsville had 11 child abusers living and working there from 1964 to 2004. 4 parishes had 6 abusers, including St. Michael Overley. The report cites a case where a sexually abused child came to a priest for counseling. His parents so trusting, they let him spend the night. The report says the priest raped him for 5 years. A distraught father of a young girl demanded a priest be removed. The priest confessed to an uncontrollable attraction to young girls and a yielding to temptation from time to time. The Archdiocese quietly got him into psychiatric treatment and reassigned him to desk work where he would not be exposed to temptation.
It's not only churches, it is schools associated with the Archdiocese. So the institutions associated with the respective archdioceses are the target of our investigations.
The report details the abuse by Father Maskell. At least 39 people reported being sexually abused by him. 9 girls described being given tea, soda, or wine, or even being hypnotized. 7 girls complained they were forced to have sex with Maskell and other men. The AG's report indicates that Maskell and Father Magnus worked as a team, abusing the girls at Archbishop Keough High School. Many of the victims who were sexually abused by Maskell described Magnus as participating in and being present for the abuse.
But for an insurmountable legal obstacle, we will do everything we can to bring those abusers and those who enabled them to justice.
Our thanks to David for that report.
The tech community is reeling after Bob Lee, best known for creating the Cash App, was stabbed to death in San Francisco. Our Miguel Almaguer spoke with a former colleague.
It's going to be hard to imagine a world where you can't call Bob and say, hey, I have this problem I'm thinking through. Can you help me through it?
Lee was the chief product officer for MobileCoin and helped create Android. The brutal attack happened around 2:30 a.m. on Tuesday. So far, there are no suspects in custody and no apparent motive for the murder.
Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's been tracking a downpour today. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're tracking some showers and storms along that cold front we've been tracking for the past day and a half. The good news is a tornado risk is low today, so that's better news than what we saw the past 24 hours. But we do have a flood threat. Flood alerts for 7 million people impacted. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch. The red is a flash flood warning. They will pop in and out throughout the day. That means flooding is happening now or is imminent. So as we look at radar, we're looking at some really heavy rain falling. Also seeing some lightning along this front as well. Those brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, showing us where that heavy rain is falling. And this tail end of the front is going to get caught up over the next few days. That's why we have that flooding risk continuing over the next several days. We do have a flash flood risk as well for those multiple rounds of storms and high rainfall rates for Houston, Victoria, Corpus Christi, especially where you see that darker blue area. Also looking at the chance for severe storms. The main threat would be winds and also some really heavy downpours. Could see some small hail as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the south, a little cool, where we've been in the 80s in the beginning of the week. Now we're in the 60s, but we're watching the chance for some heavy downpours in portions of Texas. And look at those warm temperatures in the mid-Atlantic, 80 in New York City, 83 in Philadelphia. All right, guys, it's Thursday. That means we're going to take a little sneak peek at the weekend forecast in just a bit.
You're almost there. I can see it from here, Michelle. Thank you. And we are back in just 60 seconds with a new study saying that teenagers are surprisingly not so into VR.
And later, a school-wide celebration cheers on a 5-year-old bravely battling cancer.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When news about a student's health sent shockwaves through a Virginia elementary school, they came together to send love, encouragement, and smiles his way. Andrew McClung from NBC's Bristol, Virginia affiliate tells us more.
As the bell rings to start the day at Shoemaker Elementary School, students in Betsy Seaver's kindergarten class are missing one of their best friends.
He's a kind student.
A really good friend. He's a funny friend, too. Yeah, and a playful friend.
His name is Oliver Hensley, and he's just 5 years old.
Well, he's very outgoing. He is shy a lot, but once you get to know him, he's just all smiles.
His mom, Kayla, says there's never a frown on his face, which has helped her and her family through some recent hard news. She says Oliver's jaw puffed up out of nowhere, and he was taken to the doctor.
And he said, I think that it's a tumor.
Oliver then went to Niswonger Children's Hospital and then St. Jude.
The last result that we got was from his first biopsy, and they told us that it was cancer. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. I wish that I could take it away, that it was me and not him.
The news sending shockwaves through the school.
It was devastating to hear it, and to know that there was nothing I could do as his teacher.
But Betsy did figure out something they could do. The school hosted a parade for Oliver Tuesday before he goes back to St. Jude for more treatment.
I was so shocked. I'm blessed and grateful.
Oliver got to ride with the sheriff as the school cheered him on.
He is so strong, he is so brave, he is so loved, and he is our inspiration.
We're really blessed to have everybody that's helped us.
Thanks to Andrew for that heartwarming story.
And boy, his smile is infectious. Virtual reality has become a tech trend that may be not so appealing to teenagers, surprisingly. According to a new study released by Piper Sandler, over 5,000 teens were surveyed. 29% owned a VR headset, while only 4% of them used it daily. 52% of teens were unsure or uninterested in purchasing a headset. Despite this, Facebook parent company Meta is expected to release new VR headsets later this year.
That is surprising there. All right, for this Masked Singer contestant, it turns out you can stop rock and roll. Take a look.
Legendary rock star and frontman of Twisted Sister, Dee Snider!
The doll was eliminated on last night's episode and revealed to be Dee Snider, frontman of the band Twisted Sister. After winning the past 2 weeks, the judges told him we're not going to take it anymore following his performance of Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock.
What I got from that video is that Dee has really nice legs. That's all weird to say.
I didn't notice that, but thanks for pointing that out. Yeah.
Take a closer look. All right, still to come, Dolly Parton has been rocking for decades, and Rolling Stone is ranking her hits.
And after Midi-Size Me, a man goes viral for losing weight on a McDonald's diet.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Morning out.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can.
Well, Dolly Parton is, of course, known for her treasure trove of classics, but Rolling Stone had one above the rest. The magazine placed Jolene atop the list of Parton's 50 greatest songs, beating out Coat of Many Colors for the top spot. Her version of I Will Always Love You also made its way into the top 5, sitting at number 3, and just above, Light of a Clear Blue Morning.
She's one of those people who, you like a song and she doesn't sing it, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, she wrote that? Or that was her first of doing a cover of her? Remember Ghetto Superstar? Yeah. I thought that was some original thing by, Maya, ODB. Nope, it's not. Islands in the Stream. So when I went back and listened to it, I'm like, oh, all right, that song with Kenny Rogers, it's exactly, that's the song.
This is reminding me of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. It's 6 Degrees of Dolly Parton. I think no matter what song you choose, you can always get back to her at some point.
Yeah, nothing more famous, though, than I Will Always Love You.
Yeah.
All right. Kevin McGinnis, he is a 56-year-old man from Nashville. He's been documenting his weight loss journey on TikTok. He eats only McDonald's for this.
I woke up this morning and I weighed in at 238 pounds. It's February 21st, 2023, and I decided that is absolutely unacceptable. So I drove down to McDonald's, because if you're going to start getting into better physical shape, McDonald's is the place you go.
As one does. His secret is, you heard, 3 meals a day, cut in half with a side of water. He says he hopes to lose 50 pounds by the end of the 100 days. And portion control, portion control. Portion control, of course. I mean, you can probably see even better results if it's, not McDonald's as well, too. But, it's hard enough not to eat, a lot of something you like. So why not make it McDonald's?
Well, why not make it fun and go viral in the meantime?
All right, good luck, Kevin.
Just watch that sodium. Coming up, Michelle is back with a preview of your weekend weather.
And spring is in full bloom at the White House. The First Lady is being honored with her very own flower.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city. Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We're watching showers from the northeast all the way down to parts of Texas. Along this front, it's a long, cold front. We're looking at severe storms possible in portions of the mid-Atlantic. The main threats would be wind and also some heavy downpours. Heavy downpours in parts of the southern plains into the Tennessee Valley. We're looking at a flooding risk over the next several days as that front kind of gets hung up there. Back behind this front, we're looking at really chilly temperatures in the northern plains, the upper Midwest, and then record highs ahead of it. We're looking at 80s in portions of the mid-Atlantic, and then a quick peek to the start of your weekend. April sunshine throughout the middle of the nation on Friday. Back to you.
They certainly deserve a good weekend. All right, thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
After the break, a look at couples saying, I do, while former President Trump saying he didn't.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Tuesday may have been arraignment day for Donald Trump, but it was also the wedding day for many just steps away at the city's clerk's office. One couple spoke to Adam Harding with our New York station about what they jokingly call their arranged marriage.
We thought that to some extent it was a funny situation, and we didn't hate the story that would come out of it.
Chandler Dean and his bride Carolina Trevino can laugh about it now. High school sweethearts say they tied the knot Tuesday afternoon at the city clerk's office in Lower Manhattan. The couple saying, "I do," only feet from where the former president was saying, "Not guilty."
We just took it in stride and saw a lot of humor in it.
Yeah, it was definitely chaotic, but not so much so that we couldn't get in.
So how close are we talking? Well, this right here is where the office of the city clerk is here in Lower Manhattan. Just go right down the street, turn the corner right here. This is where the former president made his first court appearance. There was a sea of protesters and a whole lot of cameras.
We finished the ceremony, and right as we walked out, someone said, "Trump just got out. Trump just got out."
The two say they didn't plan for this, of course. They made their appointment back in March. They'll host a larger ceremony later this month in their home state of Texas.
We wanted to do the legal ceremony here in what we thought might be a more intimate and low-key circumstance.
But as we all know, this location, this moment in history, was anything but intimate or low-key.
I was a little nervous.
Short of a security scare amid the clashing protesters, they simply did not want to reschedule their special day.
To us, like, it was a way that made the day a little bit more memorable.
And if anything, people were just like, I think, delighted at the fact that despite the chaos, love continues on.
Yeah, like, who cares? It's New York. There's something happening here every day.
He's right about that.
Yeah.
There is something happening in New York every single day. Our thanks to Adam for that report. It was a cool little story here. I mean, if I were them, I would take video of that.
What would you do?
Tell my kids, look at how big of a deal your mom and I were.
Yeah, look
we
at
got
all
married.
the paparazzi out here for us.
Look how New York City just shut down for an entire day. And people from, it didn't matter what political party you were from. There were just people just making a huge commotion about me taking your mom away from the singles market. Look at that.
Oh, I love that story. You can frame it. You've got the headlines from the day. I mean, you're certainly never going to forget what day did we get married.
That's right. I mean, I can just imagine all of the questions that my kid would ask when it comes to that stuff. I'm like, yeah, I was the man.
Yeah, who was Donald Trump? Well, we'll explain.
That'll be a long, long conversation, I'm sure, for the kids much later. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Corey Coffin. Have a great one, everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, picking up the pieces. Developing this morning, millions of people dealing with the damage after another deadly storm slams the South and Midwest with heavy rain, wind, and even tornadoes. And the threat is not over this morning. We have team coverage with a look at the damage as that same system makes its way to the Northeast. More fallout for former president and 2024 candidate Donald Trump, as his former Vice President Mike Pence signals he will not appeal an order to testify over Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election. This as Trump's legal team prepares to fight back against dozens of felony charges in a separate investigation. We'll have more on why Trump's lawyers are pushing to move the start of the trial. Also this morning, recession fears growing as new jobs numbers signal the economy could be cooling. We'll break down the latest report and what it means for you. And controversy off the court. LSU women's basketball star Angel Reese speaking out after First Lady Jill Biden suggested inviting the new champs and second-place team Iowa to the White House. Why the invitation is once again raising questions about race. March Madness is very over, but the drama continues.
It does continue.
And we'll get to that story, but we begin this morning with severe weather that continues to wreak havoc across the country, impacting millions of people.
Yeah, and more storms are actually expected today in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Today's threat comes after a lot of trouble yesterday, including a deadly tornado that swept through Missouri. At least 5 people were killed and several others were hurt. It also left behind widespread destruction. A large tornado also caused serious damage in Louisville, Kentucky yesterday, and the National Weather Service says it's surveying to try to figure out if a second tornado also touched down. And in Illinois, a strong storm there caused damage as well. Several homes were leveled, but thankfully no serious injuries were reported there. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the latest on this next round of severe weather.
Hey guys, good morning from Glen Allen, Missouri. The devastation in this rural community, absolutely astounding. And case in point, you can see we're standing in the middle of what we're told was the Glen Allen fire station. And now it's basically just a big concrete slab with a bunch of debris kind of scattered all over it. You can see a ladder that firefighters apparently used. You can see firefighters' uniforms here in the background. 5 people in this small rural community a couple hours south of St. Louis killed by this EF2 tornado that scientists now say roared through early yesterday morning with winds topping 100 miles per hour. 5 more injured, close to 90 homes destroyed. That tornado, one of close to a dozen that scientists now say touched down across Illinois, Missouri, and Indiana yesterday. That outbreak being just the latest outbreak to slam portions of the Midwest and South over the last few weeks, leaving a death count at this point overall of dozens. Close to 480 tornado reports now reported across 25 states. This year to date, that is twice, for reference, the average for this time of year. And on top of that, we have 61 tornado-related deaths. The average for an entire year is 71. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Wow, just incredible destruction there. Maggie, thank you.
Now, for the latest on the storms bringing heavy rains and damaging winds, let's check in with NBC's meteorologist, Michelle Grossman.
A lot going on. Good morning, Michelle.
There's a lot going on. Hi there, guys. So good to see you. And the good news is we're not going to see that widespread tornadic activity that we saw the past 36 hours. It's still the same storm system, still the same long cold front that we're watching, but we're moving into more stable air. So the threat today will be the winds and also really heavy rain. And then we're going to see this cold front kind of get stuck. It's going to park itself in the south. So we're going to have a flooding concern as well. Speaking of flooding, we do have 7 million impacted by flood alerts. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch. Flash flood warning is in red. We will see those in and out as we go throughout the day because we're watching heavy rain along this cold front. And also we're going to see some storms too. I'll show you that in just a minute. But this is what it looks like on radar right now. You can see lots of lightning along this front. So we still have a lot of energy with it too. And we're seeing that heavy rain as well, where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, especially throughout portions of the southern plains into the Tennessee Valley, even creeping into the Ohio Valley. We're looking at some really heavy rain. And this is going to continue over not just today, tomorrow, but also Saturday. So we're talking about 3 days of some really heavy rainfall. We could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So we do have that flood threat. We have a flash flood risk as well, and that's really dangerous. If you're in a flash flood area, you want to heed any warnings. Be careful. Do not drive in any flash flooding or any flooding, really. So we're going to see multiple rounds of storms, high rainfall rates, especially where you see those darker blue colors. That's a slight risk. That means we have a better chance of seeing some flash flooding there. That includes Austin, San Antonio, Victoria, Corpus Christi, and then portions of Mississippi, also Alabama, so Baton Rouge into Jackson, Mississippi. And that is today. We're going to add on to that tomorrow and then on Saturday. That's because we're expecting even up to 6 inches of rain in some spots. Those oranges and reds once again showing us where the heaviest amounts will fall, parts of Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, and then even up through the Carolinas, Raleigh, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. You could see some really heavy rain as well. And that's where that front's going to be draped, just parked over that area. We're also looking at the chance for severe weather. Again, the tornado risk is low. That doesn't mean we can't have one, but the tornado risk is low compared to what we saw the past 36 hours. The main threats with these storms will be 60-mile-per-hour winds, isolated hail, not quite as large as what we saw with the storms just a day and a half ago. We're looking at an inch or larger. The best chances for storms this afternoon would be in parts of Salisbury, Maryland, and to Richmond, Virginia, also Roanoke. But you could see any storms within the mid-Atlantic, from Atlantic City down to Charlotte. Even New York City could see some storms as well. This is a setup here. We have more storms. We have heavy rain. It's that cold front that's moving slowly across the country, now making its impact from the northeast into portions of the southern plains. So showers and strong storms in the mid-Atlantic, soaking rain for areas near the western Gulf Coast. That is today, and that will be tomorrow and also Saturday. Because look what happens. It sinks a little to the south, it sinks a little to the east, but then it sort of stalls a bit. So we're going to see that stalled front bringing more rain to the southeast, increasing that flood risk for eastern Texas and Louisiana. That includes that chance for flash flooding as well. You can see all that rain in portions of the Gulf Coast. And then as we get to Saturday, kicking off our holiday weekend, we're looking at wet weather continuing throughout the southeast. Even up to the Carolinas, Virginia, notice just south of Norfolk, Virginia, we have some pretty heavy rain there on Saturday, and localized flooding continues to be possible on Saturday. So for today, this is the big picture. We have that cold front. That's really the big story, the big weather story of the day. So some strong to severe storms in the mid-Atlantic, that flood risk throughout portions of the Gulf, the southeast. Ahead of this front, we're looking at record highs. We could reach 80 degrees today in New York City, 80s in the mid-Atlantic, really warm in the southeast, parts of Florida as well. Back behind it, it's a different story. We have that cold air in place, that April chill, temperatures only in the 30s in the northern plains. Remember all that snow we had there the past day and a half. Temperatures in the 30s and 40s in the upper Midwest. It's cool too in the central plains, but at least it's sunny. The upper Midwest getting a break too. That's great news. Lots of sunshine. Sunny in the Southwest. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s and 80s. A nice day there. But notice the Pacific Northwest. You see some green, some brighter colors too. That's indicating a new Pacific storm coming onshore. And you know that means it moves cross country and that's going to be our next weather maker. So let's talk about those temperatures. We have that cold front with the warm winds ahead of it. It's pulling off that Gulf moisture. We're looking at 81 today in New York City, 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Feeling very summer-like. That's going to help give some energy to any storms that come through. D.C. 85, 22 degrees above average, and 87 in April in Raleigh. Back behind it, we're looking at temperatures only in the 30s in Minneapolis, 14 degrees below average. So that is not typical for this time of year. Chicago, St. Louis, Cincinnati, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s. Nashville, 55. That'll be 12 degrees below average. Back to you guys.
I mean, Michelle, they say April showers, and it looks like we can't get enough of this rain, right?
I know we're going to have a lot of Mayflowers.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle Grossman.
Sure.
All right, turning now to Washington. Former Vice President Mike Pence will not appeal a federal judge's order to comply with a subpoena. That is according to one of his advisors.
The subpoena is related to the investigation into former President Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The investigation is being led by special counsel Jack Smith. For more, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So, interesting timeline here because the judge essentially made this decision last week, but the subpoena came in February. So, talk to us about how Pence's testimony could be significant to the special counsel investigation, the pros and cons here.
Well, on the one hand, it could be said that we know a lot of what Pence would testify to. It's been out in the public, but the special counsel is looking for anything else that may have gone on between Pence and Trump. And the reason I find this case so fascinating is that it deals with some bedrock constitutional issues that we don't really deal with that often. The speech or debate clause does not come up very often. But another really fascinating thing is that the vice president is barely a member of the executive branch. His salary is paid for out of the Senate budget. The president can't fire the vice president. There are many historical points that tend to suggest that in many ways the vice president is equally a member of the legislative branch as the executive branch. For example, he only recently got an office in the White House. He used to be in the Capitol. And I'm talking like Walter Mondale, I believe, was the first one with offices in the White House. So this is really a fascinating legal issue, but Pence not appealing signals that he is taking a political approach. He could appeal, but maybe this is sort of him showing, hey, I'll put up a little fight, but I'm not going to fight this to the very end. I'm going to come in and comply. And that probably aids what he thinks will be a good strategy for his own candidacy should he choose to run.
And that's a good distinction. There are protections that the vice president has constitutionally.
Yeah, let's talk about that speech and debate clause. Actually, the Pence team is sort of touting this as a bit of a victory here, a partial victory at least. But Pence has already talked about this. He wrote a book that covered this extensively. What more are they hoping to learn here?
They're really looking to learn, first of all, it's speech or debate clause, everyone. I want a memo to go out because everyone says speech and debate. It's speech or debate. I don't know why they drafted it that way.
Well,
it might have been that old-timey language.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? It's very confusing. I think it should be speech and debate because you want them both included. So this is as I said, we already know most of what Pence is going to say. But it is possible that there were conversations that Pence had with Trump. And when he comes in to testify before the grand jury, he's going to have to bear all. And we may never know what it is he says unless it finds its way into an indictment. If Jack Smith is smart, if he really wants him to be forthcoming, he will make sure that that never comes out and he doesn't even use it in the indictment and it stays only within the grand jury walls, because this is a grand jury I don't expect is going to have a lot of leakage. Unless, of course, as a witness, Pence could always come out and put on a press conference, and there's no bar to him talking about what he testified to.
Right.
I don't see that happening.
Political speech. And obviously, we don't know when Pence will testify in front of the grand jury, though he is a top contender for the 2024 race. We're expecting him to put his hat in. So briefly here, Danny, what are the next steps in the investigation if he testifies?
Yeah, the Jack Smith, as with all these investigations, particularly Jack Smith's, it's difficult to say what the next steps are because it's done in secret. And nobody does secret investigations better than the federal government, and specifically within the federal government, special counsel, because they're even walled off from the other prosecutors in DOJ. They are in a bubble, a true bubble. And so this is not the kind of thing that they're going to reveal. They don't give press conferences to say, here's where we are in our investigation. I know there's this from being a criminal defense attorney, is that you often don't know if a grand jury is going to indict your client until they indict your client. They don't send out a letter saying, hey, you're in the clear. They don't like to do that because who knows, maybe somewhere down the road they'll develop more information. So it's very difficult to forecast what the special counsel is doing. But from outward observations, seems like they're moving along.
And judging from the Mar-a-Lago speech on Tuesday, it seems like this investigation is at top of Trump's mind right now. All right, Danny Spalos, thanks so much. All right, turning now to the fallout this morning from former President Donald Trump's arraignment on those felony charges. Trump's legal team is now preparing for the long road ahead after he pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records on Tuesday. This makes him the first president in history to be charged with a crime. His lawyers have until August 8th to file any motions, including the expected motion to dismiss. Meanwhile, after the battle is shaping up and when the battle is shaping up over when the trial will actually be held, prosecutors have asked that it start in January of 2024, but Trump's team, they're pushing back. They want it later into the spring of 2024. Whatever the date they end up settling on, the beginning of that trial will likely coincide with the former president being right in the middle of the 2024 presidential campaign. For more on all this, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, good morning to you. So let's talk about the presidential race. How could this indictment affect Trump's actual campaigning, and what's the outlook that these charges could have on these other candidates, the ones who are already in the race and the ones who may join in?
Well, Stephen, I'll tell you how a Republican operative put it to me recently. He said, right now in the Republican Party, there is no anti-Trump lane. Those doors are closing, and they're closing fast. And you've seen that as even his opponents and potentially soon-to-be opponents in the Republican primary have all rallied around him, attacking the DA and supporting the former president here. And in the hours and the days since the indictment came down, according to the Trump campaign, they tell me that they've now raised $12 million, telling me that about a third of those donations are brand new donors, saying they've also signed up 25,000 volunteers. And if those numbers are accurate, that is a huge data point to show not only are those Republican allies in Congress and Republican operatives, Republican big names in the party circling around him to support him, but that he's also getting grassroots support around this. So the campaign is really trying to use this moment, trying to use this indictment to galvanize support and to help propel him politically here.
And Dasha, as Trump gets ready for these several legal battles ahead, he's also calling on Congress to defund the DOJ, the FBI. Of course, that's despite widespread GOP outrage over groups that were calling defunding of local police departments. So how are Republicans responding to his requests?
Well, some are brushing it off as a terrible idea, but there are others who are in power to potentially do so. The Kevin McCarthys of Congress, Congressman Jim Jordan, Congressman James Comer, who are actively talking about the possibility of using the purse strings of Congress to strip federal funding from DA Bragg. So we'll see if that actually becomes a reality, but the conversations are being had.
And we're also learning more about these threats I wanted to ask you about to Judge Merchan's family. Just 2 days after the former president targeted them, spoke about them at that Mar-a-Lago speech. What more do we know about those threats?
Well, we were waiting to see what the former president would say in his speech, because earlier that very day, everyone involved in the case was told by the judge, look, I'm going to be watching for charged rhetoric that could potentially incite violence. He didn't go so far as to issue a gag order prioritizing First Amendment rights, especially for a current candidate for president. Let's not forget that very important piece of context here. But of course, that very night, the former president again going after the DA and going after the judge. That could complicate matters for Trump's legal team, but it is red meat for the base. This is something that the former president is want to do. We've seen him attack just about every official that has ever undercut him, that he's ever felt like has gone after him in any way. That's prosecutors, judges, federal officials, state officials, local officials. So this is nothing new, but perhaps this time, Stephen, the stakes are a little bit higher. So his lawyers may be concerned about it, but I don't expect that we'll see him tone down that rhetoric anytime soon.
Higher stakes and more complications. All right, Dasha, thank you.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has become the most senior American leader in decades to meet with Taiwan's president on U.S. soil. The leaders met yesterday at the Reagan Library in California, despite strong protests from China, which considers the island part of its territory. Speaking after the meeting, Taiwan's president said she was grateful for the U.S. support.
It is no secret that today, the peace that we have maintained and the democracy which have worked hard to build are facing unprecedented challenges. I reiterated Taiwan's commitment to defending the peaceful status quo. Taiwan is grateful to have the United States of America by our side as we confront the unique challenges of our time.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now, along with foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's in Beijing. Good morning to you both. So, Ryan, I want to start with you. First, can you just walk us through yesterday's meeting? What exactly did both leaders discuss?
Well, what they really talked about, Zinkley, was the continued commitment that the United States has to developing a very careful relationship with Taiwan. Of course, the U.S. does have a strict adherence to the one China policy, which dictates that China is in control of Taiwan, but at the same time wants to allow Taiwan to exist as a democratic state. And you heard Kevin McCarthy talk about a lot of things, and that includes the sale of weapons to Taiwan as something that the United States plans to continue to do. Take a listen to McCarthy's remarks.
We must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage.
And I want to point out the people standing behind Kevin McCarthy in that shot. There were a number of Democrats. This was certainly a bipartisan congressional delegation to meet with the Taiwanese president, a signal that the United States government, both Republicans and Democrats, continue to support Taiwan's effort to have at least some level of independence separate from China.
And Janice, I want to bring you in here. We know Beijing, not surprisingly, has condemned this meeting. Tell us a bit more about that reaction and whether or not we should be bracing for any retaliation in the Taiwan Strait.
Well, Chinese officials were condemning the meeting before it even happened, issuing the threats of retaliation that you would expect, accusing the U.S. of, quote, conniving to support Taiwan independence by hosting this meeting on American soil. You'll recall last summer when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, there were unprecedented Chinese military drills in response. They effectively blockaded the island. There's the possibility that that could happen again. But for now, it appears to be a restrained response. There is some activity in the area. There's a Chinese aircraft carrier in the region, as well as Chinese jets flying over the strait. But officials in Beijing today almost scoffed at the idea that there would be this massive military response. And they've hinted at Beijing using a different playbook. And it's why it's important in looking at the reaction to widen the lens, so to speak, on everything else that was happening here today with high-profile visits and China really trying to position itself as more of a global diplomatic player.
And Janice, obviously, this is in the context of already strained relations between the U.S. and China. So what are the implications here for the United States?
Well, China had warned that there could be severe implications for the U.S.-China relationship, which is already at a low. There are no talks on any issue between the U.S. and China, not even climate change. You contrast that with what has been a parade of high-profile visitors to Beijing over the past couple of weeks. The leaders of Germany, Brazil, Spain, the foreign ministers from Japan and New Zealand, and today, French President Emmanuel Macron arriving for a 3-day state visit. He's down the street right now having dinner with Xi Jinping. He'll have 6 hours of private meetings with Xi, and in that time he wants to use it to be able to influence Xi Jinping to use his clout with Vladimir Putin to bring about an end to the war in Ukraine. I talk about all of this because it's important to show that there are now several countries that are approaching China differently than the U.S. in trying to forge ahead with relations.
Brian, Janice, thank you so much.
All right, coming up this morning, escalation in the Middle East after a second night of violence at a holy site in Jerusalem. We'll bring you the latest.
And a war of words. Russian President Vladimir Putin is now blaming the U.S. for the war in Ukraine. His message in front of world ambassadors coming up on Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. We're turning overseas now, where a holy site turned to a place of violence. Just last night, tensions between Israeli police and Palestinians hit a boiling point during this sacred week for three major religions. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the story.
A frenzy of violence at one of Jerusalem's holiest sites, threatening to ignite the region. Video showing Israeli riot police storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque, beating people inside with guns and nightsticks. Palestinians responding by shooting fireworks inside the religious compound. Police say they went in after extremists barricaded themselves inside overnight and stockpiled improvised weapons. But Palestinians say they were sleeping in the mosque as part of a Ramadan tradition. They attacked us inside there. All the young people inside are suffering, she says. Around 400 arrested and dozens injured, according to Palestinians, and Israeli troops on high alert.
This is the Lion's Gate. It's one of the main entrances to the Al-Aqsa complex, and you can see heavily armed Israeli security forces control the way in and out.
The violence, a grim start to Passover, the major Jewish holiday which will last for the next 8 days, with fears of more to come in the final weeks of Ramadan, the holy month for Muslims. Some of those concerns realized just hours after the raid in Jerusalem. Rockets fired by Palestinian militants from Gaza. Israel responding with airstrikes against the militant group Hamas. Al-Aqsa is the third holiest site in Islam, but sacred also to Jews who call it the Temple Mount. It's the most sensitive spot in Jerusalem and a historic flashpoint. 2 years ago, clashes at the mosque helped ignite an 11-day war in Gaza. And in 2000, a controversial visit by Israeli leader Ariel Sharon sparked 5 years of violence. Now worries the delicate balance at the holy site may be falling permanently apart.
How does it feel for you to see violence like that in this holy place?
It's heartbreaking.
Dr. Mustafa Abu Sway is part of the council that administers the mosque on behalf of the world's Muslims.
Al-Aqsa Mosque is part of the faith of almost 2 billion people. It's very, very important, and it has been a mosque for 1,500 years, and this is very important. Let's not be drawn in the details. The big issue here is that it's part of an occupied city.
Easter, Passover, and Ramadan all arriving at the same time this year, celebrated in a holy city on edge.
Our thanks to Raf Sanchez for that report. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's looking to calm the situation at the mosque, but the Islamic militant group Hamas says they are looking to defend their holy site with force if necessary.
Russian President Vladimir Putin scolded the United States and European Union during a ceremony yesterday in Moscow. It was welcoming new ambassadors and directly addressing the incoming U.S. envoy, Lynn Tracy. Putin blamed Washington for escalating the war in Ukraine. He relayed a similar message to the European Union's new ambassador. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more.
Well, we heard from Vladimir Putin last night. This was a typical kind of diplomatic event where he was accepting the credentials of incoming ambassadors, including Lynn Tracy, the American ambassador to Moscow, who was just confirmed back in January. Now, Putin, in an awkward moment, turned to the U.S. ambassador and started lecturing and scolding her about what started this war. Now, according to Putin, this war started because the U.S. backed, and this has all been denied many, many times by the U.S. and other actors, backed what he called a coup d'etat here in Ukraine back in 2014. He says that the U.S. was, instrumental in fomenting the so-called revolution of dignity. That's what it's called here, that ousted a pro-Russian president. And that's what caused Putin to invade in the eastern part of the country and in the southern Crimean Peninsula. Now, right after these awkward comments that really put the new U.S. ambassador on the spot, Putin dismissed everyone and retired. And that's because he's terrified still of COVID-19. And that's one of the insights we also got yesterday from new information, new testimony from a senior elite member of Putin's force. Now, this is somebody who is very close to Putin. He has since defected to the West, and he came out saying that Putin is paranoid. He's, again, terrified of COVID-19. He's ensconced himself into his own private quarters. He doesn't take advice from almost any of his, except for a small shilla of senior advisors. He doesn't really have access to the internet or even a cell phone, and he drives around on his own private train system. He doesn't even use planes. Well, this just gives us an insight into a president who has launched a disastrous invasion of this country and why this president, Vladimir Putin, might be continuing this invasion despite the fact that it is not going well, to put it mildly.
All right, Matt, thank you.
More international headlines now. A tragedy at a daycare in southern Brazil has left 4 children dead.
Ali Aruzzi joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. An axe-wielding man went on a rampage at a creche in southern Brazil, killing 4 children between the ages of 4 and 7 and injuring 5 others before turning himself over to the police. Desperate and frenzied parents rushed to the daycare center as police investigated the scene. The motive wasn't immediately clear, but police say the 26-year-old man had a history peppered with drugs and violence. Controversial former Italian Prime Minister and media mogul Silvio Berlusconi has been diagnosed with leukemia, a cancer of the blood cells, according to an informed source close to the matter. The news comes a day after Berlusconi, who's 86 years old, was admitted to the emergency room in a hospital in Milan with breathing problems. And finally, we've all seen the movie Snakes on a Plane. Well, life seems to be imitating art after a South African pilot was forced to make an emergency landing when a 5-foot deadly cobra slithered past him and curled up under his seat. The pilot collected himself, very coolly informed the passengers of what was going on, and proceeded to make an emergency landing. He's been praised for keeping calm and landing the plane and potentially saving everybody's life on board. And guys, check under your desk just in case.
Actually,
no, Allie, no, that's scary.
I don't think I could safely land a plane with that, but impressive feat nonetheless.
Wow.
Allie Ruzi, thank you so much.
All right, coming up this morning, a long road to recovery for the South and Midwest after a series of deadly storms. When we come back, we'll be joined by Highway Patrol officials in Missouri to get the latest on the conditions.
Plus, how that recent storm activity could be a warning sign about the impacts of climate change. This is Morning News Now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back. We're continuing our coverage of the extreme weather sweeping across the Midwest and the South, as at least 5 people are reported dead after a devastating tornado hit southeastern Missouri Wednesday. The storm, categorized as a high-end EF2 by the National Weather Service, left a path of destruction that tore through several communities in Bollinger County. In a press conference yesterday, the governor of Missouri spoke about the devastation and the state's long road to recovery.
I think when you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover. It's a long journey ahead for the people that live here. The President of the United States called me on the way here, wanted to make sure that all the people here knew that he was thinking about them. Anything he could do to help, he offered those services. So there's a lot of work to be done after today. But again, right now it's about the families, it's about the loved ones, it's about picking up the pieces.
Sergeant Clark Parrott from the Missouri State Highway Patrol joins us now to discuss the situation there. Thanks so much for joining us, Sergeant. So what's the situation like this morning, and have there been any more reports of injuries?
No, we have not had any more reports of injuries. As the governor said yesterday, and the colonel of the Highway Patrol, we had 5 injured and 5 fatalities as a result of the storm. We're not anticipating any more, just based on the technology and the resources that were used yesterday. A home-by-home search was conducted in the affected area, and everybody that was in the path of the tornado has been accounted for. And so, as the governor said, today we start picking up the pieces and moving forward.
And Sergeant, as you speak, we're taking a look at some aerial views of the destruction. Just so many homes and structures there clearly impacted by this. Have you been able to fully survey the damage yet? Do you guys have a grasp of it?
Well, we're still doing that. We used unmanned aerial vehicles and some drones yesterday. The Highway Patrol, we flew our helicopter throughout the extensive portion of the area just to kind of get a sense of it. Now we're going back out on the ground today. And, today is going to be as important as yesterday. Yesterday was the initial shock, but then today is helping the people pick up the pieces and start to rebuild their lives. As you can see from some of the video, some of these people lost their homes, their possessions, and sadly, 5 people lost their lives. But on the flip side of that, just the spirit of unity that has come into the community, and you can see the volunteers have just poured in from all over Missouri and the Midwest. So that's where we're at today.
So much devastation. Certainly glad people are on their way to help. We do have a soundbite from someone who lives in Glen Allen there in Missouri talking about the destruction. Let's take a listen.
There's a lot of memories that came from that building right there. A lot of work and hard work, sweat and tears. But yeah, emotionally, it's hard to take. Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So much heartbreak for so many people. So as families look to start recovering, what are their biggest needs right now?
Well, we are having a meeting here shortly at the high school, at Woodland High School, to organize and process all of the needs that have come in. Yesterday afternoon, when all the churches got together, had a prayer vigil, and then they started compiling a list of the needs. We're going to go through that and try to marry that up with all the resources that came in. You would not believe the amount of donations, water, food, clothing, anything you can think of was delivered to the area yesterday. So we're just going to go through that today with those officials and get the help out there where it needs to go.
Well, and there's so many short-term needs, but looking more long-term, Sergeant, it takes so long to recover from one of these things. What do you think that Glen Allen, these other communities, are going to need to actually recover from this in the long term?
Well, you're going to need a lot of help. As the governor said yesterday, a lot of times in these things, there's thresholds for assistance from the state or federal side of it. And obviously a town, it's not as big, Glen Allen is maybe not going to meet those thresholds. So they're going to need a lot of help from a lot of different sources. And, that process starts today.
It certainly does. Hopefully that help actually does come through. Sergeant Clark Parrott, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
And keeping with severe weather coverage, the recent spattering of tornadoes is a reminder that weather warning systems are urgent and necessary. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander reports on new research to save lives as the traditional path of these storms is changing.
In the fields of southern Tennessee, it's sunny skies now.
Ready? Okay.
But this team, led by atmospheric scientist Karen Kosiba, is preparing for the storm.
Essentially, the goal is to put yourselves right in the path of these storms.
Yeah, Perils really is trying to get right in the path of these storms. We're trying to get slightly ahead of them.
Meet the Perils Project.
I can see that from here.
A unit deploying radars, sensors, and scientists in storm after storm, all specifically to study tornadoes in the southeast, which researchers say are growing more frequent and more deadly.
We're trying to understand better these storms, where they're going to produce tornadoes, what the environment looks like before these storms produce tornadoes, so we could better predict tornadoes in the southeast.
Why are these storms so dangerous?
These storms are dangerous for many reasons. First of all, they can occur at off hours, so when people aren't prepared for tornadoes.
Tornadoes like the ones that ravaged parts of Mississippi last month and just days ago tore through Arkansas and Tennessee.
There's a high population density in the southeast, so these storms and these tornadoes have the potential to impact lots of towns or lots of people.
Historically, the Great Plains is considered Tornado Alley, the area with the highest frequency of these storms. But that trend has started to shift. Research shows over the past 4 decades, there's been an increase in the number of tornadoes in the southeast. This was the 5th straight year that's produced a powerful EF4 tornado in the month of March, 4 of those in the southeast.
Will this research help create more accurate forecasts?
Yes, we really want to get better warnings out there, better predictability, and really make sure people could take the actions that they need to be in a safe place.
Providing critical seconds that could save countless lives. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, St. Joseph, Tennessee.
Fascinating stuff, Blaine. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, from now hiring to not hiring.
New data show the economy may be starting to cool. We'll break down the numbers that are raising new concerns about a possible recession.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New data just out showing some potentially concerning signs about the state of the economy. The March jobs report shows that companies added fewer jobs than expected.
This comes as wage growth is also slowing, which could point to signs that the economy is starting to cool, and questions of a possible recession may be still on the horizon. Caleb Silver is editor-in-chief at Investopedia, and he joins us now to make sense of these numbers. Caleb, good morning. So how do the numbers from March compare to those of February when it comes to jobs added?
Yeah, we're going to get the March non-farm payrolls report tomorrow for the month of March, but already during this week we've gotten the JOLT report. That's the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey, and private payrolls. Both are showing some signs of slowing. There's still just under 10 million jobs available in the country, so still plenty of jobs out there. But we also saw private payrolls yesterday growing slower than expected. And you're hearing about layoffs in finance, you're hearing about layoffs in tech. Those are starting to bleed through other parts of the economy. That said, we've still added 5.6 million jobs since the beginning of 2022. This is the most aggressive hiring I think we've ever seen in this country.
Yeah, we've had some good jobs reports. We've continued to be surprised by the number of jobs added. So do the fears of a recession, do you think those are still valid?
Yeah, because the economy is slowing in terms of growth. GDP, the way we measure it, is slowing. The Federal Reserve is only predicting about 0.8% growth this year, and then only about 1.2% next year. But if it is a recession we're in or going into, it's unlike one we've ever been in before. The unemployment rate below 4%, you rarely see that during a recession. You rarely see this robust hiring across different sectors of the economy. And if you look at manufacturing and consumer spending, we're still kind of hanging in there. So this may be what we call a growth recession in economics.
Why do you think that contrast is that you're describing, those low numbers when it comes to unemployment, and yet we're still seeing this?
There's a supply-demand imbalance in the labor market. You still have industries like leisure and hospitality that have fewer jobs today than they did in 2019. You still have other sectors that are growing. Auto sector is still looking for workers because there's a lot of demand there, but we don't have a lot of demand in other sectors of the economy. So it's an imbalance in the labor market, a supply and demand imbalance, and that's why we have this weirdness in the labor market and in this unemployment report. Tomorrow, we want to see if that unemployment number climbs above 3.6% where it is right now, because the Fed wants it higher than 4%, and the next Fed meeting, guys, is only in 27 days and 6 hours, not that I'm counting.
Do you think they're going to change their tune on these interest rates?
They may slow, they may not hike. If we look at where Fed fund futures are, this is where people are predicting the Fed's going to do next month. There's only about a 50% chance, slightly less, that the Fed will raise interest rates again another 0.25%.
So interesting timing here tomorrow for that jobs report tomorrow. The markets are closed for Good Friday. Do we expect, depending on those numbers, the effects to be seen on Monday then when the markets reopen?
Yeah, I think investors are in this weird place right now where there's some alternatives to stocks right now. You can get money out of the bank, CDs, money markets, the bond market. But right now, investors are just waiting to see what the Fed's next move might be. And this jobs report may make the Fed cool its jets a little bit more at that next meeting in 27 days.
Well, I'll be watching. Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, more financial headlines now. Inflation costs seem to be affecting how much consumers are, of course, spending at retailers, including warehouse giant Costco.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Costco reporting the first monthly sales drop in nearly 3 years. The warehouse retailer says falling gas prices and the impact of foreign currencies on the dollar impacted results. The company also noting year-over-year inflation for fresh food and various other goods was down from February. Higher food prices helped retailers and grocery stores' sales and profits last year. Industry executives have expressed confidence they can keep charging customers at elevated prices since groceries fall under the category of essential goods. And Google plans to restrict apps that offer loans to individuals from accessing sensitive user data, such as photos, videos, and contact lists. The company is stepping up efforts to combat the rise of predatory behavior from some lenders that harass borrowers to collect debts. The changes to the Google Play Store will take effect on May 31st. And Apple's AirPods could become a standalone product in the future. 9to5Mac and other sites that track the company report Apple has been granted a patent for a redesigned AirPods charging case. The front would have a touchscreen display similar to the Apple Watch. The display would offer media controls and basic apps such as maps, weather, and notifications. Users may also be able to switch between apps using Siri. However, Apple files a lot of patents, and only a few are actually used in real devices. You know, I'm a little bit confused how they would fit the notifications on the AirPods case.
Yeah.
Because it's such a small case.
Yeah.
I know.
It looks like a Tamagotchi kind of. We put a screen on it. Interesting as that.
Also, Pip, I got to say, love the yellow. You look dashing.
Yes. Yeah. You know, we gotta look like a peep ahead of Easter.
Agreed.
I forgot my canary yellow blazer this time.
Next time we'll tell you.
All right, Pippa, thanks so much.
And coming up, it's no longer March, but the madness continues.
Yeah, after the break on Morning News Now, why LSU women's basketball star Angel Reese is calling out First Lady Jill Biden over who she's inviting to the White House. We'll be right back.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. I think we've all made a few regretful purchases, specifically in our 20s. But for Jennifer Aniston, she says she has a few things to say about hers. The Friends star said she spent her first big check from the show on a vintage car. The $13,000 purchase got her a cream-colored Mercedes-Benz 280 SL. Doesn't seem so awful, right? But not long after she drove the new wheels off the lot, the car actually broke down and, quote, never drove again. The actress said she didn't know that you should actually get the car checked out before you buy it, calling the moment a nice 25-year-old mistake. I will say the car I got, good old Hyundai Elantra, is still kicking today.
There you go.
Early 2000s, used, all that.
Early 2000s, too. My first car was like $400, a 1989 Chevrolet Celebrity.
Ooh.
It was a great purchase.
See?
Young me knew what he was doing.
You knew what you were doing, but any regrets? Any regretful purchases?
I just recently, I bought a Star Trek action figure, 7 of 9, for like $70. I don't regret it. My husband, though, maybe not so happy about it.
Well, you know.
Good purchase for me.
What is it? Permission? Forgiveness, not permission.
There you go. That's my motto. All right, Clay, thanks so much. Well, to some sports controversy now. Finally, we're talking about from the basketball court to the court of public opinion here. First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, stirring up some online chatter this week after an invitation to the White House. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
The LSU Lady Tigers crowned the national champs, now taking their victory lap, but it's coming with controversy. It started when First Lady Jill Biden, who went to the finals, broke from tradition, suggesting both teams come to the White House.
We'll have LSU come, but you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game.
Social media erupted, with many pointing out the racial makeup of each team. LSU mostly black, Iowa players mostly white.
Does Dr. Jill Biden understand how this looks? She, white America? Yep. The losing side is white America?
All-American and MVP of the tournament, Angel Reese, calling it, quote, a joke on Twitter and speaking out on the I Am Athlete podcast.
I just know if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be the same. If we were to lose, we would not be getting invited to the White House.
Iowa's head coach preferred to leave LSU in the spotlight, tweeting, a day at the White House should belong solely to the champion, LSU and Coach Mulkey.
It feels like it's
about participation trophies, and that's not where this game should be. We don't need to pat everyone on the back for playing a good game.
The First Lady's press secretary forced to backpedal on the invite, saying her comments in Colorado were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House. That championship drawing record ratings, the game becoming the most watched NCAA women's basketball final in TV history with 9.9 million viewers, and the most viewed college basketball game ever on ESPN. With those viewers came more scrutiny, once again zeroing in on Angel Reese, this time for her numerous "you can't see me" hand gestures towards Iowa player Caitlin Clark, some calling the trash-talking gesture classless. Reese defended herself when asked about it right after the game.
I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this was for the girls that look like me, that's going to speak up on what they believe in.
In fact, Clark used the same gesture just 2 games earlier and defended Reese.
She should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized.
Critics saying the reaction showed a double standard.
We all know that there's a white-black issue here, because the fact of the matter is when Caitlin did it, people were celebrating it, and they were talking about nothing but her greatness. But then the second a sister stepped up and threw it back in her face, now you got half the basketball world saying, well, you know what, that's not the classiest thing to do.
Yeah. Regardless the kind of attention, all of it a clear sign that the women are stepping into center court.
You have people arguing about officiating, arguing about taunting. These are things casual sports fans care about and can talk about. So it just had all of the right ingredients for a breakout moment for women's basketball, and that's what happened.
Valerie Castro reporting there. Well, despite player Angel Reese's comments, the team's athletic department says they would certainly accept an invitation from the White House. So there's more to come on that story.
For sure.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Happy Thursday and good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, Heartland havoc. Millions of Americans are waking up to the fallout from another round of ruthless weather across the Midwest and the South. A massive tornado killed at least 5 people, leveled homes, and forced families to take cover.
I was praying, hoping that we would get through it. We ran inside, ran in the bathtub. And it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Now, as communities start to pick up the pieces, we're looking into the troubling trend that could have 2023 shaping up to be a historic year. On the record, in an unprecedented move, former Vice President Mike Pence will not fight an order to testify about conversations with his former boss leading up to January 6th. This comes in the backdrop of former President Trump pleading not guilty to those 34 counts in a separate investigation. We'll have more on the new attacks Trump's now leveling and his new calls to defund the FBI and the Department of Justice. Boiling point. Protesters clashed as China blasts a sit-down meeting between the president of Taiwan and members of the House of Representatives, including Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
I am the Speaker of the House. There's no place that China's going to tell me and where I can go or who I can speak to.
The latest on the new action lawmakers are calling for as intelligence surfaces about a possible Chinese invasion of Taiwan within the next 5 years. And Fly Me to the Moon, the crew of the Artemis II opens up about making history, how the first mission to the moon in more than 50 years is helping pave the way for the future of space travel. Very cool. Excited to get to that one. We do have a lot to get to, and we begin this hour with the latest on the severe weather continuing to sweep across the country.
That's right. There's another threat of storms today in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast expected to impact millions of people. And all this comes as powerful tornadoes and dangerous rain left behind widespread damage in several places, including in Missouri, where a tornado killed at least 5 people and injured several others. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Glen Allen, Missouri, with the latest there. Good morning, Maggie.
Yes, and Clay, Stephen, good morning. It feels like we've been saying this a lot in communities across the country lately, but the devastation here, once again, absolutely astounding. I'm standing in the middle of what we're told was the Glen Allen fire station, and now you can see it's basically just a concrete slab with a bunch of rubble scattered all over it. There's a ladder that we can assume firefighters used at one point. There's some firefighters' uniforms on top of that pile back there. 5 people in this small rural community killed. We're just told 5 more injured, close to 90 homes damaged or destroyed in this latest tornado outbreak that slammed portions of the Midwest and South.
Another batch of severe weather sweeping across the Midwest and South, spawning devastating tornadoes, fierce snowstorms, pounding rains, and whipping winds. It's just the latest in what has already been a brutal week for tens of millions. A massive tornado tearing through Glen Allen, Missouri, claiming at least 5 lives.
Right now, it's about the families, it's about the loved ones, it's about picking up the pieces.
Many terrified residents in the area forced to take cover.
Just how strong you could feel the wind against the bathroom wall. It was just unbelievable.
Just a few hours south of St. Louis, surveyors estimating it was an EF2 tornado with winds topping well over 100 miles per hour. The twister leaving homes in pieces and ripping trees from their roots. Locals now facing a new reality.
Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So far in 2023, there have been at least 481 reported tornadoes, double the average this early in the year.
Power went off and the house just started shaking.
Severe storms also slamming Illinois, leaving communities decimated. The bad weather impacting travel plans, too, with more than 400 flights in and out of Chicago canceled. And even though the calendar says it's spring, a massive snowstorm blanketing parts of the upper Midwest. Road closures and travel advisories forcing truckers to wait out the whiteout conditions.
You just try to do the best you can and get there safely.
So we talked about the number of tornado reports across the country so far this year, close to twice what we would normally see in early April. Another jarring statistic, as of this morning, there have been 68 tornado-related deaths across the country in 2023 so far. And guys, for reference, the average for an entire year is 71. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, thank you so much.
All right, looking ahead now, let's get a check at your Morning News Now forecast.
Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for the latest. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we are watching the chance once again for some strong to severe storms, not the widespread tornado outbreak that we saw the past day and a half and last weekend, but still could see some strong storms, especially in the southern parts of the mid-Atlantic. We have that slow moving cold front. It's the same system that brought the tornadoes yesterday, and it's moving very slowly now, setting its eyes on the east. So we're looking at showers and storms along this front, stretching from the northeast all the way down to portions of the Gulf Coast states into the southeast. You can see how long that is and how long this showers stretch. Now to the south end of the south tail of this cold front, we're looking at a flood risk because we're going to see that sort of parked over that area over the next 3 days. We're looking at really heavy rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So that's a risk there. Back behind this system, as Maggie mentioned, it is chilly in the northern plains. We had the blizzard conditions yesterday. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s, chilly too in the upper Midwest, and cool throughout the central plains into parts of the upper Midwest. The good news is we're looking at sunshine. So any recovery efforts, we're looking at better conditions there. It's down to the south where we're looking at that flood risk. Out ahead of this system, we're looking at summer-like temperatures in New York City. Should reach 80 degrees today. Philly, D.C. also into the 80s. The southeast are going to be above normal, even record-breaking. So as far as the flood alerts go, we're looking at 7 million people impacted. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch because we're going to see that front sort of parked over this area. The next couple of days, we do have flash flood warnings. That's where you see those red boxes, and we'll see those in and out throughout the day. That means flooding is happening right now or it's imminent. You do not want to drive in that. Heed any warnings. Follow the saying, turn around, don't drown. And here's that radar showing us where that cold front is, where the showers are, heavy, heavy downpours. That's going to be a concern over the next several days. You see those colors of yellows, reds, oranges. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling, still seeing some lightning too. So these storms still have electricity. We have lots of warm air in place. As I mentioned, very summer-like. It's humid out ahead of this front. So we're going to see thunderstorms along this front as we go throughout this Thursday. We do have a flash flood risk as well, especially where you see the darker blue. So Jackson, Baton Rouge, also into Texas, Austin, San Antonio, Victoria, Corpus Christi. Because of the multiple rounds of storms and high rainfall rates, we could see flash flooding throughout today into tomorrow. Rainfall rainfall rates is quite a lot. We're looking at several inches where you see the reds and oranges. That's where we're expecting the highest amounts through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, even into the Carolinas. So locally 6 inches or higher as we go throughout Saturday. This is going to be a several-day event, so we're going to really rack up those totals. And then as far as the severe weather threat goes, we're looking at this afternoon into the evening hours once we get the daytime heating going, although we do expect some cloudy skies throughout the day. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour with any of these storms. Isolated hail, an inch or higher, larger, not quite as large as it was the other day. And the tornado threat is low. That's the good news, but still could see a tornado or two. Still could see some pretty gusty storms. Salisbury, Maryland, Richmond, Virginia, Roanoke could see some strong storms. This is what it looks like. We have more storms, some heavy rain today, showers and strong storms in the mid-Atlantic, soaking rain for areas near the western Gulf. And then it's going to move very slowly to the south and east over the next day or two. So it's going to stall, sort of park itself, bringing more rain to the southeast, increased flood risk for eastern Texas and Louisiana. And then as we look towards Saturday, we're looking at more rain to kick off our weekend in portions of the southeast. Localized flooding is possible as wet weather continues in the southeast. And then it's just about the warm weather ahead of this front. We're looking at temperatures into the 80s in New York, D.C., and also Raleigh. Back to you both.
Well, it's like we're stuck on repeat with those severe weather threats. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you. And turning now to the latest new developments this morning in the special counsel's investigation into former President Trump's actions during the January 6th insurrection. According to a spokesman, Vice President Mike Pence will not appeal a judge's order to testify about conversations Pence had with then President Trump. This comes as Trump's legal team gears up for his criminal case in New York. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more.
This latest decision by Mike Pence means federal prosecutors could end up with some new insight into Mr. Trump's pressure campaign to try to overturn the 2020 election, setting up what could be another historic moment on the heels of a week that's already been full of them, as we're seeing new reaction to Mr. Trump's attacks on the investigations he faces and new threats against the judge overseeing the felony case against him. A new move by Mike Pence this morning that could be damaging to his former boss, with a Pence spokesperson saying the former vice president will not appeal a federal judge's order to testify in the special counsel investigation into Donald Trump's push to overturn the 2020 election. That opens the door to new, possibly crucial access to Pence, who witnessed firsthand Mr. Trump's actions leading up to January 6th and could speak about it under oath for the first time. The Trump legal team may still appeal. The special counsel probe, one of 3 investigations the former president faces. Mr. Trump lashing out online, calling for the GOP to defund the DOJ and FBI. Even some of his Republican allies disagree.
I'm not for defunding the police. I think it's a bad idea.
It comes after Mr. Trump pleaded not guilty to 34 charges this week in the Manhattan District Attorney's felony case against him. He's accused of lying about business records related to hush money payments before the 2016 election. The former president's getting new backup from one of his most powerful Republican allies.
Do you worry that he could lose the general election because of this indictment and the other investigations?
I think if someone wants to play with indictments, I think it helps them to campaign better.
And now beefed up security for the judge overseeing the case, with NBC News learning Judge Juan Merchan and his family have received new threats in the 36 hours since Merchan presided over the former president's historic arraignment, according to 2 sources familiar with the matter, who say the threats are unsubstantiated but being investigated. Mr. Trump, who has a history of going after those investigating him, has attacked the judge as recently as Tuesday night.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Those comments coming just hours after Merchan asked all parties to avoid saying anything that could incite violence or jeopardize anybody's safety. Savannah with Mr. Trump's attorney Wednesday.
Did you do what the judge asked you to do and advise him to knock it off?
President Trump heard the judge. He's not done anything to try to incite violence. Clearly, yes.
And going back to this decision by Mike Pence not to appeal that judge's ruling, if he does end up testifying, he will almost certainly become more of a target for Donald Trump on the campaign trail in the political sense. Remember, Pence has not even declared officially he's running for president yet, but he's widely expected to. We're going to get our first look since these new developments at that dynamic when both are set to appear at the NRA convention in Indiana and the Republican National Committee retreat in Nashville next week. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thanks so much.
This morning, Taiwan's president is continuing her visit to the U.S. one day after meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, along with the bipartisan congressional delegation in California. The meeting brought sharp backlash from China, which considers Taiwan part of its territory. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
Good morning, Zinley and Stephen. So overnight, tough words from Beijing about the Taiwan leader's visit. The foreign ministry saying, in response to the serious wrong action of the U.S. and Taiwan, China will take resolute and effective measures to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. And China warning that China's military is always on high alert. With tensions between the United States and China already nearing a boiling point, Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the highest-ranking U.S. official ever to meet a Taiwanese leader on U.S. soil.
America's support for the people of Taiwan will remain resolute, unwavering, and bipartisan.
That message delivered at the Reagan Library, where protesters for China versus those for Taiwan tried to shout each other down. Against the backdrop of an increasingly aggressive China, which claims sovereignty over Taiwan, a self-governing island.
We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat, and the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated.
The meeting was held in the U.S., not Taiwan, at the suggestion of Taiwan's president, after China was outraged, firing missiles over the island when then-Speaker Pelosi visited in August. Relations between Washington and Beijing are at an historic low. Over COVID, TikTok, and U.S. concerns, China is considering selling weapons to Russia for its war in Ukraine, as well as the massive spy balloon. NBC News reporting exclusively this week that it captured and transmitted intelligence from sensitive U.S. military sites before the U.S. shot it down off the Atlantic coast. Do you worry that meeting with President Tsai in the United States is going to further escalate the tensions?
No, it shouldn't by any means. I mean, I would sit down with President Xi. What I think would foster a worse situation is a lack of communication.
Also looming, U.S. intelligence that says China is likely to invade Taiwan within the next 5 years. Wednesday, McCarthy and the other lawmakers calling for increased and more rapid defensive arms sales to Taiwan.
What we're doing today is protecting us 5 years from now if we take those actions.
And another possible flashpoint today, the arrival of a bipartisan House committee led by the Foreign Affairs Chairman in Taiwan, as Congress signals rare agreement from both parties to China that the U.S. will step up arms deliveries to the island. Zinley and Stephen, back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you.
Turning now to a murder mystery in San Francisco this morning. Police are investigating the death of a top tech executive. Authorities say Bob Lee, the chief product officer at Mobile Coin, was stabbed to death near the Bay Bridge around 2:30 in the morning on Tuesday. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer joins us now with the latest on this investigation. Miguel, good morning.
Good morning. Police right now say they are not releasing a lot of details. They don't have a motive and they don't have any suspects. This is a crime that has shocked San Francisco and the tech world.
The shocking and unsolved murder of Bob Lee, the tech titan who was stabbed to death Tuesday in San Francisco, has rattled the city and those who loved him.
Absolute shock and devastation.
We're aiming to lift the entire world into a new era of financial freedom.
Best known for creating Cash App, a mobile payment service, police say Lee was attacked not far from the Bay Bridge at 2:35 a.m. Tuesday. The area, thought to be a safe part of the city, is dotted with surveillance cameras.
Sort of stabbing, beating around.
Before collapsing on a sidewalk, Lee screamed for help on his phone, saying someone stabbed me, according to surveillance footage and records reviewed by the San Francisco Standard. NBC News has not been able to review the recording. After police arrived at the crime scene, the 43-year-old was rushed to a hospital where he died. It comes as San Francisco's homicide rate has climbed in recent years, as have robberies, thefts, and assaults. Amid the stream of condolences on social media, Elon Musk, a critic of the city's safety, wrote, "Violent crime in SF is horrific, and even if attackers are caught, they are often released immediately." Supervisor Matt Dorsey pushing back.
Some of the public safety challenges San Francisco is struggling with aren't just different from public safety challenges facing other cities.
The 43-year-old father of two who had recently moved to Miami was more than a tech icon. His wife saying Bob Lee was the most incredible and beautiful human being. He was everyone's best friend. Police still have no suspects or motive for the murder.
It's going to be hard to imagine a world where you can't call Bob and say, hey, I have this problem I'm thinking through. Can you help me through it? He was an absolutely instrumental person in the tech industry.
This morning, the high-profile murder of a tech pioneer killed while walking the streets in a city under increased scrutiny for its safety.
The San Francisco police chief also released a statement overnight. He said he would not speculate on a possible motive, and he also said he would not release any details into the investigation. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, the latest on the billion-dollar lawsuit against Fox News.
We've got the latest from a ruling, a judge that could put the CEO, Rupert Murdoch, on the stand. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. The Delaware judge overseeing the Fox News Dominion defamation trial says he is willing to force Rupert Murdoch to testify. Judge Davis explained his decision, saying if Dominion moves ahead with a subpoena for Murdoch, he would not reject the motion. Dominion is calling for testimonies from the Fox chairman, his son, and former House Speaker Paul Ryan, who now sits on the Fox board. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with more. Good morning, Jane. So what information does Dominion think the Murdochs will be able to provide by potentially subpoenaing them, in this trial? And why has Fox fought so hard against it?
You know, Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch, the mogul, and his son are key to Dominion's case, to making the case that Fox Corporation, and not just Fox News, publish the claims. Because the Murdochs are so involved in these companies and were involved in the post-election coverage, they're sort of the critical witnesses for their argument that Fox Corporation, this parent company, was also involved in the alleged defamation. Fox, of course, doesn't want to have Rupert Murdoch on the stand. It isn't a good look. And it also isn't sort of helpful for their legal strategy. I mean, juries are unpredictable people, and live witnesses, they're more compelling, more convincing as a rule.
And Jane, in addition to the Murdochs, several other high-profile Fox News employees could be called to testify. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, we're looking to see people like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, Brett Baier, sorry. All of these really top Fox hosts are likely to be on the stand as live witnesses. Some from Fox, people like Brett Baier, and then some like Sean Hannity, that Dominion has said, you know what, we need him on the stand. We need him for our case. This is going to be really some must-see trial. It's a real pity there's not going to be cameras in that courtroom.
And I mean, it's been a week of highly anticipated trials. When are we expecting this one to begin? And is there any chance this case could be settled out of court before even reaching a trial?
Absolutely. I mean, a case like this can be settled at any time. It can be settled up until a jury renders a verdict. I've not seen any signs that it could be settled, but there's always a chance. These defamation cases, they're incredibly unusual, incredibly unpredictable. Jury selection begins in a week, so I'll be in Wilmington, Delaware, watching and reporting for all of you. We'll find out.
Yeah, I know you're going to stay on it. And of course, we've been looking ahead, but let's also take a step back here, because last week the judge ruled there is enough evidence to prove that the statements aired on Fox about Dominion were not true. So how difficult is it to prove defamation against media companies? What kind of evidence do you think Dominion has?
So defamation, it needs knowing falsity, actual malice, which is knowing falsity, or a reckless disregard for the truth at the time they were creating the statements. It needs publication, and it needs all those things. They're already met, of course, as you said, the burden of proving the claims are false. So we're not going to be talking about whether or not election was rigged in this trial. We're going to be talking about what the Fox hosts knew at the time when they were putting these claims, broadcasting these claims on air. Truly historic stuff.
Historic, and we'll be watching. Jane, Tim, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to an update on a 2017 mass shooting in Texas. Victims of the Sutherland Spring church shooting have reached a tentative settlement with the Department of Justice. In that shooting, a 26-year-old ex-service member killed 26 people. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more on this.
That's right. The Department of Justice today announcing a $145 million settlement in the case of that mass shooting in Sutherland Springs back in 2017, where a shooter went into a church during Sunday services and killed 26 people. And that shooter had been an Air Force veteran and had a domestic violence conviction that would have precluded him from buying a gun. But government investigations found that the Air Force failed to turn that information over to the FBI, so it never went into the database, and the future shooter was able to buy assault rifles that he used to murder 26 Americans. And so these families sued the federal government. They won a $230 million verdict last year from a federal judge. But the Department of Justice appealed that verdict. Settlement negotiations ensued, and this deal is the product of that. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has approved it. The plaintiffs have approved it. Now we need a federal judge to approve it, and then the families will get their money. And more than that, what they hope is that there's a renewed emphasis on the government following its own rules in turning over derogatory information about people and making sure they get in that database so that if people are convicted of violent crimes, domestic violence, they can't buy guns. Because that didn't happen in this case, and an Air Force investigation called it an inexcusable failure. Back to you.
All right, Ken, thank you.
International headlines now. Mexican officials have arrested 5 suspects after 4 bodies were found near a popular resort destination in Cancun.
Ali Aruzzi joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Mexican authorities are trying to reassure tourists that the popular resort destination of Cancun is still safe after 4 bodies were discovered in the hotel area zone on Monday. Police have arrested 5 suspects linked to the murder of 4 Mexican nationals that were executed on the spot. The killing is believed to be part of an internal drugs dispute between gang members. Here in the UK, the British government has confirmed that about 500 adult male migrants will be housed in a 3-story, 222-room barge off the UK's southern coast while they wait for their asylum claims to be processed. The move has been criticised by members of parliament and charity who say the barge is completely inadequate to house vulnerable people, nor does it afford them any dignity or respect. And finally, the NBA and big hit music, the label behind pop icon BTS, announced that the South Korean rapper, songwriter, producer, BTS star, and massive basketball fan, Suga, has been named an NBA ambassador. In his new role, he will travel across the globe meeting fans, attend games in the US and Asia, and participate in league promotion. So if you like BTS and basketball, this one's for you.
I was going to say, just when you think BTS can't get any bigger, they go to the big league. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. And coming up, the holiday weekend is almost here, and there's good news if you're a procrastinator looking for an excellent deal.
Why waiting to book your weekend getaway could actually end up paying off. We'll explain coming up next.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Easter Sunday is this weekend, and as holiday festivities get underway, many families are gearing up to take off on vacation. But if you have not booked your trip, you are in luck.
Yeah, you heard that right. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has everything you need to know to get the top travel deals and steals.
Good day. We are in it. This is really the kickoff for a lot of schools, a lot of companies going on spring break now. We have Passover and Easter. And there are a lot of deals, believe it or not, last-minute deals for airfares, for hotels, even for cruises. if you're ready to get up and go. With Passover and Easter falling on the same week this year, right now, get ready for surging holiday travel and some soaring deals. More than 19 million airline seats are booked between today and next Tuesday, an increase of nearly 9% compared to pre-pandemic levels.
It's a combination of two holidays on the same weekend and those holidays falling earlier in the month. So they're coinciding with spring break. So it's a perfect storm of reasons to travel.
But don't worry if you've waited until now to book. Discounts, big ones, are still available. The average price for a round-trip flight this Easter, $286, 20% cheaper than last year. The travel app Hopper still has deals on Easter week, flights to hotspots like Orlando, Las Vegas, and Cancun. And even better prices if you fly between specific cities. Dallas to New York, $130 round trip. Detroit to Atlanta, $84. Austin to Orlando, as low as $73. Last-minute deals are also available at hotels.
Hotels drop prices the few days before check-in if they have unsold rooms. So if you're headed to a big city, maybe New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, you will probably get the best deal for your Easter weekend stay if you book at the very last minute.
Nevada mom Chelsea Figueroa just booked a family Easter trip to Montana and Lake Tahoe for up to half off the regular price.
When I saw these deals, I was like, this is like, it almost doesn't feel real, especially for the holidays.
If you prefer traveling by car, good news. Gas prices have been holding steady. The national price for regular around $3.50 a gallon. But you may want to take that road trip soon. Gas prices are expected to creep closer to $4 a gallon in just a matter of weeks due to the rising cost of crude and increasing consumer demand. If hitting the high seas is more your speed, then the next 2 weeks are a great time to take a cruise. Now is when companies are repositioning their ships to the north for the summer season and offering incredible discounts for the ride.
They want to have people on board because no cruise line ever wants to have an empty ship. So they offer these incentives to get people on board the ship, and so they can do that repositioning.
On Easter Sunday, Norwegian is offering a 5-night cruise, LA to Vancouver, starting at $179. On MSC, an 11-night Caribbean cruise from Orlando to New York starts at $389. Other good travel tips, experts say go during the week instead of on a weekend. Flights and hotels are pricier and more crowded Friday through Sunday. And to avoid getting stranded, like in last spring's airline meltdown, consider buying trip protection. So if your flight is canceled or you miss a connection, you can immediately rebook, regardless of the carrier. Finally, when possible, take the first flight out. Flights departing after 9 a.m. are twice as likely to be delayed as those leaving before 8 a.m. All right, if you want to go international, this is a pretty good time because the exchange rate right now for the dollar compared to other currencies is pretty favorable. In fact, AAA says it's seen a 30% increase in people choosing to go international. But a lot of European airlines are starting to cut back on their flights because they're having staffing issues. So you may need to go ahead and book those international flights right now if you're interested in doing that. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, one of the biggest golf tournaments of the year is teeing off.
Why this year's Masters is really unlike any other.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. It's been 20 years since the passing of former NBC News correspondent and Weekend Today co-anchor David Bloom.
Yeah, hard to believe it's been that long. This morning, NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander reflects on Bloom's life and legacy.
Good day to you. For so many of us, David Bloom and his family are really just frozen in time. David shaking the sand out of his hair in Iraq. His 3 beautiful daughters, then just little girls, are now adults, an actor, a paralegal, and a grad student. There really is no better way to honor him than to hear their memories, stories about their dad, whose reporting captivated the country and who was equally larger than life at home.
David Bloom was committed, compelling, and courageous. On camera, he shined, so talented and tenacious. Covering the world's biggest stories from 9/11.
40 more stories of concrete, steel, and iron crashing to the ground.
To the U.S. invasion of Iraq.
This sandstorm has been pounding these troops here in the 315 Infantry.
Sometimes we look back and think about what it would have been like if he was still around, and I don't know. I think he would have been going to the most dangerous parts of the world. Yeah, he's still seeking those stories.
Sad news today from the front lines of Iraq. NBC's David Bloom, a husband and father, adventurous spirit, and our colleague, died overnight.
David collapsed while embedded with a third ID as it rolled north toward Baghdad. A blood clot from deep vein thrombosis traveled to his lungs. Beloved for his boyish enthusiasm, David Bloom was just 39, leaving behind wife Melanie and their young daughters, 9-year-old twins Christine and Nicole, and Ava, just 3. To the girls, he wasn't David, he was dad, and a huge ball of energy.
He would carry the 3 of us up our staircase at the same time with a twin under each arm and me on his shoulders.
Oh my gosh.
And he would pretend to lose his balance until we were all screaming and laughing.
For the twins, now 29, some moments are seared into their memories.
The last moment that we saw him, we were all like huddled in our front entryway in our house. We all held hands in a circle and said that our father, and he hugged us all goodbye, and then he got in his black town car and drove down the street, and he stuck his hand out and was waving to us like the whole way down the street. After he passed, I had like recurring dreams that he was coming back down the street in that town car, and he was coming home again.
Nicole shared with us some of her dad's last words to them. Always unselfish, he wanted to make sure his daughters were too.
So when you're missing me, as I am missing you, remember to say a prayer for all the other boys and girls who are missing their mommies and daddies too. And yes, my dear sweet girls, when I'm a little bit scared, I promise you I will remember you and your mom, and I will know in my heart just how much you love me. To the moon and back, right? Love, Daddy.
Years later, David's soundman, Bobby Lapp, returned to Iraq and brought home sand from near where their dad passed.
Makes you feel close to your dad even to this day.
Absolutely. A moment in time that really changed our family, and having a physical piece of that is really meaningful.
Seems like faith has helped all of you in its own way.
Yeah, absolutely. After he passed, I used to keep a diary that I would write to him. Like, it was random, but I would say, instead of dear diary, I would say, dear daddy, and I would just, yeah, and if I was struggling with something, I'd be like, can you please help me? And kind of like reaching out to him up in heaven.
So, who knows what this is?
Oh my gosh, is that?
Oh my goodness,
This is the Bloomobile.
Oh my gosh.
We brought David's girls and their mom, Melanie, to see David's dream, the one-of-a-kind vehicle he helped design. to bring NBC's viewers to the war's front lines.
I'm so grateful that he was able to talk to each one of his girls and to me within 24 hours of losing his life.
What would David think of these girls, these women, today?
I think looking down, he's got to be so proud of the young ladies that they've become.
It was such an honor getting to spend a day with the Bloom family. I've loved becoming good friends with them over the years. They are all doing so well. Clearly, those girls are so beautiful and so impressive. Melanie has remarried an awesome guy, Dan, who has been there for their big moments, but has always let David be their dad. Back to you.
Yeah. Wow. Such a moving story and such critical work.
Yeah, we appreciate Peter bringing us that story and the Bloom family for sharing that that heartbreak, but also how they're keeping his memory alive.
Yes, forever a member of the NBC family.
Absolutely. All right, let's turn now to some financial headlines. American Airlines making changes to its frequent flyer program.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, it's the end of an era. American Airlines has become the final major U.S. carrier to scrap its Saver award charts, a move it announced was coming last year. From here on out, AA Advantage Travel Awards will be dynamically priced, meaning American can adjust the award rate for any given flight. That could hurt flyers who like to maximize their points and miles to enjoy the predictability of awards levels. And Disney has a new streaming chief. Joe Early will lead the company's direct-to-consumer unit for entertainment, a role that gives him oversight of Disney Plus and Hulu. Early is currently the head of Hulu and was involved in the launch of Disney Plus. Disney's streaming business is under scrutiny by CEO Bob Iger, who has expressed concerns about how much is being spent on content. The future of Hulu is also up in the air. Disney owns 2/3, while NBC Universal parent company Comcast owns the rest. And under terms of their partnership, either party can force a sale to the other next year. And Lamborghini taking the wraps off its first ever plug-in hybrid car this week. The Revuelto, which is Spanish for scrambled, has 3 electric motors as well as a V12 gas engine. The 2 systems can produce more than 1,000 horsepower. It will have 13 different drive modes ranging from front-wheel drive, low-speed cruising to high-powered aggressive track driving. Lamborghini hasn't yet announced a price but says it will cost significantly more than the models they replace. What is high-powered aggressive track driving?
I'm looking at Steven here because
yeah, I have no idea. The name, though, Revuelto, scrambled, that's a little random.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Pippa, thank you so much.
All right, an exciting weekend awaits for golf fans. The 87th Masters Tournament gets underway today at Augusta National.
This is the first major of the season on the PGA Tour, and there are several storylines we'll be following. For more on this, we're joined by Ron Syrak, a Golf Channel contributor. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. So all eyes are on defending champions Scottie Scheffler and, to a lesser extent, Tiger Woods. What are your thoughts as this first major of the year gets underway?
Well, only 3 players have successfully defended the championship at the Masters. Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, Tiger Woods, all 3 of them are in the World Golf Hall of Fame. So it's very, very difficult to do. But Scottie Scheffler has not only the game to do it, he's got the mindset to do it. He's a very relaxed, very low-keyed person. He won't be distracted by the hoopla. I expect to see Scottie in contention this week. As for Tiger Woods, the bad news for him is the weather's supposed to turn bad, particularly over the weekend. It's going to be raining. It's going to be in the low 50s. For somebody who's had as many surgical repairs done to his body, that's going to be a real test for him. And Augusta National is one of the hardest walks in golf. Very hilly golf course.
All right, let's talk about Rory McIlroy, 4-time champion. Some say this could be his time for a green jacket. He fell just short last year. So what are things looking like for him over the next couple days?
Yeah, this is he needs the Masters to complete the career Grand Slam, something only 5 players have done. This is his 9th try at trying to complete the career Grand Slam. He got the British Open in 2014. He's playing really well right now. He's also given himself the added pressure of being one of the spokespeople for the anti-live faction among professional golfers, and that's put more pressure and more tension on him. But his ball striking is so good, particularly if the weather turns bad this weekend, as it's supposed to. he's such a good ball striker that he's going to be able to play well in those conditions.
And Ron, I know this may be an interesting tournament for those who have been following the ongoing feud between the PGA and LIV, the new Saudi back tour. What can we expect there?
Well, there's 88 players in the field. 18 of those are from LIV golfers. A half dozen of those are in it because they are past Masters winners. From everything that I've heard down there, the players are getting along with each other well. There's no animosity that's out there. Of those 18 LIV golfers in the field, the one who probably is considered among a top contender is Cameron Smith, who won the Open Championship at St. Andrews last year. It's going to be interesting to see. Greg Norman, the CEO of LIV, has said if one of the LIV golfers does win it on Sunday, the other 17 LIV golfers will be around the 18th green to embrace that person. That'd be something interesting to see.
Wow, certainly would be interesting to see. So, Ron, what other storylines, what else should we be looking for this weekend?
Well, you know, this is the cathedral of golf in the United States. Augusta National is just such a particularly unique place. I think that there's some people who are a little bit off the radar screen who could play themselves into contention. And again, bad weather frequently brings people you're not thinking about into the mix. But players like Max Homa and Sam Burns, Cameron Young are all players who were really, really good. Probably not amongst the top 10 favorites coming into this, but could have a real chance come the weekend.
Well, we'll be watching. Ron, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up this morning, shooting for the moon.
The crew of Artemis 2 talks about their history-making voyage and the future of space travel next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back. It may only be Thursday, but that will not stop us from getting into a little Saturday Night Fever. John Travolta's iconic white three-piece suit from the classic is up for auction, and get this, it's expected to sell for about $200,000. In the movie, of course, Travolta dances all over with that white ensemble. According to the group organizing this auction, the suit is one of only 2 known to exist that were used in the actual production of that movie. This auction takes place in just a couple weeks, and it features some other pretty cool classic items from Tinseltown, like Harrison Ford's machete from Indiana Jones, and my personal favorites in Clay, the hoverboard from Back to the Future, Part 2.
Whoa.
Very cool.
I mean, that would be a fun, fast way to get to work, Steve.
There you go, a hoverboard, and not the wheel kind, the real thing.
The real kind.
Yeah.
Stephen, thank you. Turning now to an emotional farewell. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern gave her final address to the nation yesterday, and both her words and cultural impact are touching hearts around the world. NBC foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more.
Jacinda Ardern never thought she'd make it here. Wearing a korowai, a Maori feather cloak today, she bid farewell to Parliament.
I've always believed this to be a place where you can make a difference. I leave knowing that to be true.
Taking stock of her time in office.
A domestic terror attack, a volcanic eruption, a pandemic.
The terror attack in Christchurch humbled her, she said, and she will now work to combat violent extremism. At just 37 years old, she was New Zealand's second youngest leader in more than 150 years. She was the second world leader after Pakistan's Benazir Bhutto to become a mother in office, making headlines when she brought her 3-month-old daughter to the UN General Assembly. But today was about gratitude, about imploring her colleagues to do more on climate change, and most powerfully, about leaving the door firmly open.
You can be anxious, sensitive, kind, and wear your heart on your sleeve. You can be a mother or not. You can be a nerd, a crier, a hugger. You can be all of these things. And not only can you be here, you can lead just like me.
Setting a legacy she hopes will be followed. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Earlier this week, we introduced you to the 4 astronauts headed to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. They'll be orbiting the moon as part of the Artemis II crew. Their goal? To set up NASA for a future mission to land on the moon and eventually for a journey to Mars. They joined our colleagues on the Today Show earlier this morning to talk about this historic mission.
Your first reaction is just, for us, for me, it was almost calming, like, okay, now we can get to work. We know who's going to be on this crew. First, I wanted to know who am I going with, and I've got basically the best crew you could ever wish for in Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. And then you want to call your family. I called my dad. Yeah. I told him this is a huge secret. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. And then I started getting texts from all my neighbors. And everybody, and I've been visiting, like, the blimp flight overhead.
Operational security, not the dad. Okay, he's the leak. He's the leaker. How about you, Captain Glover?
My first reaction was shock. I was just shocked. Then I realized I'm sitting next to my boss and his boss, and I probably better respond. So, yeah. Yes, Coach, put me in. I'm ready to play.
Well, when we talk to you, Christina, you have more experience, as we were saying, than all 3 of these gentlemen combined. But I was imagining you as a little girl in space camp. I think it was back in the 90s.
That's true.
There you were, probably dreaming of a moment like this. Absolutely. What does it feel like to finally actually know? Is that you?
Look at that.
Look at you, girl.
Look at you now.
So
I need to talk to someone
about that. Tell us what it feels like to get to this moment.
It's an absolutely incredible moment, you know, to have the opportunity to give back to the people that were inspiring me when I was that young little girl, and to eventually realize the dreams that were in the posters on my wall as a kid, and to be here in a time we're going for all and by all. It's an amazing time, and I'm honored to be here.
Captain Hansen, this will be your first visit to space. What is it inside that makes you individuals. I said you guys, we were sitting down, I said you guys have guts. You got guts to go up and to do something that is so courageous and really on the edge of and pushing the limits of what we can do. What is it inside you that makes you want to do that?
I think it's just that spirit of exploration. I mean, all of us, I'm sure, will have moments of fear, and you know, maybe in the days leading up. But right now, we're not scared at all. Like, that doesn't even intimidate us. We're just excited. Like, this is the stuff that has inspired us all of our lives, and we just want to go. We're really excited to get going.
Yeah, Captain Weissman, a lot of people would say, well, we did this 50 years ago, and that was amazing. Why is it important to do it again?
Well, first, we want to go to Mars.
Go to Mars.
And to go to Mars, we got to go first to the moon. We've been doing great work on the International Space Station. But really, at the core, humans are explorers. And we want to motivate the youth of the entire world to go do something great. And you can do it by words, and some people will hear you, or you can do it by action, and the world will hear you. And so we want to inspire.
Two things that become clear to you is that we are on this ship together, and that's all the human life all the life we've ever found. And so it makes you want to take care of that planet, which takes care of us, and it makes you want to take care of each other. You know, you see the world as it is. No labels, no legends. Something for me that's obvious is there's no distance marker telling you how far things are. You have to figure it out for yourself. And when you see the world as it is, you see that there's no division. There's no natural division. We are all on this together. We're one people.
Wow, love that so much. The crew went on to say once NASA is ready to land on the moon, Artemis 2 would be the loudest in the room to cheer them on. They also joked if applications are open, they may put their names in for another trip to space. So cool. So
Already
excited
thinking
for
about
that.
the next one.
Already, yep, and on to Mars.
Yes.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. New this morning, the gun reform battle that's brewing inside Tennessee's state capitol in the wake of last week's tragic elementary school shooting in Nashville that left 3 adults and 3 children dead. Why state GOP lawmakers are trying to expel a group of Democrats from the House as protests there heat up.
Also this morning, we've got the latest on the investigations into former President Donald Trump, with his former Vice President Mike Pence deciding not to appeal a federal order to testify in the special counsel's investigation. But the former president could still try to block his testimony. We'll explain.
Plus, utter devastation across the South and Midwest this morning, and Mother Nature is not letting up. One Missouri county left reeling in the aftermath of a deadly tornado that's killed at least 5 people. We're on the ground there with stories of heartbreak and survival as this massive storm system moves east.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We have a lot to get to this morning.
Yeah, we want to start with the weather and yet another threat of storms coming today, specifically in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast.
So joining us now to break it all down is meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we have another day of storms. We're not expecting widespread tornadic activity like we saw the past day and a half or even the last weekend, but we're still looking at showers and storms. Some could be on the strong side and really heavy rainfall. That's going to be one of the takeaways from this weather event as we head towards the next couple of days. We're looking at downpours. We're looking at rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So we do have flood alerts. 7 million people impacted in the South. So Texas and Louisiana, parts of Tennessee is sort of the area that we're looking at. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch. We have some red boxes too. That's indicating where we have flash flood warnings. That means flooding is happening now or it's imminent, and we're going to see them popping in and out throughout the day because we will see these this rain kind of going over the same areas the next couple of days. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to see where that cold front is, stretching from the northeast all the way down to portions of the south. We're looking at really heavy rainfall. We've been watching this for hours, and that heavy rain has been falling. So where you see the reds, the yellows, the oranges, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. Still seeing some lightning. That's an indication of that these storms are still really electric. They have a lot of energy. It's pulling that moisture off the Gulf, and it's using that energy. And we could see some strong to severe storms in the mid-Atlantic as we head through this afternoon into the evening hours. But as far as the flooding goes, we could see that flooding alert, as I mentioned before, the flood watch. And we do have a flash flood risk as well. That's because we're looking at multiple rounds of storms, high rainfall rates, especially where you see this darker blue, Jackson, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, into Louisiana, into Texas. We're looking at Victoria, Austin, San Antonio, also Corpus Christi. We could see some flash flooding today, and that's going to continue over the next couple of days because there's cold front sinking to the south, and it's sort of going to park itself over this area, and we're going to see rounds of rain over the next 3 days. We could see a lot of rain, stacking up to 6 inches in some spots. Again, the brighter colors, the oranges and reds, is where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain. So throughout Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, but even portions of the southeast, the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Raleigh into Columbia, you could see some heavy rain over the next couple of days. So as far as our severe threat goes, we're going to get the daytime heating going. We have some sunshine outside, a little bit of fog in parts of the northeast and mid-Atlantic. That is lifting. We're getting a little sun. That's going to help aid some of the storms this afternoon into the evening hours. Notice the tornado threat is low. It's not zero, but it's low. That's good news. We're not expecting a widespread outbreak or even strong storms, but we're expecting stronger thunderstorms. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some isolated hail, an inch or larger. Where you see the yellow, that is your slight risk. That's the likeliest spot of seeing some stronger storms. So Salisbury, Maryland into Richmond, Virginia, also Roanoke. But anywhere where you see the green too, we can see some stronger storms. So just prepare yourself as you head out this afternoon into the evening hours. This is the setup. That long stretching cold front we've been dealing with for days is moving slowly to the east. It's moving slowly to the south as well. So showers and storms along that front throughout today, soaking rain for areas near the western Gulf, and that's why we're concerned for some flooding. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at that front stalling. It's sort of going to park itself, and it's going to bring more rain to the southeast. That's going to increase the flood risk for eastern Texas, also Louisiana, where we could see up to 6 inches of rain. And then as we go throughout Saturday, the wet weather continues in the southeast. This is the beginning of the weekend, so that's not great news there. And we're looking at localized flooding possible. That includes portions of the Carolinas. Notice heavy rain over the Carolinas as well. So your overall picture for today, we have that cold front. That's the main focus for our weather events today. Out ahead of the front, really warm. We're going to reach 80 degrees in New York City, 80 in Philly, also D.C., record highs in the southeast. Back behind this front, we're looking at temperatures really chilly, so feeling like winter in the northern plains. It's also cool in the central plains, but the good news is we're going to be quieter there, also portions of the upper Midwest. Notice that 85 in April in D.C. And as we look towards that cooler air, we're looking at Minneapolis by tomorrow, 50 degrees, a little bit warmer than it is today, 55 in Chicago and 60 in Cincinnati. Back to you both.
Michelle, thanks so much.
Well, today's threats comes after a lot of trouble in the weather yesterday, including a deadly tornado that swept through Missouri. At least 5 people were killed there. Several others were left hurt. It also left behind widespread destruction. A large tornado also caused serious damage to Louisville, Kentucky yesterday. The National Weather Service says it's surveying to figure out if a second tornado also touched down there. And in Illinois, a strong storm there caused damage as well. Several homes were leveled, but thankfully no serious injuries were reported. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more of the latest round of severe weather.
Hey guys, good morning from Glen Allen, Missouri. The devastation in this rural community, absolutely astounding. And case in point, you can see we're standing in the middle of what we're told was the Glen Allen fire station. And now it's basically just a big concrete slab with a bunch of debris kind of scattered all over it. You can see a ladder that firefighters apparently used. You can see firefighters' uniforms here in the background. 5 people in this small rural community a couple hours south of St. Louis killed by this EF2 tornado that scientists now say roared through early yesterday morning with winds topping 100 miles per hour. 5 more injured, close to 90 homes destroyed. That tornado, one of close to a dozen that scientists now say touched down across Illinois, Missouri, and Indiana yesterday. That outbreak being just the latest outbreak to slam portions of the Midwest and South over the last few weeks, leaving a death count at this point overall of dozens. Close to 480 tornado reports now reported across 25 states this year to date. That is twice, for reference, the average for this time of year. And on top of that, we have 61 tornado-related deaths. The average for an entire year is 71. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
So much devastation. Maggie, thank you.
Turning now to the latest on the special counsel investigation into former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election.
According to one of the former Vice President Mike Pence's advisors, Pence will not appeal a federal judge's order to comply with a subpoena, paving the way for him to testify in front of that grand jury.
For more, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So it was just last week that Pence was ordered to comply with the subpoena. Pence has already talked about and actually condemned Trump's actions on January 6th. So what more does Pence have to offer to the special counsel that they have not already heard?
Wouldn't we like to know? And that's exactly what the special counsel would like to know. And it's possible that Pence had additional conversations with Trump that might reveal Trump's intent if the special counsel is thinking that he violated laws in relation to January 6th, whether that be inciting a riot, whatever the case may be. But in order to have anything really interesting on Trump, it's going to have to be something that we haven't heard already. And it seems that we've heard most of what Pence and Trump's communications were. I mean, this has been the subject of a lot of investigation. You had last summer the January 6th committee put on a lot of evidence about all the communications, not just between higher-ups, but we heard plenty of testimony from people on staff, people below Pence, below chiefs of staff. So we've gotten a lot of information about the communications around January 6th. If there is something remaining between Pence and Trump, who knows? Only Pence knows for sure. But the special counsel has to cover all the bases, make sure there isn't anything else out there before a decision is made up or down.
And Danny, let's talk about some of former President Trump's rhetoric here. After his arraignment in New York, we know that he went back to Mar-a-Lago and spoke against the judge and Alvin Bragg. And also on social media yesterday, Trump was calling for Republicans in Congress to defund the FBI and defund the DOJ. How does this rhetoric, how does it affect his case?
This appears to demonstrate another of Trump's basic misunderstandings of how the government works, because defunding federal law enforcement wouldn't affect at all state prosecutors or state law enforcement. But guess who is under the rubric of federal law enforcement? The Secret Service. So I don't know if he's looking to defund Secret Service funding. That would be problematic for him. But there is an element of, to the extent the Manhattan DA's office receives federal funding at all, that is something that could be affected. But defunding specifically federal law enforcement, the FBI, the DEA, whatever the case may be, certainly wouldn't affect his prosecution in New York. It probably wouldn't affect his prosecution by the special counsel, should the special counsel decide to prosecute. I mean, after all, yes, the special counsel is part of the executive branch and part of DOJ, but the very definition of the special counsel investigation is that it's insulated. It's in a bubble. It's separate from rest of DOJ. So at least spiritually, that investigation goes on, irrespective of what goes on at Main Justice.
So, Danny, big picture, I know you said spiritually, what should we be on the lookout for as this Trump case moves forward?
Well, the arraignment, which we just had, is an interesting event, if for no other reason than it starts off the criminal case, but it's not very eventful substantively. And folks will may be surprised to find that after that arraignment, there's not a lot of exciting things that happen in a criminal case up till the pretrial motions, any hearings that happen before the trial, and jury selection and trial itself. It's actually pretty quiet between indictment, arraignment, and then the many, many months, sometimes years, between those two events and the actual trial.
All right, more to come on that. Danny, thanks so much. Well, new this morning, the Republican-led House is set to vote on the expulsion of 3 Democratic lawmakers in Tennessee. Representatives Gloria Johnson, Justin Jones, and Justin Pearson are all at risk of losing their seats. Now, this move comes after they took part in anti-gun protests last week, sparked by the deadly school shooting, of course, that happened in Nashville. Pearson had this to say about the vote.
Thousands of people came to the Capitol, mostly children and teenagers, who were asking for the representatives in the State House to do something. They came to the Capitol for us to do something, to pass gun sense legislation, to stop the epidemic of gun violence that took the lives of 6 people in Nashville. Because we went to the House floor to speak up and to hear the voices of our constituents and community who said, we need justice and we need action. The Republican Party has said, you need to be expelled.
It was such a showing from those young people there. Republican lawmakers say the three incited an erection and broke House floor rules after using bullhorns to speak when they had not been recognized. Democrats have responded saying the vote is just anti-democratic. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Nashville with more.
Thousands of students walking out of their classrooms to demand action and to demand change. And we are seeing this happen among students of all ages. And so certainly all eyes will be on the Tennessee state legislature today. And as for what comes next, if these three lawmakers are ultimately expelled, the governor will call for a special election, and those three lawmakers could run again. And if they choose to do so, they are expected to win. Back to you.
All right, Priscilla, thank you.
Also this morning, there are mounting tensions between the U.S. and China after the chairman of the bipartisan House Foreign Affairs Committee led a delegation of lawmakers to Taiwan. The visit comes on the heels of yesterday's meeting between Taiwan's president and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in California. After their meeting, McCarthy vowed to continue supporting the island amid threats from China.
We must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie is in Taiwan, and we're also joined by Janice Mackey-Freyer, who's in Beijing. Good morning to you both. So, Courtney, I want to start with you. Tell us about this congressional delegation in Taiwan. What exactly is the purpose of the visit, and what's on the agenda?
So it's a bipartisan delegation, and their main message here is to show continued unity or solidarity with Taiwan. We've already heard from the head of that delegation, Congressman Mike McCall, a Republican from Texas, and as you mentioned, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We've already heard that message from him. He met with the Taiwanese Vice President Lai earlier today, who had a similar message of how important it is for that the U.S. and Taiwan continue this partnership. Now, as you well know, the U.S. doesn't have official diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but there's been this unofficial relation that's gone on for decades now. This is exactly why China gets so angry, though, about these sorts of high-level delegation meetings, like the one with Congressman McCarthy in L.A. yesterday, and then this delegation here today, because they claim that it violates their sovereignty and violates the one China policy that continues to be the U.S. policy regarding China and Taiwan. Now, another main message, in addition to this show of unity, is foreign military sales, what Congressman McCall is in charge of on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House. And that is this massive backlog. About $19 billion in weapons are backlog that should be sent here to Taiwan. Some of them won't arrive here for years. That's going to be one of his main messages as well, is how can they resolve that and get the defenses here to Taiwan that they're going to need.
And Janice, I want to bring you in because I know you're in Beijing. How's the country reacting to yesterday's meeting between Taiwan's president and Speaker McCarthy? Has there been any unusual activity in the Taiwan Strait since?
Well, in the days leading up to the meeting, Chinese officials were condemning the fact that it was going to happen, and they accused the U.S. of, quote, conniving to support Taiwan independence, which, as Courtney mentioned, would be a violation of the one China policy, which the U.S. subscribes to. Today, there isn't an increased or amplified response or reaction. Beijing officials said that they were not pleased, that there could be a severe impact on the U.S.-China relationship, which we know is already at a low. In terms of increased activity around the Taiwan Strait, there is a Chinese aircraft carrier that's operating in the region. There have been Chinese jets flying over the Taiwan Strait, but that happens almost every day. And there is a marine safety patrol, but it's not the Chinese Navy. Whether there could be something in the days or weeks to come is another matter. You'll remember last summer when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, there were unprecedented military drills that followed. Whether China chooses to take that same route isn't clear. Today, they seem to suggest that almost scoffed at the idea that there had to be this massive military reaction, hinting at this idea that Beijing is actually operating on a different playbook. And what was very important to put some context to the lack of a reaction today was the the fact that there was so much happening here diplomatically with the foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and Iran shaking hands here today, and that state visit by French President Emmanuel Macron, as well as the President of the European Commission. So very diplomatically busy day here today, and Beijing likely not wanting to distract from its diplomacy with military drills in the region.
And Courtney, I mean, it's also busy where you are. What's the situation like in Taiwan, where officials there braced for some kind of retaliation?
Yeah, and they're watching for exactly what Janice was just pointing out. So any uptick in what is a pretty steady state of naval and air activity in the South China Sea, in the Taiwan Strait, straying often into what is considered Taiwanese air defense identification zone, so that essentially Taiwanese airspace into Taiwanese waters. That's not that uncommon, but what everyone here is watching for is something that is more potentially escalatory and provocative, like what we saw after the Nancy Pelosi visit last summer. So you'll recall at that time, there were days and days of live fire drills. It was this unprecedented size of a military response and a military exercise. The belief here is that the response to this time will be more muted. It won't be to that same level, in part because this meeting occurred in the U.S. and not here in Taiwan. The question is, as Janice was just saying, after these delegations that are visiting Beijing right now, after they leave China, will we see something more potentially provocative or escalatory from the Chinese military, or will we just continue to see this very fiery rhetoric that's been coming out of China for the past several days regarding this meeting? And everyone here is braced for some sort of a response. It's just not really clear exactly what it's going to be yet.
I mean, such high stakes. And while we have you, also, Janice, I wanted to ask about the visit to Beijing by French President Emmanuel Macron. We understand he's been putting pressure on President Xi over the war in Ukraine. Tell us about that meeting.
Well, Macron will have 6 hours of private meetings with Xi Jinping, which is not insignificant. They're having a state dinner tonight. They'll go to Guangzhou tomorrow. He's trying to use the time, he says, to win Xi Jinping over, to use his clout and his influence with Vladimir Putin to try and come to an end, to have the war in Ukraine come to an end. Macron isn't clear on whether he's made much progress, but he says that, quote, we as Europeans would be making a mistake if we allowed Russia to be the only European country talking to China. And what this visit also shows is that there are several countries that are now taking a different approach to their relations with Beijing as compared to the U.S.
Really important reporting from you both, Janice in Beijing, Courtney in Taiwan. Thanks so much.
All right, turning now to a prank gone wrong. Very wrong. A YouTuber known for making jokes on social media rubbed one participant the wrong way, and that led to gunfire. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more.
So let's run it.
This is 21-year-old Tanner Cook,
You know this guy?
a budding comedian who posts videos regularly to his channel Classified Goons.
Welcome back to another video. And in this video, I want to be going up to people and accusing people of flirting and see what type of reactions we get.
He's known for ruffling feathers.
Get the hell out of here. Why? Because you're an asshole.
Sometimes to the point security or police are called.
You're going to get arrested for trespass. I need your legal first and last name, and you will go to jail.
But his latest stunt was met with gunfire. When a shopper Cook was trying to prank got offended and shot him, according to Cook's family.
They were trying to, get a rise out of him or whatever it was, and they got one.
Cook's father, Jeremy, telling our affiliate WRC the shooting nearly took his life.
Went through his stomach and into his liver, and they took his gallbladder. And so it was a major surgery and lots of, drugs to recover.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Department arresting the shooter, identified as Alan Coley. Charges include aggravated malicious wounding. NBC News has not been able to reach him or his attorney for comment, but at a bond hearing today, local reports show the defense argued it was Cook who harassed the suspect. It's just the latest example of an attempt to go viral, taking a tragic turn. In 2021, Timothy Wilkes was shot and killed after after pranking a group of people by approaching them with butcher knives. The man who shot him said he fired in self-defense and was not charged. And just in the past week, 3 UK nationals detained by the Taliban. One of them, YouTuber Miles Routledge, known as Lord Miles.
They include so-called danger tourist Miles Routledge, who returned to the country after being evacuated by British armed forces less than 2 years ago. He's on the right there.
Routledge travels to what he calls the most dangerous places on earth for fun.
I'm in Afghanistan on forged documents going to meet a black market gun runner.
Now, the UK Foreign Office telling Sky News they're trying to secure contact. Back in Virginia, Jeremy Cook admits he's not always proud of his son's pranks, but he says they're all in good fun and they never warrant violent reactions.
Okay, you get offended, don't watch the show, move on, go away, whatever, but you don't have to, because you're offended, you want to go beat somebody up or go run them over with your car or shoot him with your gun.
Miraculously, he says his son is on the mend since that video with a nearly fatal ending. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, tensions are flaring in the Middle East with a second round of clashes between Israeli police and Palestinians at one of Islam's holiest sites.
Plus, a fresh look at the U.S. economy. A new jobs report due out. Worries of a recession on the increase. That's coming up next.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We're turning overseas now, where a holy site turned to a place of violence. Just last night, tensions between Israeli police and Palestinians hit a boiling point during this sacred week for 3 major religions. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the story.
A frenzy of violence at one of Jerusalem's holiest sites, threatening to ignite the region. Video showing Israeli riot police storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque, beating people inside with guns and nightsticks. Palestinians responding by shooting fireworks inside the religious compound. Police say they went in after extremists barricaded themselves inside overnight and stockpiled improvised weapons. But Palestinians say they were sleeping in the mosque as part of a Ramadan tradition. They attacked us inside there. All the young people inside are suffering, she says. Around 400 arrested and dozens injured, according to Palestinians, and Israeli troops on high alert.
This is the Lions Gate. It's one of the main entrances to the Al-Aqsa complex, and you can see heavily armed Israeli security forces control the way in and out.
The violence, a grim start to Passover, the major Jewish holiday which will last for the next 8 days, with fears of more to come in the final weeks of Ramadan, the holy month for Muslims. Some of those concerns realized just hours after the raid in Jerusalem. Rockets fired by Palestinian militants from Gaza. Israel responding with airstrikes against the militant group Hamas. Al-Aqsa is the third holiest site in Islam, but sacred also to Jews who call it the Temple Mount. It's the most sensitive spot in Jerusalem and a historic flashpoint. 2 years ago, clashes at the mosque helped ignite an 11-day war in Gaza. And in 2000, a controversial visit by Israeli leader Ariel Sharon sparked 5 years of violence. Now worries the delicate balance at the holy site may be falling permanently apart.
How does it feel for you to see violence like that in this holy place?
It's heartbreaking.
Dr. Mustafa Abu Sway is part of the council that administers the mosque on behalf of the world's Muslims.
Al-Aqsa Mosque is part of the faith of almost 2 billion people. It's very, very important, and it has been a mosque for 1,500 years, and this is very important. Let's not be drawn in the details. The big issue here is that it's part of an occupied city.
Easter, Passover, and Ramadan all arriving at the same time this year, celebrated in a holy city on edge.
Our thanks to Raf Sanchez for that report. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's looking to calm the situation at the mosque, but the Islamic militant group Hamas says they are looking to defend their holy site with force if necessary.
Russian President Vladimir Putin scolded the United States and European Union during a ceremony yesterday in Moscow. It was welcoming new ambassadors and directly addressing the incoming U.S. envoy, Lynn Tracy. Putin blamed Washington for escalating the war in Ukraine. He relayed a similar message to the European Union's new ambassador. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more.
Well, we heard from Vladimir Putin last night. This was a typical kind of diplomatic event where he was accepting the credentials of incoming ambassadors, including Lynn Tracy, the American ambassador to Moscow, who was just confirmed back in January. Now, Putin, in an awkward moment, turned to the U.S. ambassador and started lecturing and scolding her about what started this war. Now, according to Putin, this war started because the U.S. backed, and this has all been denied many, many times by the U.S. and other actors, backed what he called a coup d'etat here in Ukraine back in 2014. He says that the U.S. was, instrumental in fomenting the so-called revolution of dignity. That's what it's called here, that ousted a pro-Russian president. And that's what caused Putin to invade in the eastern part of the country and in the southern Crimean Peninsula. Now, right after these awkward comments that really put the new U.S. ambassador on the spot, Putin dismissed everyone and retired. And that's because he's terrified still of COVID-19. And that's one of the insights we also got yesterday from new information, new testimony from a senior elite member of Putin's force. Now, this is somebody who is very close to Putin. He has since defected to the West, and he came out saying that Putin is paranoid. He's, again, terrified of COVID-19. He's ensconced himself into his own private quarters. He doesn't take advice from almost any of his, except for a small shilla of senior advisors. He doesn't really have access to the internet or even a cell phone, and he drives around on his own private train system. He doesn't even use planes. Well, this just gives us an insight into a president who has launched a disastrous invasion of this country and why this president, Vladimir Putin, might be continuing this invasion despite the fact that it is not going well, to put it mildly.
All right, Matt, thank you.
More international headlines now. A tragedy at a daycare in southern Brazil has left 4 children dead.
Ali Aruzzi joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. An axe-wielding man went on a rampage at a creche in southern Brazil, killing 4 children between the ages of 4 and 7 and injuring 5 others before turning himself over to the police. Desperate and frenzied parents rushed to the daycare center as police investigated the scene. The motive wasn't immediately clear, but police say the 26-year-old man had a history peppered with drugs and violence. Controversial former Italian Prime Minister and media mogul Silvio Berlusconi has been diagnosed with leukemia, a cancer of the blood cells, according to an informed source close to the matter. The news comes a day after Berlusconi, who's 86 years old, was admitted to the emergency room in a hospital in Milan with breathing problems. And finally, we've all seen the movie Snakes on a Plane. Well, life seems to be imitating art after a South African pilot was forced to make an emergency landing when a 5-foot deadly cobra slithered past him and curled up under his seat. The pilot collected himself, very coolly informed the passengers of what was going on and proceeded to make an emergency landing. He's been praised for keeping calm and landing the plane and potentially saving everybody's life on board. And guys, check under your desk just in case.
No,
Actually,
Allie, no, that's scary.
I don't think I could safely land a plane with that, but impressive feat nonetheless. Wow. Allie Aruzzi, thank you so much.
All right, coming up this morning, a long road to recovery for the South and Midwest after a series of deadly storms. When we come back, we'll be joined by Highway Patrol officials in Missouri to get the latest on the conditions.
Plus, how that recent storm activity could be a warning sign about the impacts of climate change. This is Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We're continuing our coverage of the extreme weather sweeping across the Midwest and the South, as at least 5 people are reported dead after a devastating tornado hit southeastern Missouri Wednesday. The storm, categorized as a high-end EF2 by the National Weather Service, left a path of destruction that tore through several communities in Bollinger County. In a press conference yesterday, the governor of Missouri spoke about the devastation and the state's long road to recovery.
I think when you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover. It's a long journey ahead for the people that live here. The President of the United States called me on the way here, wanted to make sure that all the people here knew that he was thinking about them. Anything he could do to help, he offered those services. So there's a lot of work to be done after today. But again, right now it's about the families, it's about the loved ones, it's about picking up the pieces.
Sergeant Clark Parrott from the Missouri State Highway Patrol joins us now to discuss the situation there. Thanks so much for joining us, Sergeant. So what's the situation like this morning, and have there been any more reports of injuries?
No, we have not had any more reports of injuries. As the governor said yesterday, and the colonel of the Highway Patrol, we had 5 injured and 5 fatalities as a result of the storm. We're not anticipating any more, just based on the technology and the resources that were used yesterday. A home-by-home search was conducted in the affected area, and everybody that was in the path of the tornado has been accounted for. And so, as the governor said, today we start picking up the pieces and moving forward.
And Sergeant, as you speak, we're taking a look at some aerial views of the destruction. Just so many homes and structures there clearly impacted by this. Have you been able to fully survey the damage yet? Do you guys have a grasp of it?
Well, we're still doing that. We used unmanned aerial vehicles and some drones yesterday. The Highway Patrol, we flew our helicopter throughout the extensive portion of the area just to kind of get a sense of it. Now we're going back out on the ground today. And, today is going to be as important as yesterday. Yesterday was the initial shock, but then today is helping the people pick up the pieces and start to rebuild their lives. As you can see from some of the video, some of these people lost their homes, their possessions, and sadly, 5 people lost their lives. But on the flip side of that, just the spirit of unity that has come into the community, and you can see the volunteers have just poured in from all over Missouri and the Midwest. So that's where we're at today.
So much devastation. Certainly glad people are on their way to help. We do have a soundbite from someone who lives in Glen Allen there in Missouri talking about the destruction. Let's take a listen.
There's a lot of memories that came from that building right there. A lot of work and hard work, sweat and tears. But yeah, emotionally, it's hard to take. Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So much heartbreak for so many people. So as families look to start recovering, what are their biggest needs right now?
Well, we are having a meeting here shortly at the high school, at Woodland High School, to organize and process all of the needs that have come in. Yesterday afternoon, when all the churches got together, had a prayer vigil, and then they started compiling a list of the needs. We're going to go through that and try to marry that up with all the resources that came in. You would not believe the amount of donations, water, food, clothing, anything you can think of was delivered to the area yesterday. So we're just going to go through that today with those officials and get the help out there where it needs to go.
Well, and there's so many short-term needs, but looking more long-term, Sergeant, it takes so long to recover from one of these things. What do you think that Glen Allen, these other communities, are going to need to actually recover from this in the long term?
Well, you're going to need a lot of help. As the governor said yesterday, a lot of times in these things, there's thresholds for assistance from the state or federal side of it. And obviously a town, it's not as big, Glen Allen is maybe not going to meet those thresholds. So they're going to need a lot of help from a lot of different sources. And, that process starts today.
It certainly does. Hopefully that help actually does come through. Sergeant Clark Parrott, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
And keeping with severe weather coverage, the recent spattering of tornadoes is a reminder that weather warning systems are urgent and necessary. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander reports on new research to save lives as the traditional path of these storms is changing.
In the fields of southern Tennessee, it's sunny skies now.
Ready? Okay.
But this team, led by atmospheric scientist Karen Kosiba, is preparing for the storm.
Essentially, the goal is to put yourselves right in the path of these storms. Yeah, Perils really is trying to get right in the path of these storms. We're trying to get slightly ahead of them.
Meet the Perils Project.
I can see that from here.
A unit deploying radars, sensors, and scientists in storm after storm, all specifically to study tornadoes in the southeast, which researchers say are growing more frequent and more deadly.
We're trying to understand better these storms, where they're going to produce tornadoes, what the environment looks like before these storms produce tornadoes, so we could better predict tornadoes in the southeast.
Why are these storms so dangerous?
These storms are dangerous for many reasons. First of all, they can occur at off hours, so when people aren't prepared for tornadoes.
Tornadoes like the ones that ravaged parts of Mississippi last month and just days ago tore through Arkansas and Tennessee.
There's a high population density in the southeast, so these storms and these tornadoes have the potential to impact lots of towns or lots of people.
Historically, the Great Plains is considered Tornado Alley, the area with the highest frequency of these storms. But that trend has started to shift. Research shows over the past 4 decades, there's been an increase in the number of tornadoes in the southeast. This was the 5th straight year that's produced a powerful EF4 tornado in the month of March, 4 of those in the southeast.
Will this research help create more accurate forecasts?
Yes, we really want to get better warnings out there, better predictability, and really make sure people could take the actions that they need to be in a safe place.
Providing critical seconds that could save countless lives. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, St. Joseph, Tennessee.
Fascinating stuff, Blaine. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, from now hiring to not hiring.
New data show the economy may be starting to cool. We'll break down the numbers that are raising new concerns about a possible recession.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back. New data just out showing some potentially concerning signs about the state of the economy. The March jobs report shows that companies added fewer jobs than expected.
This comes as wage growth is also slowing, which could point to signs that the economy is starting to cool, and questions of a possible recession may be still on the horizon. Caleb Silver is editor-in-chief at Investopedia, and he joins us now to make sense of these numbers. Caleb, good morning. So how do the numbers for March compare to those of February when it comes to jobs added?
Yeah, we're going to get the March non-farm payrolls
report tomorrow for the month of March, but already during this week, we've gotten the JOLTS report. That's the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey, and private payrolls. Both are showing some signs of slowing. There's still just under 10 million jobs available in the country, so still plenty of jobs out there. But we also saw private payrolls yesterday growing slower than expected. And you're hearing about layoffs in finance, you're hearing about layoffs in tech. Those are starting to bleed through other parts of the economy. That said, we've still added 5.6 million jobs since the beginning of 2022. This is the most aggressive hiring I think we've ever seen in this country.
Yeah, we've had some good jobs reports. We've continued to be surprised by the number of jobs added. So do the fears of a recession, do you think those are still valid?
Yeah, because the economy is slowing in terms of growth. GDP, the way we measure it, is slowing. The Federal Reserve is only predicting about 0.8% growth this year, and then only about 1.2% next year. But if it is a recession we're in or going into, it's unlike one we've ever been in before. The unemployment rate below 4%, you rarely see that during a recession. You rarely see this robust hiring across different sectors of the economy. And if you look at manufacturing and consumer spending, we're still kind of hanging in there. So this may be what we call a growth recession in economics.
Why do you think that contrast is that you're describing, those low numbers when it comes to unemployment, and yet we're still seeing this?
There's a supply-demand imbalance in the labor market. You still have industries like leisure and hospitality that have fewer jobs today than they did in 2019. You still have other sectors that are growing. Auto sector is still looking for workers because there's a lot of demand there, but we don't have a lot of demand in other sectors of the economy. So it's an imbalance in the labor market, a supply and demand imbalance, and that's why we have this weirdness in the labor market and in this unemployment report. Tomorrow, we want to see if that unemployment number climbs above 3.6% where it is right now, because the Fed wants it higher than 4%, and the next Fed meeting, guys, is only in 27 days and 6 hours, not that I'm counting.
Do you think they're going to change their tune on these interest rates?
They may slow, they may not hike. If we look at where Fed fund futures are, this is where people are predicting the Fed's going to do next month. There's only about a 50% chance, slightly less, that the Fed will raise interest rates again another 0.25%.
So interesting timing here tomorrow for that jobs report tomorrow. The markets are closed for Good Friday. Do we expect, depending on those numbers, the effects to be seen on Monday then when the markets reopen?
Yeah, I think investors are in this weird place right now where there's some alternatives to stocks right now. You can get money out of the bank, CDs, money markets, the bond market. But right now, investors are just waiting to see what the Fed's next move might be. And this jobs report may make the Fed cool its jets a little bit more at that next meeting in 27 days.
I'll be watching. Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, more financial headlines now. Inflation costs seem to be affecting how much consumers are, of course, spending at retailers, including warehouse giant Costco.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Costco reporting the first monthly sales drop in nearly 3 years. The warehouse retailer says falling gas prices and the impact of foreign currencies on the dollar impacted results. The company also noting year-over-year inflation for fresh food and various other goods was down from February. Higher food prices helped retailers and grocery stores' sales and profits last year. Industry executives have expressed confidence they can keep charging customers at elevated prices since groceries fall under the category of essential goods. And Google plans to restrict apps that offer loans to individuals from accessing sensitive user data, such as photos, videos, and contact lists. The company is stepping up efforts to combat the rise of predatory behavior from some lenders that harass borrowers to collect debts. The changes to the Google Play Store will take effect on May 31st. And Apple's AirPods could become a standalone product in the future. 9to5Mac and other sites that track the company report Apple has been granted a patent for a redesigned AirPods charging case. The front would have a touchscreen display similar to the Apple Watch. The display would offer media controls and basic apps such as maps, weather, and notifications. Users may also be able to switch between apps using Siri. However, Apple files a lot of patents, and only a few are actually used in real devices. You know, I'm a little bit confused how they would fit the notifications on the AirPods case.
Yeah.
Because it's such a small case.
Yeah.
I know.
It looks like a Tamagotchi kind of. We put a screen on it. Interesting is that.
Also, Pip, I got to say, love the yellow. You look dashing.
Yes. Yeah, you know, we gotta look like a peep ahead of Easter.
Agreed.
I forgot my canary yellow blazer this time.
Next time we'll tell you.
All right, Pippa, thanks so much.
And coming up, it's no longer March, but the madness continues.
Yeah, after the break on Morning News Now, why LSU women's basketball star Angel Reese is calling out First Lady Jill Biden over who she's inviting to the White House. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back. I think we've all made a few regretful purchases, specifically in our 20s. But for Jennifer Aniston, she says she has a few things to say about hers. The Friends star said she spent her first big check from the show on a vintage car. The $13,000 purchase got her a cream-colored Mercedes-Benz 280 SL. Doesn't seem so awful, right? But not long after she drove the new wheels off the lot, the car actually broke down and, quote, never drove again. The actress said she didn't know that you should actually get the car checked out before you buy it, calling the moment a nice 25-year-old mistake. I will say the car I got, good old Hyundai Elantra, is still kicking today.
Oh, there you go.
Early 2000s, used, all that.
Early 2000s, too. My first car was like $400, a 1989 Chevrolet Celebrity. Ooh. It was a great purchase.
See?
Young me knew what he was doing.
You knew what you were doing. Jim, any regrets? Any regretful purchases?
I just recently bought a Star Trek action figure, 7 of 9, for like $70. I don't regret it. My husband, though, maybe not so happy about it.
Well, you know.
Good purchase for me.
What is it? Permission? Forgiveness, not permission.
There you go. That's my motto. All right, Zinclay, thanks so much. Well, to some sports controversy now. Finally, we're talking about from the basketball court to the court of public opinion here. First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, stirring up some online chatter this week after an invitation to the White House. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
The LSU Lady Tigers crowned the national champs, now taking their victory lap, but it's coming with controversy. It started when First Lady Jill Biden, who went to the finals, broke from tradition, suggesting both teams come to the White House.
We'll have LSU come, but you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game.
Social media erupted, with many pointing out the racial makeup of each team. LSU mostly black, Iowa players mostly white.
Does Dr. Jill Biden understand how this looks? She, white America? Yep. The losing side is white America?
All-American and MVP of the tournament, Angel Reese, calling it, quote, a joke on Twitter and speaking out on the I Am Athlete podcast.
I just know if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be the same. If we were to lose, we would not be getting invited to the White House.
Iowa's head coach preferred to leave LSU in the spotlight, tweeting, a day at the White House should belong solely to the champion, LSU and Coach Mulkey.
It feels like it's about participation trophies, and that's not where this game should be. We don't need to pat everyone on the back for playing a good game.
The First Lady's press secretary forced to backpedal on the invite, saying her comments in Colorado were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House. That championship drawing record ratings, the game becoming the most watched NCAA women's basketball final in TV history with 9.9 million viewers, and the most viewed college basketball game ever on ESPN. With those viewers came more scrutiny, once again zeroing in on Angel Reese, this time for her numerous "you can't see me" hand gestures towards Iowa player Caitlin Clark, some calling the trash-talking gesture classless. Reese defended herself when asked about it right after the game.
I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this was for the girls that look like me, that's going to speak up on what they believe in.
In fact, Clark used the same gesture just 2 games earlier and defended Reese.
She should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized.
Critics saying the reaction showed a double standard.
We all know that there's a white-black issue here, because the fact of the matter is when Caitlin did it, people were celebrating it, and they were talking about nothing but her greatness. But then the second a sister stepped up and threw it back in her face, now you got half the basketball world saying, well, you know what, that's not the classiest thing to do.
Yeah. Regardless the kind of attention, all of it a clear sign that the women are stepping into center court.
You have people arguing about officiating, arguing about taunting. These are things casual sports fans care about and can talk about. So it just had all of the right ingredients for a breakout moment for women's basketball, and that's what happened.
Valerie Castro reporting there. Well, despite player Angel Reese's comments, the team's athletic department says they would certainly accept an invitation from the White House. So there's more to come on that story.
For sure.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Happy Thursday and good morning. I'm Zinclay Asamoah.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, heartland havoc. Millions of Americans are waking up to the fallout from another round of ruthless weather across the Midwest and the South. A massive tornado killed at least 5 people, leveled homes, and forced families to take cover.
I was praying, hoping that we would get through it. We ran inside, ran in the bathtub. And it was in a matter of seconds, and then it just hit, and it was just awful.
Now, as communities start to pick up the pieces, we're looking into the troubling trend that could have 2023 shaping up to be a historic year. On the record, in an unprecedented move, former Vice President Mike Pence will not fight an order to testify about conversations with his former boss leading up to January 6th. This comes in the backdrop of former President Trump pleading not guilty to those 34 counts in a separate investigation. We'll have more on the new attacks Trump's now leveling and his new calls to defund the FBI and the Department of Justice. Boiling point. Protesters clashed as China blasts a sit-down meeting between the president of Taiwan and members of the House of Representatives, including Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
I am the Speaker of the House. There's no place that China is going to tell me and where I can go or who I can speak to.
The latest on the new action lawmakers are calling for as intelligence surfaces about a possible Chinese invasion of Taiwan within the next 5 years. And Fly Me to the Moon, the crew of the Artemis II opens up about making history, how the first mission to the moon in more than 50 years is helping pave the way for the future of space travel. Very cool. Excited to get to that one. We do have a lot to get to, and we begin this hour with the latest on the severe weather continuing to sweep across the country.
That's right. There's another threat of storms today in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast expected to impact millions of people. And all this comes as powerful tornadoes and dangerous rain left behind widespread damage in several places, including in Missouri, where a tornado killed at least 5 people and injured several others. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Glen Allen, Missouri, with the latest there. Good morning, Maggie.
Yes, and Clay, Stephen, good morning. It feels like we've been saying this a lot in communities across the country lately, but the devastation here, once again, absolutely astounding. I'm standing in the middle of what we're told was the Glen Allen fire station, and now you can see it's basically just a concrete slab with a bunch of rubble scattered all over it. There's a ladder that we can assume firefighters used at one point. There's some firefighters' uniforms on top of that pile back there. 5 people in this small rural community killed. We're just told 5 more injured, close to 90 homes damaged or destroyed in this latest tornado outbreak that slammed portions of the Midwest and South.
Another batch of severe weather sweeping across the Midwest and South, spawning devastating tornadoes, fierce snowstorms, pounding rains, and whipping winds. It's just the latest in what has already been a brutal week for tens of millions. A massive tornado tearing through Glen Allen, Missouri, claiming at least 5 lives.
Right now, it's about the families, it's about the loved ones, it's about picking up the pieces.
Many terrified residents in the area forced to take cover.
Just how strong you could feel the wind against the bathroom wall. It was just unbelievable.
Just a few hours south of St. Louis, surveyors estimating it was an EF2 tornado with winds topping well over 100 miles per hour. The twister leaving homes in pieces and ripping trees from their roots. Locals now facing a new reality.
Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So far in 2023, there have been at least 481 reported tornadoes, double the average this early in the year.
Power went off and the house just started shaking.
Severe storms also slamming Illinois, leaving communities decimated. The bad weather impacting travel plans, too, with more than 400 flights in and out of Chicago canceled. And even though the calendar says it's spring, a massive snowstorm blanketing parts of the upper Midwest. Road closures and travel advisories forcing truckers to wait out the whiteout conditions.
You just try to do the best you can and get there safely.
So we talked about the number of tornado reports across the country so far this year, close to twice what we would normally see in early April. Another jarring statistic, as of this morning, there have been 68 tornado-related deaths across the country in 2023 so far. And guys, for reference, the average for an entire year is 71. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, thank you so much.
All right, looking ahead now, let's get a check at your morning News Now forecast.
Let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman for the latest. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we are watching the chance once again for some strong to severe storms, not the widespread tornado outbreak that we saw the past day and a half and last weekend, but still could see some strong storms, especially in the southern parts of the mid-Atlantic. We have that slow moving cold front. It's the same system that brought the tornadoes yesterday, and it's moving very slowly now, setting its eyes on the east. So we're looking at showers and storms along this front, stretching from the northeast all the way down to portions of the Gulf Coast states into the southeast. You can see how long that is. is and how long this showers stretch. Now, to the south end of the south tail of this cold front, we're looking at a flood risk because we're going to see that sort of parked over that area. Over the next 3 days, we're looking at really heavy rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So that's a risk there. Back behind this system, as Maggie mentioned, it is chilly in the northern plains. We had that blizzard conditions yesterday. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s, chilly too in the upper Midwest, and cool throughout the central plains into parts of the upper Midwest. The good news is we're looking at sunshine. So any recovery efforts, we're looking at better conditions there. It's down to the south where we're looking at that flood risk. Out ahead of this system, we're looking at summer-like temperatures in New York City. Should reach 80 degrees today. Philly, D.C. also into the 80s. The southeast are going to be above normal, even record-breaking. So as far as the flood alerts go, we're looking at 7 million people impacted. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch because we're going to see that front sort of parked over this area. The next couple of days, we do have flash flood warnings. That's where you see those red boxes, and we'll see those in and out throughout the day. That means flooding is happening right now or it's imminent. You do not want to drive in that. Heed any warnings. Follow the saying, turn around, don't drown. And here's that radar showing us where that cold front is, where the showers are, heavy downpours. That's going to be a concern over the next several days. You see those colors of yellows, reds, oranges. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling, still seeing some lightning too. So these storms still have electricity. We have lots of warm air in place. As I mentioned, very summer-like. It's humid out ahead of this front. So we're going to see thunderstorms along this front as we go throughout this Thursday. We do have a flash flood risk as well, especially where you see the darker blue. So Jackson, Baton Rouge, also into Texas, Austin, San Antonio, Victoria, Corpus Christi. Because of the multiple rounds of storms and high rainfall rates, we could see flash flooding throughout today into tomorrow. Rainfall rates is quite a lot. We're looking at several inches where you see the reds and oranges. That's where we're expecting the highest amounts through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, even into the Carolinas. So locally 6 inches or higher as we go throughout Saturday. This is going to be a several-day event, so we're going to really rack up those totals. And then as far as the severe weather threat goes, we're looking at this afternoon into the evening hours once we get the daytime heating going, although we do expect some cloudy skies throughout the day. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour with any of these storms. Isolated hail, inch or higher, larger, not quite as large as it was the other day. And the tornado threat is low. That's the good news, but still could see a tornado or two. Still could see some pretty gusty storms. Salisbury, Maryland, Richmond, Virginia, Roanoke could see some strong storms. This is what it looks like. We have more storms, some heavy rain today, showers and strong storms in the mid-Atlantic, soaking rain for areas near the western Gulf. Then it's going to move very slowly to the south and east over the next day or two. So it's going to stall, sort of park itself, bringing more rain to the southeast, increased flood risk for eastern Texas and Louisiana. And then as we look towards Saturday, we're looking at more rain to kick off our weekend in portions of the southeast. Localized flooding is possible as that wet weather continues in the southeast. And then it's just about the warm weather ahead of this front. We're looking at temperatures into the 80s in New York, D.C., and also Raleigh. Back to you both.
Well, it's like we're stuck on repeat with those severe weather threats. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you. And turning now to the latest new developments this morning in the special counsel's investigation into former President Trump's actions during the January 6th insurrection. According to a spokesman, Vice President Mike Pence will not appeal a judge's order to testify about conversations Pence had with then President Trump. This comes as Trump's legal team gears up for his criminal case in New York. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more.
This latest decision by Mike Pence means federal prosecutors could end up with some new insight into Mr. Trump's pressure campaign to try to overturn the 2020 election, setting up what could be another historic moment on the heels of a week that's already been full of them, as we're seeing new reaction to Mr. Trump's attacks on the investigations he faces and new threats against the judge overseeing the felony case against him. A new move by Mike Pence this morning that could be damaging to his former boss, with a Pence spokesperson saying the former vice president will not appeal a federal judge's order to testify in the special counsel investigation into Donald Trump's push to overturn the 2020 election. That opens the door to new, possibly crucial access to Pence, who witnessed firsthand Mr. Trump's actions leading up to January 6th and could speak about it under oath for the first time. The Trump legal team may still appeal. The special counsel probe, one of 3 investigations the former president faces. Mr. Trump lashing out online, calling for the GOP to defund the DOJ and FBI. Even some of his Republican allies disagree.
I'm not for defunding the police. I think it's a bad idea.
It comes after Mr. Trump pleaded not guilty to 34 charges this week in the Manhattan District Attorney's felony case against him. He's accused of lying about business records related to hush money payments before the 2016 election. The former president's getting new backup from one of his most powerful Republican allies.
Do you worry that he could lose the general election because of this indictment and the other investigations?
I think if someone wants to play with indictments, I think it helps them to campaign better.
And now beefed up security for the judge overseeing the case, with NBC News learning Judge Juan Merchan and his family have received new threats in the 36 hours since Merchan presided over the former president's historic arraignment, according to two sources familiar with the matter, who say the threats are unsubstantiated but being investigated. Mr. Trump, who has a history of going after those investigating him, has attacked the judge as recently as Tuesday night.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Those comments coming just hours after Merchan asked all parties to avoid saying anything that could incite violence or jeopardize anybody's safety. Savannah with Mr. Trump's attorney Wednesday.
Did you do what the judge asked you to do and advise him to knock it off?
President Trump heard the judge. He's not done anything to try to incite violence.
And going back to this decision by Mike Pence not to appeal that judge's ruling, if he does end up testifying, he will almost certainly become more of a target for Donald Trump on the campaign trail in the political sense. Remember, Pence has not even declared officially he's running for president yet, but he's widely expected to. We're going to get our first look since these new developments at that dynamic when both are set to appear at the NRA convention in Indiana and the Republican National Committee retreat in Nashville next week. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thanks so much.
This morning, Taiwan's president is continuing her visit to the U.S. one day after meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, along with the bipartisan congressional delegation in California. The meeting brought sharp backlash from China, which considers Taiwan part of its territory. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
Good morning, Zinley and Stephen. So overnight, tough words from Beijing about the Taiwan leader's visit. The foreign ministry saying in response to the serious wrong action of the U.S. in Taiwan, China will take resolute and effective measures to safeguard national sovereignty and territorial integrity. And China warning that China's military is always on high alert. With tensions between the United States and China already nearing a boiling point, Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the highest-ranking U.S. official ever to meet a Taiwanese leader on U.S. soil.
America's support for the people of Taiwan will remain resolute, unwavering, and bipartisan.
That message delivered at the Reagan Library, where protesters for China versus those for Taiwan tried to shout each other down. Against the backdrop of an increasingly aggressive China, which claims sovereignty over Taiwan, a self-governing island.
We once again find ourselves in a world where democracy is under threat. And the urgency of keeping the beacon of freedom shining cannot be understated.
The meeting was held in the U.S., not Taiwan, at the suggestion of Taiwan's president, after China was outraged, firing missiles over the island when then-Speaker Pelosi visited in August. Relations between Washington and Beijing are at an historic low. Over COVID, TikTok, and U.S. concerns, China is considering selling weapons to Russia for its war in Ukraine, as well as the massive spy balloon. NBC News reporting exclusively this week that it captured and transmitted intelligence from sensitive U.S. military sites before the U.S. shot it down off the Atlantic coast.
Do you worry that meeting with President Tsai in the United States is going to further escalate the tensions?
No, it shouldn't by any means. I mean, I would sit down with President Xi. What I think would foster a worse situation is a lack of communication.
Also looming, U.S. intelligence that says China is likely to invade Taiwan within the next 5 years. Wednesday, McCarthy and the other lawmakers calling for increased and more rapid defensive arms sales to Taiwan.
What we're doing today is protecting us 5 years from now if we take those actions.
And another possible flashpoint today, the arrival of a bipartisan House committee led by the Foreign Affairs Chairman in Taiwan, as Congress signals rare agreement from both parties to China that the U.S. will step up arms deliveries to the island. Zinley and Stephen, back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you.
Turning now to a murder mystery in San Francisco this morning. Police are investigating the death of a top tech executive. Authorities say Bob Lee, the chief product officer at Mobile Coin, was stabbed to death near the Bay Bridge around 2:30 in the morning on Tuesday. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer joins us now with the latest on this investigation. Miguel, good morning.
Good morning. Police right now say they are not releasing a lot of details. They don't have a motive and they don't have any suspects. This is a crime that has shocked San Francisco and the tech world.
The shocking and unsolved murder of Bob Lee, the tech titan who was stabbed to death Tuesday in San Francisco, has rattled the city and those who loved him.
Absolute shock and devastation.
We're aiming to lift the entire world into a new era of financial freedom.
Best known for creating Cash App, a mobile payment service, police say Lee was attacked not far from the Bay Bridge at 2:35 a.m. Tuesday. The area, thought to be a safe part of the city, is dotted with surveillance cameras.
Put a stabbing PDs around.
Before collapsing on a sidewalk, Lee screamed for help on his phone, saying someone stabbed me, according to surveillance footage and records reviewed by the San Francisco Standard. NBC News has not been able to review the recording. After police arrived at the crime scene, the 43-year-old was rushed to a hospital where he died. It comes as San Francisco's homicide rate has climbed in recent years, as have robberies, thefts, and assaults. Amid the stream of condolences on social media, Elon Musk, a critic of the city's safety, wrote, "Violent crime in SF is horrific, and even if attackers are caught, they are often released immediately." Supervisor Matt Dorsey pushing back.
Some of the public safety challenges San Francisco is struggling with aren't different from public safety challenges facing other cities.
The 43-year-old father of two who had recently moved to Miami was more than a tech icon. His wife saying, Bob Lee was the most incredible and beautiful human being. He was everyone's best friend. Police still have no suspects or motive for the murder.
It's going to be hard to imagine a world where you can't call Bob and say, hey, I have this problem I'm thinking through. Can you help me through it? He was an absolutely instrumental person in the tech industry.
This morning, the high-profile murder of a tech pioneer killed while walking the streets in a city under increased scrutiny for its safety.
The San Francisco police chief also released a statement overnight. He said he would not speculate on a possible motive, and he also said he would not release any details into the investigation. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks so much.
All right, coming up on Morning News Now, the latest on the billion-dollar lawsuit against Fox News.
We've got the latest from a ruling, a judge that could put the CEO, Rupert Murdoch, on the stand. You're watching Morning News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities.
What happened here? The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Good morning, welcome to today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. The Delaware judge overseeing the Fox News Dominion defamation trial says he is willing to force Rupert Murdoch to testify. Judge Davis explained his decision, saying if Dominion moves ahead with a subpoena for Murdoch, he would not reject the motion. Dominion is calling for testimonies from the Fox chairman, his son, and former House Speaker Paul Ryan, who now sits on the Fox board. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now with more. Good morning, Jane. So what information does Dominion think the Murdochs will be able to provide by potentially subpoenaing them, in this trial? And why has Fox fought so hard against it?
You know, Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch, the mogul, and his son are key to Dominion's case, to making the case that Fox Corporation, and not just Fox News, published the claims. Because the Murdochs are so involved in these companies and were involved in the post-election coverage, they're sort of the critical witnesses for their argument that Fox Corporation, this parent company, was also involved in the alleged defamation. Fox, of course, doesn't want to have Rupert Murdoch on the stand. It isn't a good look. And it also isn't sort of helpful for their legal strategy. I mean, juries are unpredictable people, and live witnesses, they're more compelling, more convincing as a rule.
And Jane, in addition to the Murdochs, several other high-profile Fox News employees could be called to testify. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, we're looking to see people like Sean Hannity, Maria Bartiromo, Brett Baier, all of these really top Fox hosts are likely to be on the stand as live witnesses. Some from Fox, people like Brett Baier, and then some like Sean Hannity, that Dominion has said, you know what, we need him on the stand. We need him for our case. This is going to be really some must-see trial. It's a real pity there's not going to be cameras in that courtroom.
And I mean, it's been a week of highly anticipated trials. When are we expecting this one to begin? And is there any chance this case could be settled out of court before even reaching a trial?
Absolutely. I mean, a case like this can be settled at any time. It can be settled up until a jury renders a verdict. I'm not seeing any signs that it could be settled, but there's always a chance. These defamation cases, they're incredibly unusual, incredibly unpredictable. Jury selection begins in a week, so I'll be in Wilmington, Delaware, watching and reporting for all of you. We'll find out.
Yeah, I know you're going to stay on it. And of course, we've been looking ahead, but let's also take a step back here, because last week the judge ruled there is enough evidence to prove that the statements aired on Fox about Dominion were not true. So how difficult is it to prove defamation against media companies? What kind of evidence do you think Dominion has?
So defamation, it needs knowing falsity, actual malice, which is knowing falsity or a reckless disregard for the truth at the time they were creating the statements. It needs publication, and it needs all those things. They're already met, of course, as you said, the burden of proving the claims are false. So we're not going to be talking about whether or not election was rigged in this trial. We're going to be talking about what the Fox hosts knew at the time when they were putting these claims, broadcasting these claims on air. Truly historic stuff.
Historic, and we'll be watching. Jane Tim, thank you so much.
All right, turning now to an update on a 2017 mass shooting in Texas. Victims of the Sutherland Spring church shooting have reached a tentative settlement with the Department of Justice. In that shooting, a 26-year-old ex-service member killed 26 people. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has more on this.
That's right. The Department of Justice today announcing a $145 million settlement in the case of that mass shooting in Sutherland Springs back in 2017, where a shooter went into a church during Sunday services and killed 26 people. And that shooter had been an Air Force veteran and had a domestic violence conviction that would have precluded him from buying a gun. But government investigations found that the Air Force failed to turn that information over to the FBI, so it never went into the database, and the future shooter was able to buy assault rifles that he used to murder 26 Americans. And so these families sued the federal government. They won a $230 million verdict last year from a federal judge. But the Department of Justice appealed that verdict. Settlement negotiations ensued, and this deal is the product of that. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, has approved it. The plaintiffs have approved it. Now we need a federal judge to approve it, and then the families will get their money. And more than that, what they hope is that there's a renewed emphasis on the government following its own rules in turning over derogatory information about people and making sure they get in that database so that if people are convicted of violent crimes, domestic violence, they can't buy guns. Because that didn't happen in this case, and an Air Force investigation called it an inexcusable failure. Back to you.
All right, Ken, thank you.
International headlines now. Mexican officials have arrested 5 suspects after 4 bodies were found near a popular resort destination in Cancun.
Ali Aruzzi joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Mexican authorities are trying to reassure tourists that the popular resort destination of Cancun is still safe after 4 bodies were discovered in the hotel area zone on Monday. Police have arrested 5 suspects linked to the murder of 4 Mexican nationals that were executed on the spot. The killing is believed to be part of an internal drugs dispute between gang members. Here in the UK, the British government has confirmed that about 500 adult male migrants will be housed in a 3-story, 222-room barge off the UK's southern coast while they wait for their asylum claims to be processed. The move has been criticised by members of parliament and charity who say the barge is completely inadequate to house vulnerable people, nor does it afford them any dignity or respect. And finally, the NBA and Big Hit Music, the label behind pop icon BTS, announced that the South Korean rapper, songwriter, producer, BTS star, and massive basketball fan, Suga, has been named an NBA ambassador. In his new role, he will travel across the globe meeting fans, attend games in the US and Asia, and participate in league promotion. So if you like BTS and basketball, this one's for you.
I was going to say, just when you think BTS can't get any bigger, they go to the big league. Ali Aruzzi, thank you so much. And coming up, the holiday weekend is almost here, and there's good news if you're a procrastinator looking for an excellent deal.
Why waiting to book your weekend getaway could actually end up paying off. We'll explain coming up next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Easter Sunday is this weekend, and as holiday festivities get underway, many families are gearing up to take off on vacation. But if you have not booked your trip, you are in luck.
Yeah, you heard that right. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has everything you need to know to get the top travel deals and steals.
Good day. We are in it. This is really the kickoff for a lot of schools, a lot of companies going on spring break now. We have Passover and Easter. And there are a lot of deals, believe it or not, last-minute deals for airfares, for hotels, even for cruises, if you're ready to get up and go.
With Passover and Easter falling on the same week this year, right now, get ready for surging holiday travel and some soaring deals. More than 19 million airline seats are booked between today and next Tuesday, an increase of nearly 9% compared to pre-pandemic levels.
It's a combination of two holidays on the same weekend and those holidays falling earlier in the month. So they're coinciding with spring break. So it's a perfect storm of reasons to travel.
But don't worry, if you've waited until now to book, discounts, big ones, are still available. The average price for a round-trip flight this Easter, $286, 20% cheaper than last year. The travel app Hopper still has deals on Easter week, flights to hotspots like Orlando, Las Vegas, and Cancun. And even better prices if you fly between specific cities. Dallas to New York, $130 round trip. Detroit to Atlanta, $84. Austin to Orlando, as low as $73. Last-minute deals are also available at hotels.
Hotels drop prices the few days before check-in if they have unsold rooms. So if you're headed to a big city, maybe New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, you will probably get the best deal for your Easter weekend stay if you book at the very last minute.
Nevada mom Chelsea Figueroa just booked a family Easter trip to Montana and Lake Tahoe for up to half off the regular price.
When I saw these deals, I was like, this is like, it almost doesn't feel real, especially for the holidays.
If you prefer traveling by car, good news. Gas prices have been holding steady. The national price for regular around $3.50 a gallon. But you may want to take that road trip soon. Gas prices are expected to creep closer to $4 a gallon in just a matter of weeks due to the rising cost of crude and increasing consumer demand. If hitting the high seas is more your speed, then the next 2 weeks are a great time to take a cruise. Now is when companies are repositioning their ships to the north for the summer season and offering incredible discounts for the ride.
They want to have people on board because no cruise line ever wants to have an empty ship. So they offer these incentives to get people on board the ship, and so they can do that repositioning.
On Easter Sunday, Norwegian is offering a 5-night cruise, LA to Vancouver, starting at $179. On MSC, an 11-night Caribbean cruise from Orlando to New York starts at $389. Other good travel tips, experts say go during the week instead of on a weekend. Flights and hotels are pricier and more crowded Friday through Sunday. And to avoid getting stranded, like in last spring's airline meltdown, consider buying trip protection. So if your flight is canceled or you miss a connection, you can immediately rebook, regardless of the carrier. Finally, when possible, take the first flight out. Flights departing after 9 a.m. are twice as likely to be delayed as those leaving before 8 a.m.
All right, if you want to go international, this is a pretty good time because the exchange rate right now for the dollar compared to other currencies is pretty favorable. In fact, AAA says it's seen a 30% increase in people choosing to go international. But a lot of European airlines are starting to cut back on their flights because they're having staffing issues. So you may need to go ahead and book those international flights right now if you're interested in doing that. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, one of the biggest golf tournaments of the year is teeing off.
Why this year's Masters is really unlike any other.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. It's been 20 years since the passing of former NBC News correspondent and Weekend Today co-anchor David Bloom.
Yeah, hard to believe it's been that long. This morning, NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander reflects on Bloom's life and legacy.
Good day to you. For so many of us, David Bloom and his family are really just frozen in time. David shaking the sand out of his hair in Iraq. His three beautiful daughters, then just little girls, are now adults, an actor, a paralegal, and a grad student. There really is no better way to honor him than to hear their memories, stories about their dad, whose reporting captivated the country and who was equally larger than life at home.
David Bloom was committed, compelling, and courageous. On camera, he shined, so talented and tenacious, covering the world's biggest stories from 9/11.
40 more stories of concrete, steel, and iron crashing to the ground.
To the U.S. invasion of Iraq.
This sandstorm has been pounding these troops here in the 315 Infantry.
Sometimes we look back and think about what it would have been like if he was still around, and I don't know.
I think he would have been going to the most dangerous parts of the world.
Yeah, he's
still seeking those stories.
Sad news today from the front lines of Iraq. NBC's David Bloom, a husband and father, adventurous spirit, and our colleague, died overnight.
David collapsed while embedded with a third ID as it rolled north toward Baghdad. A blood clot from deep vein thrombosis traveled to his lungs. Beloved for his boyish enthusiasm, David Bloom was just 39, leaving behind wife Melanie and their young daughters, 9-year-old twins Christine and Nicole, and Ava, just 3. To the girls, he wasn't David, he was Dad. and a huge ball of energy.
He would carry the three of us up our staircase at the same time with a twin under each arm and me on his shoulders.
Oh my gosh.
And he would pretend to lose his balance until we were all screaming and laughing.
For the twins, now 29, some moments are seared into their memories.
The last moment that we saw him, we were all like huddled in our front entryway in our house. We all held hands in a circle and said that our Father, and he hugged us all goodbye, and then he got in his black town car and drove down the street, and he stuck his hand out and was waving to us like the whole way down the street. After he passed, I had like recurring dreams that he was coming back down the street in that town car, and he was coming home again.
Nicole shared with us some of her dad's last words to them. Always unselfish, he wanted to make sure his daughters were too.
So when you're missing me, as I am missing you, remember to say a prayer for all the other boys and girls who are missing their mommies and daddies too. And yes, my dear sweet girls, when I'm a little bit scared, I promise you I will remember you and your mom, and I will know in my heart just how much you love me. To the moon and back, right? Love, Daddy.
Years later, David's soundman, Bobby Lapp, returned to Iraq and brought home sand from near where their dad passed.
Makes you feel close to your dad even to this day.
Absolutely. A moment in time that really changed our family, and having a physical piece of that is really meaningful.
Seems like faith has helped all of you in its own way.
Yeah, absolutely. After he passed, I used to keep a diary that I would write to him. Like, it was random, but I would say, instead of Dear Diary, I would say, Dear Daddy, and I would just, yeah, and if I was struggling with something, I'd be like, can you please help me? And kind of like reaching out to him up in heaven.
So, who knows what this is?
Oh my gosh, is that?
Oh my goodness,
This is the Bloomobile.
Oh my gosh.
We brought David's girls and their mom, Melanie, to see David's dream, the one-of-a-kind vehicle he helped design to bring NBC's viewers to the war's front lines.
I'm so grateful that he was able to talk to each one of his girls and to me within 24 hours of losing his life.
What would David think of these girls, these women, today?
I think looking down, he's got to be so proud of the young ladies that they've become.
It was such an honor getting to spend a day with the Bloom family. I've loved becoming good friends with them over the years. They are all doing so well. Clearly, those girls are so beautiful and so impressive. Melanie has remarried an awesome guy, Dan, who has been there for their big moments, but has always let David be their dad. Back to you.
Yeah. Wow. Such a moving story and such critical work.
Yeah, we appreciate Peter bringing us that story and the Bloom family for sharing that that heartbreak, but also how they're keeping his memory alive.
Yes, forever a member of the NBC family.
Absolutely. All right, let's turn now to some financial headlines. American Airlines making changes to its frequent flyer program.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, it's the end of an era. American Airlines has become the final major U.S. carrier to scrap its Saver award charts, a move it announced was coming last year. From here on out, AA Advantage Travel Awards will be dynamically priced, meaning American can adjust the award rate for any given flight. That could hurt flyers who like to maximize their points and miles to enjoy the predictability of awards levels. And Disney has a new streaming chief. Joe Early will lead the company's direct-to-consumer unit for entertainment, a role that gives him oversight of Disney Plus and Hulu. Early is currently the head of Hulu and was involved in the launch of Disney Plus. Disney's streaming business is under scrutiny by CEO Bob Iger, who has expressed concerns about how much is being spent on content. The future of Hulu is also up in the air. Disney owns 2/3, while NBC Universal parent company Comcast owns the rest. And under terms of their partnership, either party can force a sale to the other next year. And Lamborghini taking the wraps off its first ever plug-in hybrid car this week. The Revuelto, which is Spanish for scrambled, has 3 electric motors as well as a V12 gas engine. The 2 systems can produce more than 1,000 horsepower. It will have 13 different drive modes ranging from front-wheel drive, low-speed cruising to high-powered aggressive track driving. Lamborghini hasn't yet announced a price but says it will cost significantly more than the models they replace. What is high-powered aggressive track driving?
I'm looking at Steven here because
yeah, I have no idea. The name, though, Revuelto, scrambled, that's a little random.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Pippa, thank you so much.
All right, an exciting weekend awaits for golf fans. The 87th Masters Tournament gets underway today at Augusta National.
This is the first major of the season on the PGA Tour, and there are several storylines we'll be following. For more on this, we're joined by Ron Syrak, a Golf Channel contributor. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. So all eyes are on defending champions Scottie Scheffler and, to a lesser extent, Tiger Woods. What are your thoughts as this first major of the year gets underway?
Well, only 3 players have successfully defended the championship at the Masters. Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, Tiger Woods, all 3 of them are in the World Golf Hall of Fame. So it's very, very difficult to do. But Scottie Scheffler has not only the game to do it, he's got the mindset to do it. He's a very relaxed, very low-keyed person. He won't be distracted by the hoopla. I expect to see Scottie in contention this week. As for Tiger Woods, the bad news for him is the weather's supposed to turn bad, particularly over the weekend. It's going to be raining. It's going to be in the low 50s. For somebody who's had as many surgical repairs done to his body, that's going to be a real test for him. And Augusta National is one of the hardest walks in golf. Very hilly golf course.
All right, let's talk about Rory McIlroy, 4-time champion. Some say this could be his time for a green jacket. He fell just short last year. So what are things looking like for him over the next couple days?
Yeah, this is he needs the Masters to complete the career Grand Slam, something only 5 players have done. This is his 9th try at trying to complete the career Grand Slam. He got the British Open in 2014. He's playing really well right now. He's also given himself the added pressure of being one of the spokespeople for the anti-live faction among professional golfers, and that's put more pressure and more attention on him. But his ball striking is so good, particularly if the weather turns bad this weekend, as it's supposed to. He's such a good ball striker that he's going to be able to play well in those conditions.
And Ron, I know this may be an interesting tournament for those who have been following the ongoing feud between the PGA and LIV, the new Saudi-backed tour. What can we expect there?
Well, there's 88 players in the field. 18 of those are from LIV golfers. A half dozen of those are in it because they are past Masters winners. From everything that I've heard down there, the players are getting along with each other well. There's no animosity that's out there. Of those 18 LIV golfers in the field, the one who probably is considered among a top contender is Cameron Smith, who won the Open Championship at St. Andrews last year. It's going to be interesting to see. Greg Norman, the CEO of LIV, has said if one of the LIV golfers does win it on Sunday, the other 17 LIV golfers will be around the 18th green to embrace that person. That'd be something interesting to see.
Wow, certainly would be interesting to see. So, Ron, what other storylines, what else should we be looking for this weekend?
Well, you know, this is the cathedral of golf in the United States. Augusta National is just such a particularly unique place. I think that there's some people who are a little bit off the radar screen who could play themselves into contention. And again, bad weather frequently brings people you're not thinking about into the mix. But players like Max Homa and Sam Burns, Cameron Young, are all players who were really, really good. Probably not amongst the top 10 favorites coming into this, but could have a real chance come the weekend.
Well, we'll be watching. Ron, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up this morning, shooting for the moon.
The crew of Artemis 2 talks about their history-making voyage and the future of space travel next.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back. It may only be Thursday, but that will not stop us from getting into a little Saturday night fever. John Travolta's iconic white three-piece suit from the classic is up for auction, and get this, it's expected to sell for about $200,000. In the movie, of course, Travolta dances all over with that white ensemble. According to the group organizing this auction, the suit is one of only two known to exist that were used in the actual production of that movie. This auction takes place in just a couple weeks, and it features some other pretty cool classic items from Tinseltown, like Harrison Ford's machete from Indiana Jones, and my personal favorites in Clay, the hoverboard from Back to the Future, Part 2.
Whoa.
Very cool.
I mean, that would be a fun, fast way to get to work, Steve.
There you go, a hoverboard, and not the wheel kind, the real thing.
The real kind,
yeah.
Stephen. Thank you. Turning now to an emotional farewell. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern gave her final address to the nation yesterday, and both her words and cultural impact are touching hearts around the world. NBC foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more.
Jacinda Ardern never thought she'd make it here. Wearing a korowai, a Maori feather cloak today, she bid farewell to Parliament.
I've always believed this to be a place where you can make a difference. I leave knowing that to be true.
Taking stock of her time in office.
A domestic terror attack, a volcanic eruption, a pandemic.
The terror attack in Christchurch humbled her, she said, and she will now work to combat violent extremism. At just 37 years old, she was New Zealand's second youngest leader in more than 150 years. She was the second world leader after Pakistan's Benazir Bhutto to become a mother in office, making headlines when she brought her 3-month-old daughter to the UN General Assembly. But today was about gratitude, about imploring her colleagues to do more on climate change, and most powerfully, about leaving the door firmly open.
You can be anxious, sensitive, kind, and wear your heart on your sleeve. You can be a mother or not. You can be a nerd, a crier, a hugger. You can be all of these things. And not only can you be here, you can lead just like me.
Setting a legacy she hopes will be followed. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Earlier this week, we introduced you to the 4 astronauts headed to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. They'll be orbiting the moon as part of the Artemis II crew. Their goal? To set up NASA for a future mission to land on the moon and eventually for a journey to Mars. They joined our colleagues on the Today Show earlier this morning to talk about this historic mission.
Your first reaction is just, for us, for me, it was almost calming, like, okay, now we can get to work. We know who's going to be on this crew. First, I wanted to know who am I going with, and I've got basically the best crew you could ever wish for in Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. And then you want to call your family. I called my dad. Yeah. I told him this is a huge secret. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. And then I started getting texts from all my neighbors. Everybody, and I'm envisioning, like, the blimp flight overhead.
Operational security, not the dad. Okay, he's the leak. He's the leaker. How about you, Captain Glover?
My first reaction was shock. I was just shocked. And I realized I'm sitting next to my boss and his boss, and I probably better respond. So, yeah. Yes, Coach, put me in. I'm ready to play.
Well, when we talk to you, Christina, you have more experience, as we were saying, than all 3 of these gentlemen combined. But I was imagining you as a little girl in space camp. I think it was back in the 90s.
That's true.
There you were, probably dreaming of a moment like this. Absolutely. What does it feel like to finally actually know? Is that you?
Look at that.
Look at you, girl.
Look at you now.
So
I need to talk to someone
about that. Tell us what it feels like to get to this moment.
It's an absolutely incredible moment, you know, to have the opportunity to give back to the people that were inspiring me when I was that young little girl, and to eventually realize the dreams that were in the posters on my wall as a kid, and to be here in a time we're going for all and by all. It's an amazing time, and I'm honored to be here.
Captain Hansen, this will be your first visit to space. What is it inside that makes you individuals? I said, you guys, we were sitting down, I said, you guys have guts. You got guts to go up and to do something that is so courageous and really on the edge of and pushing the limits of what we can do. What is it inside you that makes you want to do that?
I think it's just that spirit of exploration. I mean, all of us, I'm sure, will have moments of fear, and you know, maybe in the days leading up. But right now, we're not scared at all. Like, that doesn't even intimidate us. We're just excited. Like, this is the stuff that has inspired us all of our lives, and we just want to go. We're really excited to get going.
Yeah, Captain Weissman, a lot of people would say, well, we did this 50 years ago, and that was amazing. Why is it important to do it again?
Well, first, we want to go to Mars.
Mars.
And to go to Mars, we got to go first to the moon. We've been doing great work on the International Space Station. But really, at the core, humans are explorers. And we want to motivate the youth of the entire world to go do something great. And you can do it by words, and some people will hear you, or you can do it by action, and the world will hear you. And so we want to inspire.
2 things that become clear to you is that we are on this ship together, and that's all the human life all the life we've ever found. And so it makes you want to take care of that planet, which takes care of us, and it makes you want to take care of each other. You know, you see the world as it is. No labels, no legends. Something for me that's obvious is there's no distance marker telling you how far things are. You have to figure it out for yourself. And when you see the world as it is, you see that there's no division. There's no natural division. We are all on this together. We're one people.
Wow, love that so much. The crew went on to say once NASA is ready to land on the moon, Artemis II would be the loudest in the room to cheer them on. They also joked if applications are open, they may put their names in for another trip to space. So cool. So
already
excited
thinking
for
about
them.
the next one.
Already, yep, and on to Mars.
Yes.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. New this morning, the gun reform battle that's brewing inside Tennessee's state capitol in the wake of last week's tragic elementary school shooting in Nashville that left 3 adults and 3 children dead. Why state GOP lawmakers are trying to expel a group of Democrats from the House as protests there heat up.
Also this morning, we've got the latest on the investigations into former President Donald Trump, with his former Vice President Mike Pence deciding not to appeal a federal order to testify in the special counsel's investigation. But the former president could still try to block his testimony. We'll explain.
Plus, utter devastation across the South and Midwest this morning, and Mother Nature is not letting up. One Missouri county left reeling in the aftermath of a deadly tornado that's killed at least 5 people. We're on the ground there with stories of heartbreak and survival as this massive storm system moves east.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We have a lot to get to this morning.
Yeah, we want to start with the weather and yet another threat of storms coming today, specifically in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast.
So joining us now to break it all down is meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we have another day of storms. We're not expecting widespread tornadic activity like we saw the past day and a half or even the last weekend, but we're still looking at showers and storms. Some could be on the strong side and really heavy rainfall. That's going to be one of the takeaways from this weather event as we head towards the next couple of days. We're looking at downpours. We're looking at rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So we do have flood alerts, 7 million people impacted in the south. So Texas and Louisiana, parts of Tennessee is sort of the area that we're looking at. Where you see the green, that is a flood watch. We have some red boxes too. That's indicating where we have flash flood warnings. That means flooding is happening now or it's imminent, and we're going to see them popping in and out throughout the day because we will see these this rain kind of going over the same areas the next couple of days. This is what radar looks like right now. Clear to see where that cold front is, stretching from the northeast all the way down to portions of the south. We're looking at really heavy rainfall. We've been watching this for hours, and that heavy rain has been falling. So where you see the reds, the yellows, the oranges, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. Still seeing some lightning. That's an indication of that these storms are still really electric. They have a lot of energy. It's pulling that moisture off the Gulf, and it's using that energy. And we could see some strong to severe storms in the mid-Atlantic as we head through this afternoon into the evening hours. But as far as the flooding goes, we could see that flooding alert, as I mentioned before, the flood watch. And we do have a flash flood risk as well. That's because we're looking at multiple rounds of storms, high rainfall rates, especially where you see this darker blue, Jackson, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, into Texas. We're looking at Victoria, Austin, San Antonio, also Corpus Christi. We could see some flash flooding today. And that's going to continue over the next couple of days because this cold front sinking to the south, and it's sort of going to park itself over this area. And we're going to see rounds of rain over the next 3 days. We could see a lot of rain, stacking up to 6 inches in some spots. Again, the brighter colors, the oranges and reds, is where we're expecting the highest amounts of rain. So throughout Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, but even portions of the southeast, the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Raleigh into Columbia, you could see some heavy rain over the next couple of days. So as far as our severe threat goes, we're going to get the daytime heating going. We have some sunshine outside, a little bit of fog in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. That is lifting. We're getting a little sun. That's going to help aid some of the storms this afternoon into the evening hours. Notice the tornado threat is low. It's not zero, but it's low. That's good news. We're not expecting a widespread outbreak or even strong storms, but we're expecting stronger thunderstorms. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some isolated hail, an inch or larger. Where you see the yellow, that is your slight risk. That's the likeliest spot of seeing some stronger storms. So Salisbury, Maryland into Richmond, Virginia, also Roanoke. But anywhere where you see the green too, we can see some stronger storms. So just prepare yourself as you head out this afternoon into the evening hours. This is the setup. That long stretching cold front we've been dealing with for days is moving slowly to the east. It's moving slowly to the south as well. So showers and storms along that front throughout today, soaking rain for areas near the western Gulf, and that's why we're concerned for some flooding. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at that front stalling. It's sort of going to park itself, and it's going to bring more rain to the southeast. That's going to increase the flood risk for eastern Texas, also Louisiana, where we could see up to 6 inches of rain. And then as we go throughout Saturday, the wet weather continues in the southeast. This is the beginning of the weekend, so that's not great news there. And we're looking at localized flooding possible. That includes portions of the Carolinas. Notice heavy rain over the Carolinas as well. So your overall picture for today, we have that cold front. That's the main focus for our weather events today. Out ahead of the front, really warm. We're going to reach 80 degrees in New York City, 80 in Philly, also D.C., record highs in the southeast. Back behind this front, we're looking at temperatures really chilly, so feeling like winter in the northern plains. It's also cool in the central plains, but the good news is we're going to be quieter there, also portions of the upper Midwest. Notice that 85 in April in D.C. And as we look towards that cooler air, we're looking at Minneapolis by tomorrow, 50 degrees, a little bit warmer than it is today, 55 in Chicago and 60 in Cincinnati. Back to you both.
Michelle, thanks so much.
Well, today's threat comes after a lot of trouble in the weather yesterday, including a deadly tornado that swept through Missouri. At least 5 people were killed there. Several others were left hurt. It also left behind widespread destruction. A large tornado also caused serious damage to Louisville, Kentucky yesterday. The National Weather Service says it's surveying to figure out if a second tornado also touched down there. And in Illinois, a strong storm there caused damage as well. Several homes were leveled, but thankfully, no serious injuries were reported. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more of the latest round of severe weather.
Hey guys, good morning from Glen Allen, Missouri. The devastation in this rural community, absolutely astounding. And case in point, you can see we're standing in the middle of what we're told was the Glen Allen fire station. And now it's basically just a big concrete slab with a bunch of debris kind of scattered all over it. You can see a ladder that firefighters apparently used. You can see firefighters' uniforms here in the background. 5 people in this small rural community a couple hours south of St. Louis killed by this EF2 tornado that scientists now say roared through early yesterday morning with winds topping 100 miles per hour. 5 more injured, close to 90 homes destroyed. That tornado, one of close to a dozen that scientists now say touched down across Illinois, Missouri, and Indiana yesterday. That outbreak being just the latest outbreak to slam portions of the Midwest and South over the last few weeks, leaving a death count at this point overall of dozens. Close to 480 tornado reports now reported across 25 states this year to date. That is twice, for reference, the average for this time of year. And on top of that, we have 61 tornado-related deaths. The average for an entire year is 71. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
So much devastation. Maggie, thank you.
Turning now to the latest on the special counsel investigation into former President Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election.
According to one of former Vice President Mike Pence's advisors, Pence will not appeal a federal judge's order to comply with a subpoena, paving the way for him to testify in front of that grand jury.
For more, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good morning. So it was just last week that Pence was ordered to comply with the subpoena. Pence has already talked about and actually condemned Trump's actions on January 6th. So what more does Pence have to offer to the special counsel that they have not already heard?
Wouldn't we like to know? And that's exactly what the special counsel would like to know. And it's possible that Pence had additional conversations with Trump that might reveal Trump's intent if the special counsel is thinking that he violated laws in relation to January 6th, whether that be inciting a riot, whatever the case may be. But in order to have anything really interesting on Trump, it's going to have to be something that we haven't heard already. And it seems that we've heard most of what Pence and Trump's communications were. I mean, this has been the subject of a lot of investigation. You had last summer the January 6th committee put on a lot of evidence about all the communications, not just between higher-ups, but we heard plenty of testimony from people on staff, people below Pence, below chiefs of staff. So we've gotten a lot of information about the communications around January 6th. If there is something remaining between Pence and Trump, who knows? Only Pence knows for sure. But the special counsel has to cover all the bases, make sure there isn't anything else out there before a decision is made up or down.
And Danny, let's talk about some of former President Trump's rhetoric here. After his arraignment in New York, we know that he went back to Mar-a-Lago and spoke against the judge and Alvin Bragg. And also on social media yesterday, Trump was calling for Republicans in Congress to defund the FBI and defund the DOJ. How does this rhetoric, how does it affect his case?
This appears to demonstrate another of Trump's basic misunderstandings of how the government works, because defunding federal law enforcement wouldn't affect at all state prosecutors or state law enforcement. But guess who is under the rubric of federal law enforcement? The Secret Service. So I don't know if he's looking to defund Secret Service funding. That would be problematic for him. But there is an element of, to the extent the Manhattan DA's office receives federal funding at all, that is something that could be affected. But defunding specifically federal law enforcement, the FBI, the DEA, whatever the case may be, certainly wouldn't affect his prosecution in New York. It probably wouldn't affect his prosecution by the special counsel, should the special counsel decide to prosecute. I mean, after all, yes, the special counsel is part of the executive branch and part of DOJ, but the very definition of the special counsel investigation is that it's insulated. It's in a bubble. It's separate from rest of DOJ. So at least spiritually, that investigation goes on, irrespective of what goes on at Main Justice.
So, Danny, big picture, I know you said spiritually, what should we be on the lookout for as this Trump case moves forward?
Well, the arraignment, which we just had, is an interesting event, if for no other reason than it starts off the criminal case, but it's not very eventful substantively. And folks will may be surprised to find that after that arraignment, there's not a lot of exciting things that happen in a criminal case up till the pretrial motions, any hearings that happen before the trial, and jury selection and trial itself. It's actually pretty quiet between indictment, arraignment, and then the many, many months, sometimes years, between those two events and the actual trial.
All right, more to come on that. Danny, thanks so much. Well, new this morning, the Republican-led House is set to vote on the expulsion of 3 Democratic lawmakers in Tennessee. Representatives Gloria Johnson, Justin Jones, and Justin Pearson are all at risk of losing their seats. Now, this move comes after they took part in anti-gun protests last week, sparked by the deadly school shooting, of course, that happened in Nashville. Pearson had this to say about the vote.
Thousands of people came to the Capitol, mostly children and teenagers, who were asking for the representatives in the State House to do something. They came to the Capitol for us to do something, to pass gun sense legislation, to stop the epidemic of gun violence that took the lives of 6 people in Nashville. Because we went to the House floor to speak up and to hear the voices of our constituents and community who said, we need justice and we need action. The Republican Party has said, you need to be expelled.
It was such a showing from those young people there. Republican lawmakers say the 3 incited an erection and broke House floor rules after using bullhorns to speak when they had not been recognized. Democrats have responded, saying the vote is just anti-democratic. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in Nashville with more.
Thousands of students walking out of their classrooms to demand action and to demand change. And we are seeing this happen among students of all ages. And so certainly all eyes will be on the Tennessee state legislature today. And as for what comes next, if these 3 lawmakers are ultimately expelled, the governor will call for a special election, and those 3 lawmakers could run again. And if they choose to do so, they are expected to win. Back to you.
All right, Priscilla, thank you.
Also this morning, there are mounting tensions between the U.S. and China after the chairman of the bipartisan House Foreign Affairs Committee led a delegation of lawmakers to Taiwan. The visit comes on the heels of yesterday's meeting between Taiwan's president and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in California. After their meeting, McCarthy vowed to continue supporting the island amid threats from China.
We must continue the arms sales to Taiwan and make sure such sales reach Taiwan on a very timely basis. Second, we must strengthen our economic cooperation, particularly with trade and technology. Third, we must continue to promote our shared values on the world stage.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie is in Taiwan, and we're also joined by Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's in Beijing. Good morning to you both. So, Courtney, I want to start with you. Tell us about this congressional delegation in Taiwan. What exactly is the purpose of the visit, and what's on the agenda?
So it's a bipartisan delegation, and their main message here is to show continued unity or solidarity with Taiwan. We've already heard from the head of that delegation, Congressman Mike McCall, a Republican from Texas, and as you mentioned, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We've already heard that message from him. He met with the Taiwanese Vice President Lai earlier today, who had a similar message of how important it is for that the U.S. and Taiwan continue this partnership. Now, as you well know, the U.S. doesn't have official diplomatic relations with Taiwan, but there's been this unofficial relation that's gone on for decades now. This is exactly why China gets so angry, though, about these sorts of high-level delegation meetings, like the one with Congressman McCarthy in L.A. yesterday, and then this delegation here today, because they claim that it violates their sovereignty and violates the one China policy that continues to be the U.S. policy regarding China and Taiwan. Now, another main message, in addition to this show of unity, is foreign military sales, what Congressman McCall is in charge of on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House. And that is this massive backlog, about $19 billion in weapons, our backlog that should be sent here to Taiwan. Some of them won't arrive here for years. That's going to be one of his main messages as well, is how can they resolve that and get the defenses here to Taiwan that they're going to need.
And Janice, I want to bring you in because I know you're in Beijing. How's the country reacting to yesterday's meeting between Taiwan's president and Speaker McCarthy? Has there been any unusual activity in the Taiwan Strait since?
Well, in the days leading up to the meeting, Chinese officials were condemning the fact that it was going to happen, and they accused the U.S. of, quote, conniving to support Taiwan independence, which, as Courtney mentioned, would be a violation of the One China policy, which the U.S. subscribes to. Today, there isn't an increased or amplified response or reaction. Beijing officials said that they were not pleased, that there could be a severe impact on the U.S.-China relationship, which we know is already at a low. In terms of increased activity around the Taiwan Strait, there is a Chinese aircraft carrier that's operating in the region. There have been Chinese jets flying over the Taiwan Strait, but that happens almost every day. And there is a marine safety patrol, but it's not the Chinese Navy. Whether there could be something in the days or weeks to come is another matter. You'll remember last summer when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, there were unprecedented military drills that followed. Whether China chooses to take that same route isn't clear. Today, they seem to suggest that, almost scoffed at the idea that there had to be this massive military reaction, hinting at this idea that Beijing is actually operating on a different playbook. And what was very important to put some context to the lack of a reaction today was the fact that there was so much happening here diplomatically with the foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and Iran shaking hands here today, and that state visit by French President Emmanuel Macron, as well as the President of the European Commission. So very diplomatically busy day here today, and Beijing likely not wanting to distract from its diplomacy with military drills in the region.
And Courtney, I mean, it's also busy where you are. What's the situation like in Taiwan, where officials there braced for some kind of retaliation?
Yeah, and they're watching for exactly what Janice was just pointing out. So any uptick in what is a pretty steady state of naval and air activity in the South China Sea, in the Taiwan Strait, straying often into what is considered Taiwanese air defense identification zone, so that essentially Taiwanese airspace into Taiwanese waters. That's not that uncommon, but what everyone here is watching for is something that is more potentially escalatory and provocative, like what we saw after the Nancy Pelosi visit last summer. So you'll recall at that time, there were days and days of live fire drills. It was this unprecedented size of a military response and a military exercise. The belief here is that the response to this time will be more muted. It won't be to that same level, in part because this meeting occurred in the U.S. and not here in Taiwan. The question is, as Janice was just saying, after these delegations that are visiting Beijing right now, after they leave China, will we see something more potentially provocative or escalatory from the Chinese military, or will we just continue to see this very fiery rhetoric that's been coming out of China for the past several days regarding this meeting? And everyone here is braced for some sort of a response. It's just not really clear exactly what it's going to be yet.
I mean, such high stakes. And while we have you, also, Janice, I wanted to ask about the visit to Beijing by French President Emmanuel Macron. We understand he's been putting pressure on President Xi over the war in Ukraine. Tell us about that meeting.
Well, Macron will have 6 hours of private meetings with Xi Jinping, which is not insignificant. They're having a state dinner tonight. They'll go to Guangzhou tomorrow. He's trying to use the time, he says, to win Xi Jinping over, to use his clout and his influence with Vladimir Putin to try and come to an end, to have the war in Ukraine come to an end. Macron isn't clear on whether he's made much progress, but he says that, quote, we as Europeans would be making a mistake if we allowed Russia to be the only European country talking to China. And what this visit also shows is that there are several countries that are now taking a different approach to their relations with Beijing as compared to the U.S.
Really important reporting from you both, Janice in Beijing, Courtney in Taiwan. Thanks so much.
All right, turning now to a prank gone wrong. Very wrong. A YouTuber known for making jokes on social media rubbed one participant the wrong way, and that led to gunfire. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more.
So let's run it.
This is 21-year-old Tanner Cook.
You know this guy?
A budding comedian who posts videos regularly to his channel, Classified Goons.
Welcome back to another video. And in this video, I want to be going up to people and accusing people of flirting and see what type of reactions we get.
He's known for ruffling feathers.
Get the hell out of here. Why? Because you're an asshole.
Sometimes to the point security or police are called.
You're going to get arrested for trespassing. I need your legal first and last name, and you will go to jail.
But his latest stunt was met with gunfire. When a shopper Cook was trying to prank got offended and shot him, according to Cook's family.
They were trying to, get a rise out of him or whatever it was, and they got one.
Cook's father, Jeremy, telling our affiliate WRC the shooting nearly took his life.
Went through his stomach and into his liver, and they took his gallbladder. And so it was a major surgery and lots of, drugs to recover.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Department arresting the shooter, identified as Alan Coley. Charges include aggravated malicious wounding. NBC News has not been able to reach him or his attorney for comment, but at a bond hearing today, local reports show the defense argued it was Cook who harassed the suspect. It's just the latest example of an attempt to go viral, taking a tragic turn. In 2021, Timothy Wilkes was shot and killed after pranking a group of people by approaching them with butcher knives. The man who shot him said he fired in self-defense and was not charged. And just in the past week, 3 UK nationals detained by the Taliban. One of them, YouTuber Miles Routledge, known as Lord Miles.
They include so-called danger tourist Miles Routledge, who returned to the country after being evacuated by British armed forces less than 2 years ago. He's on the right there.
Routledge travels to what he calls the most dangerous places on earth for fun.
I'm in Afghanistan on forged documents going to meet a black market gun runner.
Now, the UK Foreign Office telling Sky News they're trying to secure contact. Back in Virginia, Jeremy Cook admits he's not always proud of his son's pranks, but he says they're all in good fun and they never warrant violent reactions.
Okay, you get offended, don't watch the show, move on, go away, whatever, but you don't have to, because you're offended, you want to go beat somebody up or go run them over with your car or shoot him with your gun.
Miraculously, he says his son is on the mend since that video with a nearly fatal ending. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, tensions are flaring in the Middle East with a second round of clashes between Israeli police and Palestinians at one of Islam's holiest sites.
Plus, a fresh look at the U.S. economy. A new jobs report due out. Worries of a recession on the increase. That's coming up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We're turning overseas now, where a holy site turned to a place of violence. Just last night, tensions between Israeli police and Palestinians hit a boiling point during this sacred week for three major religions. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the story.
A frenzy of violence at one of Jerusalem's holiest sites, threatening to ignite the region. Video showing Israeli riot police storming the Al-Aqsa Mosque, beating people inside with guns and nightsticks. Palestinians responding by shooting fireworks inside the religious compound. Police say they went in after extremists barricaded themselves inside overnight and stockpiled improvised weapons. But Palestinians say they were sleeping in the mosque as part of a Ramadan tradition. They attacked us inside there, all the young people in Israeli troops on
the Lion's Gate. It's one says to the Al-Aqsa. You can see heavily armed forces control the way in and out.
The violence, a grim start to Passover, the holiday which will last for the next 8 days, with fears of more to come in the final weeks of Ramadan, the holy month for Muslims. Some of those concerns realized just hours after the raid in Jerusalem. Rockets fired by Palestinian militants from Gaza. Israel responding with airstrikes against the militant group Hamas. Al-Aqsa is the third holiest site in Islam, but sacred also to Jews who call it the Temple Mount. It's the most sensitive spot in Jerusalem and a historic flashpoint. 2 years ago, clashes at the mosque helped ignite an 11-day war in Gaza. And in 2000, a controversial visit by Israeli leader Ariel Sharon sparked 5 years of violence. Now, worries the delicate balance at the holy site may be falling permanently apart.
How does it feel for you to see violence like that in this holy place?
It's heartbreaking.
Dr. Mustafa Abu Sway is part of the council that administers the mosque on behalf of the world's Muslims.
Al-Aqsa Mosque is part of the faith of almost 2 billion people. It's very, very important, and it has been a mosque for 1,500 years, and this is very important. Let's not be drawn in the details. The big issue here is that it's part of an occupied city.
Easter, Passover, and Ramadan all arriving at the same time this year, celebrated in a holy city on edge.
Our thanks to Raf Sanchez for that report. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's looking to calm the situation at the mosque. But the Islamic militant group Hamas says they are looking to defend their holy site with force if necessary.
Russian President Vladimir Putin scolded the United States and European Union during a ceremony yesterday in Moscow. It was welcoming new ambassadors and directly addressing the incoming U.S. envoy, Lynn Tracy. Putin blamed Washington for escalating the war in Ukraine. He relayed a similar message to the European Union's new ambassador. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more.
Well, we heard from Vladimir Putin last night. This was a typical kind of diplomatic event where he was accepting the credentials of incoming ambassadors, including Lynn Tracy, the American ambassador to Moscow, who was just confirmed back in January. Now, Putin, in an awkward moment, turned to the U.S. ambassador and started lecturing and scolding her about what started this war. Now, according to Putin, this war started because the U.S. backed, and this has all been denied many, many times by the U.S. and other actors, backed what he called a coup d'etat here in Ukraine back in 2014. He says that the U.S. was, instrumental in fomenting the so-called revolution of dignity. That's what it's called here, that ousted a pro-Russian president. And that's what caused Putin to invade in the eastern part of the country and in the southern Crimean Peninsula. Now, right after these awkward comments that really put the new U.S. ambassador on the spot, Putin dismissed everyone and retired. And that's because he's terrified still of COVID-19. And that's one of the insights we also got yesterday from new information, new testimony from a senior elite member of Putin's force. Now, this is somebody who is very close to Putin. He has since defected to the West. And he came out saying that Putin is paranoid. He's, again, terrified of COVID-19. He's ensconced himself into his own private quarters. He doesn't take advice from almost any of his, except for a small shilla of senior advisors. He doesn't really have access to the internet or even a cell phone. And he drives around on his own private train system. He doesn't even use planes. Now, this just gives us an insight into a president who has launched a disastrous invasion of this country and why this president, Vladimir Putin, might be continuing this invasion despite the fact that it is not going well, to put it mildly.
All right, Matt, thank you.
More international headlines now. A tragedy at a daycare in southern Brazil has left 4 children dead.
Ali Ruzi joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, guys. That's right. An axe-wielding man went on a rampage at a creche in southern Brazil, killing 4 children between the ages of 4 and 7 and injuring 5 others before turning himself over to the police. Desperate and frenzied parents rushed to the daycare center as police investigated the scene. The motive wasn't immediately clear, but police say the 26-year-old man had a history peppered with drugs and violence. Controversial former Italian Prime Minister and media mogul Silvio Berlusconi has been diagnosed with leukemia, a cancer of the blood cells, according to an informed source close to the matter. The news comes a day after Berlusconi, who's 86 years old, was admitted to the emergency room in a hospital in Milan with breathing problems. And finally, we've all seen the movie Snakes on a Plane. Well, life seems to be imitating art after a South African pilot was forced to make an emergency landing when a 5-foot deadly cobra slithered past him and curled up under his seat. The pilot collected himself, very coolly informed the passengers of what was going on and proceeded to make an emergency landing. He's been praised for keeping calm and landing the plane and potentially saving everybody's life on board. And guys, check under your desk just in case.
Actually,
no, Allie, no, that's scary.
I don't think I could safely land a plane with that, but impressive feat nonetheless. Wow. Ali Ruzi, thank you so much.
All right, coming up this morning, a long road to recovery for the South and Midwest after a series of deadly storms. When we come back, we'll be joined by Highway Patrol officials in Missouri to get the latest on the conditions.
Plus, how that recent storm activity could be a warning sign about the impacts of climate change. This is Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi family.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest from the bigger piece of the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. We're continuing our coverage of the extreme weather sweeping across the Midwest and the South, as at least 5 people are reported dead after a devastating tornado hit southeastern Missouri Wednesday. The storm, categorized as a high-end EF2 by the National Weather Service, left a path of destruction that tore through several communities in Bollinger County. In a press conference yesterday, the governor of Missouri spoke about the devastation and the state's long road to recovery.
I think when you look at the devastation of this, it's going to be weeks upon months to be able to recover. It's a long journey ahead for the people that live here. The President of the United States called me on the way here, wanted to make sure that all the people here knew that he was thinking about them. Anything he could do to help, he offered those services. So there's a lot of work to be done after today. But again, right now it's about the families, it's about the loved ones, it's about picking up the pieces.
Sergeant Clark Parrott from the Missouri State Highway Patrol joins us now to discuss the situation there. Thanks so much for joining us, Sergeant. So what's the situation like this morning, and have there been any more reports of injuries?
No, we have not had any more reports of injuries. As the governor said yesterday, in the colonel of the Highway Patrol, we had 5 injured and 5 fatalities as a result of the storm. We're not anticipating any more, just based on the technology and the resources that were used yesterday. A home-by-home search was conducted in the affected area, and everybody that was in the path of the tornado has been accounted for. And so, as the governor said, today we start picking up the pieces and moving forward.
And Sergeant, as you speak, we're taking a look at some aerial views of the destruction. Just so many homes and structures there clearly impacted by this. Have you been able to fully survey the damage yet? Do you guys have a grasp of it?
Well, we're still doing that. We used unmanned aerial vehicles and some drones yesterday. The Highway Patrol, we flew our helicopter throughout the extensive portion of the area just to kind of get a sense of it. Now we're going back out on the ground today. And, today is going to be as important as yesterday. Yesterday was the initial shock, but then today is helping the people pick up the pieces and start to rebuild their lives. As you can see from some of the video, some of these people lost their homes, their possessions, and sadly, 5 people lost their lives. But on the flip side of that, just the spirit of unity that has come into the community, and you can see the volunteers have just poured in from all over Missouri and the Midwest. So that's where we're at today.
So much devastation. Certainly glad people are on their way to help. We do have a soundbite from someone who lives in Glen Allen there in Missouri talking about the destruction. Let's take a listen.
There's a lot of memories that came from that building right there. A lot of work and hard work, sweat and tears. But yeah, emotionally, it's hard to take. Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So much heartbreak for so many people. So as families look to start recovering, what are their biggest needs right now?
Well, we are having a meeting here shortly at the high school, at Woodland High School, to organize and process all of the needs that have come in. Yesterday afternoon, all the churches got together, had a prayer vigil, and then they started compiling a list of the needs. We're going to go through that and try to marry that up with all the resources that came in. You would not believe the amount of donations, water, food, clothing, anything you can think of was delivered to the area yesterday. So we're just going to go through that today with those officials and get the help out there where it needs to go.
Well, and there's so many short-term needs, but looking more long-term, Sergeant, it takes so long to recover from one of these things. What do you think that Glen Allen, these other communities, are going to need to actually recover from this in the long term?
Well, you're going to need a lot of help. As the governor said yesterday, a lot of times in these things, there's thresholds for assistance from the state or federal side of it. And obviously a town, it's not as big, Glen Allen is maybe not going to meet those thresholds. So they're going to need a lot of help from a lot of different sources. And, that process starts today.
It certainly does. Hopefully that help actually does come through. Sergeant Clark Parrott, thanks so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
And keeping with severe weather coverage, the recent spattering of tornadoes is a reminder that weather warning systems are urgent and necessary. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander reports on new research to save lives as the traditional path of these storms is changing.
In the fields of southern Tennessee, it's sunny skies now.
Ready? Okay.
But this team, led by atmospheric scientist Karen Kosiba, is preparing for the storm.
Essentially, the goal is to put yourselves right in the path of these storms. Yeah, Perils really is trying to get right in the path of these storms. We're trying to get slightly ahead of them.
Meet the Perils Project.
I can see that from here.
A unit deploying radars, sensors, and scientists in storm after storm, all specifically to study tornadoes in the southeast, which researchers say are growing more frequent and more deadly.
We're trying to understand better these storms, where they're going to produce tornadoes, what the environment looks like before these storms produce tornadoes, so we could better predict tornadoes in the southeast.
Why are these storms so dangerous?
These storms are dangerous for many reasons. First of all, they can occur at off hours, so when people aren't prepared for tornadoes.
Tornadoes like the ones that ravaged parts of Mississippi last month and just days ago tore through Arkansas and Tennessee.
There's a high population density in the southeast, so these storms and these tornadoes have the potential to impact lots of towns or lots of people.
Historically, the Great Plains is considered Tornado Alley, the area with the highest frequency of these storms. But that trend has started to shift. Research shows over the past 4 decades, there's been an increase in the number of tornadoes in the southeast. This was the 5th straight year that's produced a powerful EF4 tornado in the month of March, 4 of those in the southeast. Will this research help create more accurate forecasts?
Yes, we really want to get better warnings out there, better predictability, and really make sure people could take the actions that they need to be in a safe place.
Providing critical seconds that could save countless lives. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, St. Joseph, Tennessee.
Fascinating stuff, Blaine. Thank you. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, from now hiring to not hiring.
New data show the economy may be starting to cool. We'll break down the numbers that are raising new concerns about a possible recession.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from France, Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. It's still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New data just out showing some potentially concerning signs about the state of the economy. The March jobs report shows that companies added fewer jobs than expected.
This comes as wage growth is also slowing, which could point to signs that the economy is starting to cool, and questions of a possible recession may be still on the horizon. Caleb Silver is editor-in-chief at Investopedia, and he joins us now to make sense of these numbers. Caleb, good morning. So how do the numbers for March compare to those of February when it comes to jobs added?
Yeah, we're going to get the March non-farm payrolls report tomorrow for the month of March, but already during this week we've gotten the JOLTS report. That's the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey, and private payrolls. Both are showing some signs of slowing. There's still just under 10 million jobs available in the country, so still plenty of jobs out there. But we also saw private payrolls yesterday growing slower than expected. And you're hearing about layoffs in finance, you're hearing about layoffs in tech. Those are starting to bleed through other parts of the economy. That said, we've still added 5.6 million jobs since the beginning of 2022. This is the most aggressive hiring I think we've ever seen in this country.
Yeah, we've had some good jobs reports. We've continued to be surprised by the number of jobs added. So do the fears of a recession, do you think those are still valid?
Yeah, because the economy is slowing in terms of growth. GDP, the way we measure it, is slowing. The Federal Reserve is only predicting about 0.8% growth this year, and then only about 1.2% next year. But if it is a recession we're in or going into, it's unlike when we've ever been in before. The unemployment rate below 4%, you rarely see that during a recession. You rarely see this robust hiring across different sectors of the economy. And if you look at manufacturing and consumer spending, we're still kind of hanging in there. So this may be what we call a growth recession in economics.
Why do you think that contrast is that you're describing, those low numbers when it comes to unemployment, and yet we're still seeing this?
There's a supply-demand imbalance in the labor market. You still have industries like leisure and hospitality that have fewer jobs today than they did in 2019. You still have other sectors that are growing. Auto sector still looking for workers because there's a lot of demand there, but we don't have a lot of demand in other sectors of the economy. So it's an imbalance in the labor market, a supply and demand imbalance, and that's why we have this weirdness in the labor market and in this unemployment report. Tomorrow, we want to see if that unemployment number climbs above 3.6% where it is right now, because the Fed wants it higher than 4%, and the next Fed meeting, guys, is only in 27 days and 6 hours, not that I'm counting.
Do you think they're going to change their tune on these interest rates?
They may slow, they may not hike. If we look at where Fed fund futures are, this is where people are predicting the Fed's going to do next month. There's only about a 50% chance, slightly less, that the Fed will raise interest rates again another 0.25%.
So interesting timing here tomorrow for that jobs report tomorrow. The markets are closed for Good Friday. Do we expect, depending on those numbers, the effects to be seen on Monday then when the markets reopen?
Yeah, I think investors are in this weird place right now where there's some alternatives to stocks right now. You can get money out of the bank, CDs, money markets, the bond market. But right now, investors are just waiting to see what the Fed's next move might be. And this jobs report may make the Fed cool its jets a little bit more at that next meeting in 27 days.
Well, I'll be watching. Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
All right, more financial headlines now. Inflation costs seem to be affecting how much consumers are, of course, spending at retailers, including warehouse giant Costco.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Costco reporting the first monthly sales drop in nearly 3 years.
The warehouse retailer says falling gas prices and the impact of foreign currencies on the dollar impacted results. The company also noting year-over-year inflation for fresh food and various other goods was down from February. Higher food prices helped retailers and grocery stores' sales and profits last year. Industry executives have expressed confidence they can keep charging customers at elevated prices since groceries fall under the category of essential goods. And Google plans to restrict apps that offer loans to individuals from accessing sensitive user data, such as photos, videos, and contact lists. The company is stepping up efforts to combat the rise of predatory behavior from some lenders that harass borrowers to collect debts. The changes to the Google Play Store will take effect on May 31st. And Apple's AirPods could become a standalone product in the future. 9to5Mac and other sites that track the company report Apple has been granted a patent for a redesigned AirPods charging case. The front would have a touchscreen display similar to the Apple Watch. The display would offer media controls and basic apps such as maps, weather, and notifications. Users may also be able to switch between apps using Siri. However, Apple files a lot of patents, and only a few are actually used in real devices. You know, I'm a little bit confused how they would fit the notifications on the AirPods case.
Yeah.
Because it's such a small case.
Yeah.
I know.
It looks like a Tamagotchi kind of. We put a screen on it. Interesting is that.
Also, Pip, I gotta say, love the yellow. You look dashing.
Yes. Yeah, you know, we gotta look like a peep ahead of Easter.
Agreed.
I forgot my canary yellow blazer this time.
Next time we'll tell you.
All right, Pippa, thanks so much.
And coming up, it's no longer March, but the madness continues.
Yeah, after the break on Morning News Now, why LSU women's basketball star Angel Reese is calling out First Lady Jill Biden over who she's inviting to the White House. We'll be right back.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. I think we've all made a few regretful purchases, specifically in our 20s. But for Jennifer Aniston, she says she has a few things to say about hers. The Friends star said she spent her first big check from the show on a vintage car. The $13,000 purchase got her a cream-colored Mercedes-Benz 280 SL. Doesn't seem so awful, right? But not long after she drove the new wheels off the lot, the car actually broke down and, quote, never drove again. The actress said she didn't know that you should actually get the car checked out before you buy it, calling the moment a nice 25-year-old mistake. I will say the car I got, good old Hyundai Elantra, is still kicking today.
Oh, there you go.
Early 2000s, used, all that.
Early 2000s, too. My first car was like $400, a 1989 Chevrolet Celebrity. Ooh. It was a great purchase.
See?
Young me knew what he was doing.
You knew what you were doing, but any regrets? Any regretful purchases?
I just recently, I bought a Star Trek action figure, 7 of 9, for like $70. I don't regret it. My husband, though, maybe not so happy about it.
Well, you know.
Good purchase for me.
What is it? Permission? Forgiveness, not permission.
There you go. That's my motto. All right, Clay, thanks so much. Well, to some sports controversy now. Finally, we're talking about from the basketball court to the court of public opinion here. First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, stirring up some online chatter this week after an invitation to the White House. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more.
The LSU Lady Tigers crowned the national champs, now taking their victory lap, but it's coming with controversy. It started when First Lady Jill Biden, who went to the finals, broke from tradition, suggesting both teams come to the White House.
We'll have LSU come, but you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game.
Social media erupted, with many pointing out the racial makeup of each team. LSU mostly black, Iowa players mostly white.
Does Dr. Jill Biden understand how this looks? She, white America? Yep. The losing side is white America?
All-American and MVP of the tournament, Angel Reese, calling it, quote, a joke on Twitter and speaking out on the I Am Athlete podcast.
I just know if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be the same. If we were to lose, we would not be getting invited to the White House.
Iowa's head coach preferred to leave LSU in the spotlight, tweeting, a day at the White House should belong solely to the champion, LSU and Coach Mulkey.
It feels like it's about participation trophies, and that's not where this game should be. We don't need to pat everyone on the back for playing a good game.
The First Lady's press secretary forced to backpedal on the invite, saying her comments in Colorado were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House. That championship drawing record ratings, the game becoming the most watched NCAA women's basketball final in TV history with 9.9 million viewers, and the most viewed college basketball game ever on ESPN. With those viewers came more scrutiny, once again zeroing in on Angel Reese, this time for her numerous "you can't see me" hand gestures towards Iowa player Caitlin Clark, some calling the trash-talking gesture classless. Reese defended herself when asked about it right after the game.
I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this was for the girls that look like me, that's going to speak up on what they believe in.
In fact, Clark used the same gesture just 2 games earlier and defended Reese.
She should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized.
Critics saying the reaction showed a double standard.
We all know that there's a white-black issue here. Because the fact of the matter is, when Caitlyn did it, people were celebrating it. And they were talking about nothing but her greatness. But then the second a sister stepped up and threw it back in her face, now you got half the basketball world saying, well, you know what, that's not the classiest thing to do.
Yeah. Regardless, the kind of attention, all of it a clear sign that the women are stepping into center court.
You have people arguing about officiating, arguing about taunting. These are things casual sports fans care about and can talk about. So it just had all of the right ingredients for a breakout moment for women's basketball, and that's what happened.
Valerie Castro reporting there. Well, despite player Angel Reese's comments, the team's athletic department says they would certainly accept an invitation from the White House. So there's more to come on that story.
For sure.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephanie Gosk. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, April 6th. Storm devastation. Missouri is reeling from the deadliest tornado to hit the state in more than 10 years. We'll tell you where more brutal storms are hitting next.
Decades-long cover-up. Maryland's top prosecutor is now accusing the Baltimore Catholic Church of sexually abusing over 600 children. How the Archbishop is responding to the allegations.
Fentanyl crisis. The Biden administration is taking a new digital approach to warn young people about the dangers of synthetic opioids. Social media stars are now using their platforms to also potentially save lives.
Survivor's guilt. Sweeping mass layoffs have a major effect on those who were cut and those who were spared. We've got tips to help ease the toll downsizing can have on your mental health.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with those deadly tornadoes that ripped through southeastern Missouri on Wednesday, killing 5 people and destroying more than a dozen homes.
This was the second wave of deadly storms that battered the Midwest and southern regions of the country in less than a week.
Now, as that system shifts east, 3 million people across the mid-Atlantic are bracing for the possibility of severe storms and damaging winds. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Glen Allen, Missouri, following the aftermath of the storm there. So, Maggie, I mean, this was Missouri's deadliest tornado in more than a decade. What are you seeing and hearing from people there in Glen Allen? And do officials expect that the death toll could rise even more?
Stephanie, Joe, people are telling us this is like nothing they've ever seen, and they've seen devastation before. As you point out, I feel like we're using words like devastation, decimation a lot in different communities across the country lately. Here we are again. This is Glen Allen. This was its fire station, and now, as you can see, it's just a concrete slab with rubble on top of it. Utility crews behind us here working to restore power to everybody in the area who lost it. This was an EF2 tornado that roared through in the dark of night early yesterday morning with winds well over 100 miles per hour. People said they barely had time to race into their bathrooms and their basements. Take a listen.
I was praying, hoping that we would get through it all right.
Yeah, emotionally, it's hard to take. Glen Allen will never be the same. There's no doubt about it.
So again, 5 people killed in this rural, small community, 5 more injured, close to 90 homes at last count damaged or destroyed by this tornado. The cleanup effort, guys, is underway, and as you can imagine, it is absolutely daunting. Stephanie, Joe.
You know, Maggie, it's not just there in Missouri. We've also seen some extensive damage in places like Kentucky and Illinois from that same storm system that came through. What can you tell us about the conditions in those places?
Right. As you know, this was a massive line of storms that stretched all the way kind of from the Great Lakes region down through Louisiana. So we saw devastation first kind of at the same timing, I should say, as Missouri's in central Illinois, kind of down near Peoria and Bloomington Normal. There's Fulton County, Illinois. There was a tornado that ripped through, destroyed several buildings. And then as this system marched east, Louisville, Kentucky, as you point out, also got hit really hard. And we have confirmed that tornado, an EF1 in that community, was also deadly. 1 person killed in that storm as well. We're hearing about roads torn up in those communities, buildings destroyed, first responders having trouble getting to the people because of the road conditions in certain parts where they're still trying to help make sure that everybody gets out and gets the help they need. So devastation just kind of in different pockets of the country as this system marched east, guys.
That's for sure, and it's been nonstop. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Today in Tennessee, lawmakers in the State House are set to vote to expel 3 Democratic members for leading chants from the House floor with gun control supporters. That protest took place last week. It was in response to the deadly shooting at a private elementary school in Nashville. 3 students and 3 school staffers were killed. Today, another protest taking place outside the Capitol building, a large group gathering in the rain to support those 3 Democrats. Republicans hold the majority in Tennessee's House, and the vote today is expected to pass. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joined us now from inside the Capitol in Nashville. So, Priscilla, these 3 Democrats, they've already been stripped of their committee assignments. The chamber is set to vote on their removal. What do we expect to see this afternoon, both inside and outside the Capitol building?
Yeah, well, we will continue to see what we've been seeing here for the past several hours, which is hundreds of protesters in the hallways. There are more outside the Capitol who have not been able to get in because the gallery in there is packed. And you can hear the folks behind me singing "This Little Light of Mine." They have been chanting for the past several hours. We've heard chants of "What do we want? Gun control. When do we want it? Now." They're also saying "Whose house? Our house," saying that this is their government building and they have a right to have their voices heard. And you can certainly hear as they're getting louder, those lawmakers on the floor can hear them as they are trying to go about a business today. Already this morning, they have passed 2 school safety bills related to having officers in schools and things of that nature. And we've heard loud cheers out here for that. But the real moment is going to come later on in this hour, or perhaps next hour, as this session wraps up, when the expulsion of these 3 lawmakers comes up, and this crowd certainly wanting to make their voice heard about that on 2 issues. One, the issue of gun reform, but also the issue of democracy and the feeling that this should not be happening, that these Democratic lawmakers should not be being expelled for participating in that protest and calling attention to their voices, which people here say they want so desperately to be heard. Joe?
So,
Stephanie?
Priscilla, as we wait for this vote, tell us more about what it is the Republican lawmakers are claiming and then how these Democrats are responding.
Yeah, so Republican lawmakers filed these resolutions accusing Democrats of disorderly conduct when they decided to go on to the House floor last week with a megaphone and talk and chant about gun reform and gun legislation. And they say that they brought disorder to the House and that they also brought dishonor to the House of Representatives. And that is why they are saying they should be expelled. And we heard from one of those representatives earlier today, Gloria Johnson, and I want to play some of what she had to say about all of this. Take a listen.
They acted as if it was like January 6th. That's just a lie. That was such a peaceful rally. Moms were crying to me that morning saying I had to drop my kids off at school before I came here. And I just hope that they will be safe when I pick them up this afternoon. My colleagues across the aisle would not even look the protesters in the eye as they came into the chambers.
And this trio of lawmakers has garnered nationwide support from more than 250 state legislatures across the country, and also national figures like Senator Elizabeth Warren jumping in and standing behind these 3 lawmakers as they face this potential expulsion.
All right.
Joe?
Priscilla
Stephanie?
Thompson inside a noisy Tennessee state capitol. Thank you, Priscilla.
Maryland's top prosecutor is accusing the Baltimore Catholic Church of covering up the sexual abuse of over 600 children. A 461-page report details the abuse that allegedly happened for decades. The Baltimore Archbishop, in a statement posted online, apologized to the victims and in part says the report, quote, details a reprehensible time in the history of this archdiocese, a time that will not be covered up, ignored, or forgotten. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson is live in Rome for us. And these are certainly not allegations in terms of the Catholic Church that we haven't heard of before. But what does this report specifically reveal about this archdiocese?
Stephanie, what it reveals is that, as you said, more than 600 children were abused in the Archdiocese of Baltimore between 1940 and 2002. And what's particularly disturbing in this report is that some parishes were home to multiple abusers. In fact, there's one parish in Catonsville, St. Mark's, that had 11 abusers between 1964 and 2002. It also reveals a hierarchy that didn't understand what it had before them. It treated pedophilia like alcohol addiction and sent offenders away for 6 weeks thinking they could be treated, and then brought them back, put them into ministry with disastrous results. As you said, it's a story we've heard many times before in the Archdiocese of Boston, most famously, most recently in the Pennsylvania grand jury report, and now we're seeing it in the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
And you're right there in Rome. Has the Vatican reacted to this report?
There has not been any reaction from the Vatican about this specific report. I think what's important to note about this report, it is a report of history. These cases happened between 1940 and 2002. The State Attorney General Anthony Brown said that he has only brought one criminal indictment as a result of this report, and he really doesn't expect to bring any others because in many cases, in most cases, this criminal statute of limitations has expired, Stephanie.
And let me just ask you, Ann, you've been covering these kinds of stories for quite some time, and this, as you say, adds to the historic record. Is there anything different that stands out for you, and do you think anything will change as a result of this report?
We're already seeing change in the state of Maryland, Stephanie. For years, survivors have been trying to get the state of Maryland to lift the statute of limitations on the civil suits that could be brought against their abusers. That has finally passed the Maryland legislature, and Governor Wes Moore says that he will sign that piece of legislation. The other thing is, and what's perhaps most important, is that for survivors, this is absolutely key. Their stories have been heard, their stories have been told after years of being ignored, or worse yet, disbelieved. Stephanie?
NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson in Rome for us. Thanks, Ann.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. As we approach the busy spring and summer travel season, airports are looking for new ways to battle delays and congestion. Their solution, bigger planes. U.S. carriers have 0.6% more seats on domestic flights this month compared with April of 2019.
Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. So, Deirdre, larger planes, is it really going to make a difference? What will be the impact for consumers?
Well, the strategy is known as upgouging, and it means that airlines will be able to sell more seats per flight, but also means that they will need less planes, leaving passengers with fewer flight options when they try to book a trip. So while less planes could make things difficult for consumers, it should help combat high costs for airlines and hopefully congestion at airports. Limited gate availability has recently created flight cuts and scheduled delays in some of the country's busiest airports. And also, guys, Google is revealing its newest AI supercomputer. The company published details on the new tech yesterday, saying it's more efficient than comparable NVIDIA systems. The supercomputer will be used to train its AI models using Google's own custom chip, and the system will feed data to AI, helping it respond to questions with human-like answers and generate images. Back over to you.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa, thanks so much.
The White House is now enlisting social media stars to fight the fentanyl epidemic, an exclusive look at their efforts to save lives. After the break, you're watching NBC News Daily.
happen now.
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The synthetic opioid fentanyl and other drugs like it have been linked to more than 70,000 deaths in the U.S. in 2021. That's according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse.
Now the Biden administration is launching a new campaign to warn young people of the dangers of these drugs, and it's bringing social media influencers in to help. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow joins us now with this exclusive report with the nation's drug czar. Hey, Kate.
Yeah, so the drug czar leads this Office of National Drug Control Policy, and they're trying to meet young people where they are, which of course is on social media. Over the next month, about 30 influencers will be posting reels, stories, posts on Instagram.
It's a life-saving effort.
What's up, guys? Clifford here.
The Biden administration partnering with social media influencers to reach young people where they are on Instagram.
And while I like to joke around on my platforms, I highly encourage you guys to take this seriously.
Clifford Taylor is a former college football player at the University of Florida. Sammy Brielle is a student at UCLA.
I've unfortunately had college-aged friends who have been impacted by deaths.
Fentanyl-related deaths in young people spiked nearly 200% from 2019 to 2021. Some of that increase because counterfeit pills contain fentanyl, and 6 out of 10 can be deadly.
We have an American dying every 5 minutes around the clock.
That's why the administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, launched this new campaign.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply. All the young people that have died, if you look at the data, 2 out of 3 of those deaths have happened when there are bystanders right next to them.
Someone could have saved them.
To me, as a physician, it's really important to provide the tools and to empower the youth of our country to be able to become lifesavers.
Naloxone is a medicine that can reverse an opioid overdose, and carrying it can help save someone's life.
Naloxone, or Narcan, reverses opioid overdoses. It's already available in pharmacies in most states. Now the nasal spray is approved over the counter. Dr. Gupta says it should be on store shelves by summer.
I think it's really important to normalize bringing around naloxone or Narcan in your bags, especially to parties.
Digital ads will appear on college campuses, in bars and restaurants, even at the gas pump.
I can hear critics thinking or saying, is encouraging people to carry Narcan admitting defeat, admitting that we can't control the flow of fentanyl coming into this country?
Well, that's absolutely not true, first of all. And one of the things we have to be careful about is making sure that we do everything in our power to save lives first and foremost. But at the same time, don't let up, and we're not letting up in our ability to reduce and go after the bad guys that are producing it.
In some parts of the country, Narcan is free in vending machines. The administration working to increase access and reduce the price, which at some stores can still cost around $100, hoping to convince more and more young people to carry it.
I love you guys so much, and please stay safe.
So, Kate, I'm thinking back to when I was young and we had DARE, drug abuse resistance education. My dad was even a DARE officer.
Oh, really?
How is this campaign different?
I think what's so different about this, guys, is that there's sort of an implicit acknowledgement in that they're using social media influencers to say, look, people are using drugs. It's happening. It might be happening around you. You know, it's not sort of just say no. It's some people are saying yes and they're taking this stuff. First of all, know the danger of it. Know that that's really dangerous. But if it is going to happen around you, you should have Narcan so that you could potentially save a friend's life.
Very importantly, did Dr. Gupta say whether young people can detect if there's fentanyl in a drug that they're taking?
So there is a way, which is fentanyl test strips, which I've done other stories about, and they are available in a lot of college campuses, a lot of communities. You can get a test strip and test your drugs before you take them. However, I would just urge people to know that it's not possible to know how much fentanyl is in something. You know, if you detect it with that strip, you can throw it away. But
Generally speaking, we said it there, 6 in 10 counterfeit pills that contain fentanyl are deadly. 6 in 10. And you don't know which one you're getting. It's like Russian, he called it Russian roulette, the drugs are.
Terrible odds.
Yeah. Such an important story, Kate Snow. Thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
One of the largest online marketplaces for stolen information taken down by the FBI. Later this hour, inside, quote, Operation Cookie Monster, and whether the threat to the public is over. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle,
Oh.
Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A federal civil rights investigation is underway after U.S. Park Police shot and killed a black teenager who took off in a car that police say was stolen. It happened almost 3 weeks ago in Washington, D.C. NBC Washington reporter Jackie Benson takes us through body cam video of the critical moments before the deadly shooting. And we do want to warn you, some of these images might be disturbing.
Don't move. Pull him out. Good? All right. Who else is in the car? Is he in there? All right. We got a vehicle fleeing. We got a park police officer inside of it.
Those images from the body-worn camera of a D.C. police officer come minutes after 4 officers, 2 from U.S. Park Police, 2 from D.C. Police, came up with a plan to take the apparently sleeping driver of a stolen Hyundai Tucson into custody. The car was parked near 34th and Baker Streets Northeast. Moments earlier, on body camera video from a U.S. Park Police officer, a senior D.C. officer can be heard directing the others.
He plays golf, just let him go. But don't get inside that car until we know.
This was the video seconds later from the body camera of the Park Police officer who appears to be in the back seat of the SUV. We stopped the video short of the shooting of 17-year-old Delano Martin.
Police! Don't move! Don't move! Don't move! Don't move! Don't move! Don't move!
Stop! Stop! Stop, man. Just let me out. Let me out. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop! Shots fired! Shots fired!
In a statement released to News 4, Tara Martin, the teen's mother, she has seen the video, said, quote, "He murdered my son and should be prosecuted." Police say they later discovered a gun in the SUV, but that the officers did not know it was there until after the vehicle crashed as a result of the shooting. D.C. Police Training and Procedure instructs officers to not block vehicles and not to enter vehicles in situations like the one that resulted in Martin's death.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Jackie Benson.
Farmers across the Midwest were eager to start their field work come spring, but Mother Nature had other plans. Jody Kurzman from our NBC affiliate KFYR in Bismarck, North Dakota, shows how this is just another year of obstacles for local farmers there.
This is the life Clint Coleman has always dreamed of.
It's got its challenges for sure, but there's nothing I'd rather be doing.
This winter, the challenges have piled up as high as the snowbanks at his farm.
Well, we had to trench about half a mile back to the road and then start to dig out the bales one by one.
The Colemans are set to start calving on April 20th.
Really happy we bumped it back this year.
They pushed calving back because of what happened last April.
We had 200 to 300 calves during those blizzards.
Of course, there are always a few calves that come early.
It happens.
As he cares for the cattle, Clint can't help thinking of the crops he should be planting.
We should be working on air seeders and sprayers and starting to think about getting seed treated and all that stuff, but we can't even get to our air seeders.
Those air seeders are buried under several feet of snow. The Colemans aren't the only ones pushing field work back. Farmers across the entire state are adjusting their timelines.
We will have a delayed or a later than average planting date.
But producers like Clint Coleman are still optimistic.
Yeah, this is going to be sunflowers.
Not thinking about if they'll get in the fields, but rather when.
That was Jody Kurzman from our NBC affiliate KFYR reporting.
Up next, 3 Florida teenagers were shot and killed. Why police believe the cases are connected as they search for suspects. We have the details after the break. You are watching NBC News Daily. And you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephanie Gosk. Making news right now. Dozens of protesters in Paris are rallying against French President Emmanuel Macron's pension changes. This is video of demonstrators forcing their way into U.S.-based investment firm BlackRock's building today, setting off fireworks and waving flags. And this right here is a live picture where hundreds of people are out in the streets of Paris. This is the 11th day of nationwide protests amid the government's plan to increase the retirement age from 62 to 64 years old.
And Idaho Governor Brad Little is signing a new bill that makes it illegal for an adult to help a minor get an abortion without their parents' consent. Under the law, adults who provide abortion pills or bring a minor to a doctor could face up to 5 years in prison. The FBI just took down one of the most popular online marketplaces where hackers could buy and sell stolen data and identities. The Justice Department announced the bust this week.
This is the notice posted on the site. It's called Genesis Market. The FBI teamed up with a group of international law enforcement agencies on the crackdown. They nicknamed it Operation Cookie Monster. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts joins us now for context on this. The name aside, which sounds a bit juvenile, explain what type of information was available on this site.
So if you've ever logged in and you save your password, you save your username, some of those credentials into any sort of commercial website, what this did was it was a bot network, a series of applications that deployed malware onto victims' computers. What it would do is archive and retrieve all of that information, put it into a central database known as Genesis Market. And then what really anyone could do, any cyber criminal could do, is log on and buy that information, buy that user personally identifiable information, and then log in as that individual without them knowing that their identity had been stolen in these online marketplaces. So it was responsible for vast amounts of cybercrime, very difficult to take down, and a major success for all law enforcement agencies worldwide.
So, Clint, how can people figure out if their data was posted on this marketplace, and is the threat actually over now that it has been taken down?
So the threat's not over, Joe, but it's definitely improved. The situation's improved with this going down. But what people can do is look in the near future for any of those notifications they might receive from a company that they need to change their passwords. That's critical to do that. Always important. Second, they can always update their operating software. Sometimes just updating your operating software, if it doesn't update, it would tell you that maybe your system has been taken over by malware, but it would also possibly reset your credentials. Third, always use antivirus any chance you get. And it is also a good idea if you have the ability to use a VPN, a virtual proxy network, to log in and communicate securely with all your merchants and all your vendors. The last thing is if you see any slowness in your computer, any sort of issues, you might want to start preemptively updating your passwords as well.
All right, lots of good advice. Clint Watts, our national security analyst. Thank you so much.
Florida police say they believe the recent deaths of 3 teenagers are all connected. Police say they were all shot on different days and found near the Ocala National Forest in Central Florida. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the latest.
A community in shock in Marion County, Florida. Detectives working around the clock searching for multiple suspects in the fatal shootings of 3 teenagers. 2 of them dumped on the side of roads, and the third in a car grimly submerged in water, according to local authorities.
As a parent, every parent should feel the same way I do, just completely in shock.
According to police, one victim dying in a hospital. She's identified as 16-year-old Layla Silvernail. Layla was found Thursday night lying beside the road and suffering from a gunshot wound. She was rushed to a hospital, unable to communicate with police before passing away, according to the county sheriff. Then on Friday, police say a second victim was found nearby. This time, a 17-year-old male also shot and lying beside the road. And the following day, investigators say they located a car partially submerged in a nearby body of water, making a gruesome discovery.
After going through the vehicle, we found a third victim within the vehicle, 16-year-old female, who also had a gunshot wound.
In a press conference, the sheriff saying he believes the victims all knew each other and were together leading up to the incident, indicating the homicides are possibly tied to what he called, quote, wannabe or neighborhood gangs in the area.
This is an isolated incident. It is not, and there is nothing to indicate that it is a serial killer whatsoever.
While authorities are not releasing a motive, they do not suspect there are other victims at this point. Parents in the area hoping for answers.
I just hope we can figure out what went wrong and help to make this a better community so that our kids do feel safe.
The sheriff telling NBC News the department has gotten just under 100 tips, and they're sorting through 136 pieces of evidence. He has a simple message for parents. The suspects will be found.
Their is going to be right over there in that jail.
Our thanks to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for that report. We should note the sheriff's office told NBC News that many details of the case are being kept confidential as the investigation continues. That includes any information about potential gangs and how they might be involved or connected to the victims.
First Lady Jill Biden is walking back an invitation she made to both the NCAA women's basketball champions LSU and their championship game opponents, the University of Iowa. Usually you see it's just the winning team that receives an invitation to the White House. NBC News Now correspondent Valerie Castro has more on the on and off court drama.
The LSU Lady Tigers crowned the national champs, now taking their victory lap, but it's coming with controversy.
And your LSU Tigers are national champions.
It started when First Lady Jill Biden, who went to the finals, broke from tradition, suggesting both teams come to the White House.
We'll have LSU come, but you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game.
Social media erupted, with many pointing out the racial makeup of each team. LSU mostly black, Iowa players mostly white.
Does Dr. Jill Biden understand how this looks? She, white America?
Yep.
The losing side is white America.
All-American and MVP of the tournament, Angel Reese, calling it, quote, a joke on Twitter and speaking out on the I Am Athlete podcast.
I just know if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be the same. If we were to lose, we would not be getting invited to the White House.
Iowa's head coach preferred to leave LSU in the spotlight, tweeting, a day at the White House should belong solely to the champion, LSU and Coach Mulkey.
It feels like it's about participation trophies, and that's not where this game should be. We don't need to pat everyone on the back for playing a good game.
The First Lady's press secretary forced to backpedal on the invite, saying her comments in Colorado were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House.
She's on the run. We'll get it right wing. Carson, 3 more. Yes!
What?
Oh, my goodness!
That championship drawing record ratings, the game becoming the most watched NCAA women's basketball final in TV history with 9.9 million viewers, and the most viewed college basketball game ever on ESPN. With those viewers came more scrutiny, once again zeroing in on Angel Reese, this time for her numerous "you can't see me" hand gestures towards Iowa player Caitlin Clark, some calling the trash-talking gesture classless. Reese defended herself when asked about it right after the game.
I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this was for the girls that look like me, that's going to speak up on what they believe in.
In fact, Clark used the same gesture just 2 games earlier and defended Reese.
She should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized.
Critics saying the reaction showed a double standard.
We all know that there's a white-black issue here, because the fact of the matter is when Caitlin did it, people were celebrating it, and they were talking about nothing but her greatness. But then the second a sister stepped up and threw it back in her face, now you got half the basketball world saying, well, you know what, that's not the classiest thing to do.
Yeah. Regardless, the kind of attention, all of it a clear sign that the women are stepping into center court.
You have people arguing about officiating, arguing about taunting. These are things casual sports fans care about and can talk about. So it just had all of the right ingredients for a breakout moment for women's basketball, and that's what happened.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
So far this year, U.S. companies have laid off more than 130,000 workers. That's according to new data from Forbes.
For many Americans, getting laid off is a big financial blow, but experts say job cuts can also take a toll on your mental health. So let's bring in Tess Brigham now. She is a psychotherapist and mental health coach. Tess, good to have you with us. So layoffs, we know they can be debilitating, especially when you're waiting to figure out what's going to happen if you might be laid off. So what advice do you have for people who are trying to manage that stress and that anxiety?
Yeah, so stress and anxiety are about control or the lack of control, right? So what you really have to focus on is what is within your control right now. So you can't control who's getting laid off, who's not getting laid off. So focus on what is within your control. And usually that is what you do every day, your tasks, your responsibilities. And a lot of times I tell my clients, like, just focus on what have you got to do that day. Don't worry so much about what's going to happen in the big picture, but what have you got to do that day? And the other part of it, too, is just acknowledging how you feel. Like, this is really tough. This is hard. It creates a lot of anxiety. It creates a lot of tension. It creates a lot of fears and worries. But all you can do is what's right in front of you.
Tess, let's say you're one of the people at your company who makes it through a round of layoffs. How should you deal with the potential guilt and possible extra work there?
Yeah, well, so, and they've done studies on this. Research has been done. Survivor guilt is real. It's a real thing. And so my recommendation to organizations is, give your employees that are still there time to grieve. They need time to grieve. They need time to process their feelings. Employers and the leadership team, you've been thinking about this for a while. You've had time to process this. You know what's coming. They don't. So give them time to process and think about it. Allow, if you're open to it, allow them time to talk to you about it. Give them that time to process. And then the other part of it is that take time to think about how do you channel this into something positive for you, right? So maybe a bunch of managers were laid off and now you are going to be in meetings with the leadership, and that it could be a real positive for you in your career.
Layoffs are tough for everybody. Psychotherapist and mental health coach Tess Brigham, thanks so much.
Two big blockbusters are hitting theaters this summer on the same day. The latest from the world of entertainment coming up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
HBO is the gift that keeps on giving. For all the Game of Thrones fans out there, the network says there could be a second spin-off series coming. That's fresh off the success of House of the Dragon, which shattered viewing records when it premiered in August.
And whether you're a Gryffindor or a Slytherin, get your wand ready. HBO also wants to develop a TV adaptation of all 7 Harry Potter books. This potential new series comes a decade after the movie series ended. CEO of Pop Viewers and NBC Entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon joins us now. Chris, are people ready to see someone other than Daniel Radcliffe play Harry Potter? I mean, that's my first biggest question.
I think as long as it's Harry Potter, folks will be okay. Folks will be okay. But the first one, the Game of Thrones prequel series. People are really excited about this. House of Dragons did so well. The best premiere for any HBO series. 10 million folks watched it. This one will be all about Aegon Targaryen. Did you guys watch House of Dragon?
Yes.
So he's like the grandfather of everyone. It'll take place 300 years before the Game of Thrones franchise stories took place. But according to Variety, it's something being discussed right now. It's not officially in the works. Listen, numbers don't lie, and they did so well with the House of the Dragon. There might be also a movie to kind of kick off this prequel for the house of whatever they call it, around Aegon Targaryen. And then to your point, Harry Potter, a TV series in the works right now. People are really excited about that. HBO is working on it. Reportedly, they're working on landing J.K. Rowling to get her to produce the series. But it'll be over the 7 books. So each season will be 1 book. And I think people will be here for it. That series, just the Harry Potter movies in general, $9.1 billion they've made so far. So there's an audience just baked in, chomping at the bit for more.
It's a little strange, though, because we already have the movies, which are based on the books. So then you'd have a TV series based on the books.
TV is where it's at right now. HBO Max can just bring a whole new audience over that I think is loyal and ready to engage with anything Harry Potter.
It's a good point. Let's talk about big screen movies. We're already looking ahead to summer blockbusters. We just had the trailer drop for Barbie, which everyone is going crazy over. And then on the same day, Oppenheimer is going to drop because those two have so much in common. That's Christopher Nolan's new film. Is this going to be a battle at the box office?
This one had the internet's talking this week. So it's a funny story. So the Barbie trailer dropped this week. You know, it's Margot Robbie, Ryan Reynolds. I'm so excited for this one. Issa Rae is also in it. The trailer looks amazing. But the same day, July 21st, there'll be a very serious movie, kind of Oscar-bait-ish film about the man who created the atomic bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan's directing, Emily Blunt's in it, Matt Damon, Florence Pugh. So everyone on Twitter was going crazy with Oppenheimer versus Barbie. Who are y'all going to choosing to see?
Well, Barbie, I want to see them both, but I feel like Barbie's getting so much buzz. I mean, it's Greta Gerwig. I mean, you know.
I'm probably going to go to Oppenheimer.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm this serious.
So how about you go and tell us what goes down? Okay.
And then you can tell me how.
And then you can report on it.
Probably do well. I think Oppenheimer could be an Oscar bait film we'll talk about during Oscar season.
It sort of has that feel to it.
Yes,
it does.
It's a great story. Yeah,
for sure. Recording artist Halle Bailey, who was cast as Ariel in the live-action version of The Little Mermaid, has shared some touching advice Beyonce gave her when she got the role. What did Beyonce say to her?
So you guys keep in mind, when this was announced in 2019, Halle was just 18 years old, and there was so much backlash, right, about her being cast in this role. Beyonce spoke to her. She said, "Stand in my power, don't give up, and know that I can do this, and believe in myself." And you guys just know that Beyonce is kind of like the protege to Halle and to Chloe. So she signed them to her record label. And Beyonce in your ear, you can't go wrong.
Could you imagine?
Can you imagine? I was just freezing. I was like, say it again, Beyonce.
How did that phone call go?
Can I record
this
it?
is Beyonce.
And I think they talk regularly, so I want to be in Halle Bailey's shoes. But she'll be fine. The film comes out next month. I'll be going every night that it's available to watch.
All right. We have just under a minute left. We should talk about what to stream this weekend, because there's plenty of good options.
So you guys, I already saw Super Mario Brothers movie. It is so good. Right now, it's certified rotten on Rotten Tomatoes, but I loved it. It's a great film, and you have a great cast in there, and fans are loving it. It's for the folks that grew up like me playing Mario. Also, Beef on Netflix. You guys, this is probably the best show on Netflix right now. It's about these two strangers who get into a road rage stage incident. And it kind of brings utter chaos into their life. Ali Wong, who's a comedian, does drama. I promise you, if you start watching it, you will not stop all weekend long. I binged the whole thing. And then lastly, Air. It's based on the Nike executives who fought to land this game-changing partnership with Michael Jordan. It stars Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Viola Davis, who plays Michael Jordan's mother. And just know Dolores, she fought for MJ to have equity in the Air Jordan sneakers. And to this day, get this, he makes $400 million a year in the sneakers.
Oh, wow.
It's a good one. I saw all this
Air
stuff,
sounds
you guys.
great. I can't wait to see it. NBC Entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon, thanks for joining us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
As former President Donald Trump pleaded not guilty at his arraignment on Tuesday, one couple was preparing for their courthouse wedding just a block away. NBC New York's Adam Harding spoke to the bride and groom about tying the knot on such a wild day.
We thought that to some extent it was a funny situation, and we didn't hate the story that would come out of it.
Chandler Dean and his bride Carolina Trevino can laugh about it now. The high school sweethearts say they tied the knot Tuesday afternoon at the city clerk's office in Lower Manhattan. The couple saying "I do" only feet from where the former president was saying not guilty.
We just took it in stride and saw a lot of humor in it.
Yeah, it was definitely chaotic, but not so much so that we couldn't get in.
So how close are we talking? Well, this right here is where the office of the city clerk is here in Lower Manhattan. Just go right down the street, turn the corner right here. This is where the former president made his first court appearance. There was a sea of protesters and a whole lot of cameras.
We finished the ceremony, and right as we walked out, someone said, "Trump just got out. Trump just got out."
The two say they didn't plan for this, of course. They made their appointment back in March. They'll host a larger ceremony later this month in their home state of Texas.
We wanted to do the legal ceremony here in what we thought might be a more intimate and low-key circumstance.
But as we all know, this location, this moment in history, was anything but intimate or low-key.
I was a little nervous.
Short of a security scare amid the clashing protesters, they simply did not want to reschedule their special day.
To us, like, it was a way that made the day a little bit more memorable.
And if anything, people were just like, I think, delighted at the fact that despite the chaos, love continues on.
Yeah, like who cares? It's New York. There's something happening here every day.
Love conquers all. Thanks to Adam Harding from our New York NBC station WNBC. The couple tells us they're planning a larger wedding ceremony in Houston on April 22nd.
Students and teachers at Shoemaker Elementary School in Virginia are supporting one of their own through a grueling health battle. Here's Andrew McClung from our NBC affiliate WCYB on how the school is rallying behind Oliver the Brave.
As the bell rings to start the day at Shoemaker Elementary School, students in Betsy Seaver's kindergarten class are missing one of their best friends.
He's a kind student.
A really good friend. He's a funny friend, too. Yeah, and a playful friend.
His name is Oliver Hensley, and he's just 5 years old.
Well, he's very outgoing. He is shy a lot, but once you get to know him, he's just all smiles.
His mom, Kayla, says there's never a frown on his face, which has helped her and her family through some recent hard news. She says Oliver's jaw puffed up out of nowhere, and he was taken to the doctor.
And he said, I think that it's a tumor.
Oliver then went to Niswonger Children's Hospital and then St. Jude.
The last result that we got was from his first biopsy, and they told us that it was cancer. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. I wish that I could take it away, that it was me and not him.
The news sending shockwaves through the school.
It was devastating to hear it, and to know that there was nothing I could do as his teacher.
But Betsy did figure out something they could do. The school hosted a parade for Oliver Tuesday before he goes back to St. Jude for more treatment.
I was so shocked. I'm blessed and grateful.
Oliver got to ride with the sheriff as the school cheered him on.
He is so strong, he is so brave, he is so loved, and he is our inspiration.
We're really blessed to have everybody that's helped us.
Oh, what a wonderful community. That was Andrew McClung from our affiliate WCYB reporting.
Here's what's trending now. The cast of School of Rock will be reuniting for the movie's 20th anniversary.
Can you believe that? Actor Jack Black confirmed the reunion in a recent interview with Entertainment Tonight. Black says filming the comedy was one of the high points of his career. He's assuring fans the reunion will be posted all over social media later this year.
I'm Stephanie Goss.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Galt.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Good to have you with us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, April 6th. A House divided. Republican lawmakers in Tennessee are set to vote for the removal of 3 of their Democratic colleagues for protesting alongside gun control activists. We'll take you to the scene outside their Capitol building.
Storm watch. Another batch of severe weather is sweeping across the Midwest and South. And in hard-hit town in Missouri, people are dealing with a harsh new reality.
Shrinking the stigma. Almost half of American teens reported feeling persistently sad or hopeless in 2021, according to the CDC. How one high school training course is helping students manage their mental health.
Summer Movie Showdown. The trailer for Greta Gerwig's new Barbie movie is going viral for its vibrant themes and all-star cast. Plus a look at Christopher Nolan's new film, which drops on the same day in July.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start at the Tennessee State Capitol, where protesters are chanting and cheering in support of 3 Democratic lawmakers who could be removed from the House today, Joe.
A vote is expected any minute now. Republicans say the Democrats in question brought disorder and dishonor to the chamber by supporting gun control activists last week in the wake of the deadly Nashville school shooting. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is inside the Capitol building.
Well, it has been this way for the past several hours after the House of Representatives gavelled in here, and you can see and hear what is happening on the ground. There are demonstrators who have lined the hallways leading into the gallery, and they are shouting and they are chanting. They are saying things like, what do we want? Gun control. When do we want it? Now. And this is still a working building, so you see lawmakers who are coming by to get to elevators and state troopers having to sort of guide their path as these demonstrators continue to seek to make their voices heard. We know that this vote to expel these 3 Democratic lawmakers is expected to come up here shortly at around the end of the session today. They will have an opportunity to speak on the House floor and defend their case before that vote is taken. But in a GOP-controlled legislature, it seems that it could be possible that these 3 Democratic lawmakers would be expelled, and people here are not happy about that. They are not happy about the inaction that they feel has not been taken in regards to gun reform, and they are also not happy with the idea that they feel like this is just an affront to democracy, that these lawmakers would be expelled for joining in with protesters last week, standing on the House floor with bullhorns and speaking to what so many people here are feeling right now is a call for change. And so as we await that vote, those lawmakers in there are certainly hearing the voices of the demonstrators who are out here and also outside this building, eager to see how all of this will play out today. Guys, back to you.
The synthetic opioid fentanyl and other drugs like it have been linked to more than 70,000 deaths in the U.S. in 2021. That's according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse. In an NBC News exclusive interview, NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow sat down with the nation's drug czar to discuss how the Biden administration is now using social media stars to combat the problem.
It's a life-saving effort.
What's up, guys? Clifford here.
The Biden administration partnering with social media influencers to reach young people where they are on Instagram.
And while I like to joke around on my platforms, I highly encourage you guys to take this seriously.
Clifford Taylor is a former college football player at the University of Florida. Sammy Brielle is a student at UCLA.
I've unfortunately had college-aged friends who have been impacted by deaths.
Fentanyl-related deaths in young people spiked nearly 200% from 2019 to 2021. Some of that increase because counterfeit pills contain fentanyl, and 6 out of 10 can be deadly.
We have an American dying every 5 minutes around the clock. That's why the administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, launched this new campaign.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply. All the young people that have died, if you look at the data, 2 out of 3 of those deaths have happened when they're bystanders right next to them.
Someone could have saved them.
To me, as a physician, it's really important to provide the tools and empower the youth of our country to be able to become lifesavers.
Naloxone is a medicine that can reverse an opioid overdose, and carrying it can help save someone's life.
Naloxone, or Narcan, reverses opioid overdoses. It's already available in pharmacies in most states. Now the nasal spray is approved over the counter. Dr. Gupta says it should be on store shelves by summer.
I think it's really important to normalize bringing around naloxone or Narcan in your bags, especially to parties.
Digital ads will appear on college campuses, in bars and restaurants, even at the gas pump.
I can hear critics thinking or saying, is encouraging people to carry Narcan admitting defeat, admitting that we can't control the flow of fentanyl coming into this country?
Well, that's absolutely not true, first of all. And one of the things we have to be careful about is making sure that we do everything in our power to save lives first and foremost. But at the same time, don't let up, and we're not letting up in our ability to reduce and go after the bad guys that are producing it.
In some parts of the country, Narcan is free in vending machines. The administration working to increase access and reduce the price, which at some stores can still cost around $100, hoping to convince more and more young people to carry it.
I love you guys so much, and please stay safe.
Kate Snow, NBC News, Washington.
Another wave of severe storms and tornadoes decimated parts of Missouri, Kentucky, and Illinois. Officials now confirm 5 tornado-related deaths in southeast Missouri on Wednesday. And as of this morning, more than 10,000 homes in Kentucky are without power. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Dallas with the latest in all this. So first of all, Morgan, what are officials saying about these tornado-related deaths in Glen Allen, Missouri? Is the worst of the storm over for that area that's been hit so hard?
Yeah, Joe, good afternoon. Officials are saying that this is the deadliest tornado to have struck Missouri since that horrific tornado that struck the community of Joplin. As far as the town that was struck 24 hours ago, we do know that extensive damage is throughout that entire community. One official saying it will never be the same again. 5 deaths confirmed in that one town, adding to what has already been an incredibly deadly storm season here, Joe. In the meantime, though, there are concerns all across the country, not just in Missouri, but from Texas here all the way up into transatlantic states, mid-Atlantic states rather, because of this ongoing system promising potential tornadoes, hail, and drenching rains that have caused flood alerts now in several states, including Texas. We do know that Governor Greg Abbott has readied resources ahead of potential low-lying areas flooding in the Houston area, and particularly, Joe, it does not take a lot of rain to cause a lot of issues in those low-lying areas. Joe?
Morgan, you know quite well the Midwest, the South have been battered by bad storms lately. What do the numbers tell us? How typical is it for this area to get this many deadly storms and tornadoes this time of year?
Yeah, it's unfortunately interesting in all the wrong ways here, Joe, because this season so far, tornado-wise, has proven to be incredibly deadly. As mentioned, I want to show you some numbers here, just putting it in perspective for all of us. In a typical year, or last year rather, we had 68 deaths tied to tornadoes. I'm sorry, that's this year so far. Our annual average, Joe, is 71. So if you look at that, here we are, barely in mid-April, already on track to surpass that. And I think experts would point to a couple reasons there, Joe, in that we do have what appears to be a more active tornado alley in this southeastern portion of the country. My colleague Blaine Alexander reported on one of the concerns there is that there's such a dense population area throughout those states that if and when a tornado is created, it has a higher likelihood of striking a populated area as compared to the fact that the plains are much more scattered when it comes to population density here. Joe?
Those numbers stunningly high for it being only early April. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute, and job cuts are up nearly fivefold this year. Companies have announced nearly 90,000 layoffs in March. That's according to a new report from outplacement services firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas.
CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. So that is a sharp increase compared to the previous month. Obviously a huge jump from a year ago. Where are we seeing the most damage here?
Well, let's start with the private sector. So private sector hiring slowed significantly in March, another sign that the U.S. economy may be pulling back, or as we say on CNBC, cooling. So payrolls rose just above 145,000 last month, which is below estimates and also down from February's numbers. The financial sector saw significant losses. We know this with the SVB fallout, which kind of makes sense, given not only SVB, but the trickle effect across the board. And then leisure and hospitality added 98,000 workers. Switching gears, if you book travel through Google Flights, you might get some money back if the price drops. Google is piloting a program on select flights, which you'll see marked with a colorful badge. If the price drops at least $5 after you buy, you automatically get refunded the difference after the flight takes off. You can receive up to $500 total per year. And then lastly, and it seems unfortunate that I am reading you yesterday's stories in the script, and I apologize. So the biggest hit to the payrolls, and I need to go back and correct myself because this is a fault here on our end at the NASDAQ, that it is really about the tech sector. There was a huge drop in payrolls for the tech sector, actually 38,000% increase year over year in terms of layoffs. So again, I want to apologize to our audience for that little mix up there, but we'll end with that.
No
Just
worries.
The huge hit to the tech sector. Sorry about that. I was reading you the numbers from yesterday.
No worries. Thank you for catching it, Christina. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. 3 medical technology executives are now facing allegations of fraud. How long prosecutors say they were selling a faulty blood testing device that they knew was defective. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Easter Sunday is this weekend. It's also Passover. And as holiday festivities get underway, many families are gearing up to go on vacation. But if you haven't booked your trip yet, you're in luck. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has everything you need to know about the top travel steals and deals.
With Passover and Easter falling on the same week this year, right now, get ready for surging holiday travel and some soaring deals. More than 19 million airline seats are booked between today and next Tuesday, an increase of nearly 9% compared to pre-pandemic levels.
It's a combination of two holidays on the same weekend and those holidays falling earlier in the month, so they're coinciding with spring break. So it's a perfect storm of reasons to travel.
But don't worry, if you've waited until now to book, discounts, big ones, are still available. The average price for a round-trip flight this Easter, $286, 20% cheaper than last year. The travel app Hopper still has deals on Easter week, flights to hotspots like Orlando, Las Vegas, and Cancun. And even better prices if you fly between specific cities. Dallas to New York, $130 round trip. Detroit to Atlanta, $84. Austin to Orlando, as low as $73. Last-minute deals are also available at hotels.
Hotels drop prices the few days before check-in if they have unsold rooms. So if you're headed to a big city, maybe New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, you will probably get the best deal for your Easter weekend stay if you book at the very last minute.
Nevada mom Chelsea Figueroa just booked a family Easter trip to Montana and Lake Tahoe for up to half off the regular price.
When I saw these deals, I was like, this is like, it almost doesn't feel real, especially for the holidays.
If you prefer traveling by car, good news. Gas prices have been holding steady. The national price for regular around $3.50 a gallon. But you may want to take that road trip soon. Gas prices are expected to creep closer to $4 a gallon in just a matter of weeks due to the rising cost of crude and increasing consumer demand. If hitting the high seas is more your speed, then the next 2 weeks are a great time to take a cruise. Now is when companies are repositioning their ships to the north for the summer season and offering incredible discounts for the ride.
They want to have people on board because no cruise line ever wants to have an empty ship. So they offer these incentives to get people on board the ship, and so they can do that repositioning.
On Easter Sunday, Norwegian is offering a 5-night cruise, LA to Vancouver, starting at $179. On MSC, an 11-night Caribbean cruise from Orlando to New York starts at $389. Other good travel tips, experts say go during the week instead of on a weekend. Flights and hotels are pricier and more crowded Friday through Sunday. And to avoid getting stranded, like in last spring's airline meltdown, consider buying trip protection. So if your flight is canceled or you miss a connection, you can immediately rebook, regardless of the carrier. Finally, when possible, take the first flight out. Flights departing after 9 a.m. are twice as likely to be delayed as those leaving before 8 a.m. Tom Costello, NBC News.
3 former top executives at Magellan Diagnostics are facing fraud and conspiracy charges after allegedly misleading tens of thousands of customers about the safety of their lead testing device. Abby Nesgoda from our NBC Boston station shows us how the company's device accounted for more than half of all lead blood tests between 2013 and 2017.
It's very small, portable, easy to use.
That's Amy Winslow back in 2016. The then president and CEO of Magellan Diagnostics was talking up the lead testing equipment they just sent to Flint, Michigan.
Does it work pretty well?
Yeah, it works really well.
But authorities say not exactly.
Do you want to apologize to the customers?
This is the 51-year-old from Needham now that she's facing federal charges. 66-year-old Reba Doust of Amesbury is charged too. The former executives at the Billerica-based company are both accused of hiding a malfunction on the lead care devices.
What did you know
at that time, and when did you know it?
Excuse me.
The result, tens of thousands of patients receiving inaccurately low lead test results, many of them children.
The distribution of highly dangerous products to the most vulnerable of our societies.
NBC 10 Boston legal analyst Michael Coyne says the feds have a strong case because, according to the indictment, the former executives knew about the problem for at least a year before releasing the product to the public. Winslow is also accused of telling one employee to stop studying the malfunction when it was found in yet another device because the company was getting ready to be sold. Once it was, the FDA was alerted and issued a recall. And in a statement, Meridian Bioscience, which acquired the company, said, quote, all of the company's current products from the lead care line are FDA cleared and will remain available for clinical use. Due to pending litigation, we will not comment further at this time.
That was Abby Nesgoda from NBC Boston reporting.
Coming up, a practical joke gone terribly wrong. What a YouTuber was doing when his family says he was shot and how he's doing now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The recent string of deadly tornadoes is putting renewed focus on the warning systems that are in place to save lives. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander shows us how research teams are working on twister chasing in the southeast.
In the fields of southern Tennessee, it's sunny skies now.
Ready? Okay.
But this team, led by atmospheric scientist Karen Kosiba, is preparing for the storm.
Essentially, the goal is to put yourselves right in the path of these storms.
Yeah, Perils really is trying to get right in the path of these storms. We're trying to get slightly ahead of them.
Meet the Perils Project.
I can see that from here.
A unit deploying radars, sensors, and scientists in storm after storm, all specifically to study tornadoes in the southeast, which researchers say are growing more frequent and more deadly.
We're trying to understand better these storms, where they're going to produce tornadoes, what the environment looks like before these storms produce tornadoes, so we could better predict tornadoes in the southeast.
Why are these storms so dangerous?
These storms are dangerous for many reasons. First of all, they can occur at off hours, so when people aren't prepared for tornadoes.
Tornadoes like the ones that ravaged parts of Mississippi last month and just days ago tore through Arkansas and Tennessee.
There's a high population density in the southeast, so these storms and these tornadoes have the potential to impact lots of towns or lots of people.
Historically, the Great Plains is considered Tornado Alley, the area with the highest frequency of these storms. But that trend has started to shift. Research shows over the past 4 decades, there's been an increase in the number of tornadoes in the southeast. This was the 5th straight year that's produced a powerful EF4 tornado in the month of March, 4 of those in the southeast.
Will this research help create more accurate forecasts?
Yes, we really want to get better warnings out there, better predictability, and really make sure people could take the actions that they need to be in a safe place.
Providing critical seconds that could save countless lives. Blaine Alexander, NBC News, St. Joseph, Tennessee.
In Oregon, state and local agencies are on the hunt for a boater who was caught on camera allegedly trying to hit dozens of sea lions. Daisy Caballero with our NBC affiliate KGW spoke with the man behind the camera about what he saw.
You know, I just caught a boat coming under the bridge, full speed, and I'm like, no, don't be heading for those guys.
A Portland man captured this gut-wrenching video of a boat with fishing gear weaving back and forth, intentionally trying to hit dozens of sea lions swimming around Hayden Island Monday. Sea lions are a federally protected species under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, making it illegal to harass, hunt, or kill any marine mammals.
Whoever was driving it, they went right through the pack of the first one, and then it was kind of like a slalom to hit every pack. And I just looked around me and everybody was devastated.
The man behind the camera is Michael Brady, a former fisherman himself. He says the driver of the boat had no logical reason to aim for and hit the sea lions the way he did in this video.
I see both sides of it. I understand the frustrations. I understand this year's tough on salmon. Lower coast, I think, is even closed for a lot of people. But I think this was a sport fisherman who has just had a little chip on his shoulder. And, you know, it was terrible to witness as a community here.
And while we were out getting video today in the same spot, we witnessed another boat targeting groups of sea lions bobbing in the water. They scrambled away when it was right on top of them. According to NOAA, which oversees fishery management, a fisherman can scare off seals and sea lions from damaging gear or impacting them while actively fishing. They can do it by using horns, bells, and whistles or circling the mammals without physically harming them. The Oregon State Marine Board, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, and NOAA are all aware of this video and are investigating.
That was Daisy Caballero from our NBC affiliate KGW reporting.
With the mental health crisis only getting worse among young people, now it's teenagers who are on the front lines to help. What warning signs they're being trained to look for? Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. That's wherever you stream. It includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and so much more. All those options right there on your screen. The news continues after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. I'm Stephanie Goff.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now, the Human Rights Campaign says 10 bills being pushed through North Dakota's legislature right now are targeting the LGBTQ community. These bills include restrictions on gender-affirming medical care for trans minors and also, quote, adult-oriented performances in public, which are designed to target some drag shows. 8 of the 10 bills are headed to the state's Republican governor to either sign or veto.
And these are live pictures from Paris, where protesters are rallying against French President Emmanuel Macron's pension changes. This is the 11th day of nationwide protests amid the government's plan to increase the retirement age from 62 to 64 years old. Earlier today, demonstrators forced their way into U.S.-based investment firm BlackRock as they set off fireworks and waved flags.
And this year's traditional White House Easter egg roll will be more educational. Yeah, on Monday, stations will be set up on the South Lawn to teach kids about good habits like exercise and healthy eating. Educational. The White House is expecting about 30,000 adults and children to join the holiday celebration.
Maryland's Attorney General is accusing the Baltimore Catholic Church of covering up the sexual abuse of over 600 children. A 461-page report details the abuse that allegedly happened for decades.
In a statement that was posted online, the Baltimore Archbishop apologized to the victims and says the report, quote, details a reprehensible time in the history of this archdiocese, a time that will not be covered up, ignored, or forgotten. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson is live in Rome for us. So, Ann, the Maryland Attorney General has made some disturbing allegations. So, first of all, what did this report reveal?
Well, Joe and Stephanie, it revealed that those cases of abuse happened between 1940 and 2002. And it also revealed that in several parishes around the archdiocese, there were multiple abusers over a period of time. And one of the most gut-wrenching stories comes from St. Mark's Parish, which saw 11 abusers between 1964 and 2002. It also details a hierarchy that didn't understand the problem, didn't understand pedophilia. It treated it like alcoholism and sent these offenders to treatment centers for 6 weeks, brought them back and put them back into ministry with absolutely devastating results.
You know, you're in Rome, and have you heard any reaction from the Vatican about this report and the allegations?
There has been no reaction from the Vatican, but Stephanie, more importantly, especially to survivors, is that there has been reaction from the Maryland State Legislature. They passed a bill to lift the statute of limitations for civil lawsuits that can be filed against the abusers. And we just spoke to Governor Wes Moore's office, and he says he intends to sign that bill, but no signing date has been set as of this time.
An important moment for accusers, that's for sure. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson live in Rome for us. Thanks, Ann.
An advisor to Mike Pence says the former vice president will not appeal a judge's ruling forcing him to testify before a grand jury.
It's part of a special counsel's investigation into Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here. Danny, if Pence does testify, how could it mark a key turning point in this investigation? What could he say?
It depends. We don't know exactly what he would testify to before the grand jury, and after he's finished, we won't know much more either, because grand juries and this kind of investigation remain secret. But we can infer, based on the fact that Pence wrote a book, the January 6th committee gave us a lot of information last summer about not only what the higher-ups were saying, but people and their staff. We've learned a lot about what went on the date of January 6th. Is there more stuff that Pence knows that he hasn't revealed? Possibly. But what's interesting is the wrangling here, that Trump has fought it which leads you to believe that either he's fighting it just to fight it or he's concerned. But Pence is not fighting it so much. He's not continuing his appeal. I think that's more of a political decision. He fought a little, but he's not going to fight all the way to the Supreme Court. He did the middle road. That'll satisfy, in his mind, everyone that he fought, but he's going to comply.
So, Danny, there's something here called the speech or debate clause, typically meant for members of Congress. Help us understand what it is and why it could apply to a vice president.
What a fascinating constitutional issue. The vice president is, we always think of him as being part of the executive branch. That's really not the case. The vice president's salary is actually paid for out of the Senate budget. And it was only in recent history that things like the vice president getting an office in the White House, he was historically at the Capitol, the president can't fire the vice president. The vice president is part of the executive branch, but he's also kind of part of the legislative branch. So that when he asserted the speech or debate clause, insofar as he is the head of the Senate or presides over the Senate, that was a fascinating constitutional issue. And the court really determined that this privilege does exist. It doesn't prevent him from having to testify, but it does exist. And that heralds a new area of law that really hadn't been explored that much.
All right. We'll see what happens. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, thank you so much.
A YouTuber was trying to pull off a practical joke at a mall in Northern Virginia when the man he was attempting to prank suddenly whipped out a gun and shot him. That's according to the YouTuber's family. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more on the stunt that went horribly wrong.
So let's run it.
This is 21-year-old Tanner Cook,
You know this guy?
a budding comedian who posts videos regularly to his channel Classified Goons.
Welcome back to another video. And in this video, I want to be going up to people and accusing people of flirting and see what type of reactions we get.
He's known for ruffling feathers.
Get the hell out of here. Why? Because you're an
Sometimes to the point security or police are called.
You're going to get arrested for trespassing. I need your legal first and last name, and you will go to jail.
But his latest stunt was met with gunfire. When a shopper Cook was trying to prank got offended and shot him, according to Cook's family.
They were trying to, get a rise out of him or whatever it was, and they got one.
Cook's father, Jeremy, telling our affiliate WRC the shooting nearly took his life.
Went through his stomach and into his liver, and they took his gallbladder. And so it was a major surgery and lots of, drugs to recover.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Department arresting the shooter, identified as Alan Coley. Charges include aggravated malicious wounding. NBC News has not been able to reach him or his attorney for comment, but at a bond hearing today, local reports show the defense argued it was Cook who harassed the suspect. It's just the latest example of an attempt to go viral, taking a tragic turn. In 2021, Timothy Wilkes was shot and killed after pranking a group of people by approaching them with butcher knives. The man who shot him said he fired in self-defense and was not charged. And just in the past week, 3 UK nationals detained by the Taliban. One of them, YouTuber Miles Routledge, known as Lord Miles.
They include so-called danger tourist Miles Routledge, who returned to the country after being evacuated by British armed forces less than 2 years ago. He's on the right there.
Routledge travels to what he calls the most dangerous places on earth for fun.
I'm in Afghanistan on forged documents going to meet a black market gun runner.
Now, the UK Foreign Office telling Sky News they're trying to secure contact. Back in Virginia, Jeremy Cook admits he's not always proud of his son's pranks, but he says they're all in good fun and they never warrant violent reactions.
Okay, you get offended, don't watch the show, move on, go away, whatever, but you don't have to, because you're offended, you want to go beat somebody up or go run them over with your car or shoot him with your gun.
Miraculously, he says his son is on the mend since that video with a nearly fatal ending. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
A program called Teen Mental Health First Aid is teaching students how to act as first responders when dealing with a mental health crisis. It explains how to spot the warning signs that someone might be struggling and how to help. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin sat down with 2 students who've taken the program.
Jamie Gorman and Kayla O'Rourke are juniors at New Jersey's Ramsey High School. Like many students, they're trying to find a balance between sports, honors classes, and prepping for college.
I've noticed a lot with my friends and with me specifically that school has had a very big impact on our mental health.
It's a lot of responsibility, which Kayla also says can be extremely hard to handle.
you don't have time to yourself. So I feel like that was when my mental health was probably struggling the most.
Jamie and Kayla took a training program called Teen Mental Health First Aid during their sophomore year. It's a course run by the National Council for Mental Well-Being that teaches students how to spot the warning signs of a mental health crisis.
What we saw was an opportunity to support our young people with the information they need and the skills they need to help talking about mental health not be such a challenge.
Tremaine El Amin is the Vice President of Mental Health First Aid.
They're turning to their friends for support, but we want those friends to be equipped with the right information to know that they can do something and not feel alone.
Mental health trends in teens have worsened over the last decade, with over 40% of teens reportedly feeling persistently sad or hopeless in 2021, according to the CDC, and more than 20% of students seriously considered attempting suicide. Tremaine says the program is actively working to combat those numbers.
And the goal is that they use those skills to support either themselves or to support someone they care about.
Students who take the course are instructed to look for warning signs, check in on their peers, listen to a friend in need, and connect with a trusted adult.
The program talked a lot about if you notice a friend who's not showing up to practice, who's failing their tests, and to kind of realize that, oh, these are the signs that I should be looking out for.
What's one thing that stuck out to you from the training?
How to deal with someone who could be considering suicide. I never knew that you're supposed to say to someone, oh, are you thinking about killing yourself? You don't want to try and avoid the question. You could be saving their life potentially.
Jamie and Kayla say the program has helped them learn how to manage their own stress.
I've definitely found that this year compared to last year, I'm in a much more improved headspace.
What does the future look like when more people have access to this training?
We want to make mental health first aid as common as CPR. What that means is that when people feel connected, they will feel that they know that someone in their circle has the skills to get them to that next step.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
If you're a fan of Game of Thrones, and let's face it, who isn't? A new spin-off could be coming. We've got all your entertainment headlines next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
HBO is the gift that keeps on giving. For all the Game of Thrones fans out there, the network says there could be a second spin-off series coming. That's fresh off the success of House of the Dragon, which shattered viewing records when it premiered in August.
And whether you're a Gryffindor or a Slytherin, get your wand ready. HBO also wants to develop a TV adaptation of all 7 Harry Potter books. This potential new series comes a decade after the movie series ended. CEO of Pop Viewers and NBC Entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon joins us now. Chris, are people ready to see someone other than Daniel Radcliffe play Harry Potter? I mean, that's my first biggest question.
I think as long as it's Harry Potter, folks will be okay. Folks will be okay. But the first one, the Game of Thrones prequel series. People are really excited about this. House of Dragons did so well. The best premiere for any HBO series. 10 million folks watched it. This one will be all about Aegon Targaryen. Did you guys watch House of Dragon?
Yes.
So he's like the grandfather of everyone. It'll take place 300 years before the Game of Thrones franchise stories took place. But according to Variety, it's something being discussed right now. It's not officially in the works. Listen, numbers don't lie, and they did so well with the House of the Dragon. There might be also a movie to kind of kick off this prequel for the House of whatever they call it, around Aegon Targaryen. And then to your point, Harry Potter, a TV series in the works right now. People are really excited about that. HBO is working on it. Reportedly, they're working on landing J.K. Rowling to get her to produce the series. But it'll be over the 7 books, so each season will be 1 book. And I think people will be here for it. That series, just the Harry Potter movies in general, $9.1 billion they've made so far. So there's an audience just baked in, chomping at the bit for more.
It's a little strange, though, because we already have the movies, which are based on the books, so then you'd have a TV series based on the books.
TV is where it's at right now. HBO Max can just bring a whole new audience over that I think is loyal and ready to engage with anything Harry Potter.
It's a good point. Let's talk about big screen movies. We're already looking ahead to summer blockbusters. We just had the trailer drop for Barbie, which everyone is going crazy over. And then on the same day, Oppenheimer is going to drop, because those two have so much in common. That's Christopher Nolan's new film. Is this going to be a battle at the box office?
This one had the internet's talking this week. So it's a funny story. So the Barbie trailer dropped this week. You know, it's Margot Robbie, Ryan Reynolds. I'm so excited for this one. Issa Rae is also in it. The trailer looks amazing. But the same day, July 21st, there'll be a very serious movie, kind of Oscar-baitish film about the man who created the atomic bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan's directing, Emily Blunt's in it, Matt Damon, Florence Pugh. So everyone on Twitter was going crazy with Oppenheimer versus Barbie. Who are y'all going to choosing to see?
Well, Barbie, I want to see them both, but I feel like Barbie's getting so much buzz. I mean, it's Greta Gerwig. I mean, you know.
I'm probably going to go to Oppenheimer.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm this serious.
So how about you go and tell us what goes down?
Okay. And then you can tell me how.
And then you can report on it.
Probably do well. I think Oppenheimer could be an Oscar bait film. We'll talk about during Oscar season.
It sort of has that feel to it.
Yes,
it does.
It's a great story. Yeah,
for sure. Recording artist Halle Bailey, who was cast as Ariel in the live-action version of The Little Mermaid, has shared some touching advice Beyonce gave her when she got the role. What did Beyonce say to her?
So you guys keep in mind, when this was announced in 2019, Halle was just 18 years old, and there was so much backlash, right, about her being cast in this role. Beyonce spoke to her. She said, "Stand in my power, don't give up, and know that I can do this, and believe in myself." And you guys just know that Beyonce is kind of like the protege to Halle and to Chloe. So she signed them to her record label. And Beyonce in your ear, you can't go wrong.
How could you imagine?
Can you imagine? I would just freeze up, like, say it again, Beyonce.
How did that phone call go?
Can I record
this is Beyonce.
And I think they talk regularly, so I wouldn't be in Halle Bailey's shoes, but she'll be fine. The film comes out next month. I'll be going every night that it's available to watch.
All right, we have just under a minute left. We should talk about what to stream this weekend, because there's plenty of good options.
So you guys, I already saw Super Mario Brothers movie. It is so good. Right now, it's certified rotten on Rotten Tomatoes, but I loved it. It's a great film, and you have a great cast in there, and fans are loving it. It's for the folks that grew up like me playing Mario. Also, Beef on Netflix. You guys, this is probably the best show on Netflix right now. It's about these two strangers who get into a road rage incident, and it kind of brings utter chaos into their life. Ali Wong, who's a comedian, does drama. I promise you, if you start watching it, you will not stop all weekend long. I binged the whole thing. And then lastly, Air. It's based on the Nike executives who fought to land this game-changing partnership with Michael Jordan. It stars Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Viola Davis, who plays Michael Jordan's mother. And just know, Dolores, she fought for MJ to have equity in the Air Jordan sneakers, and to this day, get this, he makes $400 million a year in the sneakers.
Oh, wow.
It's a good one. I saw all this stuff, you guys.
Great. I can't wait to see it. NBC Entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon, thanks for joining us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
First Lady Jill Biden is walking back her White House invite to the women's college basketball runner-ups, but that is just one of the controversies taking center court following the NCAA tournament.
NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more about the fallout from that dramatic championship game.
The LSU Lady Tigers crowned the national champs, now taking their victory lap, but it's coming with controversy.
And your LSU Tigers are national champions.
It started when First Lady Jill Biden, who went to the finals, broke from tradition, suggesting both teams come to the White House.
We'll have LSU come, but you know what? I'm going to tell Joe, I think Iowa should come too, because they played such a good game.
Social media erupted, with many pointing out the racial makeup of each team. LSU mostly black, Iowa players mostly white.
Does Dr. Jill Biden understand how this looks? She, white America? Yep. The losing side is white America.
All-American and MVP of the tournament, Angel Reese, calling it, quote, a joke on Twitter and speaking out on the I Am Athlete podcast.
I just know if the roles were reversed, it wouldn't be the same. If we were to lose, we would not be getting invited to the White House.
Iowa's head coach preferred to leave LSU in the spotlight, tweeting, a day at the White House should belong solely to the champion, LSU and Coach Mulkey.
It feels like it's about participation trophies, and that's not where this game should be. We don't need to pat everyone on the back for playing a good game.
The First Lady's press secretary forced to backpedal on the invite, saying her comments in Colorado were intended to applaud the historic game and all women athletes. She looks forward to celebrating the LSU Tigers on their championship win at the White House.
She's on the run. We'll get it right wing. Carson, 3 more. Yes!
What?
Oh, my goodness!
that championship drawing record ratings, the game becoming the most watched NCAA women's basketball final in TV history with 9.9 million viewers, and the most viewed college basketball game ever on ESPN. With those viewers came more scrutiny, once again zeroing in on Angel Reese, this time for her numerous "you can't see me" hand gestures towards Iowa player Caitlin Clark, some calling the trash-talking gesture classless. Reese defended herself when asked about it right after the game.
I'm too hood, I'm too ghetto. Y'all told me that all year. But when other people do it, y'all don't say nothing. So this was for the girls that look like me, that's going to speak up on what they believe in.
In fact, Clark used the same gesture just 2 games earlier and defended Reese.
She should never be criticized for what she did. I'm just one that competes, and she competed. So I think everybody knew there was going to be a little trash talk in the entire tournament. It's not just me and Angel. So, I don't think she should be criticized.
Critics saying the reaction showed a double standard.
We all know that there's a white-black issue here, because the fact of the matter is, when Caitlin did it, people were celebrating it, and they were talking about nothing but her greatness. But then the second a sister stepped up and threw it back in her face, now you got half the basketball world saying, well, you know what, that's not the classiest thing to do.
Yeah. Regardless, the kind of attention, all of it a clear sign that the women are stepping into center court.
People arguing about officiating, arguing about taunting. These are things casual sports fans care about and can talk about. So it just had all of the right ingredients for a breakout moment for women's basketball, and that's what happened.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending now. The Zambonis are set and the goals are in place as 4 teams head to center ice tonight in the men's college hockey Frozen Four. Boston University will face off against the Minnesota Golden Gophers at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And Michigan will play Quinnipiac at 8:30. The winners of tonight's games will hit the ice for the national championship on Saturday.
Oscar-winning actress Michelle Yeoh is winning again. She will receive the Women in Motion Award from Caring and the Cannes Film Festival. Yeoh will celebrate the honor at the festival next month. The actress won her first Oscar last month for her role in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
And get ready for this. Former Saturday Night Live cast member Molly Shannon coming back to host the show this weekend. A promo for this Saturday's episode shows her excitement to be back as she arrives to set 3 days early. The actress and comedian was part of the team creating many iconic characters from 1995 to 2001, and I've got to assume some of those characters will be making a return this week.
I'm sure. I wonder if she's nervous coming back. I mean, this is a little bit of a different role. Do you get some jitters?
Maybe a little bit, but she's a pro, so I think she's going to be just fine.
It'll be fun to watch. I'm Stephanie Goss.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, April 6th, 2023, breaking news, boiling point. Protesters taking to the streets surrounding the Tennessee state capitol. The outrage over the potential expulsion of 3 lawmakers for taking a public stand on gun control.
On the move, a deadly storm that left a path of destruction across the South is making its way east. The biggest threats and when that wild weather is expected to hit.
Also breaking right now, outrage in France. Demonstrations turning violent on the streets of Paris, with some people hit with tear gas. The growing anger over President Macron's decision to raise the country's retirement age. It is 11 a.m. in San Diego, 1 p.m. in Houston, 2 p.m. here in New York. Happy Passover to those celebrating.
Yeah, exactly. Holy Week. Well, we begin this hour with that showdown in Tennessee, where at any minute, the predominantly Republican Tennessee House will vote on whether to expel 3 Democratic lawmakers after they protested gun violence on the House floor last week.
Hundreds surrounding and storming into the Capitol in Nashville to protest that move, leading to a chaotic confrontation between lawmakers and demonstrators, all of it coming in response, of course, to the killing of 6 people, including 3 children, a week and a half ago at the Covenant School in Nashville. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from the Tennessee State House in Nashville. Priscilla, I know it's been changing by the moment. What's happening right now? When do we expect a vote?
Representative Pearson actually just walked past our camera, and so if he comes back out, we'll try to catch him and talk to him before he heads back in. But the chamber has just moved on to unfinished business, and so we do expect these votes to be imminent at this point, coming up in the next several minutes here, potentially depending on how much unfinished business there is. But you can hear these demonstrators behind me. They are revving back up. They have been out here for hours, outside and now inside, demanding action on gun legislation and demanding that this expulsion not take place. I had an opportunity to speak with one woman. She's a law student. She brought her kids here with her today, and Representative Pearson is actually their representative, and they say they don't believe that this should be happening. This is a failure of democracy, and I want to play what she had to say about the Republican lawmakers who are behind this move. Take a listen.
When we speak to them one-on-one, they're extremely considerate, and I wish that they were actually thinking of individuals when they're passing these laws, because when they get together in a group and they're in the committees, it's as if they forgot everything their constituents have asked of them. And I think it's important that they actually start listening instead of pushing policy.
And that is a feeling on the ground here. There are students who tell me that they are in fear and they feel like nothing is being done, and they feel like this is not moving the needle yet again. They feel like they are not being heard, but you can certainly hear them behind me making their voices heard, and lawmakers inside that chamber can hear them as well.
Yeah,
Guys?
Priscilla, getting quite loud there behind you, and also given, of course, the circumstances, this is understandable, but we weren't quite able to hear the first few things you said. If there's anything we need you to repeat there, please go ahead, and I know it might even be difficult for you to hear us, but tell us, if lawmakers are expelled, what happens next?
Yeah, and I want to repeat here, this is Representative Pearson just passing by. He is heading back into the chamber as they start that vote on the unfinished business. And he and Representative Jones had come out just a little while ago to shake hands with demonstrators and to thank them for being here, to stand with them. But as for what happens next, we do expect that in this GOP-controlled legislature, these lawmakers will be expelled, at which point their counties will have an opportunity to appoint an interim representative. for the rest of the session, which is more than a year left in this session. And then the governor will schedule a special election, and it is very possible that all three of these lawmakers who are potentially going to be voted out today would run again and likely win again in their districts and be back in the House of Representatives by the next term. Guys, back to you.
Priscilla Thompson from the middle of the action, thank you so much, and do let us know if there are updates there.
Yeah. Well, this hour, there's a threat of severe weather for millions of people in the southeast. Another line of storms set to sweep through that area today, bringing serious rain to areas of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, and some fears of flash flooding there. Let's get right to meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, can you time out what's happening today?
Yeah, it's the same system, guys, that has been impacting us for days and days and has tore through much of the country with tornadoes, with some strong winds. Our threat for severe weather is a little lower today, but we are still watching for heavy rain and a couple of rounds of it over the next couple of days that'll impact parts of the south. You see these flood alerts that are up from Memphis, Shreveport. These will last through at least the next few days as heavy rain works in. Meanwhile, we're talking about places like the Carolinas receiving maybe 2 to 3 inches over the coming days. We could see some localized amounts up to 6 inches. So again, watch for the flooding concerns. We also have that potential for some severe storms. It's mainly focused into parts of the mid-Atlantic, Richmond, Roanoke included in this. Looks like the biggest chance for some severe weather comes in the form of maybe some strong wind gusts up to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. We'll also see the chance for some isolated hail. Can't rule out a tornado. But if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, New York area, those places along with Philly could see not the severe weather, but still some thunderstorms that could affect that afternoon commute. So something to watch for here as we get through the rest of the day. You see that system working through, bringing us multiple rounds of rain. Remember, I said that this isn't just something we'll have to deal with today, guys, for parts of the south. It'll be numerous rounds of heavy rain for folks there.
All right, into Easter weekend, too. Angie Lassman, thank you.
Yeah, and let's stay on this. In southeastern Missouri, crews are still picking up the pieces after a deadly tornado ripped through Glen Allen, south of St. Louis on Wednesday.
At least 5 people were killed there. Several more were injured. Homes completely destroyed. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
It feels like we've been saying this a lot lately in communities across the country, but the devastation here in this community is absolutely devastating. This was, we're told, the fire station here in Glen Allen, Missouri, just a couple of hours south of St. Louis. And now this once fire station, as you can see, is basically a concrete slab with debris just kind of scattered all over it. There's a ladder here. There's a couple of firefighters' uniforms on top of that pile in the background. 5 people killed in this small rural community by that EF2 tornado that roared through this area yesterday morning with winds topping 100 miles per hour. We're also told 5 were injured and close to 90 homes were damaged or destroyed. That tornado was one of close to a dozen that scientists now say touched down across the Midwest and South yesterday, this being just the latest tornado outbreak to slam, as we know, those major swaths of the country. So far this year, nationwide, there have been 481 tornado reports. That is roughly double what we would normally see this time of year in early April. Another jarring statistic, there have also, as of this morning, been 68 tornado-related deaths across the country so far in 2023. For reference, the average for an entire year is 71. Back to you.
Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Well, police in San Francisco are asking for the public's help as they try to solve the murder of a high-profile tech executive. Investigators say the founder of that money-transferring app, you might use it, Cash App, Bob Lee, was stabbed to death in a part of the city known for being relatively safe, actually. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles is following all this for us. Hi, Nayela. So there are still so many unanswered questions here, but tell us what we do know, what we've learned since yesterday on this.
Yeah, a lot of questions and concern here because Bob Lee was known as one of tech industry's moguls. So it's been 2 days since he was killed. Police say he was stabbed to death around 2:30 a.m. on Tuesday, Savannah. And since then, they still haven't released any information on a possible suspect or motive in this case. We do know that area does have a lot of surveillance cameras, though, and police have been seen looking through dumpsters and also talking to people. But on social media, the tech industry mourning his death as a whole because of the contributions he made to tech, but also remembering Bob Lee as a loving friend and father. This is what one of his friends said to us.
We're all still processing it. I think we're all shocked by what happened. It was an absolutely senseless murder of Bob, and we're just terribly sad and devastated by it.
He was just 43 years old. Savannah?
Now, San Francisco, I mean, even before this, has certainly been under scrutiny for safety issues and concerns in much of the city. Now, of course, that's increased under the microscope of this particular murder. But what are officials saying right now about crime in the city?
Yeah, Lee's death has reignited the conversations about safety and crime concerns within San Francisco. In the last couple of years, murders have been up there along with other violent crimes like robbery and theft and assault. So that's been a growing concern. Even Musk, after Lee's death, took to Twitter calling the amount of crime within San Francisco horrific. And this is what the DA there is saying in response to what a lot of people are saying is an unsafe environment within San Francisco.
We are not going to correct a problem overnight that took years to cause. And so I think, you know, as I've asked the public for, is patience to get to the place that we need to.
The police chief today saying there is no room for violent crime within San Francisco and says that officers are working to get justice for Bob Lee and also all of the other victims of homicide in San Francisco. Savannah?
All right, Nayala Charles, thank you very much.
Arkansas takes a step toward regulating social media companies, and American Airlines is changing up its rewards system.
That's right. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. Well, the Arkansas House of Representatives passed a bill on Wednesday acquiring social media companies to verify users' ages. The bill also requires minors using social media to confirm they have permission from a parent or a guardian that they can open an account. The bill now heads to the Arkansas State Senate. American Airlines is scrapping its frequent flyer awards chart. It's replacing it with a dynamic pricing program for mileage redemption. So starting this week, American will publish how many miles you need to redeem a ticket in certain regions. But of course, there's got to be a catch. The number of miles required for a ticket will fluctuate based on supply and demand and, of course, the time of year. So, for example, a round-trip ticket from New York to Rome in June might cost 126,000 miles, while the same flight in October could cost roughly 89,000 miles.
Oh, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah. I kind of thought that was already happening, but okay.
Yeah.
So did I. But I guess it's official now.
Christina, thank you.
Still ahead, the Catholic Church responding to accusations it covered up sexual abuse. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens. wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Maryland's Attorney General has released the results of a 4-year investigation into alleged abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church. The AG said his office identified hundreds of victims of child sexual abuse. Here's Stephen Romo.
Maryland's top prosecutor accused Catholic Church officials in Baltimore on Wednesday in a years-long cover-up into the sexual abuse of children, some of whom they say were preyed upon by multiple abusers over the span of decades. State Attorney General Anthony Brown chronicled the abuse in a 463-page report that named several priests and described what they are alleged to have done. In total, the state found more than 600 kids are known to have been abused by 156 people included in this report. But the state estimates that number is likely far higher. The report said certain parishes were bases of multiple abusers, including one parish where it said 11 child abusers lived and worked from 1964 to 2004. They also detailed at least one priest in the archdiocese who was accused of sexual abuse by at least 39 people. The sexual abuse was so pervasive, in fact, that it wasn't uncommon for more than one adult to target a young victim, according to that report. The findings were made public after 4 years of investigation.
This is a full accounting. There are details of repeated, torturous, terrorizing, depraved abuse. What was consistent throughout the stories was the absolute authority and power these abusive priests and the church leadership held over survivors, their families, and their communities.
And there was a lengthy response by Baltimore Archbishop William E. Laurie here, not denying the findings of this report. Laurie actually called the report a sad and painful reminder of the tremendous harm caused to innocent children and young people by some ministers of the church. His statement also went on to say it is difficult for most to imagine that such evil acts could have actually occurred. For victim survivors everywhere, they know the hard truth that these evil acts did occur. Some very disturbing allegations, and certainly more to come on this one. Back to you.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Synthetic opioids like fentanyl were linked to more than 70,000 overdose deaths in the U.S. in 2021 alone. Responding to that, the Biden administration is launching a new campaign now, recruiting social media influencers to help. I spoke exclusively with the nation's drug czar.
It's a life-saving effort.
What's up, guys? Clifford here.
The Biden administration partnering with social media influencers to reach young people where they are on Instagram.
And while I like to joke around on my platforms, I highly encourage you guys to take this seriously.
Clifford Taylor is a former college football player at the University of Florida. Sammy Brielle is a student at UCLA.
I've unfortunately had college-aged friends who have been impacted by deaths.
Fentanyl-related deaths in young people spiked nearly 200% from 2019 to 2021. Some of that increase because counterfeit pills contain fentanyl, and 6 out of 10 can be deadly.
We have an American dying every 5 minutes around the clock.
That's why the administration's drug czar, Dr. Rahul Gupta, launched this new campaign.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply. All the young people that have died, if you look at the data, 2 out of 3 of those deaths have happened when they're bystanders right next to them.
Someone could have saved them.
To me, as a physician, it's really important to provide the tools and to empower the youth of our country to be able to become lifesavers.
Naloxone is a medicine that can reverse an opioid overdose, and carrying it can help save someone's life.
Naloxone, or Narcan, reverses opioid overdoses. It's already available in pharmacies in most states. Now the nasal spray is approved over the counter. Dr. Gupta says it should be on store shelves by summer.
I think it's really important to normalize bringing around naloxone or Narcan in your bags, especially to parties.
Digital ads will appear on college campuses, in bars and restaurants, even at the gas pump.
I can hear critics thinking or saying, is encouraging people to carry Narcan admitting defeat, admitting that we can't control the flow of fentanyl coming into this country?
Well, that's absolutely not true, first of all. And one of the things we have to be careful about is making sure that we do everything in our power to save lives first and foremost. But at the same time, don't let up, and we're not letting up in our ability to reduce and go after the bad guys that are producing it.
In some parts of the country, Narcan is free in vending machines. The administration working to increase access and reduce the price, which at some stores can still cost around $100, hoping to convince more and more young people to carry it.
I love you guys so much, and please stay safe.
Over the next month, they're planning to use about 30 different influencers organically, right, to reach people.
What a
on
way
Instagram.
to do so, to actually reach people where they are, get that information. It could save lives. Thank you, Kate. Great report. Well, coming up, we'll bring you breaking news from Paris. Outrage continues in the streets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A YouTube stunt closed down a mall in Virginia last week, sent one person to the hospital. A YouTuber was shot after allegedly trying to prank a man for a video. That shooter's now in custody. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda.
This is 21-year-old Tanner Cook,
Do you know this guy?
a budding comedian who posts videos regularly to his channel Classified Goons.
Welcome back to another video. And in this video, I want to be going up to people and accusing people of flirting and see what type of reactions we get.
He's known for ruffling feathers.
Get the hell out of here. Why? Because you're an asshole.
Sometimes to the point security or police are called.
You're going to get arrested for trespass. I need your legal first and last name, and you will go to jail.
But his latest stunt was met with gunfire. When a shopper Cook was trying to prank got offended and shot him, according to Cook's family.
They were trying to, get a rise out of him or whatever it was, and they got one.
Cook's father, Jeremy, telling our affiliate WRC the shooting nearly took his life.
Went through his stomach and into his liver, and they took his gallbladder. And so it was a major surgery and lots of, drugs to recover.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Department arresting the shooter, identified as Alan Coley. Charges include aggravated malicious wounding. NBC News has not been able to reach him or his attorney for comment, but at a bond hearing today, local reports show the defense argued it was Cook who harassed the suspect. It's just the latest example of an attempt to go viral, taking a tragic turn. In 2021, Timothy Wilkes was shot and killed after pranking a group of people by approaching them with butcher knives. The man who shot him said he fired in self-defense and was not charged. And just in the past week, 3 UK nationals detained by the Taliban. One of them, YouTuber Miles Routledge, known as Lord Miles.
They include so-called danger tourist Miles Routledge, who returned to the country after being evacuated by British armed forces less than 2 years ago. He's on the right there.
Routledge travels to what he calls the most dangerous places on earth for fun.
I'm in Afghanistan on forged documents going to meet a black market gun runner.
Now, the UK Foreign Office telling Sky News they're trying to secure contact. Back in Virginia, Jeremy Cook admits he's not always proud of his son's pranks, but he says they're all in good fun and they never warrant violent reactions.
Okay, you get offended, don't watch the show, move on, go away, whatever, but you don't have to, because you're offended, you want to go beat somebody up or go run them over with your car or shoot him with your gun.
Miraculously, he says his son is on the mend since that video with a nearly fatal ending. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Well, now to an update on a Labor Department investigation that found more than 100 children illegally working dangerous jobs cleaning slaughterhouses. The company, called Packers Sanitation Services Incorporated, announced it has appointed a new CEO and is launching a $10 million fund to fight child labor. NBC News investigative reporter Laura Strickler is following this story for us.
Yes, Kate, so this company, PSSI, announced it was replacing its CEO yesterday, which is part of the fallout from the Labor Department's investigation. In February, the company paid a $1.5 million fine for hiring more than 100 children and pledged to abide by child labor laws. They also hired a third-party consultant, and they submitted to regular audits of their hiring practices. They say the company has learned some difficult lessons through this process. And they say they're also launching a new $10 million fund dedicated to enhancing the well-being of children in the communities they serve and helping reduce the prevalence of child labor. They say the hiring of children, some as young as 13, was entirely contrary to their values. It was shocking and unacceptable. They've also hired former officials from U.S. Customs and Border Protection and the U.S. Department of Labor to help them with identity verification and investigations. And Kate, this is all in the context of a sharp rise in child labor. Labor Department officials tell us there has been a 69% increase in children being employed illegally by companies.
All right, Laura, thank you. Coming up, how an Arkansas family that lost countless memories in last week's tornadoes got one memory back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. That's our streaming service. Watch us anywhere that you stream live. You can catch us on YouTube, Peacock, Hulu, you name it. The news continues right after this.
Kelly, it's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A new Idaho law makes it illegal for minors to leave the state to get an abortion without parental consent. The first of its kind law creates a new crime of, quote, abortion trafficking. Abortions at all stages of pregnancy in Idaho were banned when Roe was struck down. Anyone found guilty of violating the law could spend up to 5 years in prison.
Police say a New York woman has died after a shootout overnight in Virginia. 34-year-old Tatiana David was abducted, forced into a car against her will yesterday early in Ithaca, New York, according to police. Then late last night, a Virginia state trooper tried to pull over the car on Interstate 95. The driver sped away and crashed, leading to the shootout that killed Tatiana David. Her suspected abductor has life-threatening injuries.
This one's kind of cool. Black holes are even closer to Earth than we've ever thought. Astronomers have discovered 2 of these new regions in space. The first one is about 1,560 light years away. A second one, a little closer, just 3,800 light years away. In galactic terms, I like that. In galactic terms, yeah. The European Space Agency says these black holes reside in the Earth's, quote, cosmic backyard. Very cool.
Violence in the streets of Paris and other French cities on day 11 of nationwide protests there.
Demonstrators are pushing back against the government's proposal to raise the retirement age by 2 years. That's what this is all about. Well, today, a group stormed a building housing U.S.-based investment firm BlackRock. The company has ties to private pension fund activity. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is following the developments for us. Hi, Claudio. So take us through what is playing out on the streets today in Paris.
Well, the protests are definitely intensifying against that pensions reform. We are literally just receiving reports that during clashes once again between protesters and the police in the streets of Paris, about 110 people were injured, of which 12 were seriously injured. And this comes from the Observatory of the Street Clinics in France. Elsewhere in the city, in the capital of France, today we've seen about 100 protesters storming, as you mentioned in your intro, the building that houses the offices of BlackRock. We've seen those protesters holding red flares and firing smoke bombs and firing firecrackers. They spent about half an hour in that building before they left. Elsewhere again in Paris today, some protesters targeted a restaurant that seems to be one of the favorites of President Emmanuel Macron, where in this restaurant, he even held a celebratory dinner during the 2017 presidential campaign. There, protesters threw stones and paint at the police. And then at some point, the awning of the restaurant was even set on fire. As you can see, this is an escalation of the protests that are definitely not going away. They are, on the contrary, intensifying. Kate, Savannah?
Well, and Claudio, that's the question, right? The French government has repeatedly said that they will not back down and reverse course and lower the retirement age again, which is the whole issue. Yeah. Is there any sense how this gets resolved?
Well, there doesn't seem to be any indication that it will be resolved soon, especially if you consider that only yesterday, the talks between the trade unions, the workers' unions, and the Prime Minister of France, Elisabeth Borne, failed. And there is no word of when they will resume, especially until the two parties will find some sort of compromise. Kate, Savannah?
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us. Claudio, thank you.
We're also following breaking news out of the Middle East. Israeli defense forces say dozens of rockets were launched today from Lebanon. The IDF claims a terrorist organization, Hamas, is behind the attack. Well, the launches come just 24 hours after Israeli police stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque, clashing with Palestinian worshippers during the holy holiday of Ramadan. This video you're watching right now of the incident quickly spread online. It appears to show Israeli police beating people inside inside the mosque, which is considered a holy site for both Muslims and Jewish worshipers. Let's get right to NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv on this big news. Hi, Raf. So today is the first full day of Passover. That is a national holiday in Israel. Take us through the full timeline of these rocket attacks. Is there any word if Israel will retaliate? What are you hearing there?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting as we speak with his security cabinet, and they are deciding how to respond. This is the biggest rocket attack from Lebanon into Israel since 2006, and Israel is saying Palestinian militant groups are responsible. So Netanyahu under real pressure from the far right of his government to hit back and hit back hard, but he's also wary about sparking a potential full-blown conflict with Hezbollah, the powerful Lebanese militant group which controls southern Israel. As you said, 34 rockets were fired earlier today, 25 of them intercepted, but some of them did get through, causing minor injuries. And this could have been a whole lot worse. Was this not the first day of Passover? Because most people at home with their families, if they had been out at work on the roads, there could have been a lot more casualties here, Savannah.
Raf, that video of the raid on the mosque that I mentioned has quickly made the rounds online. It's pretty shocking. It shows quite a bit. How is the situation there escalating so quickly? How do we get to this point?
Yeah, it is shocking, and that video has been sparking outrage not only among Palestinians but among Muslims all over the world, because the Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in Islam. Israeli police say they had no choice but to go into the mosque because they say Palestinian extremists had barricaded themselves inside. They had been stockpiling rocks and fireworks, and you can see in some of these videos people actually firing fireworks inside the mosque itself. But Palestinians say they weren't barricading themselves inside. This is part of a Ramadan tradition where people sleep in the mosque overnight, and they are saying Israel using completely disproportionate force in a holy space. We have heard from the U.S. State Department earlier today. They are saying they are concerned about the use of violence at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, but they say also that they support Israel's right to defend itself, especially against these rocket attacks from Lebanon. Savannah.
All right, Raf Sanchez, big news there. We know you will keep us posted on any developments. Thank you so much. Well, Passover, Ramadan, and Easter are all taking place around the same time this year. Today, Christian worshipers in Jerusalem gathered at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to mark Holy Thursday. Many Christians believe it's the site of the crucifixion and burial of Jesus Christ.
A group of U.S. lawmakers is in Taiwan right now as tensions boil over between the United States and China. Their trip comes a day after House Speaker Kevin McCarthy met with the Taiwanese president on U.S. soil. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey is in Taiwan covering all of it.
All eyes are on China tonight as a second U.S. congressional delegation is holding high-level talks with Taiwanese government officials, this time right here in Taipei. Yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy held a meeting with the Taiwanese president in California. Now, today, a bipartisan congressional delegation landed here in Taiwan for meetings with a number of Taiwanese government officials. Today, they already met with Vice President Lai. Later during this visit, they're expected to meet with the Taiwanese president, freshly back from her visit to the U.S. and Central America. Now, these talks are angering China, who say that this threatens their sovereignty, this sort of high-level discussion between the U.S. and Taiwan, and has even gone so far as to say that it could be a red line in the relationship between the U.S. and China. Now, that relationship is already at an extremely low point, very tense times between the U.S. and China. So now there's here in Taiwan and in the U.S. and frankly all around the world, people are watching to see how China may respond to these meetings. So far, we've had a lot of fiery rhetoric out of the Chinese government, but we haven't seen a whole lot of movement on the military side. After a similar meeting with then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi last August here in Taiwan, the Chinese military unleashed a barrage of exercises, live fire drills. They even simulated a blockade around Taiwan for several days. We haven't seen anything like that to this current series of meetings, but it's possible that any kind of real military response could be delayed because in Beijing right now, President Xi is actually hosting another high-level delegation himself, that led by French President Emmanuel Macron. The question is, after he leaves, Could we see more of a military response? So far, the Chinese have an aircraft carrier south of us in the south of Taiwan, and they have a couple of ships that are now on patrol in the Taiwan Strait and may even board and inspect ships in that area. But so far, we haven't seen much more than that.
Courtney, thank you so much. And now we have some breaking news to get to out of Washington. A new report is diving into the greatest detail yet about the United States withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. You'll remember 13 U.S. service members were killed during the August 2021 chaos. This video, as you remember, was from the time, and all of this was quite difficult to watch. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us on this now. Hi, Ali. So this withdrawal was heavily criticized at the time. What does this report reveal? Does it say where blame is being placed and what did go wrong?
Yeah, Savannah, the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, as you mentioned, highly criticized, really a dark cloud that loomed over the first half of President Biden's administration. And it was really a point of confusion for members of Congress, specifically Chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Michael McCaul, who has called for answers really since Republicans took back the House, answers to what happened, why it had to be done so quickly, what went wrong, what happened to those SIV applicants in the form of contractors, translators, people who helped U.S. service members on the ground in Afghanistan when troops were there. And in this new document, a piece of it unclassified to the public that we have here, it talks about the lessons learned from that withdrawal and how those lessons are being applied to other national security crises. But it really shifts the blame from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. At one point, I'm going to quote from this document here. It says, quote, President Biden's choices for how to execute a withdrawal from Afghanistan were severely constrained by conditions created by his predecessor. The document going on to talk about what it points as failures by the Trump administration to really set up the Biden administration for success in this realm. Take a listen to what National Security Spokesman John Kirby had to say during the White House briefing today about this.
No agency predicted a Taliban takeover in 9 days. No agency predicted the rapid fleeing of President Ghani, who had indicated to us his intent to remain in Afghanistan up until he departed on the 15th of August. And no agency predicted that the more than 300,000 trained and equipped Afghan national security and defense forces would fail to fight for their country.
So at this point, we have access to this unclassified piece of this puzzle, really, that was available to the public. But members of Congress who are going to read the still classified version of this, of course, will have to head into a SCIF to handle these physical documents. All of this leading to more questions we have for the president in the wake of the release of this after-action report, Savannah.
Yeah, certainly, I'm sure of high interest, especially as you watch that video. Again, you outline the type of people that were there as they're literally clinging to a cargo plane as it tries to leave. Ali Rafa, thank you very much. Great reporting.
Coming up, how to give your brain a break and avoid those sleepless nights. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We have a good one for you for today's mental health check. We are talking about the things that keep us up at night.
Yes, everybody knows how important a good night's sleep is, right? But stress, anxiety can all get in the way. But there are some ways to break the cycle.
Yeah, it's such a good one. Literally the things that keep us up. Sleep psychologist Dr. Jade Wu joins us now on this. Dr. Wu, we were really excited to talk about this today, so thank you for joining us on it. And I mean, I think we've all had those nights where our minds race when we just cannot actually go to sleep. I said in our morning meeting when we were discussing this morning, it'll be something random. Like last week, I started obsessing in the middle of the night about if my dog was up to date on her vaccines. Like, what? Why? Not necessary, but then I can't go back to sleep. What causes our brains to wake up at bedtime? Or maybe you were asleep and then you can't get back to sleep. Why does that happen?
Well, we do carry a lot of stress with us to bed because we just don't make enough time during the day to process our thoughts and emotions and to work through our stress. So then we carry those to bed, and then bedtime becomes associated with anxiety. Like your brain puts two and two together and says, oh, I know what this place is. This is where we get really anxious and worried and think about random things.
Well, that does make sense. That does make sense. So, all right, let's get to the tips, the habits. What can we do to put our minds at ease, either before bed, maybe, or if you wake up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, so if you're already finding yourself spinning in your head, don't do that. Not in bed anyway. If you're going to worry, get out of bed and worry somewhere else because you don't want to associate bed with worry. Now, we do want to back up a bit and actually process those worries and thoughts before we head to bed. So during the day, schedule a worry time. Do nothing but worry and write down your to-do list.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean schedule a worry time?
Yeah, so sit down and you're not allowed to do anything but worry for 15 minutes on purpose. So you kind of get it out of your system, you write down the things you can control, you let go of the things you cannot control, and then outside of that 15-minute window, it's much easier to let go.
I'm imagining just like telling my husband, this is my half hour to worry. He's going to be like, geez.
Yeah, but if you need it, I think it makes a lot of sense. I've heard this from therapists before, that you sort of like put it in a box. Sometimes if you're in the middle of something and you can't deal with it right then, you can box it up and think, all right, at 7 o'clock tonight, I'm going to have a good worry time. Is that right?
That's right. And then once you actually get to bed, I would say get out of your head and into your body, because your body can only be in one place and one time at a time, whereas our minds can race to a million hypothetical places, right? So get into your body, feel your body in your sheets, on your bed, and just say hi to your little toe on your left foot. You know, do that so you can get into your body and get grounded.
That's a good tip. I was trying one of those like brown noise machine. I'm trying all the different things because I'm having an issue, but my husband says it sounds like he's going to sleep in an airplane hangar, so it's not going to work for us. But can you also talk about the fact that it kind of turns into this vicious cycle, I imagine, right? Because sleep helps us ease those feelings of anxiety and depression. So if you're not getting it because you're anxious, then it just keeps going.
Yeah. Exactly. Sleep serves as a really important emotion regulation function, like REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep. We're sorting through lots of memories and emotions and letting go of the ones that are not helpful and working through the ones that are helpful. So if we're missing a lot of that, then we're going to be irritable during the day and have a lot of trouble kind of putting our thoughts together and keeping our emotions in check. So absolutely, sleeping well is important for depression and anxiety management.
Can I ask you, while we have you, about the Sunday scaries? The idea that Sunday night is the hardest. It's the hardest for me. I have trouble going to sleep. Why is that?
Yeah, that's what we call anticipatory dread or anticipatory anxiety. It's like you're not anxious yet, but your body knows that you're going to be because Monday morning is coming up. So I would say that's a really good chance to practice that out of your head and into your body. Mindfulness meditation exercises, do a body scan, or pay attention to your breath mindfully. And if you do that, you're much more likely to come back to the here and now, which is that you're still in a relaxing Sunday evening. You're not in that Monday morning stressful time yet.
I like that a lot. Yeah,
I feel like we've gotten a lot of really good tips here.
I'm trying to do breath work stuff, but it's very hard for me to focus on. Maybe we'll talk about that next time. Dr. Jade Wu, thank you very much. Really good tips. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Construction of a luxury high-rise is igniting some debate after ancient artifacts were discovered believed to have belonged to a Native American tribe.
Yeah, Heather Walker from our NBC station in South Florida has the details.
When ground broke on the Baccarat luxury condos, thousands of ancient artifacts were found, which put a stop to construction and caused the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board to get involved.
The entire Native American community should be actually feeling fortunate and thankful that an organization such as Related, that not only has the experience but the means to actually do what's right and follow the proper procedures in taking care of the artifacts that have been found. It's got to stop.
A passionate discussion for more than 5 hours. People speaking in opposition of a historic designation and in support.
When is respect given to Native people? Would you do this to a Cuban cemetery in Miami? Name one. Would you do it to a Jewish cemetery in Miami? Name one. Would you do it to a Muslim cemetery in Miami? Name one. I can name 10 Native cemeteries this has happened to.
For people to think on our side.
Billionaire developer George Perez is behind the project and promised to do whatever it takes to get the condos built, which are already more than 90% sold.
But what we've had with investors, with bankers, with everything that is looking to us. So we want to find a solution that is as quick as possible.
In the end, the city decided to allow 2 of the 3 Baccarat towers to be built as planned. The area that's now vacant will proceed with the high-rise condos. The artifacts found on site will be preserved, while the land to the east, which is currently occupied by offices, will be designated historic. What that means for that site moving forward will be determined later.
All All right, our thanks to Heather Walker for that report. Well, when tornadoes devastated communities across the South and Midwest last week, many lost their homes and thousands of people had their valuable possessions blown away.
Right, but with a little help from social media, a family in Arkansas was actually able to get back a photo, even after it ended up in an entirely different state. Alejandra Hernandez from our affiliate in Jonesboro, Arkansas, has the incredible story.
But right there is my shed. Memories gone in an instant. Melissa Morris and her family rode out the tornado in her bathroom. While the damage to her house was massive, it was nothing in comparison when she realized what she lost when she stepped outside.
20 years of being a mom. My children's memories of me raising them, they can never be replaced.
The tornado took her memories and scattered them across wind, but one traveled over 150 miles to Bradford, Tennessee, to the home of John Ellis, who showed the picture to his wife.
And she was the one that was like, wow, we need to post this on Facebook and see if, anybody knows her or see if somebody lost this, they might want it back.
The couple posted the picture, and on the same day, the post made it to the family. Now, a priceless memory is coming back.
I can't thank them enough. We're lucky to be here. We're lucky to have people around us to care enough to do that, to go the extra mile.
Melissa was grateful to the couple for their act and had a message for them.
People around here that know her could identify it and reach out to her as well and let her know that her picture has been found through all this devastation, through all the loss that we've all had. Thank you. God bless you.
Wow, that's awesome.
John, too, had a message for her.
Glad we could help your family. It's the least we could do. You're in our thoughts. We're thinking about all y'all and everyone affected, and we just hope the recovery goes well for you.
Amazing story. I'm so glad that at least that got back to the family. Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
That's right. The iconic musical Wicked, it's about to hit a major milestone. Next Tuesday night, the show will surpass Cats to become the fourth longest running production in Broadway history. The show tells the story of the witches in The Wizard of Oz from the perspective of the Wicked Witch of the West. Since opening in 2003, Wicked has been performed in more than 100 cities around the world, amassing over $5 billion in global sales. And I saw it in the 8th grade here. So
I was going to say,
have
you seen it? I saw it more recently than that. It's a wonderful show. So this is cool. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden now has a special flower. The Netherlands has named a new variety of tulip after her, with the Dutch ambassador presenting it during a ceremony yesterday. The Netherlands has named tulips after 7 American first ladies over the years, by the way. I'm going there in a couple of weeks to see the tulips.
So
pretty
cool.
excited about that.
It is cool. And those ones with those ragged edges are just so beautiful.
I'll look for the Jill Biden when I'm
please
there.
do. Let us know. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, April 6, 2023, breaking news showdown in Tennessee. 3 state lawmakers face possible expulsion over their roles in a gun control protest. The thousands of people rallying behind them and how soon they could learn their fate.
Wicked weather, a powerful spring storm on the move, making its way east. What are the biggest threats and when it's expected to hit?
Also breaking right now, protests in Paris. Police fire tear gas at demonstrators fighting plans to raise the national retirement age, where talks stand between union leaders and organizers.
And pack your bags. Spring break season officially underway. Why it is not too late to still score some great travel deals.
To begin this hour with that showdown we mentioned in Tennessee, where at any minute the predominantly Republican Tennessee House will vote on whether to expel 3 Democratic lawmakers after they protested gun violence on the House floor last week.
Hundreds shouting and surrounding and storming the Capitol in Nashville in protest of that move, leading to tense moments between lawmakers and demonstrators, all of it coming in response to the killing of 6 people, including 3 children, a week and a half ago at the Covenant School in Nashville. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is following all the developments for us. She joins us now. So, Lindsay, we were expecting this vote soon. Where do things stand?
Yeah, right now this vote is in the unfinished business part of the day. And right now you see some of these lawmakers here as they were arriving to the Capitol today. So currently Justin Jones, one of the 3 lawmakers facing expulsion, is starting essentially his defense. Each lawmaker will get 20 minutes to talk about why they shouldn't be expelled from this body. By the way, a pretty stark move here that hasn't happened in the combined chambers. It's only happened 3 times since the Civil War. Both involved either alleged crimes or convictions. So after Justin Jones of Nashville, we can expect to hear from Justin Pearson of Memphis, Gloria Johnson of Knoxville. And right now we're looking at video of what this is all about. Last Thursday, I was there at the state Capitol. A lot of people, hundreds, but some 1,500 people showed up to the state Capitol to demand some kind of change in gun control after the shooting at Covenant School. And you see these 3 lawmakers who interrupted proceedings. They took a bullhorn. They demanded action. They demanded some kind of change. Well, the Speaker of the House, which is a Republican majority, called this basically saying this was a disregard for House rules. House leaders amounting this to an insurrection, saying they knowingly and intentionally brought disorder and dishonor to the House and said it was grounds for expulsion. Now, there is a supermajority for the Tennessee state legislature. The House body, the House chamber, needs 2/3 to expel. Right now, we're looking at video here from today from one of those lawmakers, Justin Pearson, hugging mom of a kid who goes to Covenant School. So there are 75 Republicans in the body. 66 votes are needed, so it is expected to pass. But the organizer of the rally from last weekend, a mom herself, called this a crisis of democracy. Another lawmaker telling me, look, he doesn't condone what they did, but he told me he doesn't think it was warranting of expulsion.
So, Lindsay, as you just said, I mean, it does appear likely at this point that these lawmakers are expelled. What does that mean? What happens next?
So these lawmakers can run again. Basically, the governor will have 30 days to call a special session. Each county commission will elect, essentially choose somebody in the interim. And the Democratic spokesperson for the caucus in the House tells us it is likely that all 3 of these members would win re-election should they choose to go that route. But of course, we are still in the middle of this vote. The first lawmaker mounting his defense right now before that vote of the full body.
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
Well, this hour, there's a threat of severe weather for millions of people in the southeast. Another line of storms set to sweep through that area today, bringing serious rain to areas of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, and some fears of flash flooding there. Let's get right to meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, can you time out what's happening today?
Yeah, it's the same system, guys, that has been impacting us for days and days and has tore through much of the country with tornadoes, with some strong winds. Our threat for severe weather is a little lower today, but we are still watching for heavy rain and a couple of rounds of it over the next couple of days that'll impact parts of the south. You see these flood alerts that are up from Memphis, Shreveport. These will last through at least the next few days as heavy rain works in. Meanwhile, we're talking about places like the Carolinas receiving maybe 2 to 3 inches over the coming days. We could see some localized amounts up to 6 inches. So again, watch for the flooding concerns. We also have that potential for some severe storms. It's mainly focused into parts of the mid-Atlantic, Richmond, Roanoke included in this. Looks like the biggest chance for some severe weather comes in the form of maybe some strong wind gusts up to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. We'll also see the chance for some isolated hail. Can't rule out a tornado. But if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, New York area, those places along with Philly could see not the severe weather, but still some thunderstorms that could affect that afternoon commute. So something to watch for here as we get through the rest of the day. You see that system working through, bringing us multiple rounds of rain. Remember, I said that this isn't just something we'll have to deal with today, guys, for parts of the south. It'll be numerous rounds of heavy rain for folks there.
All right, into Easter weekend, too. Angie Lassman, thank you.
Yeah, and let's stay on this. In southeastern Missouri, crews are still picking up the pieces after a deadly tornado ripped through Glen Allen, south of St. Louis on Wednesday.
At least 5 people were killed there. Several more were injured. Homes completely destroyed. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
It feels like we've been saying this a lot lately in communities across the country, but the devastation here in this community is absolutely devastating. This was, we're told, the fire station here in Glen Allen, Missouri, just a couple of hours south of St. Louis. And now this once fire station, as you can see, is basically a concrete slab with debris just kind of scattered all over it. There's a ladder here. There's a couple of firefighters' uniforms on top of that pile in the background. 5 people killed in this small rural community by that EF2 tornado that roared through this area yesterday morning with winds topping 100 miles per hour. We're also told 5 were injured and close to 90 homes were damaged or destroyed. That tornado was one of close to a dozen that scientists now say touched down across the Midwest and South yesterday, this being just the latest tornado outbreak to slam, as we know, those major swaths of the country. So far this year, nationwide, there have been 481 tornado reports. That is roughly double what we would normally see this time of year in early April. Another jarring statistic, there have also, as of this morning, been 68 tornado-related deaths across the country so far in 2023. For reference, the average for an entire year is 71.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. Well, police in San Francisco are asking for the public's help as they try to solve the murder of a high-profile tech executive. Investigators say the founder of the money transferring site Cash App, Bob Lee, was stabbed to death in a part of the city that's known for being relatively safe. NBC News correspondent Nyla Charles is following this for us. Hey, Nyla, so tell us what we have learned here since yesterday. What do we know at this point?
Hey, Savannah, it's been 2 days since Bob Lee was killed in San Francisco, and since then, police still haven't released any information about a possible suspect or motive. They say he was stabbed to death 2:30 a.m. Tuesday, and since then they've been seen going through dumpsters talking to people. And we also know, Savannah, there's also a lot of surveillance cameras in that area, so we expect them to look at that as they continue with this investigation. Now, Bob Lee's being remembered, of course, by the tech industry for his contributions there, but also as a loving friend and father. I want to read you a statement that his 14-year-old daughter shared from her mother. This is what it says here. It says, "I'm devastated that somebody would be so cruel to take away my father's life. He was the best man and an even better father. If you ask anyone who knew him, they'd always say that he was the best, and they would always have some amazing story to share about their experiences with him." So she's sharing there just how rocked she has been by his untimely killing. Now, we're also hearing from his friends. Listen to one of them who talks about what he did with Bob Lee in terms of always being there to solve problems. He says he misses his friend. Take a listen.
We're all still processing it. I think we're all shocked by what happened. It was an absolutely senseless murder of Bob, and we're just terribly sad and devastated by it.
Bob Lee was 43 years old, Savannah.
So, Nyala, we've been talking a little bit, too, about how, San Francisco's been under scrutiny for a while about safety issues, about crime in the city. And, of course, this just puts a magnifying glass on it, reignites that conversation. What are officials saying about crime in the city?
Yeah, Savannah, there has been since his death a growing conversation again about the crime and safety concerns in San Francisco, and it's nothing new there. In the last couple of years, murder has been up along with theft, assault, and robbery. So that's what the people there are living with. Now, within that response, the DA is talking out about that, saying that there's asking for patience because of that growing criticism. Take a listen.
We are not going to correct a problem overnight that took years to cause. And so I think, as I've asked the public for, is patience to get to the place that we need to.
And the police chief saying in response to Lee's death that there is no place for violent crime within San Francisco, and says that investigators are working hard to get justice for Lee's family and also all of the other victims of homicide within San Francisco. Savannah?
All right, Nyla Charles, thank you very much.
Tech companies are keeping the layoffs coming, and a super day at the box office for Mario.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
Hi, good afternoon. So a new report has revealed that layoffs are up nearly 5-fold so far this year, with tech companies leading the way. Tech companies have announced nearly 90,000 job cuts. That's a 15% increase from February, according to one analysis. Early box office numbers, meantime, show Super Mario Bros. Is going to have a very good weekend. The video game-based movie raked in almost $32 million on opening day. That's despite mixed reviews from critics. The film has a 53% score on Rotten Tomatoes. Make of that what you will. And Ford is making a dramatic change to its cars. Almost all of their 2024 models will not include an AM radio. This follows similar moves from 8 other car companies, including Tesla and BMW. Ford has previously said that the frequencies involved in AM radio are directly affected by the electromagnetic noise in EV propulsion systems. Go figure.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm nostalgic, though. Like, I kind of like having the radio, even if I rarely ever
FM,
play
though.
it.
AM.
But every once in a while, you want to hear a game or something, no? You never go to AM?
Me, no, but...
Morgan?
What do I know?
I guess that's why we have our smartphones now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Coming up, how Maryland's top prosecutor says Baltimore's Catholic Church covered up decades of sexual abuse. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Maryland's Attorney General has released the results of a 4-year investigation into alleged abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church. The AG said his office identified hundreds of victims of child sexual abuse and a years-long cover-up to hide that abuse. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now from Rome on this. Hi, Ann. So what can you tell us about what was found in this investigation and report?
Savannah, this report covers a period from 1940 to 2002. It found 156 abusers, most of them priests, who harmed more than 600 children. Now, the Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown, who led this report, was unsparing of the Archdiocese's past leadership and its response.
This is a full accounting. There are details of repeated, tortuous, terrorizing, depraved abuse. What was consistent throughout the stories was the absolute authority and power these abusive priests and the church leadership held over survivors, their families, and their communities.
And at least for survivors, their horror and pain so long ignored and disbelieved have finally been acknowledged. Savannah?
So, Ann, what's the likelihood anything will come out of this? What happens?
We're already seeing movement, Savannah. The Maryland State Legislature voted to lift the statute of limitations for civil lawsuits to be filed against abusers. And Governor Wes Moore says he will sign that, although there's no signing date yet.
And Ann, what are we hearing from the Catholic Church? What's the response here?
Well, the response from Archbishop William Lori, who is the Archbishop of the Baltimore Diocese, in his statement, he calls the report a sad and painful reminder of the harm done to children, and he apologized on behalf of the Archdiocese. Savannah?
All right, Ann Thompson, thank you.
Well, for 3 students at Michigan State University, surviving a deadly school shooting on campus earlier this year felt harrowing and all too familiar. That's because they were already gun violence survivors living through the Oxford High School shooting in Michigan back in 2021. Here's NBC's Danielle Campbell-Moore.
Ava, Bailey, and Emma were seniors at Oxford High School in 2021 when tragedy struck. A 15-year-old opened fire on his classmates, killing 4 and injuring 7.
It's just so scary, and you never think that would ever happen.
The girls lost friends and a sense of safety that day, telling themselves that it would never happen again as they started college at Michigan State University.
What were your hopes for this year? What were you looking forward to?
Just being able to go into a new environment, just a clean slate kind of.
But then it happened again. Ava, Bailey, and Emma, now MSU freshmen, were on campus February 13th when a 43-year-old gunman shot and killed 3 students before taking his own life.
I was just purely in shock, honestly, and horrified.
They say they're now part of a horrifying and growing club of people who have survived 2 school shootings.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
I felt like a lot of the progress I had made over the last 14 months just completely disappeared. And you're like, where do I go now? How do I come back from this?
I had that trauma response. It kind of just clicked in my brain, and I was like, okay, well, we need to, in order to stay safe, this is the things that we can do, so we should do it, just to make sure.
As the MSU community heals from the tragedy, the group says they feel an obligation to help their fellow students, some experiencing the trauma of gun violence for the very first time.
I just tell them, if they want to talk, they can. Emotionally, I know, what it's like to go through it already. So I'm just kind of there for them.
Healing has not been easy.
After the Oxford shooting, I remember crying, and the emotions the first time were very present. When it came to the second time, I felt very numb, and I felt like, is there something wrong with me? Why can't I cry?
none of us are okay, but there's no timeline for like coming back from this. Like, I feel like a lot of people, like, the first time felt pressured to like just bounce back, and you don't have to do that. Like, you're like, feel it, it'll help.
Do you think you'll ever feel fully safe going to school?
I mean, no, honestly. It's kind of always a thought at the back of my head.
Danielle Campamore, NBC News.
Just heartbreaking, harrowing to hear those firsthand accounts. Well, breaking news in Paris coming up. The outrage in the streets that includes tear gas being shot at demonstrators. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, all the places you see on your screen there. The news will continue right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
So knowing the warning signs of a mental health issue is vital to helping someone who needs help.
Absolutely. Well, a new training program is equipping teenagers with what's called first responder skills. The goal is to help them identify when a peer may be in crisis. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is here with us to tell us about this. Hi, Maya. What an amazing story.
Thank you, Savannah and Kate. Thanks for having this on. So this program is called Mental Health First Aid, and similar to CPR training or medical first aid training, it only takes a few hours for teens to learn some potentially life-saving skills. Take a look. Jamie Gorman and Kayla O'Rourke are juniors at New Jersey's Ramsey High School. Like many students, they're trying to find a balance between sports, honors classes, and prepping for college.
I've noticed a lot with my friends and with me specifically that school has had a very big impact on our mental health.
It's a lot of responsibility, which Kayla also says can be extremely hard to handle.
You don't have time to yourself, so I feel like that was when my mental health was probably struggling the most.
Jamie and Kayla took a training program called Teen Mental Health First Aid during their sophomore year. It's a course run by the National Council for Mental Well-Being that teaches students how to spot the warning signs of a mental health crisis.
What we saw was an opportunity to support our young people with the information they need and the skills they need to help talking about mental health not be such a challenge.
Tremaine El Amin is the Vice President of Mental Health First Aid.
They're turning to their friends for support, but we want those friends to be equipped with the right information to know that they can do something and not feel alone.
Mental health trends in teens have worsened over the last decade, with over 40% of teens reportedly feeling persistently sad or hopeless in 2021, according to the CDC, and more than 20% of students seriously considered attempting suicide. Tremaine says the program is actively working to combat those numbers.
And the goal is that they use those skills to support either themselves or to support someone they care about.
Students who take the course are instructed to look for warning signs, check in on their peers, listen to a friend in need, and connect with a trusted adult.
The program talked a lot about if you notice a friend who's not showing up to practice, who's failing their tests, and to kind of realize that, oh, these are the signs that I should be looking out for.
What's one thing that stuck out to you from the training?
How to deal with someone who could be considering suicide. I never knew that you're supposed to say to someone, oh, are you thinking about killing yourself? You don't want to try and avoid the question. You could be saving their life potentially.
Jamie and Kayla say the program has helped them learn how to manage their own stress.
I've definitely found that this year compared to last year, I'm in a much more improved headspace.
What does the future look like when more people have access to this training?
We want to make mental health first aid as common as CPR. What that means is that people feel connected. They will feel that they know that someone in their circle has the skills to get them to that next step.
Maya, I'm the mom of a high schooler. This is really resonating with me and probably so many parents and kids out there. What specifically are the skills that they're taught?
Yeah, so it's important to also have the self-coping skills. So they talked about mindfulness and breath work when dealing with these tough conversations, but also being very direct, not sugarcoating it, not adding a lot of humor when you're talking about something as serious as mental health and suicide.
And it's okay, as you said in the piece, it's okay to ask that question.
Absolutely, and if you don't have the tools, to go to an adult.
I think that another thing too, just like I hope everybody at home, and it takes a beat, and I think this is really important for our audience, not the teenagers necessarily, but our audience to recognize those percentages, those numbers you said. How many teens are feeling this way? When I had a conversation recently, every teen in the conversation raised their hand that either them or a friend had thought about had suicidal ideation. And I just think really letting that resonate, how much that is this going to expand?
That's the goal. They want to get into more schools. They have over 20,000 trained instructors and also online resources. They have workbooks, interactive videos. So the hope is to bring this to as many schools as possible.
Oh gosh, I hope so.
Maya, really valuable piece of reporting. Thank you so much.
And if you're an adult, be the trusted adult in a young person's life. That is so much.
Also
what they say
remember
they're looking for.
988. 988 is the lifeline.
Yeah.
Coming up, celebrating the life and legacy of NBC's David Bloom 20 years after his death. You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Yeah, some breaking news, actually. The U.S. Supreme Court has just rejected a West Virginia law that bans transgender students from participating in girls' sports. The court decided not to overrule an appeals court ruling that blocked the state from enforcing the 2021 law entitled Save Women's Sports Act. Two of the conservative justices, Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, dissented.
The man connected to the overdose death of actor Michael K. Williams has pleaded guilty to federal charges. The actor, best known in his role in HBO's Hit the Wire, died after taking fentanyl-laced heroin in New York City in 2021. Prosecutors alleged Irvin Cartagena made the, quote, hand-to-hand transaction with Williams for that drug. Cartagena now faces at least 5 years in prison. 2 other cases connected to Williams' death are still pending.
And Pope Francis celebrated Mass at St. Peter's Basilica on this Holy Thursday. The 86-year-old pontiff appeared to be in good health as he began an intense 4 days leading to Easter. We'll be seeing a lot of him. Pope Francis left a hospital in Rome just 5 days ago after doctors treated him for bronchitis. Good to see him out and doing well. Back. Yeah.
Now to violence in the streets of Paris and other French cities on day 11 now of nationwide protests, leaving over 100 people today injured.
Yeah, and the images are pretty dramatic. Look at this. Demonstrators are pushing back against the government's proposal to raise the retirement age by 2 years. That's what this all started over. Well, today, a group stormed a building housing U.S.-based investment firm BlackRock. The company has ties to private pension fund activity. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is following the developments for us, and we'll break this down further. So, Claudia, take us through what is playing out first on the streets today in Paris. Before we get into the meat of why and what will change, just tell us, I mean, how dramatic did these protests get?
Well, there were flares of protests firing up all across France, to the point that only in the last hour we heard that 110 people were injured during the protests today across the nation, and 12 of them seriously injured. That just gives you an idea of how intense and how violent sometimes these protests were, especially in France, where there were pockets of demonstrations in several parts of the city. You mentioned the storming of the building where the offices of BlackRock were, but other protesters targeted a restaurant where President Emmanuel Macron had a celebratory dinner famously in 2017 during the presidential campaign. Then there, protesters clashed with the police by throwing stones, throwing paint, and then at some point the awning of the restaurant was set on fire. And this is only not the beginning, because the protests have gone on for several weeks, but certainly it's not the end, because the trade workers and the trade unions have said that they will stage more and more protests until the government withdraws that law, guys.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that, Claudio. It seems like the French government has said they're not going to back down. So where is this resolved? How could this possibly be resolved and end these protests?
Well, it doesn't seem to be anywhere near a resolution, because if you consider that yesterday, only yesterday, the talks between the Prime Minister of France, Elizabeth Borne, and the trade unions failed. And of course, they will have to find some sort of compromise, because the government is saying that they need to raise the retirement age by 2 years if they don't want the pension system to collapse. But on the other side, the trade unions are saying they're not having any of it. Kate, Savannah?
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us. Claudio, thank you. We're also following breaking news out of the Middle East today. The Israeli Defense Force says dozens of rockets were launched today from Lebanon into Israel. The IDF claims terrorist organization Hamas is behind those attacks.
Yeah, the launches come just 24 hours after Israeli police stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque, clashing with Palestinian worshippers during the holy holiday of Ramadan. This video of the incident that you're watching, first of all, dramatic video, well, it quickly spread online. It appears to show Israeli police beating people inside the mosque, which is considered a holy site for both Muslims and Jewish worshipers.
Let's get right to NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. He's in Tel Aviv for us in Israel. Raf, today's the first full day of Passover, right? It's a national holiday in Israel. Take us through these rocket attacks and where we're at right now.
Well, Kate, in just the last couple of minutes, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He was going into a security cabinet meeting to decide how to respond to these rocket attacks. He said Israel is not looking for escalation, but that it will hit back hard against its enemies. And Netanyahu has a big choice to make now. He is under pressure from the far right of his government to retaliate strongly. But the concern is if he hits back too hard in Lebanon, he could trigger a full-scale war with Hezbollah, the powerful Lebanese militant group which controls the south of Lebanon. Now, it appears, according to Israel's military, that these rockets were fired not by Hezbollah, but by smaller Palestinian militant groups. And it may be that they were responding to those scenes of violence we saw yesterday in Jerusalem at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, guys.
I mean, the video that you can see, it's pretty shocking. It's pretty dramatic, especially, again, when you keep the backdrop in mind. This is video from inside a mosque. How did the situation get to that point so quickly?
Yeah, Savannah, this video is sparking outrage, not just among Palestinians, but really among Muslims across the world. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in Islam. And to see riot police hitting people with nightsticks, with guns, it's really pretty shocking for a lot of people. The Israeli police say they had no choice but to go into the mosque because young Palestinian extremists had barricaded themselves inside. They say they were stockpiling rocks and fireworks. And you can actually see in some of these videos Palestinians shooting fireworks inside of the mosque itself. Guys.
Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv for us. Thank you so much.
The latest battle over abortion rights is happening in Idaho. The Republican governor there has signed a so-called abortion trafficking bill, that's what they're calling it, into law. It is now against the law to help a minor get an abortion in another state without parental consent. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. So, Ali, this Idaho law, what does it exactly say and what are the potential penalties?
Yeah, Kate, this is what abortion advocates have been preparing for as we watch this new law, which is one of the most restrictive that we've seen in the entire country. I'll walk you through, for instance, what they're defining as abortion trafficking, which is an adult who, without the consent of the minor's parents, procures an abortion or obtains an abortion-inducing drug for the minor to use by harboring, transporting the pregnant 20 minor within this state, and that means the crime of abortion trafficking. So what we're talking about here specifically is not just medical abortion, but medication abortion, and that would apply to anyone who is helping a minor. It can even apply to medical providers. And I think what's important to note here is that there's 4 years where they have a statute of limitations to prosecute this, and if local prosecutors don't, then the state attorney general can. So there's an enforcement mechanism written into this bill too, Kate.
So the neighboring governor in Washington state came out against this law in Idaho, but realistically, they're different states. Is there anything anyone can do to reverse what's happening in Idaho?
Look, they're different states, and the way that Idaho is going about this, because they can't actually criminalize the crossing of state lines into a place like Washington, which would be a neighboring state that folks from Idaho could try to obtain care in. Instead, what they're trying to do is criminalize the kind of travel within the state, basically up to the state line. That would then lead the courts to need to be able to prove that there was an intent to cross state lines. But this gets into a lot of sticky legal places, and it's why we're watching abortion advocates mount many legal challenges to it. But make no mistake, this is the first kind of legislation like this that we've seen, and other conservative states could follow.
All right, Ali Vitale for us. Thank you.
We have a big development in a second case against Fox News related to election fraud claims. So a former producer is being subpoenaed after she spoke out publicly, claiming the network had coerced her into giving misleading testimony. Well, there's a voting machine company called Smartmatic, and it's pursuing a $2.7 billion defamation suit against the news network. So the company says that allies of former President Donald Trump alleged on their air on Fox News that Smartmatic Smartmatic and then another voting machine company were linked, and that then they were involved in potential election fraud. NBC News senior investigative producer and story editor Sarah Fitzpatrick joins us now with these details. Hi, Sarah. So I know NBC News obtained a copy of the subpoena sent to this former producer, Abby Grossberg. So tell us, what is it that they're looking to find out, and kind of help us take this step back, because I know there's so many different legal things going on here in our world that we've been covering here on the show, as well as, quite frankly, just with voting machines and Fox News. So kind of remind us the context of this one, and then tell us how this particular producer would fit into this puzzle.
Absolutely. So Smartmatic is one of two companies that Trump allies had said was involved in peddling really false claims about election interference. And they're looking to speak to Grossman. They just sent a subpoena this week. It's an exhaustive request for potential evidence, contemporaneous communications, anything related to the 2020 election coverage that she would have been part of, everything from notes to text messages to calendars. And there are a couple specific asks that I think tell us a lot about what Smartmatic is looking for from her. It's a clue towards the larger case they're building. They want anything related to Trump's attorneys, to the Trump campaign, to the Trump organization. Essentially, what was the interaction between the Trump orbit and Fox News that allowed these false claims to air?
So just a second ago on our screen, our viewers were seeing this producer, and that was actually video from a very in-depth, exclusive interview that our fantastic colleague Cynthia McFadden conducted with Grossberg. So we have heard from this producer as it relates to some of the things that were going on there at Fox News generally, which is when she said, you know, they tried to coerce my testimony. Has she responded specifically to this subpoena, or has Fox News?
So Fox News told us last night that they had not received notice of the subpoena, and they reiterated their position that Smartmatic's lawsuit doesn't have merit, that Fox News was operating under its First Amendment protections. But Grossberg's attorney said that she's going to fully comply and made a really interesting note, which says the subpoena directs her to produce evidence regarding the alleged malice at Fox News, which is in her possession. Malice, of course, is the central question in the Smartmatic case. And if that evidence truly exists, it could be the primary focus of a jury trial and potentially billions of dollars at stake for Fox News.
And that's why we are going to continue covering this. Lots of big news here. Sarah Fitzpatrick, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, coming up, how you can save your family some money on last-minute spring break deals. Yes, please. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes. How you doing, Lester?
Well, millions of Americans are on the move this weekend, right, for the Easter and the Passover holidays, and that means airports and roads are probably going to be packed.
Yeah, great. Well, if you haven't booked a trip yet, though, there are still deals up for grabs. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello lets us know what we can still snag.
With Passover and Easter falling on the same week this year, right now, get ready for surging holiday travel and some soaring deals. More than 19 million airline seats are booked between today and next Tuesday, an increase of nearly 9% compared to pre-pandemic levels.
It's a combination of two holidays on the same weekend and those holidays falling earlier in the month. So they're coinciding with spring break. So it's a perfect storm of reasons to travel.
But don't worry, if you've waited until now to book, discounts, big ones, are still available. The average price for a round-trip flight this Easter, $286, 20% cheaper than last year. The travel app Hopper still has deals on Easter week, flights to hotspots like Orlando, Las Vegas, and Cancun. And even better prices if you fly between specific cities. Dallas to New York, $130 round trip. Detroit to Atlanta, $84. Austin to Orlando, as low as $73. Last-minute deals are also available at hotels.
Hotels drop prices the few days before check-in if they have unsold rooms. So if you're headed to a big city, maybe New York, Los Angeles, Dallas, you will probably get the best deal for your Easter weekend stay if you book at the very last minute.
Nevada mom Chelsea Figueroa just booked a family Easter trip to Montana and Lake Tahoe for up to half off the regular price.
When I saw these deals, I was like, this is like, it almost doesn't feel real, especially for the holidays.
If you prefer traveling by car, good news. Gas prices have been holding steady. The national price for regular around $3.50 a gallon. But you may want to take that road trip soon. Gas prices are expected to creep closer to $4 a gallon in just a matter of weeks due to the rising cost of crude and increasing consumer demand. If hitting the high seas is more your speed, then the next 2 weeks are a great time to take a cruise. Now is when companies are repositioning their ships to the north for the summer season and offering incredible discounts for the ride.
They want to have people on board because no cruise line ever wants to have an empty ship. So they offer these incentives to get people on board the ship, and so they can do that repositioning.
On Easter Sunday, Norwegian is offering a 5-night cruise, LA to Vancouver, starting at $179. On MSC, an 11-night Caribbean cruise from Orlando to New York starts at $389. Other good travel tips, experts say go during the week instead of on a weekend. Flights and hotels are pricier and more crowded Friday through Sunday. And to avoid getting stranded, like in last spring's airline meltdown, consider buying trip protection. So if your flight is canceled or you miss a connection, you can immediately rebook, regardless of the carrier. Finally, when possible, take the first flight out. Flights departing after 9 a.m. are twice as likely to be delayed as those leaving before 8 a.m. Tom Costello, NBC News.
Well, a lot of Americans rely on a car to get things done in their daily lives, but the cost of buying and keeping a car is soaring.
Yeah, and it's like if you can even find one, because they're also hard to get. Well, now a new report reveals just how much those costs have risen, with some now rivaling mortgage payments, if you can believe that. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer joins us on this now. Hey, Miguel, sir, what are some of the most surprising numbers here from this new report?
Well, Savannah, these numbers are just staggering. Edmunds says the average annual percentage rate, or APR, for a new car is 7%. That's ballooned up from a year ago when it was just 4.4%, so a dramatic spike here. The typical car payment in the U.S. is now $730 a month, and car payments are quickly becoming more expensive than ever. 1 in 6 buyers are financing, get this, now paying more than $1,000 a month for their car. It's a staggering price to sit behind the wheel. As you mentioned, it's comparable to rent or even a mortgage payment for many people.
Yeah, and what are the reasons, Miguel, behind some of these rising costs?
Well, Kate, there's several factors. Demand for new cars remains high, so supply is low. We also had that shortage during the pandemic with those chips included. That's backed up production. We're also paying higher prices because of inflation. But really, the biggest driving factor here is the interest rates from the feds. Those are having a huge impact on car sales and, of course, the annual percentage rate people are paying nationwide, guys.
Yeah, it's just not cheap to get that car loan. Miguel Almaguer, really appreciate it. And by the way, you can see more of Miguel's report tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We tried to buy a car. It was tough.
Yeah,
And
could you find one?
It took a very long time.
My parents had the same experience.
Yeah.
That they just couldn't find the actual model that they wanted. They had to look on
exactly. Or the
something else.
size, or the dealership just doesn't have any of them. It was quite the process. I know a lot of people have been dealing with that, but now it's expensive.
Yeah.
Isn't that great? All right, well, there is more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
David Bloom was an anchor and correspondent here at NBC News. He was an inspiration to many as a journalist, a father, and a friend.
Yeah, today marks the 20th anniversary of the day that David died from a blood clot while on assignment in Iraq. NBC's Peter Alexander spoke with David's family about the impact he left.
David Bloom was committed, compelling, and courageous. On camera, he shined, so talented and tenacious, covering the world's biggest stories from 9/11.
40 more stories of concrete, steel, and iron crashing to the ground.
To the U.S. invasion of Iraq.
This sandstorm has been pounding these troops here in the 315 Infantry.
Sometimes we look back and think about what it would have been like if he was still around, and I don't know.
I think he would have been going to the most dangerous parts of the world.
Yeah, he's
still
speaking
those stories.
Sad news today from the front lines of Iraq. NBC's David Bloom, a husband and father, adventurous spirit, and our colleague, died overnight.
David collapsed while embedded with a third ID as it rolled north toward Baghdad. A blood clot from deep vein thrombosis traveled to his lungs. Beloved for his boyish enthusiasm, David Bloom was just 39, leaving behind wife Melanie and their young daughters, 9-year-old twins Christine and Nicole, and Ava, just 3. To the girls, he wasn't David, he was Dad. and a huge ball of energy.
He would carry the three of us up our staircase at the same time with a twin under each arm and me on his shoulders.
Oh my gosh.
And he would pretend to lose his balance until we were all screaming and laughing.
For the twins, now 29, some moments are seared into their memories.
The last moment that we saw him, we were all like huddled in our front entryway in our house. We all held hands in a circle and said that our Father, and he hugged us all goodbye, and then he got in his black town car and drove down the street, and he stuck his hand out and was waving to us like the whole way down the street. After he passed, I had like recurring dreams that he was coming back down the street in that town car, and he was coming home again.
Nicole shared with us some of her dad's last words to them. Always unselfish, he wanted to make sure his daughters were too.
So when you're missing me, as I am missing you, remember to say a prayer for all the other boys and girls who are missing their mommies and daddies too. And yes, my dear sweet girls, when I'm a little bit scared, I promise you I will remember you and your mom, and I will know in my heart just how much you love me. To the moon and back, right? Love, Daddy.
Years later, David's soundman, Bobby Lapp, returned to Iraq and brought home sand from near where their dad passed.
Makes you feel close to your dad even to this day.
Absolutely. A moment in time that really changed our family, and having a physical piece of that is really meaningful.
Seems like faith has helped all of you in its own way.
Yeah, absolutely. After he passed, I used to keep a diary that I would write to him. Like, it's random, but I would say, instead of Dear Diary, I would say, Dear Daddy, and I would just, yeah, and if I was struggling with something, I'd be like, can you please help me? And kind of like reaching out to him up in heaven.
So, who knows what this is?
Oh my gosh, is that?
Oh my goodness,
This is the Bloomobile.
Oh my gosh.
We brought David's girls and their mom, Melanie, to see David's dream, the one-of-a-kind vehicle he helped design to bring NBC's viewers to the war's front lines.
I'm so grateful that he was able to talk to each one of his girls and to me within 24 hours of losing his life.
What would David think of these girls, these women, today?
I think looking down, he's got to be so proud of the young ladies that they've become.
It was such an honor getting to spend a day with the Bloom family. I've loved becoming good friends with them over the years. They are all doing so well. Clearly, those girls are so beautiful and so impressive. Melanie has remarried an awesome guy, Dan, who has been there for their big moments, but has always let David be their dad. Back to you.
Peter, thank you. I knew David just a little bit, but he just so impressive as a journalist, and his wife Melanie has continued to do advocacy about deep vein thrombosis and the signs and prevention. She's done a lot of work to try to help other people avoid that unfortunate.
And I think those girls speak for themselves in terms of how impressive he was as a father and family man. So that was incredible.
Can't believe it's been 20 years.
Yeah, I bet. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
If it's Thursday, Republican-led states continue to move forward with more abortion restrictions, despite growing evidence that the issue is hurting the GOP more today than it did even a year ago. And it adds more peril for 2024. Plus, any moment now, Tennessee's Republican-controlled state house is expected to officially expel 3 Democrats who violated the chamber's rules because they were protesting on the House floor in favor of tougher gun laws, days after that deadly Nashville school shooting. And China blasts the meeting between U.S. lawmakers of both parties and Taiwan's president here on U.S. soil. At the same time, another group of lawmakers lands on Taiwan soil at a time of historic tensions between Washington and Beijing. Happy Passover and happy Thursday, and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington, and yes, a happy Holy Thursday to those celebrating that as well. This week showed us again that voters are sending Republicans a message, but Republicans aren't listening right now. Despite all indications that Trump's unpopularity could hurt the party in 2024, for now, the party seems to be sticking by him. Despite all indications that abortion is a losing issue for the Republicans right now in the post-Roe era, they're sticking with their more restrictive position. We saw more proof of that this week when Judge Janet Protasiewicz, the liberal-backed candidate in Wisconsin's Supreme Court race, romped the conservative-backed candidate, Dan Kelly, by double digits. Protasiewicz supporters emphasized throughout the campaign that their candidate could be the swing vote on cases deciding abortion access in the state. And it sure looks like voters responded, especially in the state's more well-educated suburbs, and frankly, wherever there were suburbs, not just in the big cities of Milwaukee, but the smaller cities of La Crosse and Green Bay as well. You saw the suburban bleed, if you will, go out in this vote. The chair of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, said a messaging problem on abortion contributed to the candidate's defeat in Wisconsin, not a substance issue.
When you're losing by 10 points, there is a messaging issue, and abortion is still an issue. And we can't allow the Democrats to define Republicans and put millions of dollars up in lies and have it go unanswered. I'm a suburban woman. I know this is an issue. I hear it with my friends, with my young daughter. This is not an issue that's going away for our party in a post-Dobbs world, and we can't put our head in the sand and think it's going to heading into 2024.
McDaniel adds that Republicans can't put their head in the sand, as you just heard. But it sure seems like that's where it's been since last summer's Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Because it was clear abortion was a losing issue for the GOP when voters in Kansas defeated a constitutional amendment that would have actually opened the door to more abortion restrictions in that state. Voters in Michigan in November of 2022 passed an abortion access referendum by a gigantic margin last November. And those same voters reelected Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer by double digits, even when her Republican challenger, Tudor Dixon, received more votes than any Republican nominee for governor had ever received in state history. That shows you how high turnout was in Michigan, and it was due to this referendum. Across the board in the midterms, abortion was the top issue for 27% of voters in our exit poll. That trailed only inflation. 3 in 4 voters who said abortion was their top issue voted for the Democratic candidate. And as Republicans underperformed expectations across the board, but Republicans are continuing to push new and unique laws to curb access to abortion. Just yesterday, in one of the more bizarre laws we've seen passed, Idaho Republican Governor Brad Little signed a bill that would make it illegal for an adult to help a minor get an abortion without parental consent, to the point of it would even punish them for trying to travel out of state. They've already banned abortion in Idaho. So this law is simply about punishing individuals who help minors travel across state lines. We're not sure how they're going to prove this. Border Patrol between Idaho and Washington State. I don't mean to be facetious here, but enforcement here seems to be unclear. In Florida, Republican lawmakers may soon pass a 6-week ban on abortion that Governor Ron DeSantis has already pledged to sign. And believe it or not, despite what clearly looks like swing voters' antipathy to these restrictive abortion laws, Ron DeSantis is eager to sign the bill because of this fact. He's concerned that Florida's current 15-week ban has made his state an abortion sanctuary, at least in the Deep South. And that actually is true when you look at the states that border Florida. So for many in the Republican Party, abortion access is a moral fight. And of course, that means if you believe something's morally reprehensible, how do you compromise your morals, right? It's almost impossible to be a compromiser. But right now, the fact is that the Republican Party's position is not anywhere near in line with where voters are. It's not even close right now. And that's the exact same problem they have with rallying behind Donald Trump. So the party is driving off an electoral cliff to appease the wishes of perhaps the loudest voices in their party, but perhaps not the most influential voices in their party. So let's dig into this, why we're in this position. Joining me now is my NBC News colleague, Chloe Atkins. She covers the intersection of reproductive health, politics, and policy for us. And I wanted Chloe to kick things off because there's a ton of legislation flowing throughout the states. I think for this conversation, what appears to be at the near term is both Idaho and Florida. So walk me through Idaho. And I want to start with that. I'm trying to understand, I understand the parental consent aspect of this. How will the state of Idaho enforce somebody going across state lines? Are you pregnant? Are they going to let pregnant people out of the state? I don't mean to, I just trying to figure out what enforcement looks like.
That's a great question, Chuck. And right now we don't know the answer. And that's something we at NBC are going to be following closely, asking the Attorney General's office in Idaho, the governor in Idaho, how are you planning to enforce this and implement this in a realistic way? But at the heart of this law is, as you eloquently laid out at the top of the show, is that it prohibits adults from helping minors obtain abortion services out of state without parental consent or guardian consent. So as a result of them signing this law into effect yesterday, it makes Idaho one of the most extreme anti-abortion states in the country. This law is one of its kind. We do expect other states, depending on how successful it is, you know, if legal challenges are brought in the coming days before it takes effect in 30 days from now, to follow suit. You know, a lot of times that happens. And so what we would likely see, you know, in the coming days, it's poised to take effect 30 days from now. And in, you know, my conversations with my sources at Planned Parenthood, they did tell me before coming on with you just now that, you know, they're exploring all options, and that includes legal challenges. So that is something that we will also be keeping a lookout for in the coming days.
There's
Chuck.
some real constitutional questions about this one, right, in Idaho. I mean, if you told me one of the circuits just threw it out on constitutional grounds, it wouldn't shock me.
No, that's you're right on the money when it comes to that. I mean, this law, it's going to really raise a lot of questions, and I'm very curious on how this is going to play out in the court systems in the coming days, because, you know, I mean, this is the first of its kind. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks from when we talked about, you know, Texas's 6-week ban, where, you know, it allowed people to bring lawsuits against others who helped, you know, other people obtain abortion services. So, you know, really, I hate to say it, there is a lot of unknown right now, but, you know, as this plays out in the next coming, you know, 30 days, we're really going to learn a lot more about where this law stands in practicality in enforcing it, and if, you know, it really passes any tests with any judges and their thoughts on weighing in on it.
It's perhaps keeping it opaque and unknown is the feature, not the bug here, for those that are proposing some of these laws. Quickly, let me ask you about Florida. I was stunned to see that stat. Florida, over the last 3 years, has actually restricted abortion in the state. They've lowered the number of weeks when abortion is legal, but they didn't do. But every state that's close to Florida has gone even further, and it's had the unique. I mean, the number of abortions conducted in Florida has actually gone up under Ron DeSantis, not down, which apparently is what makes him so sensitive here. Are they right about this? Is that sort of what's happened because of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and you could argue Louisiana? Florida has become a southern sanctuary?
Absolutely. So it has been dubbed an abortion safe haven state since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, even for, not just the Southeast, but also the Caribbean. People are coming to Florida to obtain abortion services because the surrounding states have outright bans on abortions, or they're banning abortions at 6 weeks. And right now we are seeing that 6-week ban go through the Florida State House as we speak. It passed the Senate and is expected to be taken up in the State House and presumably passed there. And what that does, as you know, is when when a state bans abortion at 6 weeks, it's before most people know that they are pregnant. And what it would do, would create not only a huge shift in what access looks like in the state of Florida, but would create a huge shift in what it looks like in that whole entire region. And what we would be seeing is patients, flocking to states like North Carolina as of now, because we recently saw, a switch in the state ledge that would really pave the way for abortion to be restricted even further. But we would see people flocking to places like Illinois and New York, so looking to travel even further for care, Chuck.
Yeah, Chicago being, I guess, as fast of a place as someone could get to, I guess, if they can't go to Florida and the Caribbean. Chloe Atkins, who's on top of this issue for us, this intersection of reproductive health and politics and policy. Chloe, thank you. So joining me now to talk about where the conservative movement and Republican Party is on this issue, I've got former South Carolina Governor and Congressman Mark Sanford and New York Times columnist David French. And David, you'll appreciate that I said conservative. Not everybody's a Republican these days. I get that.
That's true.
I know that is true. But Mark Sanford, let me start with you. Simple question. What's the Republican Party's position on abortion access these days? How would you describe it?
I guess I would say it's evolving, A. And B, I would say it starts from the linchpin of wanting to limit abortion where possible, because I think that there's a consensus within at least the Republican primary voter that they'd rather see fewer rather than more in the way of abortions.
As a former politician, I don't know, are you a recovering politician, Governor Sanford? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
But if you were going to be on the ballot, at what point does what the voters say start to matter more than the legislative decision itself?
Well, I mean, I think that the voter ultimately drives all. And I think that what you have here is a bit of sort of pent-up energy in the wake of the Roe decision from the right. I mean, this has been sort of 30 years in the making. And in the same way that the pendulum swings over here, it swings back. And ultimately, people do respond to where the voter is. And so whether it's the decision of what happened in Wisconsin or the midterm elections or what happened in Kansas, ultimately that's going to have a bearing. But keep in mind, we're dealing in the vacuum of sort of the media age where everything's in 30 seconds or a minute or a day or a week. This is a longer continuum that I think you're going to see this play out.
Yeah.
But I do think it's going to play out, and I think that the starting point for most Republicans is that life begins at conception, not all, but most, and that you would want to limit as much as possible abortion. That's limit. It doesn't mean eliminate.
Right.
I think for the preponderance of Republican election, office holders out there.
David, one of the things, my theory on why I feel like the Republican Party is not responding yet to Kansas, the midterms, and now Wisconsin, is that the party spent 30 years, and it's organizing, the best organizing issue they had was abortion. Right? That's what got volunteers to show up. That's what was the centerpiece of direct mail. And when you take that away, right now, I think there is a fear inside, even among strategists, that, well, we don't know how to organize the party if we don't organize around the life issue. And that's why that maybe they look almost a bit shell-shocked about how to handle this issue in the mainstream.
Well, I think there's something to that. I also think that the Dobbs was reversed at exactly the time when it was the wrong Republican Party for a Dobbs reversal. And so here's what I mean. The Republican Party in the age of Trump became overcome by Trumpism. And what Trumpism is extremely performative. It is extremely punitive. And that is exactly the wrong message that you want to send when you want to be a holistically pro-life party. which, you know, look, I'm a lifelong pro-life activist, and I was deeply influenced by Pope John Paul II's argument about life, where he talked about the inherent dignity of every human being. And the pro-life movement that I was always a part of tried to project love and compassion for fellow citizens, reflecting that inherent dignity in all spheres of life. And what you have now is a Republican Party that is, as I said, extremely performative, extremely punitive, extremely hostile to fellow citizens who are not in quote-unquote real America, for example, whatever that means. And that is an ethos that is fundamentally at odds with a holistic pro-life movement. And it's interesting to me, Chuck, there are Republican politicians who've been very pro-life who've done well. Governor DeWine of Ohio, Governor Kemp of Georgia, for example, but they do not reflect the same ethos of that MAGA-dominated Republican Party. And so I would say to the pro-life movement, stop wrapping both arms around this MAGA movement, because this MAGA movement is crippling the pro-life message.
Mark, let me go back to the missing libertarian piece to this. I say that to you because I feel like you're the closest, you're sort of a libertarian influenced conservative. I think you're a real less government guy. I've always feel like that's in conflict with telling a woman they have to carry a pregnancy to term. And that's been a big problem in that wing of the party. Fair?
That's fair. That's fair. But again, I think in that same vein, you would probably argue against 9 justices deciding, you know, a messy, tough issue that really ought to be decided around the kitchen table and across legislative bodies across the state. Ultimately, people have much more voice in this equation in the legislative format than they do in the judicial format. So I would say, as sort of a libertarian-leaning Republican, I'll say conservative, I don't know what Republican means these days, but as a libertarian-leaning conservative, I think that the decision, though sort of messy from an electoral standpoint right now, ultimately is something that's going to cause us to come to a consensus in time, minus the MAGA thing that I think David has been so eloquent on, minus this time period, that I think will put us ultimately at a better spot.
David, I get your point on this, but I don't know if we substituted Marco Rubio for Trump, and all of this happens under Rubio, do I believe that Rubio would have done a better job at trying to explain the decision, right? At trying to perhaps, but you still, I mean, look at these numbers. In some ways, it appears the country is more in favor of abortion access now than it was pre-Dobbs. And I'm curious whether you think that maybe the bigger problem here is you just haven't won the argument on life.
Well, I'm going to dispute that a little bit, because I've never been under any illusion that my position, my pro-life position, has been held by a majority of Americans. I recognize my entire life that a majority of Americans disagree with me when it comes to the law regarding abortion. But for a very long time in this country, really since the Reagan administration, the rate and number of abortions has been going down in this country, to the point where by the time Trump got into office, abortion rates were lower than they were before Roe. And when Roe was decided, abortion was mostly illegal. So think about that, Chuck.
Right.
Abortion rates were lower than before Roe. Well, then what happened during Trump? Yes, Roe was reversed, which from a pro-life perspective was a great victory, but the abortion rate went up, and the number of abortions went up for the first time in decades. There is something really fundamental that changed about practices towards abortion combined with attitudes towards abortion during this era. And it's very hard to untangle that knot.
It is. This is one of those where I feel like this should be a conversation of persuasion, and the problem is legislation comes across as pugilistic whenever you're going there, and you can't have the cultural conversation. Anyway, Mark Sanford, David French, I appreciate you coming on and accepting this premise with me and going down this road. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Coming up, we're going to be live in Nashville, where 3 Democrats who protested quite loudly on the House floor in favor of increased gun control measures after that deadly Nashville school shooting are about to be expelled simply for violating some rules of decorum in the State House. Is it an overreaction? That's next. Plus, the White House just released a much-anticipated report about the chaotic and deadly U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. The Biden administration is largely placing the blame for the mess on the Trump administration. We're going to have the details ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. This is live pictures right now. This is the debate on the floor of the Tennessee House of Representatives. Any minute now, we expect the Republican House supermajority to vote officially to expel 3 Democratic members of the state House there. The 3 members joined gun control protests in the state capitol last week after that mass shooting that killed 6 at a Nashville private school. Ahead of the vote, Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, and Gloria Johnson arrived to the state capitol to cheers from protesters outside the House chamber. Republicans played video of the lawmakers leading protesters in chants calling for gun reform last Thursday. Speaking on the floor without recognition does violate the Tennessee House rules, and in the resolutions to expel the Democrats, Republicans have accused the lawmakers of, quote, bringing disorder and dishonor to the chamber. Priscilla Thompson is in the State House in Nashville with the latest, and we've seen a lot of sort of polarizing politics at state houses, whether lawmakers leave to avoid a vote. This is something different. Describe for me the atmospherics. I know the vote could be any minute now.
Yeah, Chuck, and you can feel that energy on the ground here. This crowd
was just chanting vote no as they thought a vote was coming. Now they're saying shut him up, and you heard them just booing whoever was speaking. And this has been sort of building all day. These people have been out here for hours. They came out early this morning when the session first gavelled in, and now it is finally reaching that moment where these votes are about to take place. We heard Representative Justin Jones, who was up first. These votes are going to happen one at a time. And what he said was that he was seeking to give voice to his constituents and to the students that he has heard from, who says that they are in fear about what is happening as it relates to gun violence in this country and in their schools. And he said that while his Democratic colleagues and himself called for a ban on assault weapons, the response from Republicans has been an assault on democracy. And that was some of what he had to say as he took to the floor just a short while ago to defend himself. He faced questions from Republican lawmakers, some of them saying, look, let's leave it up to the voters. You all violated these rules. We do intend to take this vote. You will have an opportunity to run for re-election, and let's leave it up to the voters to decide. But I will tell you, I've spoken to some of the voters who are here today, some of them living and voting in these districts where these lawmakers are about to be expelled. And what they are saying is that they did feel like those lawmakers were speaking on their behalf, and they don't feel that they will have that representation if this vote ultimately goes through and ends with the expulsion of these three lawmakers.
Priscilla, this is the classic case of, are there any cooler heads on the Republican side of the aisle here? Is there anybody going, hey, sort of, I don't mean to make this about Star Wars, but sort of like, if you strike them down, you may make them more powerful? I mean, is anybody sitting here going, is this good politics for the Republican Party long term?
Right, and that is the big question, is what precedent this will set. This is unprecedented. It has only happened 3 times in the entire history of the Tennessee state legislature. But that isn't something that we've heard from Republicans. What we have heard them say is that there are times when they disagree with colleagues on the floor, but they don't lead a protest and dishonor the chamber and the House of Representatives, as some of them have stated this. And so they feel that this is a bigger question of precedent and what will be allowed to happen moving forward. But of course, Democrats don't see it that way. Some of those Democratic lawmakers speaking about what others in the chamber have done and other issues that have come up that seem far more severe than leading a protest, and yet here we are.
I was just going to say, you said it's only happened a handful of times. What were the violations for the previous times? Anything similar to this?
No, there was a sexual misconduct charge, there were criminal charges, and then there was 6 members who were expelled right after the Civil War, and that is, but in recent history, it's been criminal charges and sexual misconduct charges, and so nothing like a protest or a break in decorum on the House floor for sure. Chuck.
I don't,
nothing like this.
And I don't mean, I'm not trying to put bait in the water here. Is there anybody concerned on the right about cancel culture? I mean, this is exactly what I see in conservative social media circles and all the time, and that's essentially what you could argue they're doing.
Right, and we'll see if that comes up during the debate that is taking place on the floor. One of the representatives actually just walked by our camera to head into the restroom. He'll be up in just a short little while defending his case, but these are some of the questions that this is going to raise, and really what precedent is being set if lawmakers can be expelled in this type of a situation, Chuck.
Well, Priscilla, you're covering quite a story there, and I almost feel bad keeping you on this camera. I want you out there talking to these people. This is a fascinating story. This is sort of the messiness of democracy that makes cameras very helpful right now. So, Priscilla, thank you for the reporting you're doing right now. Appreciate it. And stick with us. We're going to come back when this vote happens. If it happens this hour, we'll have it live. We expect one of the potentially expelled lawmakers to join us. Up next, new details on DeSantis' long-haul strategy to beat Trump in the race for the Republican nomination. Panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
to open your eyes, you get to decide. How's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load. Every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, I am. Nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
And we are back here on the House floor. These are live pictures there. We expected Justin Jones, one of the three lawmakers that may be ousted here, to speak here in a moment. So that means the vote itself might be in a few minutes. Joining me for the political panel today on set, Jeff Mason, White House correspondent for Reuters, Mo Alethi, Democratic strategist and the executive director of Georgetown University's Institute of Politics and Public Service, and Sarah Fagan, the former White House political director under George W. Bush. Let me get the two political folks on this Tennessee story here a minute. It feels like now in politics, if you're not sure whether you to do something, people just jump and do it, right? Whether it's the decision to use a bullhorn on the House floor, the decision to expel somebody. This feels like an overreaction.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I'm not sure these Republicans are thinking long term. I mean, I understand the emotion, right, and look, the Tennessee is a very strong Second Amendment state, and so there's a lot of pressure coming from constituents to these members to do something about this. But there's probably a half step they could do that wouldn't kick somebody out of office for, you know, leading a protest in a time that is very high emotion, which is understandable given what happened in Tennessee.
No doubt. Mo, we've seen that Congress, the House, whenever there's expulsion is the most extreme, there's usually, you know, a censure or something like that. It's just weird that they didn't look for a middle ground here to try to diffuse. I actually think they're handing the Democrats an issue now.
No, look, it used to be, right, the old saying, politics is the art of addition, not subtraction, right? It's increasingly becoming the art of exclusion. In the sense that the incentive structure in politics today benefits base politics, right? That's who they're thinking about. When we were in the game, we used to sit around and wonder how every move we made would impact swing voters, general election voters. They don't think about that now, especially in a state like Tennessee with a legislature that is so lopsided, so gerrymandered. All the political incentive is within the Republican primary politics. That's who they're thinking about. That's why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, in these Democrats, if they are in fact expelled, one of them is going to come back to probably...
All three may come back if they choose to.
But to probably very good political success. And so what you're doing is setting up somebody to be, you know, a famous person in statewide.
Jeff, how's the... I know the, you know, is the White House keeping an eye on this? And, the one time he likes to dabble in things with political is on these small d democracy issues, and this arguably falls under that.
For sure. It's come up in the briefing room a couple times, and they're absolutely following it. I think they're also really following the politics of gun violence and gun violence prevention.
They put out a release. You know, people don't realize this is something that I've noticed. They put out a release on every single shooting that has 4 or more people wounded, I've noticed. Is that right? Isn't that a policy they've been doing?
I don't know if there's a certain number, but that tracks. That sounds right. I mean, the
I've
president...
seen them put out releases on shootings that there's been no media coverage of, and I don't mean that. They seem to be they want to be on the record on this.
I think they absolutely want to be on the record on this, and they know that is not only it's popular with their base, as Mo is referring to, but it's also something Joe Biden deeply believes to his core. And they have done quite a bit on executive orders with regard to gun violence. And, you know, I wrote a story a few months ago about the fact that he's continuing to call for a ban on assault weapons, despite the fact that it probably won't happen. He just is going to keep doing it.
Hey, I got Alexis Marshall. She's a reporter for WPLN. It's a local public radio station in Nashville. I got her on the phone. The vote is happening right now. And Alexis, I was hoping you could tell me, is this strictly a party line vote, or is there a faction of what used to be called the Eastern Tennessee moderates? Is there a faction of Republicans that are uncomfortable with what's happening?
It looks like it's a party line. They just finished the vote on expelling Justin Jones, and I believe it was about in the realm of about 3/4. Which aligns with the majority that Republicans have in this House.
Is this, when you see that, were there any Republicans that voted against the expulsion?
You know, I don't have the name-by-name breakdown at this moment, but it seems that it went very party line. As Jones was giving kind of his final defense in the last 5 minutes of closing statements, some other members of his party came to stand up behind him, and there was a lot of about 2.5 hours of back and forth, almost like a trial ahead of time. But I think the final vote was very much along party lines.
Alexis, is there a middle ground they could have chosen? You know, in the U.S. Congress, there's censure, right? It's short of expulsion. You know, it's basically, this is going on your permanent record type of thing. Does the Tennessee House have something like that?
Well, even before today, all three of the members who got in trouble for protesting on the House floor had their badges deactivated. They couldn't access the building or the garages, and they had also been stripped of their committee assignments. So those steps were taken but before any action happened, like by vote of the House. There's now been a motion to adjourn. I'm watching live right now, and it seems like folks in the gallery have really caused an uproar. I think they might be going. So
they're only going to end up expelling if they do go to recess. That means they'll only have finished one expulsion.
So far, I doubt that they would put off the other two, but I also don't know. I'm not the speaker.
No, I get that.
But yeah.
But listen, you're in the middle of covering a story that's happening in real time. I appreciate you giving me a minute or two here. I'll let you hang up and go finish reporting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexis. Sarah Fagan, it just feels, it's one of those, you're like, really? What was that old SNL skit?
It's like you go,
really?
Yeah, it's like you go from 0 to 60.
Yeah.
Like there's no
Nobody knows how to retreat, and I do think Mo brought it up. And if we're ever going to depolarize, somebody has to go, yeah, okay, we've gone too far too.
Right, well, the Republicans have strong majorities, so,
yeah.
but in other states where they don't, where the blues have majorities, like what happens next? Do we start expelling Republicans because we don't like, and like I realized there were some rules violated, and so something was probably appropriate, a censure or some other middle ground.
Right.
But kicking someone from office, like to me, I watch this and I wonder if it's constitutional.
Well,
I was wondering
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, how does this even work? If I'm thinking often of how would I explain this to my friends abroad, and I don't know how I would do it.
Right, you would say, yeah, an elected House member, who's elected as a partisan, expressed an opinion rather loudly, at their place of work.
Yes.
What they've been hired to do, right?
And got kicked out.
Yeah.
I mean, expulsion is reserved for criminal offenses,
yeah,
right?
Look, they did expel somebody who was basically who brought when you were accused of sexual assault, you brought, disrepute onto the institution.
That's right.
Expressing yourself politically.
Being a partisan
isn't
that.
Is it supposed to be disrepute? Yeah. And Sarah, the phrase cancel culture's in my head. Is this not the same thing? I mean, I hate to say, I'm not trying to throw chum in the water, but I'm throwing a little chum in the water.
Republicans and especially conservatives are right to talk about, we see law professors get booed off campus because they don't have, the right political views. And it's a real problem. It's certainly a problem in academia, but yes.
Practice what you preach, right?
Sure. Yes.
They're silencing him for an opinion. Again, you can say you didn't voice that opinion appropriately, so we're going to give you a slap on the wrist. But they canceled him for one so far, maybe three, for an opinion that was totally legitimate to have. For all of the talk, and we're seeing this in state after state, we're seeing it in Florida, where Ron DeSantis is pulling books from school libraries. This is going to come back and bite them. The fight over freedom is going to be a major battleground, I think, in 2024. The word. That we're just starting to see.
The word is going to be.
The concept.
Yes.
Right?
It's going to be, I think, two different versions of it, right?
Well, most of these state legislative chambers have very strict rules of decorum and very strict policies. But at the end, and so on a technicality, it was violated, and Republicans are technically correct in their right to do this. But it's really, no one's thinking about the perception game, right? And that's, You know, that to me is always stunning as an operative, which is, you know, it's 6 years. We sat around and thought about, what did the press think?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure you guys did.
No, but you do. You want to pull it back and like, all right, but go back to what you just said. How do you explain this?
Well, indeed, and I would pick up on your comment, Sarah, that the perception game extends well beyond Tennessee. We're talking about it right here. It's being shown on live television. Yeah. This is something that national Democrats running in national races, perhaps in the presidential race, are going to pick on and say, this is what that party stands for. Is that really what you want to be associated with? That will, to get back to your earlier comment, turn off some swing voters.
All right, we're going to sneak a quick break here. Panel's going to stick around. There's some troubling numbers here for Biden, again, in the CNN poll that I wanted to talk about. So let's sneak in a break. We also got that new report about Afghanistan that the Biden administration put out that is a bit focused on the Trump administration. We'll tell you about that as well. So let's sneak this break in.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Interesting thesis. I'm going to try to get to that topic, too. Welcome back. It has been viewed as one of the darkest periods of the Biden administration. And if you track his public opinion polling, it was actually the moment that he truly lost traction with a chunk of voters. The White House says it is now sharing with Congress the classified report on the chaotic and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan in the summer of 21. The White House also released a 12-page public summary outlining the choices made leading up to and during the evacuation. In it, the administration largely places the blame on the Trump administration, writing that President Biden's choices were severely constrained by the conditions created by his predecessor. Mike Memoli is our NBC News White House correspondent who's been reporting on this story. So, Mike, look, everything in the public notes I have seen and heard already from them, I don't know if the public accepts that explanation.
Well, you really hit on, I think, one of the most important points here, which is that what we are looking through, what we are reading today, is a public summary by the White House of what is a classified document from the Pentagon that's being sent up to Capitol Hill. And so the White House doing its very best here to push a lot of the blame onto the Trump administration to essentially say, given more time, more planning, maybe things would have turned out differently. But Chuck, it also does say that the president stands by his decision to end this nation's longest war. The way in which this happened, obviously the chaotic nature of it, the fallout of, for instance, something that's not raised in the public summary, the decision to evacuate, to close Bagram months before the timeline that the president articulated, is not addressed in this. But the other piece of this, which is really important, the president did get something of a honeymoon from the American people for most of his first year in office. The idea that he ran on of being a seasoned, experienced commander-in-chief was one that the country bought into. He never recovered from the blow that this took. So another way to look at this report today coming out the way that it is, by the way, the president was driving away from the White House as Kirby was at the podium dealing with this today. It's an effort to sort of clear the brush, get rid of some of the really most politically problematic issues for the White House ahead of a potential re-election campaign to come in the next few months.
Yeah. It's interesting. The only thing they may have going for them is I don't know how much it will actually be a part of the campaign going forward in 24, but who knows?
It wasn't
Mike,
in the midterms.
Thank you. Let me bring back the panel. Jeff Mason, I've heard all of these defenses about their decision-making before, but the fact is, I talked to Seth Moulton earlier today, and he's on this Codell he's doing on the China Committee, and I asked him, and he says, well, you know, look, he says, yes, the Trump administration certainly made it more difficult. But they knew how to undo other things of the Trump administration.
Sure they did.
So
sure
that to me is the best sort of like pushback on the Biden.
It is. It's a counter argument to the overall thesis. I mean, they listed a few specific things. They talked about the drawdown of troops that happened under the Trump administration. They talked about Taliban fighters or people who had been released. Those were all things that, to some extent, they're suggesting handcuffed them. But it was the president's decision in the end, and he made it. And I think Mike is right to mention that he was driving away. I mean, it was sort of the equivalent of a Friday afternoon news dump. Tomorrow's Good Friday.
I was giving him thing. It's Holy Thursday.
It's Holy Thursday. It's kind of close, but they had to get it out eventually, and they did it now.
Hey, I want to get Sarah and Mo your responses, but I want to dip into one of the lawmakers who's speaking right now to reporters. We got a live thing in Tennessee. I believe this is Justin Jones, I think, is this one.
This light on Tennessee to say that this should sound the alarm across the nation that we're entering into very dangerous territory.
You have two of your colleagues in there who are still going to face questions today. What would you say to them, your other two members of the Tennessee Three?
I mean, we're in this together. The three of us, the Tennessee Three, we stand together. So I'm going to the balcony to go support them. You know, I can't be on the House floor right now, so I'm going to go to the gallery and stay for the hearing because we are in this together. And it's so important that we represent, you know, we're multiracial, intergenerational. We represent Memphis, Nashville, Knoxville. We stand united, and the people across the nation are paying attention to what's happening because this is not the end. But what they did was signal that if we don't act, we will lose our democracy. Today was a signal that we have lost democracy in Tennessee and that we are on the path toward authoritarianism, to be quite honest.
Republican law.
I have no idea, you know, what are my next steps in terms of responding to this extreme measure, but I will continue to show up with the people and continue to demand action on common sense gun laws, because what we were saying was let us pass an assault weapons ban, let's take action, and they responded by assaulting democracy. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Representative Jones.
I don't have any next steps, but I will continue to show up in this Capitol with these young people, whether I'm in that chamber or outside. And so we don't know what's next. I'm going to consult my legal team because I believe that what they did was unconstitutional. I believe that it violated, many of our rights, and so it silenced, more importantly than just me, my district. 78,000 people have lost their vote and their voice because of the extreme actions of this body. And so I'll continue to show up, and we must continue to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Representative Jones.
Yeah, that's former Representative.
You were listening to Justin Jones there. He's the first one they've expelled. The other two haven't been expelled. There's an adjournment issue that may happen. It is worth noting, we've talked about the legal challenges here, but you know they all can run in a special election if there's a special. And like I said, these might be three political careers who've just been launched today on that front. Sarah, let me get you both in on the Afghanistan front. Is Afghanistan an issue by 24 or not?
Absolutely.
You think it will be? Even though with Ukraine and Taiwan, all these other things in the news, it doesn't sort of drown it out?
Those images of people chasing an American plane as it flew away, I can guarantee that is going to be played over and over
on TV ads.
On TV ads. Yeah. And you know, for a lot of Americans, you know, it was a moment, regardless of partisan ideology, that was just so soul-crushingly embarrassing. And it's too good politically to not use. And, you know, in a midterm, it's very hard to stick that on a Democrat running for Congress or in the Senate who had nothing to do with the decision.
But you think this is one of those,
but
President Biden?
You know, despite what the Biden administration is going to say this falls squarely on the president. They announced the date in which they were going to do it.
You know, it's interesting, Mo. The fact is you could see it in public polling. I mean, this was of all the moments, this is a moment that he's never recovered from.
No, I think that's right. I mean, it's funny, and you did see some spillover in other places. Terry McAuliffe was doing very well in the Virginia governor's race, and as soon as the president's number started to dip, so did his. And you're right, it was all around this time. Look, I have no doubt it would be malpractice for any Republican candidate not to use those images in an ad. Will that be enough for voters? I'm a big believer in narrative, right? Part of Joe Biden's narrative when he won in 2020 was let the grown-ups back into the room to get things done, to solve our problems after all this chaos. This is the biggest knock on that narrative for this White House. They need to make sure the rest of that narrative is rock solid. And if they're up against a Donald Trump, I still like his chances.
It's funny you say that, a narrative, Jeff. That's what I noticed in the. Many critics in this piece, you'll appreciate this, Sarah. Many critics said this was going to mean America would lose their standing, but it turned out they didn't, and we've expanded NATO.
Right.
I do think they have a better story to tell in Europe, but it's almost sort of their defense is, hey, it wasn't what everybody thought was going to happen.
Yeah, and one piece of storytelling, right, is what you leave in and what you leave out. And they're not going to concentrate and didn't concentrate on that very last day where people were killed. But they are, I mean, apropos polling, no doubt going to emphasize the fact that Americans wanted the war to end. And Biden made that happen. It didn't go the way people expected, and there's a lot of room to criticize that. And I'm sure you're right, Sarah, that that'll end up in TV ads. But I suspect their response to that will be, but we got it done.
All right. I got to go get another break in. Appreciate you guys here. After the break, U.S.-Taiwan ties have been strengthening as U.S.-China relations deteriorate. We'll have a little check-in on that before we go at the end of the hour. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Being here, I think, sends a signal to the Chinese Communist Party that the United States supports Taiwan and that we're going to harden Taiwan, and we want them to think twice about invading Taiwan.
Welcome back. That was the House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul today as he leads a bipartisan congressional delegation to Taiwan. They're on the ground right now. That visit comes amid already heightened tensions between Beijing and Washington as the U.S. waits to see how China reacts to yesterday's meeting between the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, and Taiwan's President Tsai. That happened obviously in California, not on the island of Taiwan. Joining me now is Admiral James Stavridis. He's the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and NBC News Chief International Analyst, and somebody who's been very helpful to us in understanding the challenge that is Taiwan, both militarily and diplomatically. Jim, it's good to see you. So let me start with these series of meetings. It really feels as if this is the beginning of things that we're doing now that we sort of did with Ukraine after Russia invaded. Is that, I mean, that's what this feels like. We're getting ready for war footing. Is that fair?
I think that's entirely fair, Chuck. And let me underline a word that you used that we don't get to use very often these days. That word would be bipartisan. It's pretty remarkable to see Republicans and Democrats standing alongside each other, both in the earlier photo ops at the Reagan Library and on the ground in Taiwan. This is an issue that both sides of the aisle understand, and I think they're both seeing it through the prism of Ukraine, exactly as you say. Let's get ahead of the curve, not to prepare for a shooting war, but to deter China.
It seems to me the harder issue is going to be that China doesn't want to have a military confrontation, that instead they essentially are hoping to undermine Taiwan's domestic politics and sort of influence it that way. How do we help on that front, and can we prevent that?
First, we ought to be helping them on cyber and cyber security. If you think about it, that'll be the mechanism, the delivery machine. So helping our Taiwanese friends, colleagues understand how to defend themselves and harden themselves in that space, very important. Secondly, we can help them by setting an example here in the United States. And frankly, we haven't been great at that, right, in terms of divisions in the country. But, you know, see paragraph 1 of a few minutes ago, the way we respond to Taiwan in a bipartisan fashion, I think is a very good object lesson to provide. And third and finally, Chuck, we can provide the kind of military tools that will give Madam Tsai, who I know very well, the president, give them the confidence that they can defend their island. I think that will help them with those internal divisions as well.
I saw that the president of Ukraine said, I want to shift gears to the other hot war. The president of Ukraine essentially said, there's two, either you withdraw from Crimea or we get it back another way. How is Crimea going to play out, and the decision to figure out how to fight for Crimea on behalf of Ukraine? How's that going to play out over the next year?
Well, I can answer that in 3 words. I don't know. Neither does anybody else. We need to be a little more humble in our predictive abilities. See the story you're running about Afghanistan right now, for example. But I'll give you an informed guess. I think the Ukrainians are going to mount a strong spring offensive, drive right to the Black Sea, cut off Crimea from Russian logistics. That's going to create the conditions for a serious negotiation later this year. How that comes out, nobody knows. What's our job in the West? To continue to put the right tools in the hands of the Ukrainians so they have the best bargaining position when that inevitable negotiation plays out.
All right. Admiral James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Always good to get your expertise on the air, so appreciate that. And thank you all for being with us this hour. Pretty active hour. A lot of live breaking events. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with a vote. It seems like the whole country is watching, happening as we speak in Tennessee. A wild scene, a controversial one, with Republicans, as we speak, voting to kick out 3 Democrats for breaking the rules after they demonstrated during a gun reform protest. Protesters tonight are out in Tennessee. They are loud. We're going to take you there live with what lawmakers are saying on the House floor and a reminder of why they're all here in the first place. Plus, tonight, our first look at a highly anticipated report on the withdrawal from Afghanistan that ended the U.S.'s longest war. Why there's a lot of blame laid on the former president, Donald Trump. We're getting into that. Plus, another new report lays out decades of fancy travel by Justice Clarence Thomas, paid for by a Republican mega donor. Why it's raising a lot of questions about ethics for Supreme Court justices tonight. And is your Tesla spying on you? Former employees there say yes, and that they were making fun of you while you drove. We've got more on this camera system that can apparently take pictures on the inside of your car coming up. And in tonight's original and NBC News exclusive, with the first black woman to serve as the country's cyber director, why security online is so personal for her. That's later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and any minute now, the second of 3 Democrats in Tennessee voted into the State House by their constituents are expected to be kicked out of that state house by Republicans who say those so-called Tennessee 3 broke the rules during a protest to change gun laws after last week's school shooting in Nashville. That has infuriated people. Listen here at the moments after the first vote went down. Watch. Upstairs in the House chamber, you've got signs that say kids are watching. As you are taking a live look now at the moments inside the chamber, you're also looking live at the outside of the chamber. So many people have turned out for this moment that has some crying foul about the democratic process writ large. You've got people who have been chanting in the hallways, people who have been talking about how passionate they are about this. So far, state reps Justin Jones and Justin Pearson have been kicked out. We're actually waiting on the Pearson vote. Gloria Johnson is up next. And Republicans who have the majority here say they're getting expelled because of this moment. Okay, that again, more protests as this is the live shot. Let me show you the video that was played on the House floor that explains why Republicans say these Democrats should be tossed out. Watch. Okay, so Republicans say that those 3 people you just saw there broke the rules by going down to the well of the House floor to join protesters demanding changes to gun laws. The fact this video was even filmed at all, by the way, may have itself been a violation of the rules on the other side of the aisle. Everybody is fired up about this. Those on the left making the case it should be up to voters to decide who should serve, not Republicans.
We are creating a circus, and it's embarrassing. This is embarrassing. The world is watching us.
Those on the right defending this vote, pointing out those reps could still get voted back into office down the road.
We are upholding our Constitution. We are protecting the integrity of this body.
And some of the soon-to-be former lawmakers, including Justin Jones, who was just voted out, talking about this too. Watch.
We called for you all to ban assault weapons, and you respond with an assault on democracy.
Remember, that's why any of this even started in the first place. The calls for change, right after the murders of the 6 people you see on your screen. The 3 kids and 3 school staffers killed just 10 days ago at the Covenant School, which sits just about 8 miles from the State House. You see here one of the Tennessee 3 hugging a parent from that school. At this point, police are still trying to find a motive. Priscilla Thompson is live for us in Nashville, right where this is all going down. Tell us what you're seeing and what you're hearing tonight, Priscilla. I can hear and see those demonstrators behind you.
Yeah, Hallie, an incredibly active scene here that has been building throughout the day. There are a lot of law enforcement and state troopers on hand here as hundreds of protesters are in the gallery and also gathered here just outside of the gallery. And they have been chanting all throughout the day. But when that first vote came down expelling Representative Justin Jones, you heard them shouting, "Shame, shame, shame," for several minutes. And I saw a woman, she had tears in her eyes as she was walking through here. And I asked her, you know, what's going on for you? Why are you crying? And she said she just felt like this was a terrible day for democracy. And she feels like she is losing faith in democracy because of what is happening here. And of course, all of this sort of began last Thursday when there were demonstrators in the gallery, and these three lawmakers took to the floor with a bullhorn, and they began to chant and join in with those demonstrators. And now we saw this week Republicans issuing resolutions calling for those three lawmakers to be expelled, saying that they brought dishonor to the House of Representatives and that they contributed to the disorder that was seen last week. And so that is what is taking place here today. Republicans saying that now it should be back up to the voters to decide if they want to send those Democratic lawmakers back here to legislate on their behalf. But I will tell you, Hallie, I have been speaking to voters who live in these districts throughout the day, and they have said to me that they agree with the decisions and the actions of their lawmakers, and they want to feel like they have this representation in the State House. But it appears at this time we already have one Representative, Justin Jones, who has been expelled. The votes are about to take place on the other two. Those lawmakers will have about 20 minutes to speak their case. They'll take questions, and then those votes will take place. And we could certainly see all three of them expelled by the end of the session today, Hallie.
Are you able to give us a sense of what it's like around you, Priscilla? I imagine there's a lot of media there. There's obviously a lot of demonstrators. You talk about the idea of representation, and for people on the left who voted these lawmakers, these Tennessee three, into office, that is part of this. They will no longer have representation in the State House until that next election happens, to say nothing of the underlying issue here, any action on guns, which doesn't seem to be part of the equation.
Right, and you feel both of those emotions sort of playing out here. You heard Representative Jones saying we called for an assault on we called for a ban on assault weapons, and Republicans responded with an assault on democracy, and that is certainly part of the mood here. But there are also students here who are saying we're living in fear. We don't want this for the next generation, but how can we affect change if we don't even feel like we have voices that are being heard in the legislature and in this democracy? And I will tell you, we are standing here by a walkway, and there have been lawmakers coming out to take bathroom breaks, and these protesters have turned on them, and they have been shouting shame, and they have been saying, you know, you ban books, you ban drag, but kids are still in body bags. And so the underlying issue of gun reform and gun legislation certainly not lost upon the folks here, as more state troopers appear to be passing by me as they're working to sort of make sure that this situation remains under control. And so far, all has been peaceful today, Hallie.
Priscilla, I'm going to let you go do what you need to do as far as the news reporting piece of this. We're going to check back in with you in just about 50 minutes from now to see the latest. Thank you so much for being there on the ground for us on a story we have been covering here for days. Want to get to some other big news out of Washington here, because late tonight, as part of a long-awaited review on the end of the war in Afghanistan, we are getting new signals from the White House that the evacuation of Kabul started too late, with the Pentagon apparently putting a lot of the blame on former President Donald Trump and his administration. That is how the White House is framing a new classified report on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan that ended America's longest war. It says President Biden was, I'm quoting here, severely constrained by conditions created by his predecessor, adding the Trump administration provided no plans for how to conduct the final withdrawal or to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies. Remember, in the days after the withdrawal, President Biden defended his decision, calling it a success. Listen.
The extraordinary success of this mission was due to the incredible skill, bravery, and selfless courage of the United States military and our diplomats and intelligence professionals.
I want to bring in White House correspondent Mike Memley, who is joining us now for more on this. And Mike, when you looked at how Americans felt after withdrawal from Afghanistan, less than 40% approved of how the president handled this. Talk about what we are seeing from, again, this sort of very long-awaited, highly anticipated report from the Pentagon on how things got to where they did.
So what we have so far, Hallie, and you can see here, it got my markups and notes here as we've been reading through this all afternoon, I know you have as well, is the White House's best effort to essentially spin publicly what lawmakers on Capitol Hill will be seeing in a classified session about the Pentagon's own assessment of what went wrong and what lessons were learned from the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Essentially, what the White House is doing is a lot of blame shifting, pointing to decisions that the Trump administration made that it inherited and then had to adjust and deal with in a very shortened time frame under difficult circumstances, but also standing by in the end the decision that the president did greenlight, that he feels it was the right decision to end America's longest war. Take a listen to how John Kirby spent more than an hour spinning this from the podium at the White House.
The president's transition team asked to see plans for that removal. They asked to see plans for a security transition to the Afghan government. And they asked to see plans to increase the processing of special immigrant visas. None were forthcoming. Transitions matter. That's the first lesson learned here.
What also is fascinating about this, Hallie, is the White House attempting to spin one of their big foreign policy setbacks with a foreign policy success, to say because of some of the improbabilities that maybe they could have handled it differently with Afghanistan, they apply them to Ukraine and to Ethiopia in a similar situation, and they feel that those lessons have been successfully applied.
Talk about the classified version that is going to be shared with members of Congress. Obviously, you have not seen it. I have not seen it because it is, of course, classified. What do we think, based on the reporting around it, might be in that? Might there be a different narrative there, or is this pretty much it?
Yeah, because we remember from when we were covering this in real time in August of 2021 that some of the biggest voices questioning what the White House was doing came from the Pentagon. So this scrub that was conducted across the administration, the White House insists, was done without any input from the president or his senior team. And I think there will be more frank assessments. And yes, Hallie, even if it is classified, we know how Capitol Hill works. There will be efforts to present some of those classified findings publicly. And also, Republicans have subpoena power, and they've been trying to get other documents that might also shed a different light on the White House's version of events here.
Mike Memoli live for us outside the White House. Mem, thank you very much for that. We've also got some breaking news out of the Supreme Court, not far from where we're sitting right now, where a new decision from the justices means West Virginia cannot stop a trans girl from playing on the girls' sports team, at least for now, in a case that could have a bigger impact nationwide, with more and more states putting in place laws to restrict LGBTQ+ rights. You've got the court refusing to let West Virginia fully enact a law called the Save Women's Sports Act, which has the effect of letting 12-year-old Becky Pepper Jackson stay on her school's cross-country and track teams. Again, at least for now. It all comes as the White House today is putting out a new proposal that basically says school sports teams cannot categorically ban transgender athletes, and they're calling out the anti-LGBTQ+ bills making their way through state houses across the country. Listen.
LGBTQI+ kids are resilient. They are fierce, they fight back, they're not going anywhere, and we have their back. This administration has their back.
Our Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley is joining us now, so break it down for us, what this decision by the Supreme Court means and what it doesn't mean.
Well, as you indicated, this is the part of like a much bigger process that's going on. You know, the various states are passing these laws. The administration is trying to figure out how the law applies. So this was like the first time this issue had even come up at the Supreme Court. And it's a very early indication. Maybe it doesn't really say much about what they're going to say if an actual law comes before them. In this case, all it means is that this one girl, Becky, can participate in her girls' sports teams back in West Virginia. And so in that sense, it's kind of a narrow decision, but it also means the court is showing it's not super keen to get involved on this issue right now. And I think what we've heard from the lawyers on both sides is that, you know, Becky's lawyers obviously are very pleased that she's going to be able to continue to participate on the team that she's been doing for the last couple of years. And they've stressed that there was no emergency here. This came up as an emergency application to the Supreme Court by the Attorney General in West Virginia. And the lawyers for this transgender athlete are saying there was no emergency here, no reason to come up to the court at this time. You know, no one's objected to her really participating on the team at a school or in the school district. Meanwhile, the state says this is just a procedural decision, doesn't say anything about what the court might say on the merits.
We talked about some of the ways that there is a sort of sweepier push in some states around the country to restrict LGBTQ plus rights, specifically as it relates to transgender athletes. We heard the White House talk about that today. Talk us through some of that and what the impact could be from this decision, if any.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, there's 20 states now that have these laws. The Biden administration is saying, their interpretation of the law is that maybe some participation of transgender athletes could be limited in competitive sports, but not a categorical ban like West Virginia's. So this legal battle is going to continue. It's going to go up through the court system, and ultimately the Supreme Court may end up actually issuing a ruling that will decide once and for all whether these laws can stay in place.
Lawrence Hurley, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. We are set to get our next snapshot of how our economy is doing first thing in the morning when a new jobs report drops. But tonight already, some new clues about where things could be going. That's from a brand new report showing layoffs are up nearly 5 times what they were this time last year. And it's tech companies leading the way on that. Meta, Amazon, Google, cutting all told more than 100,000 jobs so far this year. That's up an eyeball-popping 38,000% compared to this time a year ago. And remember, these are companies that hired big during the pandemic. Brian Chung is here to help us make sense of all of this. Put these numbers into context for us, Brian.
Yeah, well, what it tells us is that this strong jobs market could be showing signs of maybe flipping into the opposite, and that people losing their jobs could speak to a deterioration of what we see as a pretty healthy jobs market right now, with the unemployment rate fluctuating at near 50-year lows. Now, when we talk about the overall story here, this kind of makes sense and could be expected. The Federal Reserve is deliberately slowing this economy with higher interest rates, and as that happens, do employers get squeezed into laying people off? That appears to be the story in the tech sector, where you've heard the likes of Meta and Apple and Amazon firing tens of thousands of people. Now, for what it's worth, this is a separate report when he talks to the layoffs compared to what we're expected to see tomorrow, which would show job gains from the government over the course of the month of March. Those are separate types of data. You can't necessarily draw a line from one to the other. But again, you talk to economists, they're looking at data like this. They're looking at jobless claims getting revised up, as well as ADP private numbers showing less than expected job growth. Perhaps that points to a weaker jobs report tomorrow morning. We'll have to see.
Brian Chung, I know you will be posted up on that all day, first thing in the morning, because that's going to be some big news when that drops. Appreciate it, Brian. Tonight, some new and serious concerns about the possibility of a full-on military conflict in the Middle East, with rockets soaring in Israel today and tensions sky high as well. You've got the Israelis reporting that dozens of rockets, you see one flying there over the city of Nahariya earlier today, were fired by militants from southern Lebanon into their territory, raising fears of a really strong response from the Israeli Defense Forces. The fighting is coming during one of the holiest months for Jewish and Muslim people, right in the middle of the Passover and Ramadan holidays. And it's after the violence we've seen in the last 24 hours when Israeli security forces stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque twice. For context, that's the third holiest site for Muslims and the holiest site for Jews, who call it the Temple Mount. The Israelis said people inside were throwing firecrackers at their troops. NBC's Raf Sanchez is there. He is on the ground, joining us now live from Tel Aviv. Raf, what have we seen over the course of the day? And importantly, I think, what is the expectation for what's to come? Because it does seem like you have people, frankly, on pins and needles geopolitically on this.
Yeah, Hallie, what's to come depends to a very large extent on what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu decides to do in response to this rocket fire from Lebanon. He has been huddled with his national security officials all evening, and you can imagine the options that he's weighing up. On the one hand, there is a case for striking back hard. This is the biggest rocket attack from Lebanon into Israel since 2006. And Hallie, as you and I have talked about, Netanyahu is under constant pressure from the far right of his government to really be aggressive on these national security issues. But the other side of this is if they hit back too hard, there is a real risk of triggering an all-out war with Hezbollah, the powerful Lebanese militant group which controls southern Lebanon. Now, Israel is saying these rockets appear to have been fired not by Hezbollah, but by Palestinians. And so it's very possible, Palestinians operating out of Lebanon, it is very possible in the coming hours we may see strikes in Lebanon, but also in Gaza, where some of these Palestinian groups are based. So that decision in front of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now, Hallie.
What about the U.S. piece of this? Because we have heard now from National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby in just the last couple of hours. I want to play that for you.
We have, in the previous few days, condemned, used that verb, we have, condemned that violence. Of course we have. And you're right, people should be able to worship freely and safely, and we still stand by the status quo on the Temple Mount.
It is in some ways a balancing act for the Biden administration here, Raf.
Yeah, I think the Biden administration's position here is close friends sometimes have to speak hard truths, and the U.S. sometimes has to speak hard truths to Israel. You have seen the Biden administration criticizing, especially Netanyahu's new right-wing government, over settlements and over how it behaves at these very sensitive holy sites like the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And then at the same time, the U.S. being very forthright that Israel has the right to defend itself against rocket attacks like the ones that we are seeing out of Lebanon. The U.S. often standing behind Israel during these military confrontations like the one we had in Gaza in 2021, in a way that sometimes you see Western European countries saying, look, we need to see a ceasefire right now. The U.S. often prepared to give Israel the diplomatic space to carry out those military strikes and to achieve what it sees as its national security objectives. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us there in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much. We are seeing Pope Francis leading Holy Thursday ceremonies today, only about a week after getting out of a hospital in Rome. Look at this. You're going to see the Pope washing and drying the feet of a dozen people inside a prison in what's supposed to represent a sign of humility. He's also leading a mass in St. Peter's Basilica in front of nearly 2,000 followers. All of it setting up a marathon few days for the Pope ahead of Easter Sunday, just 5 days after the 86-year-old was treated for bronchitis. Our Claudio Lavanga is on the ground in Rome for us. He is back, and he is right in the middle of one of the most holy times for Catholics. Talk about his schedule. He had cleared it initially. Obviously, now it's picking back up ahead of Easter Sunday. What do we know about how he's doing?
Hey, Hallie. Well, so far the Pope has kept his promise that he will preside over all the events of Holy Week, despite the fact that only a week ago he was still in hospital treating a bad bronchitis. Now, even though to see him on Sunday, literally 24 hours after he was discharged from hospital, attending Palm Sunday a few days ago, it felt a bit premature, to be honest, because he was looking very frail, tired. His voice was very weak. Well, fast forward a few days today, he looked perfectly fine, as healthy as he's been in the last few months. And he was even, as you saw on those pictures, kneeling down to wash those feet of the inmates in that juvenile detention center, kissing their feet. And we're not talking about just an 86-year-old man here. We're talking about someone who's had a very bad knee that forced him to walk with a cane and sometimes on a wheelchair. And so kneeling down must have been pretty painful and difficult for him. And yet he still did it. Now, talking about the schedule, it doesn't prevent him from attending the other events scheduled for Holy Week. Tomorrow, there's the Way of the Cross all the way to the Colosseum. He's presiding that. Then, of course, he's got the Easter Vigil on Saturday, and then Easter Mass on Sunday, plus the Urbi et Orbi, the apostolic blessing from the balcony in St. Peter's Square on Sunday after Easter Mass, and then on Monday, the Easter blessing, Hallie.
Give us a sense, Claudio, and it's late where you are there at that plaza in Rome, but what it's like as Catholics are flocking to the Vatican in many ways for Easter and with the Pope back.
Well, Holy Week is the most important week in the calendar of the Catholic Church. So a lot of people will have booked their holidays around this time, especially pilgrims and tourists in general, in the hope that they will see also the Pope at the Vatican. And they got that chance. They were very worried, of course, for him when he was in hospital last week. But then they must have felt reassured and happy to see him in so many occasions, in every single occasion they could have seen him in all those events that we just mentioned. Now he's, back up on his feet, literally, and continuing with Holy Week. And the people will get still the chance to see him tomorrow at the Way of the Cross at the Colosseum, and then on Easter Sunday. So there's still chance for the people to just see how he's doing. Ali?
Claudio Lavanga, thank you very much. Live for us in Rome tonight. Appreciate you staying up late. Coming up here on the show, a new report detailing decades of luxury travel by a Supreme Court justice, raising questions about the part of our government that in some ways acts as its own kind of ethics police. What changes could be coming realistically and where this goes next. Plus, police clash with protesters in France with big tourist spots closed today. That's coming up in our 5 Things.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
An update tonight on that battle of the bowls we told you about on this show 24 hours ago. What Sweetgreen is now doing to resolve a lawsuit from Chipotle, coming up in the 5 things. But first, new anger from Democrats and new questions about ethics for Supreme Court justices tonight after a report from ProPublica details decades of fancy travel taken by Justice Clarence Thomas and paid for by a Republican mega donor. This new report lays out a bunch of trips Thomas and Harlan Crow took, including with their families, over the course of decades. Look at this. Yacht trips to Indonesia, fishing at Crow's Resort in the Adirondacks, cigars and whiskey at an all-men private retreat in California, cruising the waters around New Zealand. So now there's this question. Did Justice Thomas break any rules or laws by letting this big-time donor pick up the tab for all these vacations? And by rubbing shoulders with big-time corporate friends of his? Could that have influenced any decisions Thomas made from the bench? And why didn't he disclose that he was taking most of these trips, paid for, a gift, basically, from somebody else? Remember, justices essentially get to set their own ethics rules, so a lot of this is murky, with a little clarity in just the last couple of weeks. Interesting timing there, with the court rolling out some new rules meant to close a loophole on justices not having to report free trips and gifts in their annual financial disclosures. Justice Thomas did not respond to requests for comment from NBC News, but Harlan Crow told us he and his wife never asked about a pending or lower court case, and Justice Thomas has never discussed one. He goes on to say, we have never sought to influence Justice Thomas on any legal or political issue. All of it reigniting talk, though, over changing the way the court functions. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett is joining us now. And listen, Laura, Supreme Court justices are allowed to have a life. They're allowed to have friends. They're allowed to do things with those friends. So where does something like this cross the line into maybe something unethical or illegal? And did this happen here?
So I think the optics of this don't look good. As you laid out, all of these fancy trips paid by this GOP megadonor, which according to ProPublica, were basically not disclosed on his financial forms as is required by federal law. Now, I should mention NBC has not verified the contents of this deep dive by ProPublica, but it's murky about whether he needed to actually disclose any of these gifts in the first place. And that's because, as you mentioned, there's been this big loophole which has allowed basically the justices in cases of personal hospitality. So if they stay at a friend's resort, they don't have to disclose that. Now, there's a bit of a dispute about whether or not he would have actually had to disclose the private travel on the jets in the first place. But I think the larger issue, as you point out, is that the justices are essentially policing themselves. There is not a code of conduct for justices like other federal judges. And as a result, you now have Democrats crying foul. Senator Dick Durbin, chair of the Judiciary Committee, putting out a statement today saying this behavior is simply inconsistent with the ethical standards the American public expect of any public servant, let alone a justice on the Supreme Court. The ProPublica report is a call to action, and the Senate Judiciary Committee will act. Whether they have the votes to really do anything about that, Hallie, remains to be seen. There doesn't seem to be enough of a will in Congress to actually make a change here.
And it is an interesting question to be raised at this moment, nonetheless. You think about justices, unlike presidents or members of Congress, they don't have to run for re-election. They don't have term limits. Up until these new regulations we just mentioned went into place, they don't have as many restrictions on the kinds of gifts they can expect. And for a long time, it seems like it wasn't an issue because they were such a trusted institution in this country, the court. That is changing now. This Gallup poll found last year that only 47% of Americans have trust and confidence in the court. That is down 20% from the same poll back in 2021. You cover the court, right? What is the level of concern about this idea of dwindling trust here?
Yeah, I think it's a real issue. The public perception, as you say, the degradation of the trust in this third branch of government, I think is a live issue. But it's, again, not that clear that there's going to be any movement on it. The justices have basically said that they know how to police themselves just fine. And so there doesn't seem to be any indication that they want to do anything about it. But as one ethical expert I spoke with for this story today, Hallie said, even if he didn't have to disclose this stuff, he should have wanted to, given the public perception issues, given all of the scrutiny that the court is under for all of its decisions these days, you would have thought that he would have erred on the side of caution.
Laura, Jared, thank you very much for that breakdown. It's interesting stuff. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, hundreds of thousands of people protesting in France today over the French president's plan to raise the age of retirement. The strikes didn't really affect schools or transportation, but it did affect tourist spots like the Eiffel Tower, which closed. Officials say the number of workers who are on strike has gone down since demonstrations started a few months ago, but unions want more of these protests next week. Number 2, Italy's former prime minister, Silvio Berlusconi, has been diagnosed with leukemia. We told you yesterday on this show that the 86-year-old had been sent to the ICU with a lung infection. His personal doctor now says it's related to the cancer that he's had for some time. Number 3, a big recall from Honda, recalling more than 560,000 older models of its CR-V line. Why? Well, Honda says that salt on the road can cause the frame to rust out more, and then that could lead to parts of the rear suspension coming loose. Obviously, that ups your risk for a crash. If you have one of these recalled cars, if you own one, you can get a free repair or a buyback from Honda dealers. Go talk to yours. Number 4, Sweetgreen is backing down after the trademark lawsuit from Chipotle over Sweetgreen's new Chipotle Chicken Bowl. The salad chain says it's going to change its name. It's not going to call it a Chipotle Chicken Bowl. It'll call it the Chicken Plus Chipotle Pepper Bowl now. It's all part of a tentative agreement to resolve that lawsuit with Chipotle. Number 5, Starbucks' kind of hyped up olive oil-infused coffees are finally out, and the reviews are, well, let's just call them what they are. They're not amazing. Customers are online saying that the oleado is causing some tummy aches. For context, experts say olive oil can be used as a kind of natural laxative. Perhaps I will stick with my iced Americano. Thank you very much. Still to come here on the show, some Tesla employees reportedly shared pictures internally of people in serious or embarrassing situations, their own cars reportedly recording them. What former workers told Reuters they saw, including, by the way, some nudity, after a break.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
New and kind of shocking privacy concerns coming up about Tesla today, with former employees telling Reuters the cameras built into the cars to help drivers took pictures of them that were then passed around internally, even turned into memes by some Tesla employees. One ex-employee saying, we could see people doing laundry and really intimate things. We could see their kids. Another described a video of a man approaching a vehicle completely naked. Our team reached out to Tesla for comment, but did not immediately hear back. You know, Tesla cars have cameras built in to help record safety incidents and help run autopilot features. CNBC tech reporter Laura Kolodny is joining us now. Laura, this sounds a bizarro world. Your car can take pictures of you and employees were seeing it and then making memes about it. I mean, that is what Reuters is kind of laying out here. Explain this for us. Help us understand this.
So Tesla uses video clips that are coming in from customers' cars as training data for its driver assistance software. They want to eventually develop driverless systems, and it's been a very elusive goal. Like other autonomous car developers, they have this manual process where humans are assigned to look at different video clips and frames from videos to label all the obstacles they see in them, like a road sign or a curb or a snowbank. And those labels help Tesla effectively train its machine learning autopilot software to someday automatically avoid hitting all those objects in the future when these driverless features are engaged.
What is, I know we're not hearing much from Tesla on this, but how big of a problem is this for them? And what do they say about privacy? Because presumably they would, I mean, like I go on my phone or whatever, some app, and it says, we will not sell you, whatever, like whatever, right? There's always typically kind of a privacy protection clause that ends up in some of these things. Was that the case with Tesla?
Tesla has, you know, just a month ago, and maybe they were front running this Reuters story, this excellent reporting, but they put out this video emphasizing, hey, your data is your own. And if Tesla is looking at it, it's decoupled from your vehicle identifying number, and we don't really know who you are. Some of this reporting reveals that, you know, workers were able to ascertain, like, hey, this is actually a clip from inside Elon Musk's own garage and things like that. Point blank, the only people accessing the video clips should be the ones assigned to label them. The story says Tesla employees made memes and passed around the sometimes very personal footage internally like it was entertainment. That could really rankle, you know, regulators, especially in Europe, where data privacy laws are more stringent. It could draw the ire of regulators here in the US. Customers could also be encouraged to choose to opt out as much as they can from sharing their video clips with the company, which, you know, they do offer an opt out for at least some of the video. And I would think that this could make a lot of high profile individuals who have personal security concerns kind of think twice about opting in. There are a lot of, you know, elected officials and celebrities who are known to drive Teslas, and I could see this being a security concern for them.
Laura Kolodny, thank you very much. Good to see you. Coming up here on the show, the U.S. relationship with China is really at a kind of low point at the moment, partly because of what's happening with Taiwan. Now, look at this. Members of Congress are showing up there. We'll take you live to the ground in Taipei with how China's reacting to this visit. Plus, investigators think there might be a serial arsonist on the loose in L.A. The clues some neighbors may have caught on their security cameras later on in the local.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Right now, we are watching yet another potential flashpoint in the not-so-great relationship between the U.S. and China. A bipartisan group of lawmakers right now is in Taiwan, part of this big show of unity we've been watching between leaders in the U.S. and the self-governing island. Watch.
Being here, I think, sends a signal to the Chinese Communist Party that the United States supports Taiwan and that we're going to harden Taiwan, and we want them to think twice about invading Taiwan.
That's on the heels of that historic meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that he hosted with the Taiwanese president just about 24 hours ago in California. China is not at all happy about any of this, saying today they will, I'm quoting here, take resolute measures to safeguard its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Remember why this is such a big deal. China claims Taiwan as its own territory. So Beijing sees meetings and trips like these as a way of the U.S. supporting the independence of Taiwan. Courtney Kuby is live on the ground for us in Taipei. And Courtney, big stakes here, right? Because this really rankles China. And now this show of unity, this sort of show of force from these lawmakers landing where you are today is in some ways another thorn in China's side.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, it comes right on the heels of another thorn in China's side, something that the Chinese government has been very vocally opposed to. That was a meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the Taiwanese president yesterday in California. So today, well, actually, it's Friday here right now, but in Thursday back home, a delegation arrived here in Taipei. They've already met with the Taiwanese Vice President Lai. And we saw and heard some remarks from both Congressman McCall, who you saw in that video, and the Vice President. They are also scheduled to meet with Taiwanese President Tsai soon after she arrives back here in Taiwan from that meeting with Kevin McCarthy and a bipartisan delegation in California. Now, the Chinese government has time and time again said how against these meetings they are. They claim that this is a threat to their sovereignty, that it violates the one China policy that the U.S. still has as their policy towards China and Taiwan, which of course recognizes Beijing as the government and not Taiwan officially. But despite all of that, the Biden administration is trying to downplay and trying to tamp down some of these tensions. We heard from the State Department spokesperson about that very issue just today. Here's what he had to say.
We continue to urge Beijing to cease its military, diplomatic, and economic pressure against Taiwan and instead engage in meaningful diplomacy. There's no reason to turn this transit, which is consistent with longstanding U.S. policy, into something that it's not.
Okay.
Hey, Court, do we still have you? It appears as though we do not. Although I hear somebody, nope. I think she's back. Court?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Hallie, I'm sorry. I think we lost you.
That's okay. You are in Taipei. That happens even in the best of times. I wanted to bring you back because you were talking about, we just played obviously that soundbite, but you are there, right? And I'm wondering if you can give us kind of a sense of what it's like on the ground, because the big question now is what happens next, right? We talked about pins and needles earlier in the show on a different geopolitical issue. There are some pins and needles here about what China could do to show just how angry it is about this visit.
That's right. So we've already heard the fiery rhetoric. I suspect that will continue. What everyone's waiting now to see is, does China react militarily? So you'll recall that after the meeting with Nancy Pelosi last year, which took place here in Taipei, the Chinese military carried out these unprecedented military drills, live fire exercises. They even simulated a blockade around this island for several days. It was extremely provocative. There is a widespread belief that China will respond in some sort of military way, but it probably won't be as potentially provocative and escalatory as what we saw several months ago. So far, the Chinese have put an aircraft carrier just south of the island, and they have a couple of Coast Guard vessels that are patrolling the Taiwan Strait and may board some vessels as part of a search process. That's all we've seen so far, but the big question is, will that change? Because right now, President Xi himself is hosting a large-scale diplomatic meeting. French President Emmanuel Macron, when he leaves, will that change their calculus, Allie?
Courtney Kube, thank you very much. Appreciate you bearing with us through some of those tech difficulties. Thanks. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southern Bureau, 3 men convicted of murdering rapper XXXTentacion in 2018 have been sentenced to life in prison. They had been found guilty last month of first-degree murder and armed robbery. The rapper's mother says justice was served. Out of our Western Bureau, fire officials say there's a suspected arsonist on the loose in L.A. There have been some kind of suspicious fires reported in the area, like this one you're seeing. Some of them have been caught on surveillance video. Fortunately, so far, nobody's been hurt, but police are still looking for the suspect. From our Northeast Bureau, 10 kids at a Massachusetts elementary school went to the hospital after they came into contact with spicy bubble gum. Officials say it's part of a viral TikTok challenge. They compared it to eating pepper spray. The school says it's investigating. So tonight's original now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And today we're bringing you an exclusive interview with the first Black woman to serve as the National Cyber Director. To a lot of people, right, cybersecurity sounds like maybe somebody else's problem, right? The government deals with that, or Norton, or whatever. But cyber crimes are affecting a lot of people in the private sector, a lot of people you might know. In fact, a recent survey found that literally everybody polled in this Malwarebytes poll had experienced some kind of suspicious activity online. And for women and people of color in particular, the internet's feeling less and less safe. NBC News' Julia Ainsley sat down with Kemba Walden, who says this issue for her is personal.
Kemba Walden is only 6 weeks into the job as the Biden administration's acting national cyber director. But already she's left her mark.
Man, I feel like I've been moving like a bullet train.
Walden is the nation's first Black female cyber director, and she sat down with us in her new office next door to the White House.
As the first Black woman in this role, what areas, what communities are you able to see that maybe others might not, that need more digital literacy?
When I was growing up, I didn't see many women in national security or cybersecurity, so it was hard for me to imagine exactly what my voice could add. I try to make sure that I expose myself to communities that don't otherwise get exposure to an official from the White House.
While the tech industry and the cybersecurity sector have long been dominated by white men, Walden says bringing in more diversity will actually keep more Americans safe online.
I am for the first time in my career, surrounded by women leaders in this space. It's been outstanding, but there's a lot we have yet to do. I'm still, unfortunately, sometimes in rooms where I'm the only person that looks like me.
And just after she took the helm, her office released the nation's most comprehensive cybersecurity strategy to date. Among the strategy's goals is one Walden feels passionate about: protecting people of color and other marginalized communities online.
Are underserved communities more likely to be victims of cybercrimes?
Yes, that's the unfortunate reality that we are experiencing now.
A recent survey found Black, Indigenous, and people of color were less likely to come through a financial cyber attack unscathed compared to others. And Jessica Ann Mitchell-Awuyor, founder of the National Black Cultural Information Trust, says her group tracked misinformation targeting Black Americans online during the 2016 and 2020 election.
There were many pop-up social media posts using cultural things to try to make Black communities not vote by saying that no one ever does anything for us. And these are ultimately valid criticisms in terms of politics, but what happens is it is infused with false information intentionally meant to make us not want to vote at all.
So what does it mean then to have a Black woman heading cybersecurity at the White House?
I think it means so much, because then right now maybe we'll have someone that really understands the importance of protecting our communities online.
But it wasn't always easy.
Along the course of your career, did you experience discrimination either for your race or your gender being in this heavily white male dominated industry? And if you did, how did you deal with that?
Yes. The short answer is yes. I have experienced it. I do experience it. How do I deal with it? I work hard at making sure I quiet down the voices in my head that give any sort of power to that feeling. I can't control what other people around me say, do, and think. I can control my behavior and call it out when I see it.
Julia Ainsley is joining us now. And Julia, it sounds like Kemba Walden is saying that people need to take this so seriously on a national security level, but also on like a very individual and a very personal level.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And it's interesting because that cybersecurity strategy that her office just put out actually pushes more of the blame, the onus for this problem onto private companies, because it's hard for individuals or, say, a small school district to go toe-to-toe with what are often nation-state actors trying to exploit Americans, often for money. And a lot of people have fallen victim to financial crimes online. But she says that learning about this really starts at home. It's a matter for parents to take this seriously, to learn what they can do to protect themselves online, and then when their children start using technology, to teach them how to use those tools too.
Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for tonight's original, that exclusive sit down. We're glad to have you bring it to us here tonight. Appreciate it. When we come back, the crowds in Augusta for Tiger Woods, they are legit. We're talking with a reporter who is inside the clubhouse about how Woods is doing and could be his last Masters.